That's enough of that. Hi. Hello. I am awake. I'm not sure about the other people who will be part of the broadcast today, but I am awake right now. How's everybody? Hi. Hello. Hi. Hello. How are we? Yeah.
Enjoy the fact people are working hard.
In the Discord, I'm slowly setting things up. You do in green room. Slowly, my guests are coming, and then you will be too. Adding content while listening to you so entertain me, Coral. I am your puppet. Do with me only the most wholesome things, if you will. Itchy. I'm very itchy. Hello, Popper. I think you can hear me. Show me. Oh, there you are. Oh, yes. Hello. Hi.
Sorry.
How are we today?
Oh, pretty okay.
Okay. Anything fun happen?
Honestly, if it did, I can't remember. I'm too tired.
Aren't we all? I literally awakened 5 seconds ago.
Oh, shoot.
I mean,
similar, honestly.
This is the consequence of choosing to have a day job now. My body decides during the weekday, no, we don't personally function. Nothing matters except the exact moment in which my mind realizes we have somewhere we have to be. Then it's, yep, I'm ready to go, absolutely. Let me just go ahead and moonwalk throughout my house and then out my goddamn door. On the weekdays leading to the weekends, it becomes, does the schedule say I have to be out of bed? No, so I'm staying in bed. Fuck everyone. I don't have the energy for that. No. Can't parse it. Not allowed. Can't give it away. No, that works. But with you and your family situation, it's gonna be more like, I have to be out of bed. I need to work. I have to be out of bed. I gotta take the kids somewhere. I have to be out of bed. I gotta do this. I gotta do that. And it's like, oh, I ain't gotta be nowhere. Ain't nobody finna contact me. All of my phones are off.
For real, though.
I don't have to do a damn thing. You cannot touch me. And I wish I could respond with that on a physical level, but unfortunately, for a lot of shit, it's really fucking hard to get there because I have shit that I have to do, and it's not fair for everybody else that I don't do it on time. But then, like, it's a big fucking thing because then whatever I don't do, I know someone else is going to annoy the piss out of me about. That's just fucking shit. I hate that with a fucking vengeance. I am jealous of past Carl. I want my fucking childhood and at least the few days where I knew for a fact I didn't have to be anywhere during school back. Want my fucking weekends back. I just want them.
Yeah.
And like hyper pocket of time that I decide, you know what? I don't want to be anywhere right now. I'll just go ahead and pull this day out of my pocket and just splat it on a calendar, and magically that day becomes that day. Oh, what's that? I need to be to work in an hour. No, the fuck I don't. I'm gonna go to sleep for 5 days. Oh, what's that? I need to be here to go to someone's wedding. Well, I don't particularly like them and they were a dick to me. I'ma stay my ass in bed for 2 days, and then when I decide to get around there, I will be there. Oh, what's that? I need to go to work mentally, but physically I don't want to leave my home. Let me just go ahead and just pew, 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 pew. All right, those 6 days of work are now segmented by 2 days each off. I don't gotta physically be there for at least that long. I would prefer that magical power.
Yes. That would be awesome.
I only wish it could be so fucking easy. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't. I don't know. No, it doesn't. I hate it. I hate it. Hate it. Besides that, do anything exciting and or lewd and excuvious on the internet?
I pretended to be a puppet yesterday, or did a puppet show, a lewd puppet show yesterday.
A lewd puppet show.
It gets lewd. It's very inappropriate. It's not a kid's puppet show.
I see.
But it is a lot of fun. Because you're a character.
Was it for charity or something, or was this something you do on a Tuesday?
It is something I do on a Saturday. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, it's a YouTube channel. And they're all puppets, and they are all inappropriate. But it's kind of funny making like really cute, cuddly characters say fucked up shit in weird voices.
I mean, yeah, that's half the reason I became a voice actor.
Right? It's letting me stretch those skills and show them off. Kind of like the VTubing does, but everybody keeps randomly going, why does Fizz-Giggity sound like Piper? And I'm like, he doesn't though. I know, because when I mute, I use a different voice on other people.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those many situations where I learned to start throwing my voice. Just for the simple fact that it's like, hey, that sounded like Carl. And it's like, no, it doesn't. There are some people who still have not figured out that this is not my normal voice. And it's like, well, why don't you use your normal voice? It's like, I don't know. Do you want somebody who sounds like they're constantly being a jackass to you? Do you just want me to come into the building and be like, oh, hi, what are we doing out here? Why are you here? This is mine. Yes, go away. No, stop it. Stop. No, 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 see, no. And you certainly don't want to walk into an establishment and just have somebody sitting there saying, hi, welcome to the store. Can I get you anything? No, this is my normal voice. Yes, yes, yes. Why, yes, I was dropped on my head as a child. Several times. That gets annoying really fucking fast. Both as the one speaking and the one being spoken to. The only time when it is appropriate is when I need my voice to drop a couple octaves so they understand I need something immediately. It's the only time it's fucking purposeful. Just walk around the corner and be like, where's the spatula? I need the spatula. Go ahead and get that to me right now. Right now. Quick, swift, nifty on 50. It's the only proper fucking time. It's the only time that I choose to use it. That way they cannot say, I don't understand why he sounds like that. I sound like that because I fucking asked you for something and you didn't listen to me. Well, enough about that. That's what I do on a weekday. Let's talk about what I do on a weekend. Which is to say, hi everyone! We're missing one of the people. She might just be fucking unconscious. Technically, she went to bed earlier than I did, but I'm a freak of nature. So, I don't know if she's awake. She might be out of bed, but she's not cognizant. So we gotta give her some time. Meanwhile, for those of you who are here and you have no idea what we do here, please consider throwing money at the funny black man and his associates by sending the money here and here and here and here to twitch.tv, to ko-fi.com, or to subscribestar at SinglePlayerCarl. All donations and pledges receive the United Negroid Cringe founder tag, and all $20 pledges and up not only get video shoutouts and the ability to give video submissions for future content, but also will be able to secure in the soon future when we have to eventually take away the feature of people jumping into the call randomly, to have the ability to jump in on live shows and direct what we do here on Versus Chat. And for those of you who have never been to Versus Chat, welcome to Versus Chat! Or as many people have been calling it, the Shitposter's EFAP. Where we roast niggas and we roast shows and things. And we really see what's really good with this cotton-headed nitpicker known as Carl. Today, it is myself and the Piper, known to many of you as the handler of the Space Wolf physically, as well as a member of my nose is stuffed up. Graded 0.5.
Oh,
Comic
no,
not anymore.
No, oh no, not for a while now.
Oh no, what happened?
Oh, lots of shit happened.
Oh no. Well, she's an independent woman now.
Yes, I'm a strong, independent. I don't need no men.
And soon, when she gets out of bed and she gets her Dunkin' Donuts Cappuccino Blast, we'll be joined by Jay.
Nice.
While we're on that, why don't you tell us about what happened? Why a friendship ended with grade 0.5?
Well, the short version is, they decided to hardcore simp for a not nice lady, and fucking, I don't know, to appease her, decided to be assholes to me.
What woman? What woman are we talking about?
Don't worry about it. It's like fucking so much freaking lore and backstory at this point. The other thing that had me leaving is the fact that I gave Cab a chance to be his beard.
True.
And it did not. Wow, did that not work out at all?
Yes.
So I was like, nope, this ain't working.
We did talk about that before.
Yeah, and because of that, they were all like, well, we're Team Cab, clearly, because bros before hoes. So, it got uncomfortable quick.
That is not the bueno. That is very gay. Very gay.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty in character for...
So there is more details that came up from that. It wasn't just like... in the past, when that ended, that they decided to hold that against you now, or it's like this has become a development that came up recently that also led to your departure?
No, it led to it pretty quickly. It's just that, I was trying to be, pretty quiet about it, for the most part. But, yeah, things got way too awkward already. And super strained in that respect, and then I was kind of like replaced, which is where the hardcore simping for somebody else comes in, and I was like, all right, this is toxic, I'm out. it got toxic behind the scenes.
I see. That is unfortunate. Where should we now direct our attention to support the lovely single space female wolf handler?
Oh, well, she's got, I've got, wow. Uh, trying to build my own YouTube now.
Mm-hmm.
It's very slow going because I just do not have the schedule. Uh, but yeah, that is Adventures of Piper on YouTube. I'm basically starting everything over from scratch, but on my own. Like, I don't want to tie my success to be tied into group stuff is great.
Mm-hmm.
But I've learned from my experience that being able to hold your own solo is better.
Mm-hmm.
And then you feel like you're bringing a little more to the group, so that's nice too. So
Just pulling up your website and also your channel.
I need to update my website again to reflect some of the current new stuff I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hopefully I'll have time soon. Maybe today. Who knows?
Some of those things. Is she a space corgi? No, space wolf handler.
Yes. I somehow managed to accidentally adopt a celestial wolf. It's not my intention, but she won't go home and she keeps eating all my food.
She keeps mimicking her voice and everything. It's completely
Yep.
adorable. You guys should go see it happen on Twitch. Twitch.tv/fizzgiggity.
Yeah. And the reason for that is when she ended up getting a human form, she just fucking copied me because I was who she was looking at. She didn't know any better.
Yes. Alright. Officially splurged. Alright, now where's the first of these things? That is Groot Shorts, Moon, Daredevil shit. And this and that. So
Where are you live at?
I'm live right now on my main channel.
Oh, did I not have that?
I would be concerned that you don't have my channel bookmarked.
Right? That's why I'm confused. Are you not on SinglePlayerCarl?
I should be live on SinglePlayerCarl right now.
Why are you not showing up? What the hell, Twitch? Is it Twitch?
No, YouTube.
Oh, okay. That would explain it. Okay. Oh,
Jeez.
shit.
I'm trying to find the correct fucking video for the first piece of today's content, but Jesus Christ, this girl in question just does not know how to title her shit.
Oopsies. Okay, so I wasn't subbed. I only had your Twitch.
This is fine. I will allow this. Alright, I am throwing this into non-podcast chat for where we're going to be watching these videos today. Meanwhile, I am going to attempt to get the handle on the woman of the hour. The other woman of the hour. Biddaloot, 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 do biddaloot, biddaloot, do biddaloot, 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 biddaloot. She is not answering. Biddaloot, biddaloot. She is out fucking cold. Biddaloot, biddaloot, fucking like a stone. Biddaloot, 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 biddaloot. She is very unconscious. Very, very, very unconscious.
Oh no.
She's probably going to take like a few minutes, which is kind of sucky because I'm trying to find the particular video that she said was supposed to be a defense for... Well, actually, just not even the defense for, but the video that she used for her own reaction to this girl's channel. The first being of which is Fictional Darling. Also, people should probably know properly what it is we are here to do today. Dear children and woman, we are gathered here today to start looking at some absolute cap. I am tired of listening to the signifier rant about racism and never quote a source. So, for maybe this chat and also another chat next week, depending on how much time it takes me to get through it and find more shit, we're going to be looking at the positions and defense from such people that make these commentaries, and we're going to really see whether or not some people have lost their goddamn mind and are just simply simping for SheHulk. It is painful. Yes, I have watched the show. Yeah, she's awake now. She needs a few minutes. I have watched the show. I have suffered through it with Jay up to episode 6. Yes, my editors are working on reactions for the main channel. Yes, I know. It sucks. It fucking sucks. But that is not what we're here today. And I'm not here today to explain to you how it fucking sucks, because I will tell you how it sucks when we see these reactions from people. However, I need to figure out what the fuck is the first one, because I want to make sure I get off on the right fucking foot. In the meantime, chat, how are you today? How are you physically handling your mentality? Are you, how's your dick working? Working good? Oh, Lord.
Well, fuck it,
I have to use Jay's video as a reference point to figure out, because I think it's the first one.
We're ignoring the fact that it's episode.
No, that can't be it. This one.
Alright, guys, as you.
This one has titling. Oh, Lord.
Well, she looks like a fan.
She looks like a lot of things. She looks like a lot of things. Okay, no, the SheHulk re-upload. Did she take down the first one? Is that the problem? Is that the reason why I can't find the exact one? This one is just her fucking straight up on the camera. And this is at 56?
Gone for at least nearly 3 months. If you haven't noticed, I've
36, 37. 36, 37. That is definitely not it. 36, 37, 36, 37, 36, 37, 36, 37, 36, 37. Did this girl try to take... She took something down!
Oh.
I have to ask her if she has a copy of the video saved. Otherwise, we're going to have to start from literally
Guys,
foot 1, boys. Don't you just hate that when content creators try to run away from their fucking stupidity and their bad takes?
I am actually incredible.
And so they decide, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take the video down, then I'm gonna put it back up after I've taken out all the parts where I'm wrong, but only after I was told that I was wrong.
Too much effort, jeez.
I'm sure it's 36, 37. Yeah. This is the... Okay. That's not helpful. There's never a point where her face is this close to the camera that I cannot find wherever the fuck this thing is. Which is interesting. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, no. She apparently only has 6. Wherever this other one was, she is taking it down. I'm asking if she has a copy. Oh well. Did you click on the link? It's inside of the it's inside of non-podcast chat. It's the first watch together link. Okay. One of our surprise mystery guests is now awake. They were, or rather, she was making dinner and she'll be in soon too. Alright, you're in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm in the right one.
Yes.
Yay!
Just gotta make sure that I have this, I'm in the wrong filter size. Not that one, not that one. Not that one. Maybe it is that one? I believe it's this one. Wait, no, I know what I did wrong. I was in one of these, but then I properly missized it. Yeah, that's what I did. It's 350. It's one of those moments where you're inside of your OBS and you're trying to put this size into a filter, but then you realize, oh, I'm not clicked on the right thing. Hi.
How's it going?
I hate everything about SheHulk. So much.
I mean, like, from what... Okay. I'm on the big no hate watching thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I will not watch it. I will not watch, nor will I watch Rings of Power. I will, however, watch EFAP and watch Nerdrotic and anybody else talk about it, and
Right?
they can kind of suffer for me. And then guess what? They get a click from me. They get my YouTube red, view, and Amazon doesn't get shit.
Yeah.
No, and also I just don't want to like suffer. I enjoy watching those guys and gals talk about that shit. I don't see any positive from making myself suffer by actually going through it. I don't know where I said this before, but I didn't watch the Multiverse of Madness movie because I don't really watch any Marvel shit anymore because it all looks terrible to me.
Mhm.
But I did watch Muller's 5.5, nearly 6 hour long video about Multiverse of Madness, and I'm so glad I didn't watch that movie because I was sitting here at my desk, and when I heard what they did to Black Bolt and Reed Richards, I had to pause, go downstairs. It was premiering, and scream.
Yeah, you were talking to me. You were talking to me.
Yeah. I know. I was like, I can't. I'd avoided it since the movie came out. I just, because I didn't care. I was like, I actually like these characters. So I don't want to see them get shit on. I didn't know it was that bad, though. That was next
level
disrespect to those characters. Absolutely disgusting.
Well, let me tell you about Disney Plus there, little lady.
Oh, God.
You know this lovely thing called the QR code?
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is?
We ain't got no time for them fancy ass technologies. We have a gun. So, in the infinite wisdom, which is technically to say, in the wisdom that they were told when people screamed at them, please, please, we just want to have digital fucking comics, please! And Marvel screamed, no, 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 no. Repackaging of a master book for $50. In their infinite wisdom, in creating their streaming service, they decided, let's stick in QR codes into all of our shows as Easter eggs, so that we can start trying to sell some of our products, because now we understand the value of not giving business to the pirates by making a better product, technically.
Yeah.
And in their infinite wisdom, which is something I noticed in the middle of watching Moon Knight, they stuck QR codes, which, remember when Easter egg used to actually mean I had to go looking for something? Not, you put a QR code on the fucking wall, like in frame as Oscar Isaac does his two-man pantomime routine. Because of my curiousness, myself and Jay, while we were finishing recording content for the rest of Moon Knight and SheHulk, by the way, both Jay Longbone and SinglePlayerCarl content coming soon, real soon.
Oh, hell yeah!
To a vagina near you.
There's the crossover event of the century I've been waiting for.
We looked into it, and yes, they are links, but they are old. They don't work anymore because, you know, Disney.
Oh.
You can't be bothered to
Wait
put
a minute,
fucking.
how old is it?
The Moon Knight premiered in March, so the QR codes that were supposed to send you to a deal on getting these from Marvel Unlimited, which is their digital storefront, is expired.
Uh-huh.
Like, it was valid from March
How
6th
stupid.
to, like, July something or other.
But that's permanently in your stupid show for history.
Fuck.
And, like, every single Disney Plus show apparently has had this, and there have been plenty of Redditors, the only thing that it's actually useful for here, who have been very helpful in locating them and making clear, concise help with figuring out the source materials that they're using in reference to characters. I'm gonna go ahead and let you guess. 10 guesses. The first 9 are not correct. Guess which comic books they cite as essential to understanding the characters of these adaptations.
No idea.
I promise you, your first 10 guesses will probably be right, but you'll only probably need 3.
Oh my god. Just tell me, because I have no. I'm also just like.
So
I just sat down from dinner, so I'm also like a little. Give me a minute to rev up my internet hate machine.
That's such a great name for emotions.
It's so old,
bro.
Yeah.
You gotta give me time to rev up my internet hate machine, bro. I ain't got no gas in this engine. in the Infinite Wisdom, at least when it comes to Moon Knight, they directly reference both of his first appearances in Werewolf by Night, which is the reason why they're making that special presentation series.
Yeah.
Because they kind of have to. This is actually good that Piper's here, because you understand the idea of what happens when you choose the bad adaptation comics to adapt characters from.
Yeah.
They reference Dead by not Dead by Day, like Werewolf by Night. They referenced the old book origin that became his 1980s, I want to say 1976, 1978, 1980 comic book run for his first number 1. A number 2, a number 3 from that run, and then one of the reboots from the 90s, and then another reboot, number 1 from the 2000s. This is pretty much the only things you really have that are Moon Knight centric. But they directly reference that in the show, because they pull out characterizations from these characters from the more recent comics where that character is revamped. You see, it is simple as you could get. It's the thing that they refused to do for all of the characters when they first created the MCU and its mini stories. They were told, you're going to adapt things. Why not adapt things from the comics in a run of that particular character story and make that what you're doing? And they said, nah, we ain't gonna do that. We're fucking Marvel. We have infinite money.
They barely do that anymore. They used to at least, draw from popular, famous stories. I mean, Civil War, for fuck's sake, but although Civil War was divisive.
A lot. Yeah.
But still, they at least, let's say, I said popular or famous. Let's say famous in that case, maybe infamous Civil War. But still, they were at least, drawing from source material. And now it just seems that all the writers at these places, they just, and it's, Rings of Power too, they just think they know better. That they can come up with something better than anything that's been written so far, or whatever. And that's, pro tip, probably not.
Okay, so I have been handed the link to the video that has been disappeared. This bitch did indeed hide her shit.
Oh, I
Shame!
heard about this.
Shame!
Yeah.
Shame, fiction darling! Shame! You should know better!
Who did I watch who responded to this? It was either EFAP or Adam and Sitch, because this was awful.
I don't know if
This
it was
is the one I'm thinking of.
fictional
If it's one
darling.
where she deleted it, though, then I think actually Adam and Sitch had Mauler on and talked about this video.
Okay.
I think that's where I saw it, because then I got confused in my head because I was like, it was Mauler, but it was Adam and Sitch, or was it both? And I think that's why my brain's confused by who covered it.
This is not this is like the situation that happened with Actman and Quantum TV. I saw that happen from a distance, and I'm like, I'm gonna get around to it eventually. And then it's like he deleted it, and it's like, yeah, and then he exploded, and it's like, oh well, I wonder if somebody has the copy for it. And then it's like he's being sent, he's having his shit taken from him from YouTube. And it's like, why? Because they said that he shouldn't have mocked him when he called his mother.
That part blew my mind. That whole story is crazy. I think Actman's back to being monetized, but there is some weird stuff going on at YouTube. Because Quantum TV has got like under 100,000 subs. He's not a minuscule channel, but it's like, I think he was under 100K. He reviews TVs, which is like a really hyper specific niche, which is fine. But Actman's got 1.14 million, and they clearly were just like, no, we're gonna punish the larger creator. For basically nothing, just because the other guy complained about it and called it racist, even though if you saw some of the shit he said on Twitter about the gays, for example.
Like,
I feel it's so bizarre.
I feel that scenario was very much a case of some Corey Kenshin, where we have to frequently say, also welcome Jay to the channel, guys.
Hello.
It's very much a situation where it's like, we know the reason why you motherfuckers hit him. It's like, oh my god, he's threatening to bomb us. We have to say something. This is unacceptable. It's like, oh, yeah, right. it's a context joke. Oh, he called his mother.
It's an obvious joke.
Oh, he didn't mean it.
Right, and that's like, That's why I'm flabbergasted. I mean, again, Quantum called Ackman's mother and was like, "Go get your son. Could you get your son to call me so we can settle this outside of court?" Which is like making a vague, not even vague, a slightly veiled legal threat. And then they punish Ackman for it just over. Yeah, he should never have tweeted that thing to YouTube. That was a real dumb move. But what he was in trouble with in the first place, the sexual content, was putting a cucumber, just a PNG cucumber, like near Quantum's mouth. And he's like, this is sexual harassment. What is happening? And the thing with Corey Kenshin, too, is also bizarre because it was like, from his perspective, he wanted, rather than having his video get monetized again, which is the correct thing to ask YouTube to do, he was unhappy because instead what he had wanted was for Markiplier and everyone else who played that video game to get demonetized. What?
That's probably a case of if I gotta go down, I'm taking you with me. I'm not a fan.
So bizarre.
I'm not a fan of that Star Fox logic because on one hand it's like I'm a content creator and there's a racial component to my element of being.
Oh, for sure.
There's a time and a place where you need. It's like. Well, it's not like, it's literally like the American Express Black
People
Card.
will judge you for that stuff. That's inevitable. People will judge you for race, for your sex and stuff like that. But I don't think that had anything to do with what was going on with Corey Kenshin.
Exactly. It's like when it's not like, it's literally what's happening right now with all of the Twitch people. I was telling Jay about this last night. It's all the Twitch people that are basically saying, you know what, I don't think I want to be on Twitch no more. Let me see what's fucking around on that YouTube shit,
After so many Twitch streamers have talked shit about YouTubers, like and YouTube as a streaming platform, it's like, but now that 70-30 split's gone, are we reevaluating how much of a nightmare platform Twitch is? Maybe like, just a little bit.
It's like the 70-30 split's going, despite the fact that it's been 5+ years into the future from when they first shit talked it, from Heron Heller to even fucking Mizkif, which.
Ooh, some stuff going on there. Woof. Yeah.
For people who are not going to look into it, it's like, hey, you know what you should never do? Don't try to protect a friend who's on some literal Mitch Jones level shit and say, listen, I'm going to send a woman over to the house of the girl that you fucking groped while she was unconscious, whether she was drunk or not, in my house, under my property rules, as the owner of One True King. I got a skin and smite, guys. I'm Thanatos with giant fucking lips. You really need to see this fucking egghead creation. This shit is a fucking monstrosity. It's a general okay skin, but oh my god, is it just expressive as personality. I'm gonna send a popular female and a popular male to your house, and I'm gonna have them set out and make a plan of what we're gonna do next.
I don't understand. How are people still doing... how are we still doing gay ops in 2022?
Because these niggas do not have fucking socialization skills.
That one's awful, but the thing with Twitch, too, even more than the 70-30 split being gone, Twitch has also shown that they're completely and utterly biased with what's-her-face now going on stream twice and straight up having sex on Twitch and getting, what, a 48-hour ban or some shit.
48 hours?!
I think it was originally a week, and I think they reduced it to 48 hours.
Oh my god, that's worse!
Yeah.
I believe so.
Oh, my brain! It was bad enough when they literally gave her a 3-day and had to be pressured by public consensus into a 7-day, but you went from a 7-day to a 2... No,
I think the second one, I don't know. I think she's already back. Because clearly, like, look, here's the thing. Okay, Twitch has made it pretty clear that they want to serve pornography on their website.
Hardcore, softcore.
But they don't want to pay, they don't want to have to get labeled as a pornographic website, so they want to have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
Eventually, you're going to have to figure it out. Do you want to serve pornography on your website or not? Because right now, the sign-up age for Twitch is 13.
Mm-hmm.
And so you And there's all kinds of shit all over that's not all over that website that is not okay for 13-year-olds. Now, if you want to say, okay, we're going to switch it so that you can have like an 18-plus Twitch account, and then that lets you access other parts of the site, I guess. But it's going to be basically impossible to try and there's no way you could run that. You couldn't have like Pornhub Kids, right? Where it's like, yeah, it's hosted on Pornhub, but there's no porn on this side of the website, so it's okay. I don't think that flies.
All I'm imagining is like the fucking sound effect for what happens when you start up your fucking Nintendo GameCube holding down Z and just boom, 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 boom.
That's what it seems like Twitch wants, because again, yeah, they want to do both. They want to have titty streamers, and they don't want to punish people for literally having sex that is by definition pornography on their stream, but they are on their service. But they also want to have Fortnite epic gaming ninja stuff. You know?
Yeah.
You can't do both.
It's like one tab open, it's Ninja. On the other tab, is he even back on Twitch? I think he is back on Twitch. One tab open, it's Ninja.
But...
He like it was a big thing where like he was taking his Mixer deal, so they fucked around and he kept his page up. And what ended up, ironically enough, what ended up happening is that when they were using his page to feature other content creators, that they were basically they were using it as a secondary front page. They ended up putting on a Russian relay streamer who was just restreaming porn constantly.
Wow, great job. What is going on with Twitch? Like YouTube is extremely heavy-handed, particularly with copyright. But Twitch, it's like there's nobody at the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna have to figure that crap out, because every day it's a new thing, and now there's like the Twitch exodus, like we were saying, in which.
Mm-hmm. They're all just looking at it and being like, hey guys, we gotta do the same shit again on this platform. We're not gonna change any behavior. We're not gonna do anything different, but we are...
do that shit on YouTube. If you like, I know they have heard so many Twitch streamers over the years talk shit about like how restrictive, how hard. That's why YouTube sucks. They don't have any respect for people who stream on YouTube. That kind of stuff. It's like, well, and now you want to come back over here, get used to the fact that the rules here are different. Mm-hmm. No more. You can't play music in the background of your stream unless it's 100% copyright free, and even then you better be extra double sure, because someone can still come in and say they own the song even though they don't, and copyright claim it, because that's the fun world of Section 230 and copyright stuff.
They deserve nothing but my fucking ire. Anywho, I can hear Jay screaming in my ear, "Get on with it, nigga!"
Yeah, get on with it. Sorry.
We're on YouTube, I can say that. I have melanation.
Right, you can't say that on Twitch, but you can say that on YouTube.
Ironically enough, I probably could say it on Twitch if I said it with just enough confidence, and I looked into the camera and it was basically like, come on, tell me I can't. Tell me I can't. Alright.
Well,
let's go. I can't put it up here because it's it's a Megas file, but the link is inside the thing. You can click on it and watch it in your own time. It is currently booting up to 00.
Oh, is it re-uploaded this video?
Yes. Jay, in her infinite wisdom, made sure to get a copy of it before she could have possibly taken it down. So she uploaded it to Megas, and this is where it is. It's ironic. Every single fucking upload site now has basically a copy of the Google Drive backend, where instead of just like being a link to the video file, it actually has like a full-blown pseudo YouTube video file. Like Megas does this, Mediafire does this, Google Drive does this. I prefer this. This is great. Like, if you guys were to just do this as a thing instead of like making it that it's impossible to find fucking reloads and recaps of shit, it becomes infinitely easier to do our jobs. Because now it becomes a general open resource.
Yeah.
Hi, Bill.
Bill is also streaming. Yeah, Bill's also streaming, so I turned my sensitivity. Oh. There we go. Should be better.
Yeah, refresh my page. Hopefully this makes it play better. There we go. So the people on the stream will be able to hear and see what I'm looking at. So if you want to do it that way, I can share screen inside of Discord.
Wait, is it not up on this watch together, or
no, it's a megas.com download file.
Yeah, I'll watch it through Discord then. Here.
And then I have the link also up there, so if you want to grab that for your content purposes, you can. God
You
damn
better
it.
make sure that plays, because I've tried to play video through Mega. It does not work.
I'm trying to make sure.
Oh yeah, you probably should have downloaded it first because some of Mega's speeds are
Okay.
a little bit wonk.
Okay, I can make that work. I will do my piracy thing.
Well, go ahead and see if it'll work through Mega, and then download it at the same time. I guess if you think you get the internet to do both, and then if there is a problem, we can switch, right?
Yes, we can just start in on her first videos from the watch together then while it downloads in the background.
Oh, it isn't. No, it isn't the watch together. Oh, okay. Hang on.
Yes.
Oh, poop.
My
I
brain.
left that.
Yeah, I did too because I thought it was. Oh well. Oh.
I have both of them set up on the same side browser.
I see. Here we go.
Yeah. Jay makes fun of me for having multiple filters for shit. You do.
Oh, where's the link? Where's the watch together link?
Inside
I don't think
the
you
it's
said-
inside of non-podcast chat.
Okay.
It's a 7QP link that is above the Mega's post. Just DM it to you if you don't find it faster. I'm gonna click download on this. And we will then turn back to this. Okay, everybody synced up?
Yeah, should be good.
Okay.
Guys, I am actually incredibly excited to watch this because this is the first Disney Plus show where I haven't watched the trailer first, so I have no idea what to expect.
That is a horrible idea.
Nah, I don't necessarily like trailers are edited weird. I don't necessarily think you need to watch the trailer for anything. They can be very illustrative of what kind of, it's not out yet. it's a turd in terms of like Ghostbusters or this thing, but I don't think you have to.
I would say if you are a critic and you're like, I have no idea what to expect with this show. I wonder what kind of tone we're going to be going for. That's usually what the trailer is supposed to land, but I can agree with you. There is... Alright, I have the video. I have it downloaded. I have a very varied viewpoint of how I look at shows that have trailers that I intend on watching, whether to hate watch it or not watch it. Because my first rule is that if I'm going to watch a show, I usually prefer to wait till the show is off the air. So if I have to find the show and watch it through an official means, if not through piracy, none of my views will attribute to the Nielsen rating. Also, side opinion, they need to make a visible Nielsen rating. I don't like the fact that the MMR of television statistics is hidden to the public. It needs to be seen and not just become a number that becomes referenced after an episode is aired so that they can then share and say, this was the best show ever. Because
we're even past this, though, because Amazon has no real need. I mean, at some point, they have to tell their shareholders.
I mean, it's the same
kind of like how well it did, but they don't have Nielsen ratings, so they can do whatever the hell they want.
Like, yeah,
and all these online streaming platforms can do whatever the hell they want.
It's always so fucking weird because even when it comes to like premium digital cable, like Showtime and Stars, they still have Nielsen ratings. It might be more expectative of the fact that because they are a premium network, that they're not going to have to deal with the basic license of standards and practices, which is really that's the real answer of why they choose to do it the way they do it. That's why Big Mouth still runs, even though when it first opened, you could have said, oh, this is different. Yeah, it's still going. They even have a spinoff now called Human Resources that's based on like the non-human characters of the show. Which, even on that end, I don't hate Nick Kroll. It's not his fault that he's literally printed gold. It just so happens to be that they chose to make a show, and then the big gay lobby latched onto it and said, yes, 15-year-olds and below should be watching this adult comedy. If it was just an adult comedy show, the same way that we could look at something like Rick and Morty and say that this is a show that has made infinite levels of money and views for Wisecrack, and we left it at what it is, between it, BoJack Horseman, and whatever fucking other show they could attempt to reference, that would be fine in and of itself. But the fact of the matter is that the way that they use this system is effectively the thing that we have now seen with their reporting of what happened with Sandman, where fucking Neil Gaiman is crying on Twitter saying, "You didn't watch the show enough! You didn't binge it! We can't make a season 2 because you didn't binge it!" I feel like if your fucking business model is based on how many fucking people are retarded enough to give you hate clicks and hate views, then the rule that we are instituting around Rings of Power, where we have to Peaky Blinders our way around the room and Cillian Murphy in your face saying, "No fucking hate watching, no fucking hate watching, no fucking hate watching," if that's what we gotta do to make sure that you lose
That's
money.
it, though, because it's clear that that's what it's absolutely clear that the current marketing strategy, which, as someone who has a background in marketing, is bizarre to me, but it worked for a while, was to pitch shows off of the promise of hate clicks. It's like, well, we know we'll get our who do they know we'll get with the Marvel and the IP stuff. It's like, we know we're gonna get our ultra turbo fans to watch no matter what. They will watch either for hate or they'll watch because they like it. But now we're saying no. The big fans are saying no. So then basically all you're left with are the people who are the true believers who will watch it because of the woke stuff. And it's not those people. First of all, they don't have a lot of money. Secondly, I don't think they actually really care. They care about tweeting about it. I don't think they care about watching it. I honestly don't know if many people are sincerely watching it. Like, again, I was watching, I saw clips of Xander Hall's review of the first couple episodes of Rings of Power. And if this is the person you're selling the show to, I don't even think watching his review, I don't even think he watched it, despite his glowing praise, because his giant glowing praise of the show was, in the first minute, there was a dragon fighting an eagle. And I liked it. It was really cool.
I was fucking losing my mind. I was losing my mind watching that review while I was watching Stitch and Adam. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know if he actually watched the show, because his only thing he had to say about all he had to say was about how angry he was at other people watching it and not liking it. And then I thought the dragon fighting the griffin was super cool, like you're an 8-year-old. So I don't even know if those people are watching it or if they're also just watching Mueller and Stitch and Adam and Nerd Roderick and people at all, I don't know if even they're watching it. So yeah, the hate watching thing I think has to be kind of the line in the sand of it. Because that's how they're marketing the shows now, is, well, we'll get someone to click either way.
It's so disgusting. And it's even worse, especially when it's in that aspect, because then it's not even, was it Geeks and Gamers? Yes? One of these people. I just watched a video about it, like 30 minutes ago-ish.
Mm-hmm.
They made I was watching it last night before I went to bed, because Jay went to bed before I did. I think it was RK Outpost or Geeks and Gamers that made a bait video where they were making praise of Cobra Kai Season 5, and they put a clickbait hate title in it to see if the people that are the detractors of the channel would actually watch the review before they started talking shit, and instead they ran with it and said, "Oh my god, I can't," they did the quarter pounder shuffle. Yeah. "Oh my god, I can't believe he did that. I see he always hates it. You always say it's woke." And then people are roasting them inside of the Reddit comments and on Tumblr, which ironically enough, people still are using Tumblr. You guys didn't watch. You guys don't watch. You didn't watch the video. He actually liked it. Shut up. You're not informed. You're not informed. Shut up. You're not informed. Then I switched to, "Well, of course he said it was like this, but he even still clickbaited it. He didn't care." They're gonna bitch about anything. So you might as well.
Clickbait is everything. That's called YouTube.
Yeah.
But nice way of proving that you didn't watch the freaking video.
Like,
I've done stuff like that before in videos where I've said something like messed up, like in the first minute or something, and then been like, "All right, did you keep watching?" And then
it's like the video that was made by, I forget what channel it was, but it was a channel that is known for using that stick figure form, and they were talking about Twitch culture. There's a particular section in like the middle where it's talking about Hassan Piker, and you basically have a perfect pause bait in the video.
That guy.
And then
That was one of the funniest things. I can't remember that guy's name, but that was one of the funniest things. It's the only funny thing I've ever seen Hassan ever do.
Oh yeah,
that was great.
Like the moment where you unclicked and it's like, thanks for unpausing the video.
Thanks for pausing the video, Hassan. And then Hassan did pause there and unclicked and had like a existential crisis.
No, I have to go off air now.
He freaked. Did you see his reaction?
I did. Like years before you ever called JXC a gay Nazi who associates with killstream Nazis. That right there. Nazis. Yep, that was the words that came out of Hassan's mouth. First it was I'm No, it's good.
I'm sorry. I have to go now.
Oh
I
no.
only had an hour.
Oh no. Bye, Piper.
I managed to get through 12 seconds, Carl.
I don't even know what's going on now.
Like, we got through 12 seconds and then the video downloaded and now I can pull it up on the side here. Fuck, no!
Well, I guess on the bright side for me is I don't have to hear about SheHulk, so that's kind of a plus.
You've been
honestly.
saved. Yeah. Saved by the clock.
Y'all have fun. At least I was able to keep y'all company waiting for the video.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
We'll see you in the funny papers. Alright, girls. It's just you, me, and how many people are here? 13 people. No pressure. Also, why is this giant fucking trigger warning in my face? Mentions of suicide and abuse. Oh no. I'm so fragile. I'll be fucking wounded if I see it. Just gonna put a pin in that for the watch together and then pick up watching this here. This should be streaming through the Discord too.
Okay.
I should make this stream through Discord properly, actually. Change window. And there we go. Should be able to hear it.
I think anyone who's been online the last few days has...
You hear that?
It was through the stream. Okay, sorry, I keep getting confused.
seen a surge of
it should be fine. There we go.
The SheHulk show on Disney Plus. It has been incredibly hard.
One sec. Already, let's look at the comments.
Men are evil. We don't need men. We are better than men. We are stronger than men. We are smarter than men. Men are the problem. Girl power. Yes, yes, yes. Queen, you go, girl. Keep the men in place. Why always? I should have clicked that before it got covered up.
So these are supposed to be like sexist comments, right?
Yes, sexist comments that are directly from
Disney Plus.
YouTube. But I find it interesting that you're not able to show where these are from, because that is a moderation page. That is a moderation page that a person sees on the back end when they're going through their comments. So these are comments that you physically say.
Some of them are.
Some of them. Some of these are comments that you have physically been looking at for review. So there's a chance that they aren't even there. Since you took down the video in question, we will never know. Unless you tell us. You gotta tell us. You gotta tell us, darling. Why won't you let these people have their voice? It's time. You cannot chain the bane. You can't do it. But why show girls always like this? There are some men, but a lot of men like this. This is a very haphazard written comment. And what's with the double stand? You harassed men for comedy, but we can't do that to you. Are you girls hearing what you're saying? Please don't condone this nonsense. Be better. I'm going to say this girl power rules, but not like this. This is actually a person who's agreeing with you and saying, hey, look. I like emasculating a man like any other time. But, you know, I think I draw the line at Hulk fishing.
Oh god, I know. Oh my god.
Feminist Hulk, the end of the Avengers. Only in America do you see this BS. Failed society. True. This will go down as Disney's worst shows ever put to market. True. The show is absolutely garbage. Why am I being preached at by a green CGI redirect? True. I will recap the show for you.
CGI looks awful. Like it's really embarrassingly bad.
I talked about this several times with Jay. I feel like what happened is that there were some shows where the CGI was done better than the others. And that some of these were done before one of the ones that are basically not plot relevant. So,
yeah,
like the
especially the most recent episode where she was outside and you said, "Oh, the body mechanics or whatever, like the body double or whatever, it actually looked good." And she was actually reacting to the light around her and the environment. I was like, "Okay, this looks all right. This is all right."
Mm.
Like, there's several points in the series where you're going to see points where does not look like it's a CGI. And what happened is that they did a composition mat. They did a mask over an actress in a mocap suit that is wearing the clothes that She-Hulk should be wearing. So basically, blue suit, mocap balls, dress, edged in masked frame to the body of the woman. And then CGI face with Tatiana Mansley basically being mocapped directly face up into a capture camera. So they can get the facial expressions proper in proportion. Which, I don't know why you need to do that. You would just use CGI whenever it's not that. But I suppose it's the same technology they use for Mark Ruffalo. Don't care. Doesn't matter. There are several times during, for example, episode 6's wedding episode, when she's walking towards the group of people and they're doing the TV trope shit, where they're having the men slide out of frame, like opening fucking garage door windows from the side, or from, like, theater screen windows with curtains pulling to the side so you can see the upset reaction of the bride. It feels like it's one of those surreal TV moments that you'd see in, like, a transition on Scrubs. That's supposed to be played for comedic effect, but for here, it's like that will happen, and then they'll continue into a normal fucking conversation.
Like the Young and the Restless, freaking Lord Rings of Power opening.
Mm-hmm. It's like, it's one of those things that you notice it, and so your eyes start looking at everything else in the room. And what I started noticing is that there are just some scenes, especially the things that I pulled out for the thumbnail, where you will see, okay, this is not that bad. She actually looks okay. Like, She-Hulk with her hair down, She-Hulk with her hair up, She-Hulk with her hair, like, parsed to the side or some shit, because I don't think there's been a single moment where we've seen She-Hulk, like, laying down in, like, a surface, you know, like, iconic She-Hulk pinup poses. None of those things at all, but we've got plenty of opportunities to see Tatiana Mansley in situations where she has either disheveled hair, her hair is pinned up, because lawyer guys, being a lawyer means I never get to have my hair down ever at work, because professionals don't let their hair down, except for the other feminist character in the series that clearly hates the shit out of She-Hulk, and it would be a great jumping off point to have the conflict be, hey, you're not actually acting like a professional businesswoman, you are actually acting like you care about the attention of people around you. But that's a rant for later.
Yeah.
There are several scenes inside of Bruce's beachside bungalow lab. A couple of random exterior and interior shots inside of courtroom, inside of the defense attorney offices, inside of some different exterior interior shots around some other places, the wedding. Some of these shots look passable. I can't say that it looks as good as Mark Ruffalo's does, because that's just from years of refining this look that they wanted after they decided they're going to do Professor Hulk. Every other scene where you see She-Hulk, it is like somebody took the most fluorescent green paint that you would be painting on the actress who would be doing the lead role of Elphaba in Wicked, but it's CGI, and every single bit of her is fucking off. Her lips are off. Instead of, like, being pink or, like, some pink purple fuchsia color, it's like somebody is suffocating her, and her lips are turning blue because she can't breathe, and she's being asphyxiated. Her skin, the hair, and where the hair follicles match to the hairline is not accurate. Some scenes, she has green highlights. Some scenes, her hair is just green with purple highlights. Sometimes her hair is purple-green, flowing throughout, where the hair actually shows where it's like a shitty dye job from a girl who just realized that she can dress alternative in high school. It's all of the things that you expect of rushed cinematographics. I don't know who did the CGI for this. I hope it wasn't, what's the fucking name of that goddamn thing? Electric something and lights. That CGI company. I hope it's not them, because if they're the ones that did it, who are basically the ones who do almost all the CGI, if they're the ones that did it and they did that as a finishing job, I have to pray that it was whoever was responsible for the match cuts so that they could do the transition between CGI and Tatiana Mansley. Because
I mean, it's one thing when you're comparing it to, which is kind of unfair to compare it to the Marvel films.
True.
Because obviously they have a way bigger budget, but Hulk looks okay in this.
Yes, that's the thing that makes it bizarre. It's like, it's not like you're doing technology that you'd have to reinvent the wheel for. You don't have the ability to say, well, come on, is it really that fair to... Yes, you guys keep referencing them in films. You guys make it very clear you're throwing money at these projects. You were able to do a better job decently with this when it came to the transitions inside of... When you actually had good transitions inside of the characters. Back and forth between Mark Spector and I forgot dumbass lengthy character's name in Moon Knight. And when they finally conjoin their personalities and they're flipping back and forth between Mr. Knight and Moon Knight, the shit actually looks properly right. Granted, they pretty much cheaped themselves out of the budget by basically anytime any action happened, just go ahead and stick Jake Lockley in there and transition. But here, you have the ability to have the money that if you're going to use She-Hulk, use her wisely. No storyboard out when you're gonna have her transform and when it's gonna be necessary. Like, I had this theory that they were going to do... This is why I brought up the CGI and brought up the QR codes, by the way. For all of She-Hulk's runs, every single She-Hulk book that they're selling is a not sensational She-Hulk run.
Yeah.
So, you're telling me that you're going to take every single version of She-Hulk that has, like, brutish She-Hulk, where she doesn't have a costume, it's just her clothes ripped, looking feral and shit. That's Savage She-Hulk, her original tale. You skip over sensational, so you skip over where the fourth wall break isn't because, hey guys, we're just being quirky and talking about shit and making it clear that we're reading directly from our TV tropes page. No, it's
by far, sensational also is by far like the most popular run I think that she's ever been in. It's really what defined the character.
It's where they're getting most of the quirks from.
Yes, and it does have the fourth wall breaking in it, but that was like the early 90s, I think. And that was before Daniel Way ruined Deadpool, who also did the fourth wall breaking stuff, because that's where it got really bad. And instead, this feels like Daniel Way writing She-Hulk rather than John Byrne.
Because it's like, yes, she breaks the fourth wall, but literally the fucking first... The fucking cover of Sensational #1 is, okay, guys, we're gonna try this shit the fuck again. Like, it's like you were telling me earlier when we were discussing it on that episode of Versus Chat. Her character has a definition of being the part of her repressed psyche. Now, I would have hoped that when they did that little fucking transition after her feminist rant where she turns into She-Hulk and then goes back down, I was hoping that they were going to try and reference the fact that she does not have fine-tuned control here, and that they're gonna basically do a nod towards this ugly fucking She-Hulk run they did, where they tried to make her look more like a fucking man. I would have hoped that when she has no control over herself, she looks like that version of She-Hulk. When she has actual control over herself, she looks like sensational She-Hulk. Because it's very clear they're using the body proportions of sensational She-Hulk. They're not using Savage She-Hulk, because her hair would be a lot more feral, and she would definitely not be as refined as she should be. And they're clearly not going to use the comic book run, because they did mention her origin story of being attacked by the mafia hit, but that was like a throwaway gag in like
which
the
is
first,
unfortunate.
Yeah, the throwaway gag in the first plot point dealing with Emil Blonsky, and that's not even mentioning totally not 4chan and totally not anonymous. Yeah. They put that plot point in the middle of the episode and then just fucked off. It's like, yeah, we're not going to talk about this again until episode 6. No. We know that somebody tried to stick a fucking needle in her neck, but see, Hulk's out of the universe. There's no one she could call. It doesn't fucking matter. She's She-Hulk. She could just beat their ass if they ever show up again. Instead of, running after the vehicle she is clearly faster than, holding the vehicle down, calling the authorities, and putting them in fucking custody.
Yeah, and they try to make the excuse, well, I'm a lawyer. I know they're not going to find these guys. I'm so disillusioned with the law.
Which would then be more of an incentive for her to do it, because it's like, she looks like, it's a moment where she, like, looks down at her hands, and then she does an aside glance to the camera, it's like, oh, right.
Exactly. That would have been a perfect way of handling that. Instead of the cops aren't going to do anything because I'm a lawyer and I know that nothing ever happens. Okay, but that's the whole point of having superpowers. I know that you're not like happy about it and don't want to be a Hulk, but you are. So look, you have a problem. Now you have a method of taking care of it. And that thing too that you mentioned about how I agree with you that she should, when she's not in control, she should be more like hulked out, really, rather than like the hyper feminine, beautiful version of She-Hulk that she is when she is in control. That totally makes sense to me. It then also would make sense that, because again, if the part of Bruce's personality that he can't control is his anger, and that is part of it too with Jennifer. It should also part in the comics, depending on which one, but generally part of it is that it's letting out her repressed sexuality as part of her expression of She-Hulk versus Jennifer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay to explore that, but instead they've just kind of made him the same thing, and they've also made it that she's perfect at controlling it. And I don't know if they're really going to make that an issue at any point, that she doesn't have perfect control, even though that was evident in like the first episode. But whatever.
That requires them to backtrack, and they're not going to do that. They don't want to look like they're dumb. And if they do that, and they don't have like a moment to explain why it is like that, they're going to feel embarrassed. But they're also very lazy writers. It's like I was telling Jay, this is very clearly the same kind of show made with The Witcher, where this is supposed to be very quotable. I was actually hard-pressed.
Yeah.
I was hard-pressed to actually figure out what I wanted to name the title until I looked through episode 3 again. And it's like, every single bit of this, on top of Just Know, is dial the shit back. Dial it back. This is too much. There's too much feminism out of the gate. There's too much propaganda out of the gate. Dial it the fuck back. Like, every time you open her mouth, you make her say the stupidest shit. And it just doesn't make sense.
You have to make a character likable first. You have to give us some reason to like this character, and you've given us no reason to care or like or care about her or like her. And one of the first things she does is repeatedly insult like one of the most beloved characters in the MCU and diminish him and demean him when he's doing nothing but trying to help. It is a really horrible way to set up your character. Because then if you wanted to later get in and have a more feministy kind of message, that's fine. You could do that, but you have to like the character first. Because I'm not going to give a shit about what some character has to say if I hate them. You know,
save that salvo. We'll use that later.
Incredibly,
you can sell all kinds of messages. Just gotta like the character.
Yeah, save that salvo for later. We got a lot of shit to get through there. Let's see here with the rest of these comments. Already iconic in blank. I'm assuming already iconic in being failure.
Iconic trash or something like that, or iconically trash or garbage, something like that.
This show is not for kids or for true comic fans. I would like to say on the edge of true comic fans. For your own heart, do not watch it. Do not watch it. Right? So
no, if you like Shulky, I would stay. If you like any of the classic depictions of Shulky, I would stay the hell away. But
it's like if somebody were to put in front of me the One Heart panel for Black Panther, Christopher Priest. If it ain't got Priest on the crease, don't buy that shit.
Yeah. I mean, second.
That's my rhyme. Do not credit that to just some guy. This is from just some nigga, okay? If it doesn't have the iconic touch of the writer that made that character possible, you do not get to reference the shit that they make and then say, yeah, it's just like the same thing. The entire point of that panel is a black man was asked, how does it feel to be celebrated as a hero when he is literally a king first and a man second? Or rather, a man's first, a king second, and the Black Panther third. Surrounded by a bunch of fucking college kids like you probably would be in this day and age if they were to make that now. And if they do that scene with Shuri, I will fucking blow my brains out if they do that. Having that scene, and it's like, how does it feel to be celebrated? And it's like, I don't care. I don't care. I understand, but I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. That kind of panel, if you were to make any kind of concession with T'Chaka, with T'Challa, with N'Jaka, with N'Jobu, if you were to do it at any point in time between the interplay of these characters from Civil War to Black Panther as a standalone film, I could have excused it and said, okay, I see where you're coming from, but you're just stuck with a really good character actor in Chadwick Boseman and a really good character actor in Michael B. Jordan, and you didn't know what you wanted to do next with this shit. That's whatever.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Because, like, how do you kill off a really good villain character like Killmonger for the first film? How do you do that? That's so stupid. I would have assumed and hoped that at some point in time, one of the consequences of the Infinity War would have been that when they did the snap and Hulk started bringing people back, that a side effect is that he couldn't fine-tune, because of course they wrote it in, just bring back everybody from there. No, I would have hoped that he would have been like, bring everybody back, snap, and then like somewhere on the hill inside of Wakanda, mound of dirt just starts fucking moving, and here's Killmonger. He's back, and he has infinite knowledge of the power cosmic. Shit like that.
That would have been pretty cool, yeah.
It would have been a great opportunity for you to just basically say, you know what? We actually need some of these villains back. Let's start poaching some of the best ones from the individual story films and just have them in there. You know, just have them potentially fuck around and come back from the multiverse or from an alternative universe, which is kind of bad since you were supposed to have Multiverse of Madness before you had No Way Home, so that it makes more sense that he's more on the edge about multiversal travel. That's a little bit fucked, but whatever. It would have been smarter for you to do that. You'd have a lot more to work with there, because when you have the stupidity to say, no, we will not recast Black Panther, and it's like, oh, so you can recast War Machine, because Terrence Howard, right? But Don Cheadle, you just go ahead and slide his charcoal ass up in there and just say nothing and be like, nah, I'm here now. Don't ask about it. Don't worry about it. It's a thing. We're through it. We're past it. But Chadwick Boseman, no. We respect this character too much. We cannot recast him. He was too iconic. Wakanda forever. I don't get it.
They made like there was a weird fan thing that happened around that that was totally encouraged by Marvel, and then they could not have predicted really that Chadwick Boseman would, be out of the picture, right? So, and now I do think, I don't know, they created a mythology around the character so much and the actor that I think there's not much they can do about it. Except for what they probably will do, which is the horrifying path, which is they will resurrect him from the dead with CGI. And
oh god,
the Disney Star Wars route.
No,
you know what I mean?
No.
Calling it. I see that as a real possibility because I don't trust Disney Marvel at all to not do something that's scummy.
No. Just you need to get agents, guys, that can write it into your rights. Voice actors too. We're not safe either. Just write these motherfuckers into your rights.
I was gonna say, or they could, since they're playing around with the multiverse so fucking much now, they're banking on that. They could just bring back some alternate universe to T'Challa and say, well, and have I can just picture his mother going, well, he needs some place to go, and he's basically still my son. Just she's like, she's already like racked from grief anyway, so she's like, let me just take this motherfucker as my son.
It's like what a lot of people were doing when they saw that they literally fan casted Emily Blunt's husband. His name's not coming to me at the moment. To be Mr. Fantastic. It's like, yes, he literally looks like Fantastic. But here's my question: why didn't you get the first Mr. Fantastic if you were gonna kill this nigga off? Why? Why not? Like, you're making reference to Dr. Doom in the Time Platform by coloring it blue, which is the same technology that is used by Kang, which is supposed to be the basis of his time travel powers. Like, the Time Pad is a very iconic Dr. Doom thing. For you to give that to that Mr. Fantastic and say he's the smartest fucking Fantastic in the universe. What you just said was Latveria is witnessing his I wouldn't say best friend, but witnessing one of his rivals get killed inside the compound, because there's no way that he didn't get his help to build the fucking Illuminati compound. In fact, in this universe, since we have yet to see Latveria, we had yet to see Dr. Doom, he should have been one of the members of the Illuminati, both in this universe and every other fucking universe as well.
You would think so, just unless something went tits up and there's some reason why he's not involved. But yeah, you would think so logically that Dr. Doom would be involved in most forms of the Illuminati.
You're telling me that you give him your technology to just fuck around and travel wherever the hell you needed to, which, that's weird that you felt that you needed to go after the Book of Vishanti if you had access to actual fucking perfected time travel that requires no, Infinity Stone. That's very weird, because that's something Thanos doesn't have. He can't travel back and forth through time. Like, literally open a portal to the inside of Volcano, goodbye, zoom, problem solved. Oh, he's stronger than lava? Okay, open a time portal to the outside of space in a black hole. Goodbye! It's literally the same power of the TVA, to start with, alright? So you cannot tell me that it's not possible for you to do it, because you demonstrating that after making Loki means that you understand. That's the thing that is bizarrely about this. It's not something that I'm pulling out of my head. Ravana interacts with them at some fucking point in time for him to get that tech, for him to study it. Because Ravana's connected to Kang, Kang gets connected to Doom, Doom is connected infinitely to the Fantastic Four and Mr. Fantastic. They literally go swooping around time with it. It is a literal panel upon panel in the comics. Whatever. Not an issue. You're sitting here and telling me that that's the smartest man in the universe, and not only is he such a bad battle tactician that he tells the enemy what the weapons he is going to use against them do, but he's going to be the kind of person that thinks that his stretchy fist is ever going to touch the Scarlet fucking Witch. You, the man who has infinite intelligence and time. You're telling me it never occurred to you to be like, yes, so what can the Scarlet Witch do to me? Just go ahead and pull up, like, a view window from, Universe 616. Well, what's this bitch up to right now? Oh, it's a hex around the town? Oh, she's controlling multiple people. Subconsciously, she doesn't know she's doing it. She made those kids? Like, they're not real. Okay. Yeah. And he's not real. And everybody who gets up, yeah, Blank, I'm gonna need you to shoot her ass on the spot! Quickly! No hesitation! Just in the back of the head! Back of the head! Like right here, boom! 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 Captain Atom this bitch! Boom! Boom! How? But anyways, moving on.
Honest garbage, woke trash, a lot of seemingly very angry people, which honestly seems on brand for She-Hulk.
Do they have to be angry to be able to have an opinion? And also, you have Funko Pops. Your argument's invalid.
That's true. Good job. Some comments just went straight to personal attacks, which is always...
Oh, love... Okay, so, just because...
So let's see. Let's look at the personal attacks.
Okay.
Oh my god, I wish my personal attacks were this nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Enjoyable first episode. Don't be fooled by the glasses. Dumb bitch would like this crap. That's like the worst one. Get a job, stop obsessing over TV. The show is mid. What? The top left doesn't say anything negative towards her besides the show is mid.
Well, you see, it's feminist logic. They're criticizing the show, therefore this proves that we need the show. Now, I would say...
I disagree with you. You need help and guidance because the show is garbage. There's like 2 comments that you could even... Don't be fooled with glasses, which I don't even know. I think they're just calling her stupid. Another one is bitch. So you got one bitch. Again, I wish that my negative comments were anything like as polite as these. Jeez, if this is the worst you get, girl. Oh my goodness.
I wish I had the proportions of only one personal insult for every 10 comments about my work. Usually I just get multiple strings of slurs and then told that I don't know how to use a computer.
That's how most people get on the internet, though. Again, I'm shocked.
True.
That's how every YouTube comment section is full of people who are furious and hate whatever the video is.
True.
But again, this is really tame. If this is all right, you're not selling me on the misogyny and hatred in the comments based on this sample size. Just saying.
Fun. I love seeing how people want to spend their weekend. This one is my favorite though. Like it's so.
Okay, see, you say this, and yet this video is 36 minutes. And 38 seconds.
This comment isn't even that bad either. It's just It's not like attacking her appearance. It's not making some insane claim about her or something. It's just saying she's got a bad attitude.
Yes.
I mean, it's mean. Let's not.
Like, it is a mean comment.
but it's not that mean.
Like, the thing is like, you say things like this, is like, this is how you guys spend your weekend, you leave nasty comments. Yes, you niggas do this shit on Twitter all the time.
Also, you get what you put out there. So if you're saying, like, oh, nasty, mean comments, so you guys are, so pathetic and misogynistic or whatever, oh, and then you don't expect to get comments that are a little salty?
It's like, oh no, how could you do this to me? All I did was say that your dick was little. How would you say that I have a horrible, nasty personality? And also, let's just go ahead and address the eternal comment of, oh man, I can't believe you guys criticized me. I can't believe that you said words back. Okay, look, words, right? Words? Did you die? No, but I felt like I wanted to. Okay, get stronger. Until word transmogrifies into knife, and you're literally shouting knives through my soul, I don't care. And also, how they spend their weekend. So, like, 36 minutes and 38 seconds, you have jump cuts in here. So you did multiple takes. You stitched them together. You edited them. That was time wasted. You published the video. You took the video down. I know that for these are like hours at times when I do these edits. If I had my editors edit this shit down the way that I edit some of my takes down, you're talking about maybe 10, 15 minutes at a time, producing like 2-second clips, 2-minute clips that get uploaded on multiple platforms. Saves time if I do it from TikTok, but let's think about the amount of time that it would take. I need to see something. I record a take about it. I upload it to TikTok. Then I upload it to YouTube. Then I upload it to Twitter. Then I upload it to Instagram. Then I archive it in my own server. That's at least 8 steps of connection that take me anywhere between, well, either I could see something and then I save it for later until I'm off of my job, or I see something, I think about how I want to react to it for like 10 minutes, then I record it. Maybe I lose about 5 minutes at a time. Maybe with some of these live streams, I could lose like maybe an hour at most, just making timestamps and writing down where I saw shit from. You had to lose at least a day of work because you took this down. The fact that I had to put in the extra effort of asking my associate to find a copy that we can then react to, because I wanted to see and hear the shit come out of your mouth, you had to at least lose a day because you had to put the video up, see the reactions to your work, know that your work was being talked about by other sources, to then immediately take it down. So, you like wasting your time on the weekend too. You're not special. No matter how much you try to look like the younger Olsen sister in glasses. Okay?
It's just a stupid argument. Oh, you're wasting your time. And I mean, I guess, like, it is the no hate watching thing, but probably if people watch this video, what likely happened is that it was your audience watching it, then someone else who's not maybe part of the normal audience, or maybe who is, but was just like, wow, this is a bad take, shared it around, and then it found its way into people who aren't a part of your normal audience and were going to be more critical of it. So that's probably what happened. Mm-hmm. But again, both of those things, probably the most people who watched it at first were your audience who wanted to watch it because they like your takes and like your channel. That tends to be the people who click first on stuff. And then what happened is the video was bad and people were watching it to make fun of it and for their own content. In which case, that's just how this shit works. That's not an argument, not a real critique. Wasting your time. You did too, yeah, exactly.
What I find really annoying when people do this, well, how am I going to describe this? Because I have 2 rules of media that I actually created. I have my own Carl's Law. There's Carl's Law of media literacy, and then there's Carl's Law of internet drama lolcows. I think this hits the media literacy law. And it's a sub-law within it where the response is you blank blank. So here, the problem is, well, you care too much. Or, if they're trying to criticize you, or they're trying to mock you, you don't care enough. If you have to tell me that I care too much about something that I may be passionate about, or that I'm not caring enough about something you're passionate about, you automatically get written off in my brain. Opinion immediately discarded. If your response to being told, look, why did you choose to invest... Oh, even better. Let me use your own words against you, fictional darling. You invested money into She-Hulk, and she still looks like chewed up grape Kool-Aid flavored gum. Well, why do you care so much? I'm a fan of She-Hulk. Well, why don't you like it? Because it's bad. Well, why are you wasting your time commenting about it? Because I get to criticize it. Well, no one cares about your opinion. You should. You wasted your money to make it.
I mean, that's another thing that you brought up that is kind of an important deal about this that seems to go through the cracks of this thing is that, what about people who are just fans of these characters? That's like totally been thrown out the window with all this Marvel stuff, is that there's do people just forget that these are all based on source material at this point? So there are people who were already fans of She-Hulk before Marvel.
See, there's a problem.
They're all
they're all racist, and there's an easier answer.
Like comics, you're racist.
Yeah, there's an easier answer to this, because it's the same thing that Mahler was explaining when good old Pig Puncher was giving his opinion, which was there's a nerd reason for this. Like, can't it just be the nerd reason? Can't they just be hyper fans and like really want to see good accuracy? They're probably not going to get 1-to-1. I don't think anyone can ever expect to get 1-to-1 translation, because even if you did, I don't know if they'd like it. But
no, they might not like it. It might not work. It might, because they're different mediums. Comic books. It's a different type of. It's a different type of art form and television, and which is different from movies. But yeah, ultimately, I think that the problem with all of this is you probably do have a lot of people who actually just like She-Hulk. She was a beloved character in the 80s and 90s in particular. So, particularly in the 90s. A lot of people grew up with She-Hulk, reading She-Hulk comics. A lot of guys did grow up reading She-Hulk comics because, let's be real about some of the appeal of those comics, and they totally played off of. Marvel was well aware what they were doing by, all of the covers and stuff, but it was mocked.
Yeah.
They were picking fun at being like, yeah, I know why you're buying this comic, okay? So you kind of like got ribbed a little bit by, particularly in that run. For buying the comic with a hot green lady on the front,
I mean, it's this Riz factor, because I remember talking to a person who's a competitor in the southeastern region of esports here on my side of the country. I remember having a conversation with him when he was rolling his way through losers, as I was tending at the convention where we were all in the game room. And he explained to me that the reason he picked up using She-Hulk in his rotation with his Beautiful Joe Virgil setup wasn't just because of her extremely good assists in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, but because specifically he saw this character and he's like, ooh, she got an ass on her. Where's she from? And he then looked at a sensational #1 and then just started reading the scans online. He's like, yeah, I love this bitch. She got the Riz. And it is to that effect that I'd like to speak about the factor of the outside medium effect. This was the opinion that I had when I saw the opinions and then saw the show of The Witcher, at least for season 1. Oh man, it should be good opportunity. Now we get to see exactly what will happen when Netflix has a property that not only has 1, but 2 popular source materials. Because you didn't just have the books written by Andrew Sapkowski, you also had the games. How do we take the best of both of these worlds and combine them into a third-party medium to get a really great effect of all of the good fan-favorite characters from the books, and then have those characters in the books be presented in the show, but then also make the necessary changes that would be possible so that people understand, yes, this is that character, but we're going by the book interpretation of their appearance and their description than we are the game appearance. So, Trish Marigold, for example. In the books, she does not have red ginger hair. She actually has straight flowing, normal type, like curly brown hair. She still has the face that would be synonymous with a white woman, if you want to call Polish white, of course. But she is going to have European features and just happen to have, particularly not exactly this girl's hair, because her hair is very clearly fucking damaged. Bitch, your fucking edge up is nasty! Look at your split ends! And you're hiding that shit underneath the goddamn bangs. Dusty. But she has the hair that is consistent with the kind of woman with European features. So basically, take Elizabeth Olsen's head of the younger Olsen sisters. She would look like her. She wouldn't have the same facial structure, but she would look like her. Black woman. You see what I'm saying here? That's like the worst part that you could have done with the reach that you could have. I know she muted her microphone, but I just want to make sure the audience is catching up here. Okay, that's what makes it crazy. Okay, when you have this adaptation of She-Hulk, you have the template. You literally have several different interpretations of the template, but you took a hammer. And instead of just putting the cuneiform away and saying, we're not going to use this cuneiform, but we're going to keep it as reference, you said, nope, we're never going to need this shit again! Click! 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 Nope, we're not going to use them! Just go ahead and break them! Click! 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 Now we're going to use the shit ones.
Speaks to their fucking narcissism and egotism of the people running all these shows now. Is that I think they genuinely believe that they can make something better and they don't need to look at the source material and that source material that was made in the early 90s. I'm sure that's very sexist and it's not very progressive and it's not modern at all. So let's just not even figure out why people like this character in the first place and why they would be upset that we're taking a big dump all over her.
This was pretty much...
Maybe that's why you're confused.
This was pretty much the reaction that both myself and Jay had, in the middle of Season 2, watching The Witcher, where we just started yelling at Lauren Has Hisrick. I remember being upset because it's like, bitch, you directly lied to your audience. You went onto Twitter, you said, I will not change these things, I will keep things plot relevant and to the book. And then, it's literally SpongeBob meme. It's like, he will do nothing to the Krusty Krab. I will destroy the Krusty Krab!
I have not. That's another show I will not watch. I
don't
refuse.
Save your heart. Save your heart. Everything is bad. Everything is bad.
The books. I've read the books multiple times over. There's a big meme of it, everyone wants me to debate Razor Fist on it, and it's like, why? Well, I'd agree. Razor Fist's point is, Sapkowski stole the idea from Ulrich, and I go, yeah, he did.
Yes.
So,
yes.
and then the discussion over.
It's like if you were to have somebody come up and say, hey, League of Legends was stolen from Ice Rock from Dota. It's like, yes.
Yes, and I still like it anyway.
Even if you have a thing against... Well, actually, you should have a thing against the company. They decided to bring Lil Nas X and make him also an appreciator of Islam.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they did it. They got him to do... They got him to do, a fucking gag shit. No, not in The Witcher. Not in The Witcher.
Oh,
No. We have not hit the Ed Sheeran point yet. We haven't gotten there. But don't give them any ideas! Please don't put Lil Nas X in The Witcher. But no. They put him in League of Legends. That's what they're doing. They petitioned him. The way that they basically decided that they're going to try and get over bad PR press at Riot Games is they're going to try and use K-pop and pop stars to basically be the replacement for a company personality. They chose to make him the artist that was going to do the featured song for this year's Worlds for 2022.
Isn't Arcane doing really well and super popular and stuff though?
Yeah, Arcane's popular. Everybody loves that, but they don't understand how to apply that to League of Legends as a video game, as a game as a service.
It's weird. That appears to be what happened with Cyberpunk as well.
True.
I haven't watched it yet, but everyone says that the anime is great.
True. The anime renewed interest into the game, and people are playing it more. But what Arcane did is that it was going to bring people to play League of Legends, and then they dropped League of Legends because the game's toxic. Because the audience is fucking stupid. And it's weird because
I don't know how you can't really fix MOBA player bases to not be toxic. It's sort of built into the game.
You can't, but the problem is that they decided, we're not going to punish the guy who just ran down your game and is actively running into your map, killing your wave, and smiting your fucking caddies. No, we're going to ban the person who's calling them out for doing that in the game and asking the enemy to report them.
Words hurt, Carl, okay? Word hurt way more than any amount of losses possibly could.
it's whatever. But yeah, the same feeling that I had watching The Witcher and watching all of these stupid things, as they do the same fucking rigmarole of detail in The Rings of Power, which is elf racism! Racism against elves bad! Humans should get to fuck all mythical creatures!
But also we're gonna depict the Rings of Power, its own whole thing is like we're gonna make the Harfoots terrible people. And we're gonna the main elf we're gonna show you is going to be a completely insufferable, unlikable character.
Mm-hmm.
So
I am not going.
The elf racism thing. I was a little shocked. I was honestly a little bit shocked at how just on the nose that was, because it was legitimately just wow. Didn't even try.
The angle they went for with The Witcher, especially after the sacking of Castle Sintra, was to go the angle of making the now emaciated elves that were on the edge of the world go back and migrate to what originally was their home nation before it was captured by humans, to return to Zintria. They made it very clear that they were immigrants, that they were on stolen elf land, and that Niflgaard were going to assist them reclaim their stolen elf land, which led to the Bitch Trio 3. I hate the female elf. I forget her name, doesn't even fucking matter. And Medieval Brandy. That's
I don't even know what they're adapting for the Witcher show.
They are adapting the books. They are adapting the books.
So this is in the Hansa, the elf girl from the Hansa?
I believe so, yes.
Has Geralt is going out to go find Ciri, I'm guessing, at some point. You have a time skip.
Yes,
after
he finds her. He finds her at the end of, well, technically in the last action scene of season 2, and leading directly into the Wild Hunt. By the way, like literally, villain disappears into ethereal demon plane, and over the winds, through the woods, here they come! The Wild Hunt, the Wild Hunt, the Wild Hunt.
Since I'm not watching this, I have to ask you questions about. I don't want to. I love the book, so I don't want to involve myself in the show.
I'll go that far.
Did they at least have it so that Geralt first met Ciri in the Dryad Forest? In the Dryad Forest?
No, he first.
He first the entire line of fate.
He first literally meets and returns and reunites with her when they are going.
I knew they would fuck that up.
Somewhere else. There is a fight that involves them discovering that the spears have been conjuncting where the monoliths have fallen, that the active black stone is bringing in other monsters from spears. There's a big tussle and argument talk fight where Geralt says, "I'm disappointed in you. How could you have done this to me? Vengabug." And then she fucks off, and they all fuck off. Then Babs Yogurt, Baba Yaga's in this, of course.
Do they at least have him originally going to Sintra and dealing with the monster and Dunny and Pavetta, Ciri's parents, and invoking the law of surprise?
They did that as a flashback episode in season 1 for the gag of, haha, she's pregnant by a hedgehog man!
Yeah. That is what happens in the books as well. But then it's also part of it because in one of the stories where Ciri is actually first introduced, that's part of the collection of short stories. There's Geralt first meets Ciri years before the fall of Sintra. She's been kidnapped by dryads, and he meets her there first. And that's how he first learns about their fates being tied together, much as with him and Yennefer. So that's kind of fucked that they didn't put that in at all. But whatever, I'm not at all shocked.
No. What we got was the fresh kid of the Elven Hood. We got that character whose name's slipping my mind.
Is it a female elf?
No, it is a black male elf.
What?
Yeah. See, they do this thing in through season 1.
I have no idea who that's supposed to be.
I don't know either. I don't remember the character's name, but he is a reoccurring character. He is not a one-off that was basically there to escort her on her travels. It was a joke that I made in my review where I should have made a fucking full-length song. Because the entirety of the plot of Season 1, from the very shitty flashbacks and flash-forwards as written by this crew of women from Freeform, literally is the plot of Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, but it's literally Where in the Spear is the Lion Club of Sintra, because it's constantly the war happening, then the shit happens with war that leads to Battle of Sutton Hill. Then Yennefer loses her abilities until she makes a deal with Bab's Yogurt to get them back.
Which Yen pretty much dies.
Yeah, she does not die.
What?
Yeah,
look, this is why I shouldn't, because I would just sit there just be like, no, that's wrong, and that's incorrect. Why?
No. Explosive fire magic wins the Battle of Sutton for them. Trish gets her iconic body scar on her chest. And it happens in the shittiest way possible.
Triss dies, not Yen at the battle.
No, she does not die. Triss doesn't.
She does come back, but like she's like basically supposed to be dead, and that's a whole big part of like Triss's messed up psychology.
I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna let you guess. Guess how they take her out of combat.
I don't.
She makes a thorn wall, and she's impaling Nilfgaardian soldiers on it, and one of them just happens to reach through a conveniently big enough hole and sticks a torch on her chest. And she just stands there and takes it.
I mean, it's not completely incorrect, but it sounds really dumb. I'd have to watch it.
It's so
once I've read the books,
it's so that they could have her get her hair. I don't know if you've seen the pictures of Triss's actress in the first season. They made no attempt to dye her hair. Then, when they bring her back in season 2 with the tragic wound and all of the women are inside of the bathhouse, inside of the Sorceress's Lodge. By the way, they're officially the Sorceress's Lodge before they have even officially created the Sorceress's Lodge. And Vilgefortz is fucking the dog shit out of Tissaia before it is even supposed to be a reference. They are in a bath scene, and it's like, come on, come join us. And she's like, no, I'll be fine over here. And realistically, in my head, I just wanted to think that the actress said, no, I'm not getting in the water. I'm going to fuck up my hair. You're going to fuck up my hair. I already went through hair and makeup. I'm not doing another dye job again. I'm standing outside the fucking tub.
She is self-conscious about the scar.
Yes, she is. Yeah. That part is correct. But everything else, it's like, think of the best way that you possibly could have written the scene in your head as a person who's played the games or has read the books, and then throw that the fuck out and just sit in a room while a bunch of women come up with a version of the events that basically reads as men are shit and we hate them.
Wait a minute, so did they changed her hair to red and the excuse was that was like part of her near-death experience or something?
Yes.
That's so dumb.
Like, she disappeared for a bit to recuperate, and now she's more conservative with her clothing, but at the same time, they make sure to reference that, hey, remember when I said that I wanted you here in my bed last night, Gerald? I was gonna fuck the dog shit out of you. I was gonna raise your bones, kid! They do that a lot with a lot of characters. I don't like it. It's very dumb.
The thing is that, okay, Geralt did fuck Triss at points beforehand, but it was always that Triss was fucking booty blasted because Geralt's fate was tied to Yennefer, and she was the one that he was always really in love with and was always trying to find and going after. So Triss was pretty butt blasted about being second pick, which does add a totally new level of incredibly messed up and making you dislike Trish as a character in the video games when then in context you realize that, oh, she is well aware that Geralt doesn't remember who Yennefer is and yet is taking advantage of him anyway sexually. And his amnesia. That's incredibly messed up and makes Triss a very unlikable character in those games that you only really recognize if you have the outside source material. Wow, what a bitch.
they don't even go that far. They literally just decide, you should come to my bed at night. He's like, I can't. I'm in love with Yennefer. And she's like, okay. And then he sees her again the next morning and it's like, I like you. And she's like, yeah, but I was only available for last night. Now my HULK card's expired. You gotta go to the plot now. But anyways, that's for a different versus chat, everyone.
So funny to me. Like, what do you want me to say?
Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna say about this. Hey guys, take two. Sorry for the re-upload, but I trimmed out a minor Thor in Love reference spoiler because they forgot that it had only been a month or so since it released, and I didn't realize it was not out on Disney Plus yet. It was just a cute headcanon involving Professor Hulk, so not major to the video overall, but I didn't want to accidentally spoil someone, so I cut it. Nope, Rogers got married, something you'll be unable to do with that shitty attitude. Keep it up. To say, hey, how dare you, on the weekends, decide to be someone who would say that I'd never get ass. All he said is that you're mid. What's the problem?
Again, this person didn't even insult her appearance. He insulted her attitude.
He should have insulted her teeth.
She has very white teeth. I think I don't see the problem, but they are a little bit large. But I don't think it's appropriate to.
She's got lacy green. She's got lacy green.
She has
lips.
lacy green energy in general, I would say.
Yeah, but see, lacy green's actually fuckable.
This. Oh no! All my marriage prospects. I've lost them. I'm gonna.
For anybody who's gonna be upset, I need you to understand that was a joke.
I know. I also don't know why she does this accent.
I'm broke with no money.
She's trying to do her best Wuthering Heights.
Oh.
Who cares, man? It got to the point.
You did because you put it in your video.
When there were so many comments complaining about it and criticizing it that I said maybe.
Okay, you said complaining and criticizing in the same sentence. If complaining is bad, then you should be happy that they're criticizing it. If you mean to say they're criticizing it poorly, and then there are other people who are criticizing me well, then you have to define that the people who are bitching about nothing don't matter, but the people who are complaining about something and then are framing it as a properly constructed criticism are not. Because if you say they are both shit, you are lying.
I mean, just real quick, just word of just suggestion to this creator. Again, if these are the worst comments you get and they're bugging you this bad, turn off comments. Because it's really, really mundane what you got there. So
yeah, we live in a time period where we all have Discords. Like, turn off the comments, allow the comment section to exist on another place entirely, and we'll all be mocking you on Dissenter. Like, that's what it was made for. Dissenter was made for exactly this situation where you're like, oh no, I don't want to have hate spewed in my comment section. No problem. We're going to be saying it on a place with Shinigami eyes. You ain't got to see it. You ain't even know it.
Yeah, and then don't go go look for it and make yourself upset. I've done this. Everyone has done this, I think, at maybe one point or another. If you're a content creator on YouTube, have been like, you do look at the negative comments. But if that's the height of the negativity, I think you want to maybe curb your expectations a little bit of what discourse on the internet looks like. That's real. No one deserves to get like insane hate or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that that's really not that bad.
No one deserves to get extreme vitriol, but everyone needs to be prepared to witness and handle it appropriately. Mm-hmm. If every single time you see a mean comment, you spiral into a pit of despair and start crying in your Discord, or worse, you go onto Twitter and start live tweeting how it's making you feel, but you totally don't care, it doesn't matter, just go ahead and turn off the computer. Just go ahead and unplug the Ethernet cord.
Or like I said, just turn off the comments and don't go looking for them, and you'll be fine. Whoa.
There goes our self-respect. Bye, self-respect. We're gonna keep watching this video now.
Episode, like,
that motherfucker was zooming.
Maybe I missed something. So I rewatched it, and yeah, no, after rewatching it, I am officially convinced that the reactions to the show boil down to a few things. One, expecting a brand new character at the start of a 9-episode series.
Yes, that is how a season premiere works. That is how a series premiere works. You establish the character in the pilot, and then you flesh them out throughout the run. You were able to do this in the fact that this is a character that you have not seen and has not introduced in this universe. So you cannot say, well, you can't expect us to establish this character. We're going to need time. We have to settle in, Get a 9-episode deal, then get a season 2 with 18 episodes. Really super season Power Rangers ourselves out of this shit. That's not how that works.
This is also a totally new kind of concept. It's like, I'm trying to think of my favorite TV shows of all time. Sometimes they do have two-parter opening episodes, so you can really establish the characters. But I know when I watched the first episode of the X-Files, I'm now invested in these two characters. I know I can already tell you a good deal about who Mulder and Scully are as a character from the first episode. Scully is a skeptic. Scully doesn't believe in the supernatural. Mulder's a true believer. He wants to believe in everything, and they have a snarky back and forth. I immediately understand some things about these characters. The first episode of Buffy is Buffy.
Has a crippling porn addiction.
Yeah, Mulder has a crippling. We don't find out that Mulder has a crippling porn addiction until later, Bill. But immediately on the first episode of Buffy, I know that Buffy's a little bit of like a preppy sort of a girl like that, but she's not an idiot. And we know that she's got superpowers and that stuff too, but we also know a lot about Buffy's character immediately. Not just Buffy, but the supporting cast. We know a lot about Xander being a nerd who's like totally in love with Buffy, but also a really good friend. We know that Willow's super intelligent and meek, but can be brave when she needs to be. There's all these things I can learn about those characters in the first 45 minutes of the first episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. We know Giles is stuck up, but also can kick ass when he needs to. I know all these things about these characters. Yes, Buffy and her cadre of bottoms. But you have to be, because if I don't know something about these characters in the first episode, why the hell would I watch the second one?
Like, this is shit that we figured out since the goddamn 90s. And I will say, this is pretty much the rule of shows like that are being adapted like Power Rangers. Like, bro, if I can get across the personality of 3 to 5 people before they are handed Technicolor costumes, I'm pretty sure you can be able to give me the characterization of a lawyer before she gets gamma-aided by her cousin. And we're going to talk about gamma aids later.
And you can also start out with having an unlikable character. Doctor Strange did that, and Iron Man did that.
Yeah. We can't, we're not allowed to dislike her. We have to immediately be on her side as she immediately shoos out the avatar of men everywhere from the room to silence them, since their opinion is not needed, nor warranted, or nor asked for.
Well, it'd be so easy to even just fix the first episode, really, with that. Is that if let's have it that she is, like, way too cocky, and she's like, yeah, I got this, Bruce, whatever, I'm out. And then messes up. And then gets taken down a peg, and we see that there's some consequence for her actions, and it's not just I know that their excuse for all of this is, well, it's a comedy. It's not funny either, except for cringe. But no, I don't even want to watch a comedy show if I don't have any investment in the characters whatsoever. Even look at great comedy shows like All the Characters in Always Sunny are awful, terrible people, but they're at least interesting. I want to see what these weird characters will do next. Or Community or anything, any good comedy show from the last couple of years.
Abbott Elementary. I've been hearing good things about that show. I have to watch it at some point.
I haven't seen it, but like still, even with a comedy, which this is not like a full comedy from what I've seen of it.
It's like part comedy, part legal drama.
Then the character has to be... Oh, and that's hilarious, considering that the authors or the writers themselves said they have no idea how to write legal dramas.
That shit's showing very clearly in all the goddamn court scenes and all of the arbitration scenes. It is painful. There's only one particular arbitration scene that works, and the only reason it works is because all of the women are unified in hatred versus the man who is the male client that hired the defense attorneys. But we'll talk about that when we get there.
To already be fully developed, to purposefully misinterpreting or interpreting scenes in a negative way that I feel is disingenuous to the full context of what was happening in the episode, or
the full context of what was happening in the episode, if you are replying to the giant rant scene, was man who has experienced years of torment is telling his little baby cousin, both in stature and age, that you are not really prepared for the emotional torment that is coming to you. Her then yelling at him saying, I understand and control this infinitely more than you, and his face blanking out to the moment where he put a bullet in his mouth and the Hulk spat it back out.
I know, and it's like, of all the people in the MCU to say that to, really kind of picked the worst one of, I understand suffering and controlling my emotions infinitely more than you. Wow, you couldn't have picked a worse character. You could not have picked a worse character for her to say that to in the MCU.
It would have been funny if somebody
She cuts that out. She walks around that. I've seen most of this video because, again, I think Adam Sitch and Waller watched it. She dances around it. She cuts up playing that part of it to take out. Funny she's talking about the context. She cuts it up so that you can't see how bad it is.
Oh boy, clip chimping? Oh, that's a sin.
3, whether intentional or not, I feel like they're parroting this sentiment where people don't speak up when things are bothering them and they don't get the help that they need. There's also a 4th option where people just don't want to hear women talk about their life experiences in any capacity ever, even in a comedy targeting women.
You are a character in a product controlled by an entity and brand, written with dialogue from other women. You don't need to tell me. Show me! And what you showed me is that she's not pressured and she's not antagonized by the opposite sex.
So that's great, but let's dive into it. A lot of the actual discussion points I've seen tend to center around the interpretation that
Liked her dynamic with Bruce until we got to the big modern feminist moment where she made the situation all about herself and completely ignores the fact that Bruce has his own trauma to deal with, who tried to commit suicide, spent over half of his adult life on the run or in hiding, and that most of his friends are dead. The woe is me, I'm a woman. It was hella cringy. The scene where Jen is lecturing Bruce about how she doesn't need him to help control her anger pisses me off. Bruce spent most of his life being ostracized from his friends and family, being hunted by the government, hated and feared by everyone, isolated from the world, and even considered suicide, and she thinks that she can, well, not considered, attempted. But she thinks she can handle her anger better than him because she clearly had it harder. This hasn't been explored.
All these comments are to the same point, which is exactly, it's the same. All of these from me looking over them are all the same thing of being like, that scene really pissed people off because it's an insult to a character that people already like, and it's just not true. And it makes her look like an egotistical bitch. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. Like,
well, it's partially because she is, but she's a self-conscious egotistical bitch, which makes it worse. You're not even confident enough to say this is who she is. You guys are capable of being talked down to it, but you want to have your lecture and yell it too. Have your lecture and scream it too. There we go.
Jen thinks her life is a lot harder than Bruce's, but actually, I think the episode has her acknowledging the exact opposite. To me,
no, the fuck it does not.
It seems like she understands the weight of his trauma enough to state multiple times that she doesn't want that life. But
no, she's saying she doesn't want to be a hero, not that she doesn't want to be on the run from the government. Which is very bizarre, considering that your first plot point through this season is for her to become the defense attorney for Emil Blonsky. And what a great opportunity, where you could have had explained through the mouth of the villain of his origin film. Which, imagine if you had a great opportunity like that and you fumbled it. The villain of his origin film explains, I hunted your cousin like an animal. I can't do his accent. I hunted your cousin like an animal. I was sent by the government to put away a threat. And of course, they did the thing where it's like, your rampage was a subsequent fact of the government. No, the fuck it wasn't. Even Jay had to correct me on this. The fuck it wasn't.
They gave him some super serum, but like he was down for it. But it wasn't until he contacted this other guy, this back alley guy, and they gave him a little
Mr. Blue,
a little bit of more. Yeah, Mr. Blue. He gave him a little more shit. That's when he became
the Abomination.
The Abomination.
But like, you had an opportunity to say, "Oh no, I was told to hunt him like an animal by any means necessary. He was a threat." General Ross was very clear about that, and he still is. The whole.
Just in comparison, then, the absolute privilege of Jennifer Walters, who is now gains Hulk powers, when kind of everyone's more okay with this. Do you know what I mean? Like, the general public isn't hunting her down in the same way that happened to her cousin. So no, you really don't know what it's like, and she's not accepting his trauma. She's saying hers is worse. She says it's not just worse, it's infinitely worse. Before she's even She-Hulk, the stuff that she's gone through in her life up to being She-Hulk is infinitely worse than anything he could have gone through as Hulk. And that's why people were pissed off, lady. Because that's a really screwed up thing to say. That's not based in the world's reality.
You don't understand, Bruce. Law school, it drained me. I still have 6-figure debt. You don't understand what it's like to have back taxes!
Let's break it down from the beginning of the lab scene.
Go ahead, Jay.
No, I was gonna say shit is real out here, Carl.
Where are we? Did we hit a spaceship? What happened to me? I think I'm gonna die. So I turn into a Hulk now, too.
To me, she seems very much so not against asking men for information or for help, as she asks Bruce a lot.
That is not how that works. No, she is literally serving as an audience surrogate in those scenes to understand exactly what is going on in the context. Even though we have seen the context, this is a character's internal reveal. She is catching up to what we already have witnessed. What you would actually use for this is the scene where, even though we dislike, I'm going to call him Attorney Dick, where Attorney Dick is saying, no, I should give the closing argument on this case. She's disregarding his opinion, which she doesn't want it, and sends him out the room, and then delivers the closing arguments after saving them from Titania. That would be the scene, and scenes involving him and other people like him, that you would use. But you're not using that, because that's not her actually being accosted, and it being an unfair level of accosting where she needs to ask a man for opinion or for help.
Also, just because someone like her would ask a question doesn't mean they're mature enough to accept the answer.
A lot of questions in a very panicked way because she knows he has the information that she needs, and he knows more than her.
And yet she started opening her mouth and making assumptions specifically to irk his nerve, and then demonstrates this nerve later in the training montage. Also,
and immediately acts like she knows more than him. Like right after this scene, and like she's got it figured out more than he does.
And it's even worse that because you say this, and she literally interrupts him in the middle of it and gives herself a panic attack because she doesn't fucking shut up.
Able to use it to completely heal my arm.
Oh. Because I'm better than you?
It's just basically different.
In a better way.
And yeah, the better...
So, like...
That's awful. Oh, wait, hang on. Play her out first before we respond, because her response is interesting.
Than you shows that she has a need to prove herself. Don't know where she got that from. Maybe she has siblings. Maybe it was law school. I have not been, but I have heard it's very competitive, and I imagine people there need to prove themselves constantly. But
that was not her proving herself. That was not her saying. That was not her needing to prove herself. That was her just saying, "I'm better than you." I like the way that she tries to reframe it, because even this girl, she knows that line is awful, that it makes her look completely unsympathetic because she's so narcissistic.
It would
a normal person would have been like, wait, is it because I'm a freak? Is it because what's wrong with me? But now she's like, I'm just better than you. What the fuck?
I mean, I guess it's hard to put yourself into a normal person situation when, again, now there's only been 2 Hulks ever, right? But just the immediately so I'm just better. I'm just better in all imaginable capacities.
It's a weird takeaway to have. And the response that he gives in that suggestion is actually what she should have walked away with. It's not that you're better than me. It's that there is a factor that my body lacked that yours has. Sexual dimorphism.
Right. Well, but here's the other thing, though. You could have done all of this. You could have kept that line in. But then have it so that she's not better. She does need Bruce's help. She does need to train. She does need to work on these things. She's just not perfect instantly. And have her taken down a peg later in the episode, and then that would be okay. Again, they've had similar things like that happened with, Tony Stark in his introduction, and with Doctor Strange in his introduction. You can have a really self-absorbed, narcissistic character, but they have to be taught some kind of lesson in order for us to be sympathetic towards them.
It's just really hard to care about her character when she is as arrogant as she was as a human, as she now is as a Hulk hybrid. And even worse for her to have the ego that comes with having a vivacious body, but then having the lack of confidence to use it. It is irritating in all the ways that women like this actually do understand. Because it's not just an ego problem, it's an attitude problem. She needs an attitude adjustment. She needs ass beat. And it needs
That's
to
what
be
I'm saying,
beat.
yeah.
And it's not just she needs to be physically harmed. She needs to be put down in a way that affects her in what is supposed to be her space, her zone. She needs to lose something as a direct consequence of her arrogance and her assumptive desire to be right at all times and never take criticism, even from the worst sources she would never listen to.
And that should happen in the first episode. So then we can come back and build the character back up from there, where now she's learned to... This is story writing 101. Yes, basic myth. Yeah, of course. You know, you start out with a character in a place where they know, going through the hero's journey, where they're in a place where they're known, they're familiar with. Then there's a call to action. Or in this case, the call to action is they get into the car accident and she ends up becoming Hulk. Then the character has to go through trials and tribulations and then comes out the other side better. This is Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. Basic fantasy, basic all fictional writing follows this simple formula. And you can't even follow it.
But feminist writers, we don't follow those lines. Man bad, woman weak. We still live in 2014.
To prove yourself stems from. That's just a character trait. Hello. You can like it, you can hate it, but it's a character trait.
So I see. We've decided to talk about cringe and like very, very bad cringe.
Yes.
Also, one thing she did just say there, she said, "You can like it, you can hate it, except for you can't hate it, can you?"
If I hate it, there's something wrong with me. If I like it, I don't get to complain. Shut up.
Oh, that's what she's complaining about. She's like, you just said you can love it, you can hate it, but no, you can't hate it. She's policing what you can and can't hate. So you really can't, can you? Huh?
If I hate it, I'm a misogynist
virgin.
virgin.
You just have to be a bigot. Just be a bigot. They say you're a misogynist. Yep. What you gonna do about it? They can't argue at that point.
Like, I'm a hateful, misogynistic incel bigot. If I like it, I'm a super uber nerd simp, and the only reason I like SheHulk is because I want her to break my body in several places.
Yeah.
Well, I do want SheHulk to break my body in several places, but just not this version.
No simping allowed!
Thing that you had that kept you as Bruce.
That device was a prototype. It was specifically
Make
to me.
No.
Calibrated to me.
Simping is allowed for SheHulk.
Shh.
Can't do it.
Yes,
Jack.
you can.
She recognizes his expertise in the
Shh.
lab, or she wouldn't be asking him to make a calibrated device for her. That is clearly recognizing his skill set, his intelligence, and his strengths.
No, it's her being self-centered.
Yes. It's literally her saying, no, you need to make it
he's like, I can't do this for myself. Yeah, well, do it for me. What? Wait a minute. Okay, you're just being self-centered.
Like, literally in this scene, she's saying, no, you need to make that for me. I need to go back to being normal. And he's like, bitch, you can't, this is your normal. What you ain't getting? What's not
Would
sticking?
you rather be dead? You should have gone with that one. Would you rather be dead? Because that's kind of your options, right?
Yes, she would literally die.
Could have shown some thank you. Some... Okay, so is she asking questions? Yes, all questions that are self-serving. Where's the thank you? Where's the thanks for saving my life, Bruce?
The ranting is the saving of her life.
Okay, guys. I think this is also an important part to put out, that the fact that they had the girl boss so hard, they changed her origin in a way that, like, made her, like, the savior of Bruce and all this other shit. Because it was originally a mob hit. Like, people don't get that. She was going to die, and Bruce went through all the options he could, and he gave her his blood.
While on the run.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. If the world's like okay with him more now, but like, and okay with her being She-Hulk, but yeah, and also the fact that they cut out the mob hit part is it ruins much of the gravitas of the story.
Actually, they could actually do the girl boss shit more if they did the mob hit. Saying that she's such a progressive, like, lawyer and everything, and such a powerful force for good in the world, that, like, real evil people came after her. That sets up all they want to set up perfectly. Well,
the thing about that is that this is where totally not 4chan and totally not Anonymous come in. Intelligentsia. It doesn't make sense, because if they were going to do that, she needed to be assaulted in the first episode, and she was not. She was assaulted in episode 3, and they played it off like a joke. It actually also, now that it occurs to me, it actually plays to a level of narcissism that the Jen Walters character does not understand, where she's saying, it's such horrible, it's so bad that I turned into She-Hulk, and all they see is this big, vivacious version of me, and I don't even identify with that version of myself, and it's like, there needs to be a scene either a scene in the later episodes from 7 to 9 or like a scene later in a movie where they have dialogue where he needs to explain to her the only reason why they like me more now and approach me is because I am not a raging Hulk monster. There needs to be a scene where he's talking about when he took a photo with the kid in Endgame. He needs to, or was it Infinity War? No, it's Endgame. He needed to explain to her his personal opinion and emotion about that scene in Endgame where he's like, and then the family came over and they talked to me and they hugged me and I took a photo, and as I was clicking the shutter button, I thought about how I would have never gotten the chance if I was the other guy. To make her really feel like a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you get to skip all the hard shit. And they did that joke in the first episode by tearing out the first few parts of the green binder before the green pages. But
yeah,
you needed to have an actual, like, you're a piece. You needed a scene where there was a flashing lamp over your head with an arrow that said, I'm a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit. Because how dare you?
And if they were, then, and they've totally dropped the ball on this, because if they were going to try and humble her in some way, it's too late now. 6 episodes in, it's halfway through the season, right?
And it's like, you can't even use it then, because they've already admitted defeat 3 times. The first one was in saying, oh man, I am going to use SheHulk to get a job. That's the first problem. Because you're an attorney and you never ask questions about how you were being employed by a defense firm that you were just representing against as a prosecutor, why they're interested in hiring you. You never asked. Your only ask was, let me bring my quirky best friend sidekick along, because we're going to need somebody for B-plot material.
I have no idea why they decided to make her a defense attorney right off the bat instead of a prosecutor. I really don't get that, particularly when they want to bring Daredevil into the show.
Well, see, there's an easy answer for that. If she's a prosecutor, it means she's a part of the government.
Oh, she's part of that bad, evil government system that does bad things to people and government, police, evil, that kind of stuff. Oh, I get it.
Never mind the fact that
so
she's
dumb.
Yeah, never mind the fact that she's a defense attorney, which means she's just on the other side of the scumbag aisle now.
Yeah,
you are paid. She's being paid to protect superpower cases, but then at the same time, it's like, so what happens when a superpower mob hit comes through? What happens when the Kingpin shows up?
Why can't you just prosecute supervillains then, like she does in the comics? I think you're literally right. It's just because, working for the state equals bad in any capacity. All prosecutors are scum. Look, I would admit, I tend to agree with that. Like probably like most prosecutors are scum.
True.
But still, like I found that change also very bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
Be a Hulk. God, I just got my own office. I have business cards.
There is no going back to what you were before.
She doesn't want to give up her life. That is not a crime.
No, it's not a crime, but it is demonstrative of not being a hero. And even though she is literally in the first fucking segments, which, why are you trying to defend a character when they are literally doing the characterization that you can then get good story out of? It is demonstrative of how selfish she is, which is then going to be the backboard upon which we write from further.
Everyone can be stoic Steve Rogers sitting on the subway in a completely different...
She's not Steve Rogers. Why are you comparing the stories? They're not the same. They're not the same arc. They're not the same character. They're not the same actors portraying them. Shut up!
...century all alone.
This is a multi-year journey you're about to embark on coming to terms with being the Hulk.
You said multi-year?
About 15 years, give or take.
15 years?
That is a huge chunk of time. You could...
Yes, but that's not him saying it's going to take her 15 years. It is him saying it took him 15 years. Which is another way of saying this is his quantitative knowledge of what it was like, which that's a great deal of like backstory lore right there. Nobody else
can help her on that.
Like, all of that is literally notes from Boos in different stages of mentality. Whether he tried to work on that when he was the Hulk and he tried to refine his writing skills with Natasha, training sessions in a danger room designed by Tony Stark, and him working with other Avengers to try and hone point in on skills that they would need to learn, or techniques and battle strategies that they would employ, which they clearly fucking did when it came to changing back from the Hulk to other shit. All of these things that he could have tested as a scientist, demonstrating characterization that he is a person who commits to the scientific method. He is demonstrating that he has taken the necessary steps that would be useful in the future. You know, when you guys decide to pick for Red Hulk and Red She-Hulk, because there's no way you're telling me you're not about to make the General or Betty Ross into Hulk characters, because you niggas have already introduced Amadeus Cho in the form of making Margaret Cho a character. There's no way that you're not about to have that motherfucker come up, because you've already started picking out Young Avengers. You literally, Nova's around the corner. You already have Kamala Khan. You motherfuckers are about to reach for Ironheart.
Is Cho in this?
Did you know this?
No, Cho.
Because I don't pay attention to shit
Cho.
anymore.
I don't know if Cho's in this yet,
but
but they have already introduced his mother as a character in the MCU. So it's a matter of time before somebody puts a baby in her.
Yeah.
Dude, we're going to get the gay fashion stuff from the comics and the movies.
Which okay, the question is, are they going to go with Nova or are they going to go with Kid Nova?
I don't know. Nova Corps exists, but they have not introduced Nova. For some reason,
Nova Corps was introduced. Yeah.
They just decided, you know, we're not going to take this opportunity to introduce Nova, and we're also going to take this very long to get Will Poulter into physical shape to become Adam Warlock. It's whatever. We'll be fine, guys. It's fine.
Do so much in 15 years. Now just imagine someone coming to you and saying, "Nope, those are gone." In a blink of an eye, you do not have that future. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but that would mess me up a little bit.
You mean like any person who ever has like a job or a choice or a life, or, you know, women that had just a little bit too much cream pie sex and suddenly they're pissing positive? Do you mean like that? Do you mean like when a guy has something drastically happen to him or his friends? You mean like that? Do you mean like normal shit in life?
Carl. It's even better. It's literally getting in a car accident. Just remove the superpowers. Getting in a car accident and needing therapy. That's the same thing. It's literally a 1-to-1 comparison.
It is. Like tons of people have to get therapy, physical and mental, after car accidents. It's scarring, physically and mentally, for a lot of people. And he's just saying, cool that off for a minute. Process this.
And you gotta understand that, like, this is worse because, like, she's having all this not understanding. Being, like, an adult, realize she's a walking nuke. You have to understand, Hulk is committed, technically, most likely mass slaughter. And he has to live with that.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
but remember, she's dealt with infinitely more than him. It is actually a freaking public health issue.
Yeah, that's the other thing. If they ever bleed on anyone and they give everybody else gamma AIDS too, that's gonna be a problem. But
that's part of it. Just the fact that she's a walking nuke and can just, if she does blow up, who knows how many people could die from her punching a building over, or I don't know, throwing a rock into the lower atmosphere and it falling back onto Earth and causing a nuclear-sized explosion. I don't know, something like that.
I don't think they'll address that until later, because they actually did show them throwing boulders in the first episode, but technically in his case, they were throwing them into the sea, and then, like, on the edge of a cliff, and then the one boulder that he tossed...
into space!
Yeah, he threw a boulder into space. So I have to assume it burned up in the atmosphere, but that would have been a really great Easter egg to, like, come back around to, like, somewhere off the coast of, like, Cincinnati.
Yeah, there's just like at one point there's a whole wide shot of the Earth and you just see this like flaming boulder entering the atmosphere again. Or there's TV on in the background in some scene and it's like asteroid.
It should be like Cincinnati, that. It should be like that Russian meteorite footage where it just explodes in the atmosphere and then everybody just like, oh my god, what the fuck is that?
It's a comedy show. Do something funny with it.
Oh, I have a comment here from Extreme Gamers 719. Don't forget that Matter Man was supposed to be in Guardians Volume 2, but he got cut. True?
Oh, I didn't even know that either. I'm not paying attention to this stuff anymore. I didn't know they were putting in Adam Warlock. They made a reference to him though.
They made a reference to him directly at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy because he was supposed to be introduced. Because he was probably one of the most important players in the Infinity Saga. And they just decided, you know what? We're not going to have the person who's supposed to put on the gauntlet in the first place.
He was actually extremely important for the Infinity Saga, but oh well.
It's okay. We have Will Poulter. He's here now. He's done doing all of the books for the fucking Maze Runner, including the Death Cure. It's okay. We'll be fine.
Triggers are anger and fear.
Those are like the baseline of any woman just existing.
All right, then.
This is a true statement.
Speaking as a woman, no, it's not. Okay, well, we've got two women here. I would say no, that's not a true statement from my lived experiences. I don't know, Jay, what your opinions are, but
yeah, I'm gonna go with no as well.
I've been inside of women to
it's therefore. So with our sample size of 3, 66% says no, not a true statement. Therefore, no.
This just kind of proves woke women are neurotic and they just blame the world for their issues.
No, that's white women. That's white women. It just happens to be convenient that they're all liberals.
And it's a statement that is relatable to a lot of people watching this show.
Why? That's the first question I would ask.
I'm actually disconcerted by that statement. If your natural state of emotion is anger and fear, that makes me concerned about you and anyone else who says that that's what their life is typified by, is constant anger and fear.
You know what's hilarious about
you need to see somebody.
Like, she raises, like, women like this raise young men, and then we go, oh, why are men so awful? I'm like, you most likely abused him or instilled the worst set of mindsets into that person, and then get surprised at the world not being a great place.
All the male generation of men that aren't specifically like me were reared like me. So in a single-parent household, probably a child of divorce, if not a child of life expectancy cutting 0 because all of the men were either taken away, sent to jail, or died in the line of service or duty. Raised with the flamboyancy of women, but with the broken, stern mentality of broken men not being allowed to express themselves because if they ever say anything wrong to women, clearly they're a broken man because they're not operating like a perfect woman. And then you get surprised that they get rizzed out and then slutted out by a alternative goth girl who wears black lipstick and is selling porn OnlyFans.
Yeah, and that men want to tune out of society. I mean, by the way, I know that her argument, or part of her argument here is that, well, the show's not made for you. Well, it's a superhero show. So what kind of message, though, if we're talking about messages, and I don't think everything has to have a fucking message, but if you're a young man watching this, what kind of, vibe does it give you of women? And what's normal for women, how it's normal for them to behave. Here's our hero behaves this way. And anything that you're struggling with as a man, well, get over it, because, look, cat calls, okay?
It's like, you think your life is so bad? Look at what SheHulk has to do. She has to catfish on Totally Not Tender, sneak a guy back into her place, and then get interrupted while she was about to fuck the dog shit out of him to go deal with the demon invasion. She has to blackmail a man. Ugh! Then she gets dropped back on her couch on top of the man and then has to carry him back to the bedroom instead of him carrying her. All 650 pounds of her feminine divinity. And then she has to wake up in the morning and have her still be treated like a normal fucking woman.
It's all of this is, it's so funny to hear all these writers and people on the internet and wherever, feminists, complain about male power fantasies. And I think that this is supposed to be like, oh, we're getting our chance for our female power fantasy.
I don't.
But she's depicted as like miserable and everything. So how is it a fantasy if she apparently hates? Absolutely, you're given the female power fantasy and doesn't have any negative reactions to it. People aren't disgusted by the fact that she is like a big strong lady. No, I'm not. And there would be some people in the real world who would be grossed out that she's green and really muscular, I guess, or something like that. But no, she gets a better job, and she becomes famous. She gets to twerk with Cardi B, and it's like, so has no negative repercussions besides, I guess, not really. not really any negative repercussions from becoming She-Hulk. And that's another
Fake
problem with
news.
the characterization.
We have to call fake news. He was actually Megan Thee Stallion and she was twerking with.
Oh, who did I say? Cardi B. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I get them all confused. The Stallion, which I used to say 3 Stallion because I couldn't understand why there were 2 E's in it. I thought it was always a typo.
Okay, Aiden, you know what's hilarious about this power fantasy? You just made a video about like what satisfaction and like having kids and all that shit and career women. I'm like, this makes so much sense because
I know.
It's so hilarious that these are career women who are so miserable in life, no long-term satisfaction, and like their power fantasy is being miserable but getting praised for it.
It is bizarre. I mean, that video was, that's mostly, I mean, I did talk about She-Hulk just a little bit in it, since it was somewhat relevant. And it's like, I want to be a strong, independent woman. I don't need a man. Oh, and now I'm miserable. Praise me for being miserable?
It's also weird because it shows that they don't understand male power fantasies because, like, within the Barbarian, for as much as you want to say everything about him, yeah, he's a womanizer, he's super strong, and he's, like, kind of sexist, whatever you want to think about him. Like, his OG version is still noble as all hell. Like, even the worst of them are great people.
And also with both male and female power fantasies, specifically with male power fantasies, when you look at those characters like Conan, that's like a character to, even with the misogyny or what have you, it's a character that men would look at and go, wow, I want to be like him. I got to go work out and try to like get my shit together, right? So I can be more like that guy. With the women power fantasy, it's more that I want what she has, I think.
Hyper.
Maybe. I don't know if that's always the case, but I think with some of the women power fantasies, and I would say like a women power fantasy might be something like Twilight, even though Bella Swan is a complete pushover non-character. It's I don't want to become that person. I want to just insert myself into their life in some way, right? Mm-hmm. I don't want to improve my life. I want to just insert myself there. And you see that with so much that's why like all the female romance protagonists are blank slates essentially, so that any woman can read that and go like, oh, that's just me.
Yes.
Rather than someone who might have traits that's different from you in a male power fantasy character that is supposed to inspire men to get strong, because you're not just going to plop yourself into that position. It's not going to fall into your lap like it does with Bella Swan, who meets her, vampire and competing werewolf boyfriends who are fighting over her because she's just so perfect the way she is. She doesn't have to change shit. That's another thing too. Oh, that's another part of it. I worked it out. I was saying it. In the women power fantasy is you don't have to change shit because you're perfect as you are, girl. The male power fantasy is you have to change and fix yourself. I think that's it.
Pretty much.
That's oof. I don't know if that's healthy, by the way, but that appears to be the way it works.
I would say that it's not healthy because if the personality trait of a man seeing a fictional man is, man, I gotta look like him, I gotta become him.
That can be unhealthy.
I am getting
on both sides, yeah.
And then what I'm being told by She-Hulk is, I need him to come inside me. I don't think that's a good message to have to send women. That's effectively what they're saying in this in the series when they introduced perfect unicorn male feminist number 1 rather than perfect unicorn male feminist number 2 from the wedding scenes.
I was confused by your use of the phrase "come inside me," but
I'm pretty sure you know what I mean by that.
It just reminds me of the line from fucking A Song of Ice and Fire. I forget, it was like one of the last books, so I think it's Renly. It's like she wasn't sure if he was inside of her, she was inside of him, question mark, question mark, question mark. What did you mean by this, George?
Basically, he was saying he wasn't sure if he was fucking her or if he was getting fucked.
It's a real line from A Song of Ice and Fire.
I know, I remember it. It was fucking weird.
And her saying it is not saying that other people don't have it worse.
She literally said that she has it worse.
She literally says it.
That yeah, in the day-to-day life, there are a lot of things out there that kind of suck.
I just feel like if I don't transform, I'm gonna die.
Also, I'm just gonna say it, being put in a glass box with like spinning wheels of doom coming at you, yeah, that's also traumatic.
Yes, and that was the point.
Yes, to get her to transform.
A wall of moving blades inside of a controlled danger room box, being piloted by your loving and doting cousin, who is not going to murder you.
who's not going to let anything actually bad happen to you. Also, again, compared to Hulk, he's never had anything tragic or traumatic happen to him ever. That wasn't within a controlled danger room. I mean, yes, as well, but also not inside a controlled danger room.
You have a plan B for that?
No.
Even if your cousin knows that you're gonna be okay in that moment, that's traumatic.
That's the point! And it worked!
She takes a few breaths, she calms down.
Yeah, and it worked.
No, she
Could
didn't.
you acknowledge the fact that it worked?
Yes.
lady?
Like, acknowledge the fact that it worked, and no, she did not just take a few breaths and calm down, as clearly noted by the giant fucking door lodged in the wall.
This is some extreme clip chimping, by the way, of, like, conveniently cutting out... I know you gotta clip chimp a little bit to put on stuff onto YouTube, but a lot of convenient clip chimping.
See, when you try to clip chimp things, you want to usually try to clip chimp things like audio without having a visual medium to reference. Because it's easier that way. It's like a static frame, nothing changes, you cut up some words here, cut up some words there, remove the context, remove entire situations and discussions and sentences, so that it just sounds like it's out of context and nobody brought up anything to mention or prompt the question. But it's kind of hard when this literal scenery is screaming, "You're fucking lying!" It's kind of hard. It's not possible, but it's kind of hard.
So you're still Jen? Right now?
Yeah. And I'm conscious.
Also, you also ripped out that part where she's literally yelling when she threw the goddamn door, and him doing the shit.
Also,
Like,
God,
upon
this
rewatch,
CGI, it looks so bad on her.
Oh.
Just even that one scene, you can see, like, why does Hulk look fine, and she just looks like a Barbie?
That's what I'm saying!
Or like Gumby. It's really bad.
Needs a surprise.
You still can't control when you transform.
Okay, so how do I turn back into Jen? How did you do it?
This is literally her asking Bruce for help because she knows he's been through it.
No, that is her looking for a quick solution to get out of her Hulk
Yes.
form. And in your
Precisely.
feminist rant scene, you literally then demonstrate that she actually has the ability to control turning on and turning off, as she does later on through multiple episodes. So, you literally created a non-situation to then insert an answer to run yourself back around to, "I'm literally better than you."
I mean, this is the whole thing at the end. It's exactly what you said, Carl, is that everything about her reaction throughout this entire episode is, okay, chop chop, I need a quick fix now. She's not coming to him in like genuine desperation going, "I'm at a loss." It's going, "Fix this now, waiter." You know what I mean? Like, just very aggressive and not giving a crap or being at all understanding of his perspective or even the fact that being sympathetic to the fact that he's trying to help you. That's what makes her come off so just disgustingly.
This is her acknowledging that he has more experience at this than her and that she needs his expertise.
No.
This is literally her acknowledging what I feel like all the comments are saying she's not doing.
No, she's not! No, she's not. You're wrong.
She literally right now is saying, "Bruce, can you help me learn how to control being a Hulk?"
You can't.
No, she's acting like a Karen.
Yeah.
Come fix my thing right now.
Means death and destruction for everything and everyone around you. And I'm telling you, when people start seeing you as a monster, that never goes away.
After hearing this, does she laugh in his face? Does she downplay his trauma? Does she say, "You don't know what you're talking about"? No.
No, she does that later.
Yeah, she does it later. Right?
She has to stand there and look good, because this is one of those many scenes that I described where she actually looks like half decent in the light.
Right, and the other thing too is that I'm sorry, what I don't remember what this YouTuber's name is, and I don't. But
Fictional Darling.
Okay, Fictional Darling. If she had done that, this would be so much worse. Like, do you need it to be like the worst form of representation of a character ever in the history of television in order for you to say maybe it's bad? Yes, she didn't do something that would have made it exponentially more insufferable. But that doesn't make it good. It's just like, well, the character could, like, it would be like any other, take any form of media, like, well, the main character could have just killed all his friends right there, but chose not to, so I guess they're not that bad anyway.
It could be worse.
It's like
fucks with me that it's
in the infinite,
comedy.
in the infinite grand calculus of MCU defense. I think a character that has the potential of being a really good character, seeing as we are able to get at least somewhat close to halfway between Savage Hulk and Sensational Hulk, that when she could be good, you instead give me a really bad adaptation of She-Hulk, but a really good one-to-one translation of a feminist if they were ever made into a Hulk.
Yeah, and again, it would be fine if you did have her, like you said, have, like, there is the Savage Hulk version where she really, like, you know, is not able to control it. We find that she doesn't have this perfect control that she's... The perfect control stuff, oh, we're just different. No, there really should... If you want, again, decent writing, there really should be a payback for hubris. It's the most basic element of, like, of Greek myth, is people are punished for having hubris, and she never gets any pushback on her egotism and hubris.
Mm-hmm. Like, that was probably the most annoying thing about the wedding scenes. I would have hoped that if the show was going to go the length of making the gag of the opening credits be just Jen doing her thing at the wedding, and then the joke would have been, spoilers, but do you niggas really care about She-Hulk?
No.
When
she I care goes... the character, but that's why I don't like this.
When she goes to the wedding, the single asked that her former friend, I say she's a former friend because what kind of former friend invites you to be a bridesmaid at her wedding and you haven't talked to her for years? So someone's lying there. There's exigent circumstances, but it's like, she's literally saying she hasn't seen her in years. Like, I haven't talked to her since high school. And you've been through law school, you've been through the graduate program.
If you haven't talked to somebody since high school, yeah, that's a little bit weird.
Because that's at least, because I looked it up, that's at least 7+ years where you went without talking to them. But then again, she has a New York family just regularly living in fucking Los Angeles. So you just have this family that isn't connected to you. Your cousin clearly talks to her because your cousin is the DJ at said wedding. No, the family talks to the friend. You don't talk to the friend. But that's beside it. Her one ask: please do not turn into She-Hulk, because in the episode, she says with her own fucking chest, what, I'm supposed to show up to a wedding, an opportunity for me to show this shit off, and I'm not supposed to take the opportunity? I look like this bitch, and I'm supposed to not use it? Come on!
But that's part of, like, actually what makes the She-Hulk character interesting in the comics, is that that when she turns into She-Hulk, it's a way for her to express herself and be confident in a way that she's not as Jen Walters.
Yes. And, like, in the wedding plot, for the A plot, Titania is there to specifically beat the shit out of Jen because she lost the right to copyright her name because she hooked up with guys and was able to prove her case that she was using the She-Hulk persona for longer than she had the copyright to sell shitty products using it to make fun of her. And I would have written the episode so that when Titania was invited to the wedding, it's because Titania is a literal friend of her ex-friend, and that the guy that she's there with, that's her actual husband and or boyfriend. Like, she's there literally to celebrate the wedding. She's not there to get revenge. She's literally there to help her friend. But Jen assumed that she was there to fuck with her. Like, she assumed that things happened because she planned them to, or whatever the fuck. And this, of course, being on the subplot that I think that guy is a part of Intelligentsia. But we don't know that yet. We'll wait for that episode to play out in episode 7 or whatever. But, you're there, you make a blind assumption while being drunk off your fucking ass at the bar that, no, she's totally here to beat my ass. You turn into She-Hulk to fucking fight her, and you fucking break her teeth or whatever, because apparently, you know, as a superpowered individual, everything is super about you except for your mouth. Your teeth are going to be able to be destroyed so that you have to get fucking dental care done in the after credit fucking drawing scene. Whatever. You beat her ass on the dance floor. You fight her, she slips on an ice cube, she busts her mouth open, her makeup's all fucked up, and now she's sitting there looking like, what did I say last night? She looked like a pickaninny? She looked like a pickaninny.
Oof.
You know what a pickaninny is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fucking embarrassing. I don't know.
You forget I'm from Baltimore.
I do. But she looks like a pickaninny, and she's sitting there surrounded by people who have their phones out recording her. Damn, an Instagram famous person is having pictures of themselves in a disheveled state of embarrassment being spread all over the internet. Wow, and you caused that by fighting her? even if in this scene, in this context, she literally admits that she's there to fight you, but if she had not been, as I would have wrote it, you beat the shit out of her, and you do so while as She-Hulk, and your friend comes in behind you and sees you ruin her wedding reception, which is a weird thing. Why are you having a reception pre-party for the wedding and saying, no, I don't want you to transform at my reception? The wedding hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Who has a party before the wedding?
Like, I know
this
people...
Like the day before
yes.
and stuff like...
Yeah. This isn't like, it's the reception after. You're stealing my spotlight. No, they literally just showed up to a soiree party being hosted by her fucking cousin as the DJ. And she's like, I don't want you to, like, just take the spotlight off of me. This is my day. It's like, bitch, it's literally before the wedding. This should be like a bachelorette, like, soiree get-together party. And then the two parties separate. It's weird!
Yeah, they're just trying to play off the Bridezilla concept. Which
and it doesn't even work!
Like that stuff, I guess. But yeah, you could at least do it correctly.
It didn't even work!
This was written by all women.
That's the thing, though! The scene didn't even fucking work. Because they...
Do they just not have friends? This is what I'm assuming. They don't have friends.
Yeah, they don't have friends.
That's what I'm wondering. The women who wrote this don't have other female friends, so they don't even... They have to just... Their idea of the Bridezilla concept is based on their exposure to media and probably not to their own friends' weddings. I hope that's not the case, because that's sad.
Like, the thing that killed me about it is that the way that they do the scene afterwards is that it has broken all tension. There's no consequence in that episode for her whatsoever, except the quote-unquote pending consequences of Intelligentsia planning to steal her shit. And that's something that she doesn't even discover herself. She leaves a voicemail for her, the female friend, while doing the episode, because the B-plot is there's an immortal guy who's killing himself because he would rather literally kill himself than deal with the potential of conflict with his many wives. She leaves a voicemail for her on the shit, but when the scene concludes after fucking Titania gets her teeth knocked out and she goes marching off upset, the bride comes in behind her and she's drunk off her fucking ass. So we don't even get the catharsis of seeing her realize, oh fuck, I did indeed transform of my free will to fight her. She baited me to do that. I am so sorry. I'm sorry I embarrassed you. We don't get the blow up. She's like, oh my gosh, hold you on my wedding. Oh, this is so good.
Okay, I have a question. Shouldn't She-Hulk sober up once she's transformed?
Yes, she does. But she also becomes extremely drunk when she de-transforms.
That's stupid.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, they don't appear to have the logic on it worked out correctly, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that complicated. And again, like you said, I like that idea, Carl, that you do have that. There's when she turns into Shulky and she can't control it when she's not in control, and that's when she blacks out, and that's like the more like a masculine looking like hulked out one versus when she is in control, that's the one that looks like the lawyer form, right? That would make more sense if you let that kind of stuff happen, so that then you could explain her blackouts better, you could make all of this make more sense.
Just have better, tighter fucking writing when you have her make a conscious decision of jealousy, rage, and wrath. Just the consequences aren't fucking there because you don't want consequences. You gotta keep it pithy, gotta keep it light, keep it funny.
Well, it's a comedy show.
Anger.
That's not funny.
Destruction of everything and everyone around you, and I'm telling you, when people start seeing you as a monster, that never goes away.
After hearing this, does she laugh in his face? Does she downplay his trauma? Does she say, you don't know what you're talking about? No. She acknowledges that he's right. He has a lot to teach her. She has a lot to learn, and she knows it. So she...
Actually, she didn't say anything during that diatribe. She just waits till afterwards and then eventually concedes to allow him to show her shit. And she makes it very clear. She is allowing it.
Right, she's allowing it. And how long does that last? About a day?
Technically,
it's like a week.
It was, I would say the transition would be about a week, because the first day, they literally can't do anything, because I remember now! The first day, he tries to get you to do meditation, and you make fun of his meditation. So he says you're gonna regroup on the next morning, he wakes you up with a air horn to see how you transform when under immediate shock and stress, and then you start doing training, and then you come back to the meditation, and then you bitched and ran in its face! So literally after 7 days, you're like, no, when do I get to leave? And he's like, you're not ready idiot. You need to fucking find your feng shui.
Remember, he told her 15 years for him to deal with it. You give him a week. And you're like, I'm bored.
It's not like you have anywhere to go. You lost your job.
That's right, too. Is it like, she's like, I have to go back to being a lawyer, but you've been fired. So.
Oh, she wasn't fired yet.
She wasn't fired yet.
Right.
That was later.
Right.
Although although that brings a question to me. How are you missing in action for that long that you do not report into work? As a district attorney,
yeah,
you're on government dollars. You need to show up on time, bitch. And I know, because I was a federal fucking worker. They time you. They time you. If you do not show up to work, they're going to ask why. If you are not dead, dying on the scene, or in an active investigation, you need to be on the clock. And if you're not on the clock, we're going to find out where you were, and we're going to bill you for it. Fuck out of here. Fuck you talking about?
Again, my dad was a government employee all his life.
Fucking wild. The wild assumption that you can just take time off. Maybe you could say, well, we didn't know that you're She-Hulk, so we need to figure out how we're gonna handle this mess. Just take some just take some time off, go someplace. But that doesn't even fucking make sense either, because it's like, unless you are taking a sabbatical specifically planned off to hang out with your cousin when the Shakaran ship caused you to turn over the ledge, which, why would you go over the ledge? The ship clearly stopped a little bit in front of you. Take your foot off the gas pedal, slow down, and put the foot on brake. True!
Hulk, please.
She literally asks him for help.
No, she begrudgingly asks him for help. Please look.
Yep.
Knows he can. She also knows there's potentially a lot of physical and emotional damage in the future.
Whoop. Too far.
Please.
She literally.
That is a begrudging.
So she says,
yes.
Fine. Teach me how to.
Fine.
Please.
I guess we should be thankful that she puts a please on the end there. But it's so farcical. It's hollow, and you can tell that this is not. She's not actually. She's asking for help in the most superficial sense. You can tell she's irritated. She is incredibly full of herself. She doesn't really think she needs it, but it's more like, well, you've shown me some evidence that maybe I do, so I'll hang out here for a couple more days before I realize that I know that I really always am aware of what's best for me and everyone else around me because I'm just that great. How can anyone?
This is how
you can have a good smug character. Tony Stark, best example in this exact same universe. But this is not how you set it up. And again, with Tony, we have to see.
She's bitching.
I know.
She's on a beach.
You're on a beach.
In Mexico.
You're on vacation. You're basically on vacation.
Look, free booze that you don't have to pay for out of his personal collection.
But she can't get drunk. That part sucks. Oh wow, that part's stinky.
Oh man, you can't go out with a buzz. What are you ever gonna do when you have to feel bad about yourself and you don't want to be physically conscious
They metabolize too fast, so they can't get drunk. Yeah.
Well, actually, no. They can't get drunk if they're in the Hulk form. They get plastered if they're still human, and they somehow remain plastered if they drink as Hulk and then untransform. It is very fucking stupid, and it only exists for the comedic effect of, haha, look at her, she's sloppy drunk.
Ugh.
She literally asks him for help because she knows he can. She also knows there's potentially a lot of physical and emotional damage in the future. She literally acknowledges that everything he says is right and that she has a lot to learn from him.
I'm a little bit. Real quick. One last thing on this. This lady again. If that's like when you looked at that scene and you thought, oh wow, that's a very earnest asking for help. I'm just a little bit concerned about your personal relationship with other people and how you treat them,
She's the type of chick whose boyfriend loves Andrew Tate.
In secret though. Because I mean, like, she's like, wow, look at how grateful she was asking for help. Yeah, help, I guess, please, or whatever. Just the way if that's what you think is an honest ask for help and someone being genuine and acting like a decent human being, I'm a little bit worried about about you. That's all I'm saying.
The way that she asks for help there is the way that teenage daughters ask their dad to drive them to the mall, but to drop them off around the back so that they don't have to be seen with them.
Exactly, Carl. That's the exact same fucking aesthetic, right?
Then we get a training montage where she follows what he says and tries to prove that she can be a good Hulk in control of her abilities.
Notice how you
No,
just...
she tries to show off.
You notice how you just went to the fist bump there and just cut out how she threw the boulder further and then she cheered about it? You notice how you clip chipped that? Yeah, it's kind of hard when we know what we're looking at.
Right. And so the part where it's the anything you can do, I can do better. That's what all this is. This whole montage is. That's what it. I mean, it really should have had that song play in the background. Because that's what it is.
Yeah, you got Disney money. Why didn't you fucking license that shit?
Yeah, buy that.
You know what kills me?
A little boulder and take it easy on
Oh my god, you're Oh no! No! You lied and now you're showing evidence where you're wrong! No!
You're not telling me if someone said that to you, you wouldn't want to grab the largest boulder you possibly...
And you're justifying it?!
No, it's not healthy.
Again, why I have some, I think maybe there's some issues she needs to work out. Because no, if someone is coming to me and is like, Aiden, I'm going to teach you how to do something you've never done before, some physical activity, as oh, my husband knows like swordsmanship stuff, and he's like, I'm going to teach you like how to hold a sword, and I was like, I'll do it better than you instantly. No, there's something messed up with you if you're coming to someone who is an expert in something, who's been doing it for 15 years, and your immediate response is, I have to prove how much better I am at it than you. Wax on, wax off kind of shit. Like, this is like, we've learned this stuff. This is not how you tell a good, compelling story. It's Mary Sue crap.
That's actually a fundamentally sexist way of thinking. Like, she is weirdly one of those people who bitches about sexism, but the only reason why she does it is because she has to deal with men in any warrior form being better than her or being her equal.
Right, and that's upsetting apparently.
Man, didn't it suck that you didn't come in first place on Mario Kart? Better count up all his disc DVDs and break all of his vinyls.
Oh yeah, it'd be sitting down and learn a new fighting game I'd never played before, and someone being like, "Oh, here, I'll try to show it to you," and I'm like, and then I lose it, and I'm immediately mad. Well, no, that I guess in this world I would be immediately the best. I will enter Evo now, because woman.
Or it's like you and your boyfriend are sitting down, and he's never played Stardew Valley, and you're just like, "I'm gonna show you how to play the game," and it's like, "Oh, I okay." But he starts doing tricks that you didn't know about or exploits you didn't know about, and suddenly his farm looks better than yours, and you get mad at him.
Well, it's just unlikely to happen, right? In any instance where, again, someone's been doing this for 15 years, and then 15 minutes. Now, there are cases where somebody's just really naturally skilled in something, but when it's on top of all of her other horrible, egotistical, self-centered traits where she just thinks she's better and just deserves better and fix this now and it needs to be immediate, on top of all that, it just makes her come off as insufferable. It's a horrible combination of things. Mm-hmm. Make her not be as good, and then and have her ego take a bruising. How about easy way to fix that scene, have it so that then she goes to pick up the rock, thinking she can throw it farther because she's so full of herself, and she can't.
Mm. That requires her to actually, be fallible. You can't have a woman be weaker than a man in a scene. That's impossible.
It could be that she just make it so her aim is all off. She's never thrown a boulder before. How about that?
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, but see, this is implying that women have to look bad in front of men, even in art. That is a feminist cardinal sin. She'll have her clitoris removed.
I didn't know we were going to get into an FGM conversation in the street.
Okay, Carl. Look at the chat. How long have you been training with Sam Hyde to fight the chat?
Bruce Banner, I'm coming to kill you in your house in Mexico.
Someone please make a SheHulk edit of that.
And Bruce.
True. You should.
Just make him look green and put a bad wig on him.
Literally picks one up and tosses it into the atmosphere. Nowhere in that scene says Jen is better than Bruce at being the Hulk.
Oh,
and
really?
I feel
Are you sure? Are you sure there's nowhere in the scene? Nowhere in the scene. Nowhere.
She just said she was better. First of all, she said it
that
directly.
she can be a good Hulk in
There's nowhere in this scene. Nowhere. Not at all. Not a single moment in time. It never occurred. It didn't happen. They made it up.
She skips right on past the yoga scene where she's like killing it, and he's struggling to like get off the ground.
It's more like the contortionist that shows up at yoga who's been doing it for 15 years and has the ability to put her legs and her butt behind her head.
I will not joke. I have done something like this before in the past. I took when I was in what was I doing? I had to take like an art class in some, I think in my graduate program, like they required me to take like one. What was it? Yeah, it must have been from my graduate degree or doc school. Like I had to take like one like art class, which was really stupid. So I went and took pottery, and I've been taking pottery for like 8 years. And it was like Intro to Pottery 101 that I was allowed to take. It was the only class that was available too, by the way. What I really just wanted to do was to be able to sit there and have access to the wheels so I could actually like do some pottery. And so on my own, and just because it's access to, if you like making pottery, like there's a bunch of specific equipment that you need to have access to, like a kiln, which you can't, dude. Kilns cost tens of thousands of dollars. You know, wheels can cost, pretty an electric spinning wheel can cost $1,000 or something like that. Mm-hmm. So I take an intro to pottery class because I want to be able to actually just use the equipment to make pottery because I find it fun and relaxing. But there is kind of a thing that happens when you show up to a 101 level class like that, and you're just kind of, you can't even help but show off a little bit. So I have done that in the past, to be fair, but it was an accident.
I swear.
This stuff, it's just awful.
I kid you not, Dex. I thought you were about to say, yeah, that was one time I did that. This one time at a party, somebody dared me to put my legs behind my head, and I was like, oh, whoa!
I can do that and have done it at a party before just to prove it, but...
Whoa!
Look, I was wearing pants, okay? Like, it was fine, but... we were all drunk. We were like 20 or something. I was drunk, so we were like 21 or 22, and it'd be like, yeah, look, I can do this.
All the tea comes out today, goddamn.
I probably can't, dude, I can't do that. I'm 32. I can't do that. Well, actually, I still probably can, but I haven't tried that shit in a long time.
Don't let your tendons be memes.
You probably should. Yoga is healthy for you. You probably should try it again. But that was 10 years ago.
You should ask how Bill feels about it.
Yeah, I'll show him.
Control of her abilities.
Grab a little boulder and take it easy on this person.
You're not telling me if someone said that to you, you wouldn't want to grab the largest boulder you possibly can just to prove yourself. And Bruce literally picks one up and tosses it into the atmosphere. Nowhere in that scene.
Also, great scene manipulation, you fucking disingenuous fucking actor.
Says Jen is better than Bruce at being the Hulk. And I feel like they're clearly establishing that they have this sort of like friendly, competitive spirit.
They don't have to say it. Even though they do say it, but they don't have to. They show she instantly has control. Bruce doesn't even know what to do about it. In the original scene, when he's like, you're still Jen, and in the scene that follows this, where he has no idea, and he says this is new ground, right? Mm-hmm. So they have shown that she is, in every way, better at being a Hulk than he is. She's stronger than him, she's more flexible than him, and she's and she has better control immediately. Now, so how is she not better at being the Hulk or a Hulk than he is?
I would say, and this is me giving them the credence to at least be intelligent, so this is already in the line of fiction. I would say the attributes which the women of the writer's room are trying to attribute her skill to is something that has to do with half of what it means to be a Hulk. They are focused on the physical, what's the best way I can describe this? They're focused on the physical attributes and strength and feats of strength. That's the first word I was looking for, to define how she is a better Hulk. But this is basically, to me, nothing more than the worst form of anime power leveling. And
yes,
the problem,
it very much is.
And the problem,
but they also show that she's better at the emotional part too.
Yes,
Like,
yes, that too. Yeah, too. But
Yeah.
it's like the thing that they need to do is demonstrate the self-control aspect of being a Hulk, which is something she demonstrates every single episode she does not know how to do. I would say using She-Hulk to get sex is a sin. Using She-Hulk to show off, to try and claim an identity for yourself as a popular public figure, whether you like being a public figure or not, is a sin.
No, it's a sin, but it's scummy.
It's scummy. It's scummy in the sense that if what we consider to be a sin in this context is it's not indicative of a person who claims they don't want to be this thing, which she very clearly does. She very clearly does, especially when she's fucking the guy. If what you say is that you don't want to be seen, you don't want to be noticed, you don't want to be heard, you just want to go back to being a wallflower lawyer, that is obviously not true. Because you keep demonstrating that you don't want to be a wallflower. You enjoy the attention, you enjoy the adoration, you enjoy the money that comes from the job that it got you, you enjoy the connections and opportunities that it's affording you, and you, above all else, by your own words to character, you enjoy the attention it gives you. You like being seen. You like being the center of attention. You like being appreciated. You like being noticed. So, it's...
But that's the difference also between Jen Walters, though, and She-Hulk in the comics, that they don't adequately explain here.
True.
That She-Hulk is the way for her to express that side of herself.
Well, the way and the way they go about it, they instead make it that Jen is using it like a skin. She's turning it on, turning it off.
That's who she always is.
Yeah,
that's who that's who she always is. Whereas the difference in the comic books is that Jennifer Walters doesn't have that kind of bravado, doesn't have that kind of extroversion, doesn't have that kind of self-esteem. And it's through She-Hulk that she attains it. It's the same way that if being this person who she's kind of always wanted to be self-assured, to have a high level of self-esteem, is the hidden part of her personality that was brought out by the radiation, in the same way that Bruce, who isn't able to express his anger, is why it's brought out in his form of the Hulk.
Yeah, and what ends up happening here is that because of that characterization and because of those decisions, what they actually ended up doing, quite honestly, I'm impressed, is that they made the first female superhero femcell. I'm honestly impressed that they did that.
Oh my god, Bill literally yelled up here earlier. He said that he yelled up here when I was muted earlier that She-Hulk is the first female superhero femcell.
See, Bill gets it.
Same, like, big brains think alike.
Okay, guys, I have a theory.
Yes, Moon.
This is a collective writing room Freudian slip of enjoying being a diversity hire.
I mean, yeah.
It seems that way.
Like, they all went, we love being diversity hires. Let's write about that. And then, like, it's the reason why we have such a huge disconnect from the reality of what's happening in the show and what they're writing. Oh, man.
There's part of it that's going to be like, what did Kevin Feige sign off on and what did he expect of them? And how much breath did he give them for room to write for? Because there has to be a superpowered beatdown and there has to be a super suit at the end. We already know that it's going to be a jumpsuit type super suit, not a leotard. Sorry, She-Hulk fans, you don't get legs. But, how much they were given as freedom and how much they're willing to actually do, no idea.
Trying to show you how it's done.
I'm shown.
I just don't personally understand the interpretation that, like, this montage makes her look better than him. Because it doesn't to me. I also don't think it's, like, too feminist to show her strength. Okay, yeah, she's tossing a big boulder. She's knocking down a cliffside. We know Bruce...
The context is comparison. He does a gamma quake to show what it looks like when he can do it with two hands. Then, in the scene you just showed...
I just don't...
You have her being dejected after he throws a boulder into the stratosphere because she threw a boulder further than him. After he said, take it easy, you don't need to try and stress yourself to work hard. And her, taking joy in it, he yeets that shit into space, and you get mad. Then, in the exact next scene,
makes her look better
with the gamma quake...
Because it doesn't to me. I also don't think it's, like, too feminist to show her strength. Okay.
You say... You don't think it's too feminist to show her strength?
Yeah, she's tossing a big boulder. She's not...
You cut out the part where he does his gamma quake. He used two hands. Yeah. She's using one hand.
And she does it. Yep.
Knocking down a cliff.
She's knocking rocks off the side of the cliff. I don't see what's wrong. What's the problem? She's just gamma quaking.
I mean, it's just the fact that, again, this has been so selectively edited as to the parts of the show to illustrate that, yeah, it's not just that she's strong, we expect that, but it's that she's totally in control of her strength and seemingly stronger than Bruce without having any experience with these powers. And that is, like, the definition of a Mary Sue.
Uh-huh.
Side. We know
like
Bruce
being able to
can do
force
that.
mind control people out of nowhere.
It's just the midichlorians. She's just had a high count. She was fabricated differently.
But just because we don't
I just have
see
to say
him
this.
do it.
Yes, Moon.
You guys noticed the glasses too, right?
what do you
crooked
mean?
as fuck.
Crooked as shit.
They are
crooked the whole video.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking with me too much.
Can be like, oh my.
No, you have to. I'm a fan of comedic timing too, but you gotta get the whole sentence out, bro. You gotta get the whole sentence out.
It's just so bad, though.
My God! Do not make me kick you.
I won't.
They literally wrote Jen to be better than Hulk.
Oh, she fixed it. She fixed her crooked glasses.
Hulk. How?
She looked in. She saw her reflection in her view camcorder, and she's like, "Oh fuck, I gotta fix this." So she turns camera right and tilts her glasses to the side so that you don't have a reference point, but you're still fucking crooked somehow.
When that's just not true. Yeah, she's going above and beyond here to prove herself.
No, she does not need to. This is a training montage. Who is she trying to prove it to? Herself? Why?
Wax on, wax off. Like that is a classic training montage. It's not supposed to be about immediately showing how much better you are than the sensei character. That defeats the point. It's not like this is a new concept. This is like one of the oldest tropes in media. It's there for a reason.
This is how I know.
Show how the character learns and grows, because guess what? For every single other person on the planet, we're not good at things the first time we try them.
This is how I know that these feminists in this writing room do not go to the gym, because the first thing you're ever told, even at fucking Planet Fitness, is technique before power. But the way that y'all bitches think it is that it's power before technique. And I would love to see you crawling on the floor with a Charlie horse because you didn't get enough water and potassium.
But Bruce doesn't have to do that. We know what Bruce can do.
Well, yes, and yet she still did the thing that you're clip chimping, so shut up.
You have powers like this, it's like putting a target on your back and the backs of all the people you care about.
Oh, cool. Yet another way my life is ruined. Thanks, Bruce!
I actually think she knows exactly how much trauma Bruce has been through, and she does not want that life for herself.
No, she does not. He literally tells you, and she ignores him.
Yeah, where do you get... Yeah, we're getting into that, but where would you even possibly have gotten that interpretation from?
It's like she's saying...
It's
weird.
Where do you get that?
It's weird. Okay, so let's think as characters in the universe. What information, assuming that she is not just watching the MCU films, which is impossible, unless somehow somebody has decided to...
But she knows the news. She's seen the news, probably, right?
Like, let's see here. That gives you the Chitauri attack on New York in 2012. That's one. The Sokovia attack involving Ultron. That's two. Civil War as a whole general thing. That's three. Retellings of what happened at the War of Wakanda, which is the end of Infinity War. That's four. The unification fight in the Endgame. That's five. Technically six. And he wasn't even transformed for those fights. He was in the fucking Hulkbuster because the Hulk refused to come out because he got in them hands split to them, boy. He leaned that shit back. Bing, 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 bing. Actually, we have to count that fight because that's another one, and that's directly after you transformed permanently, quote unquote, in fucking Thor Ragnarok. So that's seven. Between the fight that we wouldn't have seen from the perspective of a person in the MCU, where you got your shit lean the fuck back like Thanos the Handmaster, where did you get the information to know exactly the struggles he went through? Is there a declassified? Is there a declassified file from the Hydra jacked Shield folders talking about what happened to Bruce Banner?
No, I guess you could think that maybe he called her on the phone. I'm really close to a couple of my cousins, but like, and I've talked to them about some life stuff, but that's the only way I think you could infer that she would really be able to understand that he's like this fucking Facebook messaging her and being like, oh, hey, Jen, let me tell you about the fucked up shit that's been happening in my life. You know, I mean, like, just going again with the, you know, I put a bullet in my mouth and the other guy spat it out. Like, I don't, even if I had like a serious story like that, and I'm very close to some of my cousins, I don't think I'd tell them that shit.
Yeah, that'd be the person as fuck. And then people will be like, you told your cousin Ronnie that you were suicidal, so we had to make an intervention. We're just worried about you, sweetie. That would have been a whole fucking thing. And of course, I'm going to address the fucking nagging...
Oh my god, the whole Banner family gets together for...
Yeah, the Banner family, and then also the fucking Walters family gets together to explain what the fuck's going on. And also, I'm going to address the little nagging voice in the back of my head that represents people that are making up arguments that are not real. But Carl, you forgot to mention the Hulk film! No, I didn't. We all know, the whole world knows about what happened with Abomination. However, do you remember that he was running away from the government? How would she know, other than being told that that is Bruce Banner, that the Hulk is her cousin? And then, while he's missing, and you know, she's too busy to keep up with the news because she's being a prosecutor... When?
It's fair to think people would be able to figure out.
Yeah, she could be able to figure out, but she wouldn't know the extent of his power scale. That's the problem.
And also, cousins, like, dude, I don't know, like, in terms of, let's just say, like, social media garbage, right, where somebody gets canceled for something, or even in politics, whatever. Some famous person does something that's really screwed up, and the whole world is castigating that person and maligning them for the horrible thing that they did. Mm-hmm. But they don't normally go after their cousin. And go, where do you have a comment? Like usually the parents, siblings, children, not cousins.
Like, remember when Charlie Sheen was in the news around the time that he was screaming fucking tiger blood? The same way that Kanye started saying dragon energy. Remember when those two porn stars that now have quit porn because... What do you do when you're sitting next to a guy who has AIDS? What do you do at that point? Do you ever remember anybody saying shit to Emilio Estevez, Martin Sheen, their dad? Did anybody remember Charlie Sheen getting shit on and then subsequently his dad and his brother getting shit on? Does anybody remember that? No? Not at all? Not even a little bit? He got a show on FX starring aside Selma Blair before she bailed out, so they got the second stage Legally Blonde actress, Kellyanne Bundy, to
I
come
don't
in.
recall this, but
Is Anger Management. It was a show on FX. Lindsay Lohan guest starred on it.
With
it was a movie. It was a movie, and then they made a show.
I had no idea about that actually.
Yeah. Y'all motherfuckers literally had that happen. Y'all did not shit on Emilio, although y'all niggas also just forgot Emilio existed in Hollywood. I think his brother would like to have some money too. Y'all giving him the Jazzy Jazz treatment. What the fuck? We don't punish people who are members of the family unless they are somehow enabling the behavior. So, like, the Baldwins. Are we shitting on the Baldwins collectively for killing that woman because he refused to follow on-set weapon procedure? No, we're shitting on Alec Baldwin. We're not shitting on any other Baldwins. We don't have to do that. They're Baldwins. You capping, fictional darling. You capping.
And we're not going to sit here and pretend that the fact she can now turn into a green Hulk and Bruce is consistently telling her life will never be the same isn't a lot to take in.
It's just enough. Like, he's not explaining the ways that you're going to have to look out for yourself, because if he did, you probably would have gone to somebody when somebody tried to take your fucking blood. And which you probably should have, because he literally told you your blood is dangerous. He literally vaporized it in a lab... the equivalent of a lab's garbage disposal. And he said, I don't even want it to be a potential thing that I have a hold of. I don't even want to handle it anymore.
This actually raises a huge question. What the fuck does she does with her pads or period shit?
Yeah, well, I already discussed that before. Also, damn nigga, why? Why do you have to remind me? But yeah, that's the other thing too. With you being biohazardous waste, do you think? Well, actually, no. This is a question that nobody wants to know. But do you think that your cousin does anything to relieve himself of his manly urges? Do you? Is there like sex toys under your pillow that are now just irradiated that need to be disposed of in a biochemical waste suit? When you go to the store and when you send out your trash, are you making sure to lock your pads away in like a double layered lead box with a padlock? Or are you just throwing them shits out like any other normal person would? Now that's not to say, oh my god, woman up reproduction, but literally your blood, even the period blood that you're disposing from your body's ovulation cycle, which, bam, that doesn't even get into the question. Can you get pregnant? If you get pregnant, will the child also be a Hulk?
Well, actually, for what we know, yes, because Hulk in the comics has a kid.
Yes, I know. But remember, these niggas don't read books. These niggas are fans of CinemaSins.
Also, we have to point out that if she farts, is that like mustard gas?
Oh, the new silent killer.
He's literally saying she's never going to be able to have the job she loves. All of her loved ones are going to be in danger, and she can't go back to her old life. That's a lot to wrestle with. Yeah, okay, maybe she doesn't have childhood abuse in her life, like people have been saying the comics say Bruce does. Maybe she didn't watch Tony, Natasha, Steve all leave/die, but her life just changed in the blink of an eye. And guess what?
How?
I mean, how did she not know about, again, any of this, apparently?
It's impossible to not know because there was a literal fucking funeral. What? Y'all motherfuckers just, like, had a public processional funeral in the places that were considered their hometowns, and then the Avengers fucked off to Tony's lakeside cabin and buried him and everybody else, too? Because we know that Natasha has a gravestone. Because Yelena goes to it. That's when we end up finding Louise Dreyfurt doing her fucking Madam Hydra shit. Did you realize the way that I had to realize after the fact that was their version of Madam Hydra? I was so taken fucking aback.
I didn't, yeah.
I was so confused, but it's like, no, that's right. Sharon Carter introduced Madripoor, so Madam Hydra has to come in at some point here. It's just, whenever I see Louise Dreyfus's face, I just don't, it does not connect villain. I expect, like, a Seinfeld MCU Avenger joke track to just pop in somewhere. And then off in the distance, here comes fucking Kramer and fucking Jerry. That's what I expect.
Yeah.
Like, they have a fucking bit in the Swarmer shop where they're just riffing off of each other for 10 minutes because they said, you know what, you guys are here, you're already on set, just go ahead and get a makeup and let's do some shit. You know, I expected there to be a moment where you introduce Bob, Agent of Hydra, and then you send him on the journey that he's supposed to go to, where he then ends up crossing over with Ryan Reynolds in his Deadpool 2, or Deadpool 1 and then Deadpool 2, films. I would have expected something like that. Because that sounds like something Deadpool would do. Because, you know, you motherfuckers just have to accept that, this is what we deal with now. But, yeah, that's not how any of this works. It's not how any of this works, fictional darling. You're getting to the point where your name is getting annoying to me, so I'm gonna start coming up with interesting portmanteaus and replacement alternatives. You don't have a choice in the matter.
She has to deal with that trauma. One moment she's fine, soaring down the road, got an office, got business cards. And the next moment, bam, blink of an eye. Car crash, superpowers, no more normal life for her.
Okay, I would like to address here Imagineering Sweetheart. When the car crashed and they were getting out of the car, because I said this to Jay when we were watching the episode, the way that she gets out of the car is she's not in a position where she's just stuck and there's multiple jagged bits of metal sticking out. No. She is halfway out the window climbing. She puts her arm up and then over a jagged piece of metal, and with the most shitty CGI cut possible, pulls her arm into the metal to get it cut so that she's bleeding. Then she undoes his buckle, and because she pulls him out in such a way that blood will then gravity fall onto her fucking wound, she gets gamma AIDS. Yeah, that's how you transform.
How convenient, right?
Like, how
pretty bad.
It's like there are gonna be people They're gonna say, well, that's how do you expect her to transform? Not like that. I expect her to demonstrate common sense. This isn't a dare show trial where they're trying to scare you straight from never drinking and driving by beating up a car that's been smashed to shit by firefighters with sledgehammers. You're supposed to show me how logistically it makes sense. And it does not make sense because the only reason that scene happens is because the Hulk has an inhibitor on his arm that's a prototype so that he does not immediately transform. That's the only reason that occurs.
Mm-hmm.
To even say that it's convoluted is an insult to the word convoluted. It is planned obsolescence and ignorance. It is planned stupidity. This is the kind of shit you expect in the DM's first attempt to do a party at the table, and he's not confident what he's doing, so he railroads everybody into the plot. It's bad. Period.
Yeah, she's gonna have to deal with that trauma now. And clearly Bruce has put in the time and the effort to get where he mentally is now.
And so she should probably respect that process and do the same, but she doesn't.
And try to learn from it instead of just dismissing it as, no, I got this.
Fully integrate itself again. He seems happy and at peace with where he is at this stage of his life.
After 15 years.
Yeah, after 15 years of no sex, no being able to see Betty Ross, having to assume that she's now happy with a family that he can't see. He could have access to Tony's Friday because Jarvis is no longer a thing because he's inside of the Vision. He could be looking at her from a distance in satellites and cameras using the Friday technology that technically, well, did he give the glasses back to Happy, or does he still have them? I don't think he still has those glasses that Tony gave him so that he have control of the bots or whatever, but you know, maybe he has a version of something like that for Bruce. He's looking through satellite details, keeping checks on Betty, making sure she's not in danger, in general communication with General Ross to keep checks on shit. You know, maybe taking in and writing to and making phone calls to the Abomination, because he's clearly talking to Emil Blonsky. Because you make clear notice to make the literal non-controversy of the conflict of interest in your legal drama a literal non-point of drama. He has all the time now, after making peace with shit, after dealing with Thanos, that he is able to feel complete and whole. He might be sad that Natasha's not there because he wanted to fucking fill her up like a fucking porn cumflation balloon. Doesn't really matter. He has time. He has time now. And with that time, he's able to arrive at the point that he's okay. Does that mean that he's not hurting on the inside? Yes, he actually is. He's just not showing it. So, if he's not showing... Yeah.
But remember, Jennifer has gone through 1,000, infinitely more than him.
Well, I imagine getting turned down at speed datings because you're not interesting and you're a horrible narcissist would be a very big blow to your ego.
That's true. I didn't consider her perspective. You're right. Well,
true. She hasn't gotten penis. It's worse. She needs to come. Women literally have it worse. Women literally have it worse if they're not able to orgasm. What do you expect them to do? Live with that shit? Again, people, I am making jokes. It is a joke. Well, no, their lives are not jokes. The life is the walking joke, but it is not a joke that they did not have sex.
Hey guys, check out the green room chat. Just
is still, excuse the pun.
What am I looking for?
I just posted a picture. This explains the entirety of this show.
Oh yeah, I forgot. They have the ability to do chats now. Yeah, that is true. Gaslight Gatekeeper Boss. I talked about that in the videos.
Green to this whole thing. She wants to hold on to her old life as tight as she can, and she very clearly has not come to terms with the fact that it's going to be different now, regardless of if she wants it to be or not. So she asks,
so when do you think I can leave
Let's just focus on each day as they come, Jen.
She wants to get back to her life so badly, and that is not an answer that has a definitive end goal.
No, it has. Life doesn't. It doesn't, and neither does the healing process of trauma bonding. Yes. You have to take every day. That is probably the most important lesson that comes to actual structural help when dealing with depression, self-doubt, and uncertainty in your life. You don't have
anything.
You don't have the ability to control when you're finished healing. You could never be healed. Your depression, it may come back the next day after you feel that you're on top of the world. Coochie, drinks, alcohol, games, and penis does not solve your problems. They only alleviate them. They numb you. And when you have to come down from your high, you still have to deal with the fact that you're living here. Not there on the high, but here at your baseline. She wants her baseline to be what she's used to, but the new baseline is several degrees above or below where she thinks she should be. She's trying to skip steps and get to what she wants, and she is not learning the discipline that comes with delayed gratification. She wants to get out because she feels like she needs to go back to her job to be normal, and she's not. That's a sign of not being satisfied.
And it's completely understandable, but one thing this show could have done that actually would have been an interesting, something that would actually be worth watching is, addressing that very concept that healing takes time. And if you jump right back in, or you try to jump right back into your life while you're still going through a healing process, be it physical or mental, then you're probably going to screw up. This is not something that you can just get over overnight when you have a giant change in your life in some way, really physical. Like, I was in the hospital for 3 months 2 years ago, and then I had to relearn how to walk and stuff. You don't just and trust me, it's incredibly frustrating when you have to relearn how to do something that's a basic human function. It's incredibly fucking frustrating. But you have to go through it, and you can't skip steps, and you have to work through it. That, which is something that we see with Doctor Strange, so maybe they didn't want to do it because they thought it would be too reminiscent. But with Doctor Strange, it was very much, even though it was ultimately mental, it was very much the physical thing of how do I get my hands healed? How do I get my hands healed? Okay, well, say the same thing here of something about you has permanently changed. You cannot get rid of it in a day. Doctor Strange literally goes to the ends of the earth and nearly gets himself killed multiple times trying to figure out an answer to his problem of his change in his life. He just wants to get back to normal and be the best surgeon on earth, right? Mm-hmm. But instead, it's no, just go back. It's fine.
And the entire point of that lesson explained to him by the Ancient One is him making him realize that it's not going to come without study. And he accepts the lesson and he takes it in. That's when he starts using sleepwalking and starts taking books from the library, becoming more proficient with the sling ring, that he becomes now capable of working around Wong to grab the books he needs to learn. And yes, he was chosen. He was always going to become this the fucking Sorcerer Supreme. That doesn't fucking matter. The entire point was, well, how did you become a doctor? That literally that was her dialogue. How did you become a doctor? Years of practice and study.
How'd you become a lawyer?
It's yeah, how did you become a lawyer? Years of practice and study? Or were you going to say, well, I kind of went through it, and then I gave this guy named Bob a hand job in the back room of the library, and then he gave me the answers to the bar. Is it going to be something like that?
Exactly. That's what an interesting thing to point out too about this. Yeah, as you mentioned before too, it's at least 7 years. I think getting a JD is the fastest way to quote unquote finish your education, because a JD is a Juris Doctorate. It's considered a doctorate. Mm-hmm. So Juris Doctorate. It's about 7 years with undergraduate into the JD. It's the fastest way to quote unquote complete your education. It's still 7 years, and it's not like law school is particularly known for being simple. And she's a well-respected prosecutor. Mm-hmm. So none of that stuff she would have been able to get there by being impatient.
The thing that even fucks it up is that when you say you have 6 figures of debt, because I looked into how much debt it would actually be. Assuming that the debt amount for your tuition, because I looked at all of the ones just saying a 4-year scholarship, just about.
It's very rare to get a scholarship for law school. It's
true. Yeah, but 4 years law school with tuitions between anywhere to $20K to $100K. That's fine. But then there comes the problem of what would still be the exact same path that would be similar to that of a med student. First, you have to go to the school. Then you need to get your
you need to get an undergraduate degree. Then you need to enter medical school. Sometimes people do a graduate degree in between, which is 2 to 3 years. Then you enter medical school. Medical school is 4 years plus 3 years on average of internship.
Yes.
Up to 4.
And that's your residency, so that you can then be able to submit yourself as a doctorate for private practice, or
so it's basically 10 years.
Yes.
To become a doctor, it's about 10 years.
At fucking least.
Yeah.
You're spending this much time, and I think, what was the prediction I made about her age? That she has to be somewhere between 30 to 35 if she's not fucking 41?
She would have to be, to be in the position that she is as a lawyer, I'd say, yeah, she's 30, absolute minimum.
And she's and she's one of the lead prosecutors with her own paralegal. Her paralegal is definitely not fucking 20.
No, well, her paralegal wouldn't be 20, but no, her all the ages are aged down a little bit. But yeah, for her to be in the position that she's supposed to be in, the 30 is an absolute minimum. It would make her very young for that position as well. 32 to 35 is probably what I'd say a more reasonable age for her to be is. Yeah, about that.
And because you're dealing with a profession that is known to be inherently dishonest and disingenuous and full of sharks, you're telling me that you becoming a prosecutor. So, in this world, you are MCU Kamala Harris. You might not have put black men into jail for fucking not offending first-time drug crimes, and then mocked their intelligence by then smoking a blunt on fucking radio or saying, I loved pot, but you are MCU Kamala Harris. How did you get to this position and you were not prepared to do what it takes to acquiesce to the requirements and simply kill it as a woman?
Well, the thing is, too, yeah, like I said, she would have to have had a lot of patience, had to spend all this time studying and working very hard, not just to pass the bar, but to spend time studying in school, then to work through to try and get up to a higher position to be able to be a prosecutor. So in terms of, because I don't know if she's not a DA, she's just a public prosecutor, I think.
Yes.
I don't think she's the DA.
I say DA because if you're going to be a feminist and you're going to write a legal drama, wouldn't you want your lawyer to be the best lawyer? And thus they are the one that is going to be doing the extremely heavy-hitting cases, because she's supposed to be doing a case that requires one of the best defense attorneys in general, assumptively defending a man for embezzlement. If I was going to put somebody away on embezzlement, like Super Cuomo Brothers New York, you killed grandma levels of embezzlement and horrible general public PR, I would pick the most solid shark lawyer that will chew this man up as chum and spit him the fuck out into jail. That would be, and that is, how they basically framed it. And the fact that this is a 3-lawyer case with a paralegal, the male, and then Jen, there's no fucking way that you're telling me that that guy is not just as cutthroat as you should be to help. Which means, if you put that into context of reality, this is supposed to be a legal drama. So we're talking about law and order, criminal intent, law and order's SVU level shit. You would be super fucking careful to ensure your case doesn't fall apart. Now, if you look at it from that perspective, when they throw that fucking tantrum saying, "Oh no, they threw out the case and led to the entire plot of her getting the new job," that would be something that would then cause you question and pause. Because why is it a defense attorney? Why was it a defense firm picking up a prosecutor if she's supposed to be known for an impeccable record of convictions? If she's just also really committed to her job.
Okay, so I looked up, because you brought up Kamala Harris, I brought her up. Let's do a comparison, right? Kamala Harris actually finished her Juris Doctorate when she was 25 years old, which is very young. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. She was 25 or 26. She passed the bar in 1990 when she was 26, and was hired as a deputy DA when she was 26. She ran to be DA in 2002, which would have been 12 years later when she was 38. So just to okay, right. So she could have 20, all right, 26. That's being ahead of the curve, though, I would say, on being a practicing deputy district attorney. But yeah, it's if we use Kamala Harris as a baseline, there you go. So she could be 26, 27, something like that. I think that would be reasonable.
I feel like that's a little bit also, but
they implied there's been she's been doing this for a couple of years. Yes. So I would say
there's also the fact that with Kamala Harris, she got the mentoring, also known as she got an old man's dick in her mouth to advance her career.
A little bit.
Allegedly
in Minecraft. But yeah.
Oh shit! I fucked up.
She literally acknowledges that everything he says is right. The largest boulder you possibly better than Brute because it Jen. True.
It's like putting a target on your back.
That's what happens when you misclick, boys.
You care about.
Oh, cool. And a lot to take in. He's literally saying she's never going to be able to have the job she loves. All of her loved ones are going to be in danger, and she can't go back to her old life. That's a lot to wrestle with. Yeah, okay, maybe she doesn't have childhood abuse in her life, like people have been saying the comics say Bruce does. Maybe she didn't watch Tony, Natasha, Steve all leave/die, but her life just changed in the blink of an eye. And guess what? She has to deal with that trauma. One moment she's fine, soaring down the road, got an office, got business cards. The next moment, bam, blink of an eye. Car crash, superpowers, no more normal life for her. Yeah. She's gonna have to deal with that trauma now. And clearly Bruce has put in the time and the effort to get where he mentally is now. His fully integrated self again. He seems happy and at peace with where—
What do you mean his fully integrated self again? What do you mean his fully integrated self again? He just invented the integration to create the Professor Hulk persona. Where is the again? Am I missing something?
where he is at this stage of his life. Whereas Jen is still, excuse the pun, green to this whole thing. She wants to hold on to her old life as tight as she can. And she very clearly has not come to terms with the fact that it's going to be different now, regardless of if she wants it to be or not. So she asks,
So when do you think I can leave
Let's just focus on each day as they come, Jen.
she wants to get back to her life so badly, and that is not an answer that has a definitive end goal. No date, nothing for her to like hope for, work towards, just sort of a non-committal, yeah.
No, she has a goal. The goal is focus on your training.
Yeah, and also, you know, when you go to therapy and stuff, you don't get like a, all right, well, here's when we'll be going into therapy and we'll be done in exactly 2 weeks at this time point. That's not how it works. And if it's supposed to be an allegory for therapy, which I know that it is, or I assume that it is, it's a terrible one. And not, again, like I'm not saying that these shows have to have messages, but they want to have messages. So if you're trying to tell a message to people, maybe your message shouldn't be that therapy and trauma is just something that you just get over on a timeline.
The worst.
This is never made that she's wrong about it. She's right on this. That she's ready now, apparently.
The worst part is that if you were to flip the gender of this scenario and then present it exactly the same, the words that would come out of her mouth is, she does not need to do the emotional labor to teach a new Hulk how to do things, but she's just being so supportive, and she's reaching out and giving him. That's what's fucking happening here.
Emotional labor. But I mean, again, if you have a character like, you know, like Doctor Strange, who's like, okay, well, I just want to be able to, like, can I just be Sorcerer Supreme now?
Mm-hmm.
Like, can I just fix my, why can't I do it? And there are parts of that where he's frustrated, but it's not rewarded with him being able to get over it immediately because he's frustrated that he's not able to do the stuff immediately. It's the same thing with any good character arc where you find a character who is, in any, God, there's like countless movies. I can't even start to think of how many there are where the character gets frustrated that the progress is not, again, Karate Kid, you know, wax on, wax off. They're frustrated that the progress is not happening as fast as they want, but they have to stick by it, and then eventually the progress comes. Because guess what? That's how real fucking life works. And that's why it's a good message or moral to put into things, because and it's something that people relate to, because all of us as human beings understand shit doesn't happen instantaneously. You have to work on it. And it's very frustrating at times when things are not coming to you the way that you want them to, but you have to put in the effort in order to get out the benefit, whether it's therapy, physical or mental therapy, whether it's learning a skill or a craft, you have to put in the effort. And sometimes it will be tough.
I think the best comparison we could actually give would be the story of Battle Angel Alita. Throughout the entire story, even though she's also learning fantasy movie bullshit about herself. Like, you have an entirely new body that was designed for you. It's even better than the one that Doctor made for you. You got a boyfriend who's now gonna die at the end of the story because he really wants to get to that city and free himself and free everybody. And a whole bunch of other shit. She doesn't complain. She doesn't bitch. She doesn't whine. She's like, oh my god, roller skating! Yes! Yes! And even when she has the mannequin hands, she's still beating niggas' asses to the fact that another man needs to get somebody to help him ambush her so he can try to win a fight against her. And he still loses! The entire journey and arc is not supposed to be give me what I want now, because if the person got what they wanted with immediate gratification, that's storytelling language to say, and therefore they should lose.
Okay, in which case, right. Okay, in which case the story of the Lord of the Rings is, it's like, okay, Sam and Frodo, you gotta take the ring to Mount Doom. That sounds hard. Can we just get on the Eagles? Movie over. That's it. There you go.
And it's like, well, yeah, that would solve the problem of the film. It's like, yes, if the most expedient thing that I could do is, hey, I understand that the trek to Mount Doom is going to take months, if not years, and we're taking a roundabout way so that he doesn't detect us and then immediately chop our heads off. But can't we just send somebody on, like, an animal and, like, have that animal, like, do a suicide mission, be mind controlled to fly directly into Mount Doom? Can't we just do that? And it's like, no, you can't do that. Because people...
Yeah,
because people would... It's like trying to tie the ring to a mouse. Whoever was there with the mouse, carrying the mouse, would then get tempted by the ring to take the fucking ring off the mouse and then kill it. That's the entire point of why they had to have somebody carry it. They need to have strong will.
It had to be Frodo. It had to be someone with strong will. Or like, okay, let's say the whole plot of the first Thor movie. We're bringing it back just to the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Thor has to lose his powers. He has to go through this period of humility to learn about it.
You are not worthy of. You are not worthy of this hammer. You are not worthy of your title. You are not worthy.
The first Thor movie isn't the greatest of the MCU films. I still think it's fun, and I think it's great. It's okay.
It has,
it's like, but every.
Go ahead.
Pretty much every single one of the good early Marvel movies has this same story, because guess what? It's foundational. It's foundational hero myth. It's Joseph Campbell. Lady, if you're wondering again why people don't identify with this character immediately, it's because you really do need the character to have some call to action.
I would say.
And then have to struggle. If they don't struggle, then why care?
Mm-hmm. I would say.
It's Dolph Zillman, in his research, Zillman, the original citation would have been 1976, I think. Dolph Zillman's citation transfer theory is what he calls it. And it's when you're watching a particular film, you have this an initial thing that gets you to like the character. Again, seeing them in their initial stage, usually where they're happy or whatever. You're like, oh, okay, they're cool, they're funny. We get to learn something about them. You know, Steve Rogers, we immediately find out as a patriot, even though he's a weakling. And then we have the tumult, the exact same thing that Campbell describes, the character struggle.
Mm-hmm.
And we as an audience members, we feel bad because we associate with the character, we identify with them, we've formed some sort of parasociality in that form. And then we have a negative emotion. But when there's positive emotions, when they come out on the other side of the hero's journey, it's the excitation transfers the negative emotions onto the positive emotions and makes them even more positive than they would have been otherwise. That is why you exactly need the struggle in order for people to enjoy the narrative. It has been proven scientifically. You don't need a philosopher to explain it to you. It's been explained scientifically by Dr. Dolph Zillman with plenty of research.
The thing that I would say is that amongst the first few MCU films, which would also include the Hulk film gives you the feeling of triumph of at least being able to say, I can't control myself, but I can control the outcome of what will come of my legacy. The Iron Man film expands on that and then takes it to the point of the human level of, well, what is he really going to do with just a box of scraps? And the Thor film is probably the best out of the first few in the first phase, because it takes it takes the more proper Greek mythos, or specifically just normal drama tragedy angle that we would expect of a stage play. And this is more or less because of the fact that you have all of the actors there doing what they're doing, because they're trained for it. Understanding that Shakespearean effort of drama and tragedy and triumph and Word for
Let's
treachery.
go even more classic.
Word
Let's go
for
even more
treachery.
classic. Sam Raimi's Spider-Man.
Yeah,
and the
that.
entire
Oh
Spider-Man
yes.
story.
Oh yes. Oh god.
He gets too cocky and big for his britches going to the boxing match or the wrestling match, right? He's got this hubris, and in the same Greek tale, he needs to be taken down a peg. And how is he taken down a peg? Because he doesn't stop the guy who's robbing the venue. Not my problem. And then Uncle Ben is killed by that guy. So again, we have the high, the early high, and then the extreme low, from which the character comes out stronger and better at the end. That's what people want to see. It's worked for 3,000 years in all of human storytelling for a reason.
I remember seeing people bitch about that and saying, "Oh my god, that a nerd would not behave like that when his power." It's like, did you not read the original Spider-Man comics? That kid was an asshole.
It doesn't matter. Like, I mean, yeah, Pete is kind of a snarky dick, but it's also that he just got screwed. So he's he's thinking in the moment, in that instance at the wrestling match, oh, well, screw you too. You screwed me, I'll screw you back. And that's a completely reasonable response to what happened there. He could never have predicted that guy would go carjack Uncle Ben. He could never have predicted that. But there's the moral tale. People like comic books because they are modern moral lessons. That's why they've been so popular. They're modern Greek myths for our culture and our modern society. And when you do stuff like this, people aren't attracted to it because it doesn't tell the moral story. It has nothing to hook us.
Or rather, it's not that it doesn't tell a moral story. It does not tell a moral story that people want to... Jay has to go. She has something she's got to do. Everybody say bye to Jay. Bye, Jay.
Bye, Jay.
It's not that they're not telling a story. They're telling a story that we don't want to hear. We don't want to hear the story of a self-entitled woman not get conquered, not get crushed, not get comeuppance, not get insulted or mocked or antagonized, and given the Loki treatment, so that she can be brought up to be a version of a hero. And that's not even including the fact that the Loki that we're looking at inside of the Loki MCU show is not even the same character who learned those lessons. It's a blank slate that was given those lessons by seeing the story of his life run out to its end in the most metaphysical manner possible.
Which is bizarre. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice that Jay... I walked away from it to use the bathroom, but...
No, she was DMing me. She didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I just didn't want to... Just want to say bye-bye. If she'd left for the evening. But... yeah, it's absolutely bizarre.
I don't know. She might be back. She might not be. We have no idea. But there will be more She-Hulk streams because boy, I have seen some shit takes. Oh boys, but yeah, back to the thing I was saying. They want to see the kind of writing and the kind of story that shows the impact, not just to the character, but the consequence and the failure of lacking the Spider-Man lesson in all other stories. Because technically, the power of great power and responsibility is everywhere when you have superpowers. But the problem that I have when people take that quote is they take the quote to mean, oh, if I have superpowers, it means I must use them. No, it means if you have agency, you must take responsibility and accountability for the things that you do and that you don't do. That doesn't mean because you have powers, you must become a hero, or because you want to be a famous person, you end up becoming a supervillain if you don't become beloved by the people. It means if I am a person who has responsibility as a father, I should care about my child and their safety, not about getting my emotions settled with sex or drugs or money or trading my time and money for something else. My focus becomes the responsibility of what happens to the health and safety of my child. I am responsible for what they do and what they don't do. I become responsible for their discipline. I become responsible for their interactions. I become responsible not just for their safety, but for the preparation for them to be safe for themselves. I have to teach them, don't take candy from strangers. Don't get in a car with a stranger, even though literally, like, the other night, as we were recording shit for She-Hulk, I got a fucking ride from a random stranger who was missing a finger in his hand. I'm lucky I wasn't kidnapped. And yet...
well, you got into a car with someone in the mob, but yeah... Potentially.
But it's like, the consequence of failure and shame comes from the self, but it also comes from expectation of others. In the case of Hulk, he had a shame in that he was changed into a monster he can't control. He is a scientist. He believes in variables. He believes in the method. He believes in methodology. He believes in study. So he'd like to know what's happening to him, and he learns what's happening to him with the help of Mr. Blue. It is then them getting him to give Blonsky an additional dose of the serum that makes him into the Abomination and causes the fight, which is thus then the abuse of his technology and his knowledge being weaponized and potentially used by the American government as a replacement for the original super soldier serum. And he cannot allow that to happen. He cannot abide such a weapon to come out of his hands. The same way that Tony cannot abide weapons of mass destruction made by his company to come out of his hands. He has to have a moral change. He had to have a moral to have a moral change of heart that directly came at the hubris of his "I am God, destroyer of worlds" moment. Yes, I destroy.
He was the merchant of death. He was the merchant of death and had no problem doing that shit until he saw what was actually the consequences of his behavior. Until he fell so low, he's literally being held by terrorists. Forced to make weapons.
It is the moment that mirrors the creation of what affected... Well, I wouldn't say mirrors the creation of the Iron Man, but mirrors the creation of the Tony Stark that now must learn to become the Iron Man, that mirrors the moment, in the most stupid way possible, with probability magic, in the creation of the Scarlet Witch. The Scarlet Witch's most vivid memory is the blinking light of a Stark Industries rocket being fired at her home and potentially risking to blow her and her family sky high. That because of her transitive property of magic being enhanced with her eventual future exposure, which I don't know how the fuck that works, but her potential future exposure, unless it was just
quantum physics. It's quantum
dumb.
physics.
It's dumb, and I hate it. It doesn't make sense. Her probability.
You can make sense of it. You can make sense of it in terms of multiple probabilities and shit like that, but it's still silly and doesn't make sense.
It makes more sense if it's like she has magic and she's not very skilled at probability hexes, and she just looked out of it, which in itself isn't so much a plot contrivance as it is a part of the plot. It's just a very weak piece of writing. You have this moment of the spirit of the Iron Man being instilled in Tony when he has the hubris of, oh, that's my shit. And her thinking, no, everything's going to be okay. I just have to have my old television set and it'll all be fine. If I could just reach out and make this thing not blow us up. That is a mirror. It is great. In the same moment you make a hero, you make a villain. As we usually do. You know, hubris of our actions doing shit. And then you guys got crazy with it and basically said everything's the responsibility of Tony Stark. Because you didn't know where to go from there. Whatever. That's fine. It actually really worked good for the case of Far From Home. Because you're able to demonstrate exactly how far the reaching consequences of such stupidity can actually go. Yeah. And I'm not exactly a fan of how you chose to do Mysterio, but at least you guys were able to come around and make his comic book accurate self at least have the mentality that character should have. In terms of planning.
They didn't do a terrible job with any of that, and I've been mostly happy with the Spider-Man films for that, the modern Spider-Man.
And you can't really be mad at Jake Gyllenhaal. You can't blame him. This man, the last time this man was able to have a blockbuster was fucking Sansa time.
But yeah, this is, again, when you're talking about the specific universe, which is massive now, there are, at this point, near countless examples of being able to do this correctly. So when it's done incorrectly, or it's not even done incorrectly, it's just not done at all. There's no attempt. There is no attempt here whatsoever to even try to make this character likable or relatable or have a hero's journey. It's just, she's already a perfect, great lawyer. Something bad happens to her. It doesn't affect her in any way, except for that she loses her job, but then she immediately gets a better job. Mm-hmm. So then all of this is, where is the where the stakes? Where's the gravitas? There's nothing. It's just BS, man. Like that's why people don't like this lady. Also horrible. I just realized a still frame there. Oof.
Yeah. Yep. That's when them Lacey Green teeth kick in. Also, why is it that all these kinds of reviewers all have the same feminist glasses? Why is this a popular frame of glasses? I swear.
You didn't know they're called problem glasses?
Oh my god. See, when I feel like it should become a thing where if you know you have a prescription, you should just watch a bunch of videos by a bunch of different content creators, whether they have reading glasses or they have permanent wearing glasses for near or farsighted or astigmatism, and you should start taking notice of all the frames that they have on them, and just whatever frames that you keep seeing, get something completely opposite of those frames.
I'm blind as a goddamn bat, but I just don't wear glasses anyway because I'm lazy, really. I don't. Even though I wear I have a huge sunglass collection, not expensive ones, just ones I think look nice. And yeah, just maybe if you're gonna make feminist content, just try to avoid the problem glasses so you don't look like a stereotype. You know.
Just keep working. I mean, I love Bruce, but that's not an answer.
I legitimately do have a life to get back to.
I know I've been pushing you through a lot, but being a superhero is a trial by fire.
Even though the number one thing she has been saying this whole time is that she doesn't want to be a superhero.
I'm not gonna be a superhero.
She has made it so clear that she did not sign up for this life and she just wants her old life back.
She's no choice.
She has no choice. You have Hulk blood now. You literally are a prize and a test subject that can be experimented on for either a
Exploited?
Exploited is another word.
All kinds of shit.
You are not just a walking bomb, you are also a potential cure for cancer, disease, cellular regrowth, splicing of organs and regrowing limbs and damaged tissues from the stem cells. Take one of your eggs and have it potentially carried to term by a surrogate to see if they can replicate this in children. Use those eggs of yours that you don't need anyways, because hey, you're a career woman, you don't need babies to just, make new super soldiers, literally grow test tube super soldiers. There's so many degrees of fucked here, and you're just Nah. I said I don't want them. That means it'll never happen. Never happen. Can't lock this coochie down.
I just have to point out that the fact that it's even worse simply because the show treats her already like a superhero for doing what she does.
No, she's a hero to the people. She's a public servant and does it well. I need to pee. I'll be right back.
All right.
But yeah, she is treated like a superhero immediately, which she already has. She's already, publicly, I guess, even though prosecutors generally are not liked. So I guess that's why one of the reasons they wanted to move her to defense attorney. But she's immediately accepted, which is something that Bruce never got, and that he's even talked about explicitly. There is that he was, a fugitive. He was being hunted by the government for years. And he did screwed up horrible shit because he couldn't control the Hulk. And it's just immediately she's welcomed. That also kind of flies in the face of all the rest of the Marvel lore, that even if people were okay with Hulk now, you'd still think that they'd be like, okay, wait a minute, there's a new one? Oh, it's fast. Hi.
I said pee, not take a deuce.
To make sure of your ability to tolerate distress and regulate your emotions, especially your anger.
He poses this to her, right, as a goal. Regulate your emotions, especially the main trigger, anger. Her responding to him here in this scene is not her making everything about herself.
But she did, because she ranted about how she has infinitely more control than you. Especially when she deals with it on the day-to-day schedule. Which, by the way, I think if I was to go on a rant about the ways that I control my anger and emotion, I would not say if I don't control my anger and emotion at work. Well, actually, no. So let's start from level of plausibility to level of unplausibility. If I don't control my anger when I work in a high-powered job as a lawyer, the defense attorneys I compare against can use it as a case of me being unhinged and thus call for a mistrial or call for something to be dismissed because of my emotional state. That's fair. That's just basic optics. We deal with that as streamers. You got motherfuckers say, look, his eye twitched while you're asking that stupid ass question. That means he's angry. Push the nerve, molding, gulping.
You are coping and seething.
Then it was when I'm out on the streets I have to control my emotions, otherwise people will call me one of those girls, which I'm sorry, you are. You're one of those girls.
You are one of those, like, what the fuck? Like, that, like, I have to control my emotions to not freak out. And what would you do? If you weren't controlling your emotions, what would you do to the guy who catcalled you? What would you do to him?
What you gonna do? Weighing 130 pounds wet. Oh!
Yeah, for real, what are you having to control your emotions to be able to process if you're being catcalled? Like, I've been catcalled, not in a long time. And another thing is because I'm old, I mean, I am. But even like homeless, well, I also haven't lived in a city in a really long time, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was in high school and college, well, mostly in high school and in college, which is when I used to walk on the streets at any point of time in cities. Yeah, you get catcalled and you just kind of go, huh, and walk away. You know?
Yeah, you just.
And by the way, the catcalling thing is so weird because, like, most of the time when I've been catcalled in my life, and it's not, and I wouldn't even consider it to be catcalling. It's just like one thing I know feminists hate would be like, "Oh, hey, smile, beautiful," something like that, you know. And it's like usually I'm just walking around like my brain is like sitting there going 3.141592653589793338463 or something, you know, like just like I'm just sitting there calculating pi,
just in the zone.
Yeah, I'm just, but whatever. Some guy comes up and goes, hey, you know, smile, beautiful. It can make you feel uncomfortable, and it's made me feel uncomfortable. But it's also like, oh, sometimes it's like, oh, okay. Well, clearly, you just said something nice. And normally, like, when that's happened to me in my life, it's never been that the guy has stopped and then bothered me. Mm-hmm. It's always been, they've been like, walking by.
It's literally smooth as shit, because this is like some very low-key southern shit. Women do this a lot more than men, because women just throw the most the most either the most deceiving or the most lewd comments at you in the form of a question or a command. Like, why are you so sad? Smile, sugar. And you turn your head and you smile, and it's like, wait, why the fuck am I smiling?
I know, and that's what my response is to when the guys in my life, when I've been around in public and I've had a guy say that to me, but it really doesn't happen much anymore. And again, part of it might be because I'm just older, but I think most of it's because now men are basically told, like, no, you cannot do that. If you do that, the woman's gonna file a fucking sexual harassment claim against you.
From some of these fucking clips that I've been seeing, there are women that absolutely believe that when you talk to a woman, she doesn't want to talk to you, that's sexual harassment, and she will report it as such.
Did you see that horrible fucking clip from the other day? This is off topic. We're making okay progress on this. Yes. That horrible fucking clip of it's a woman at a Walmart, and she cut off a guy in line, and then she has an actual mental breakdown because he just kind of said, like, hey, you cut me off in line. She is an adult woman wearing a SpongeBob backpack, like a little kid's SpongeBob backpack, and she just starts, I'm not screaming at the top of her lungs, claiming that she was raped the other day, and so she can't have men near her. And it's like, I'll find it. It went viral the other day because it's absolutely insane. Here, I'll find it real quick.
While you do that, I'll finish my I'll finish my own thing. So, like, you have those, right? And then you have the last thing she says, which is, and if I control my anger, I could literally get raped. And it's like, whoa, how'd you get there? Like, if you don't control your anger, you might literally die. You might literally get assaulted. Like, do you think this is like a game of GTA with a mod where if the louder you talk and the more annoying you get, the more stars you get, except it's actually a potential of assault? No, that's not how that works. There are things in society that ensure that doesn't work. And if that's what you feel is going to happen when you step outside, get a gun.
Yeah, if you want to take...
No, we don't want these women having guns. Please don't.
Oh no. If you want to take a minute to, Carl, I don't know if you do or not, but I did post it in the non-podcast chat. We have the timestamp here. If you want to, I posted triggered Karen screams hysterically inside Walmart after man confronts her. It's like, but that's the shit. It's really short, but it's very telling.
Okay. Yeah, it's a YouTube short. I can share this for you. I can share this really fast.
Just to Show you what I'm fucking talking about, because this shit's nuttier than scroll shit. And it's also, the thing I find bizarre about it, it's a grown-ass woman wearing like dressed like a toddler. And of course she's the only one wearing a mask, because of course she is.
Yeah, that's common.
But this is the like modern women mentality of, if I don't get what I want, I'll just scream hysterically.
I am this black woman staring at her.
Oh my god, we all are. Everyone on fucking Earth is basically just like this black woman who's just like, I have no more patience for white women. Like, my white woman fatigue level is at 99%. I can't tolerate this shit anymore.
What it feels like to be a corporate worker. Alright, let's push through this shit. I just want to get this video done before I have to work on the rest of this woman's shit and move on to other channels.
Once to him directly about the abilities they're talking about in the conversation.
Here's the thing, Bruce. I'm great at controlling my anger. I do it all the time. Because if I don't, I will get called emotional or difficult, or I might just literally get murdered.
And I want to say, Bruce actually looks like he understands, which is...
No, he gave the face of, okay, I'm gonna listen to you.
Sure.
I'm gonna listen to you, and then as the scene goes on, he's like, bitch, are you for real?
That is him tuning out because he knows you're gonna go on a fucking woman moment, and he's just like, "All right, you're gonna be like this." So
it's like, oh, there she goes. There she goes. She opens her mouth and
here, tolerate it.
Just open her mouth and she's just talking. She's just talking.
It's funny considering a lot of the reactions are angry on behalf of him, but meanwhile
because the character is being berated by a woman who should understand what he's been through, and she's completely being heartless about the fact that she's comparing having to run from the government and suicide, she may or may not know about, to, if I don't control my emotions, I'll literally get killed.
Which, by the way, what the fuck does that come from? Could you, excuse me, usually I don't do this, but citation, please?
Yeah, citation for your fucking for your neuroticism, please.
Excuse me, if I don't control my emotions, I'll get killed. By whom?
The random incel that will take it personally, I guess.
he actually has created an open and safe environment for her to discuss these issues. Anyways, here's the scene that people...
Technically, he didn't. He brought her to his safe space because she literally was going to beat the shit out of 3 guys for flirting with her.
Could have killed people, and he was trying to avoid... He didn't want her to go through the shit that he has gone through.
And now he's taking on the emotional labor of her millions and emotions as she shits up his personal space.
What a good way of saying it, Carl. He is doing her emotional labor for her. Hashtag pay Bruce Banner.
Seem to be
PayPal
running
him
to like prove that she thinks she has a harder life than Bruce.
I'm an expert at controlling my anger because I do it infinitely more than you. So all of this just feels like projecting a lot of shit onto me.
Which she's not wrong. A lot of it is
Is it projecting when you're demonstrating the point, even if you're going to try and say, well, I'm doing this on purpose? It feels like a gag. That means that she's indulging in her anger in that moment. She is not controlling herself.
No, she's indulging in the anger, and also, how can it be anything but projection if there's only been 2 Hulks ever in the history of the world? You have one baseline. You have, just from, again, Bruce Banner is a scientist. Well, he's going to look at things from a scientific perspective. His baseline is himself, hence his massive amount of observations that he's made that she threw out the fucking window and didn't want to look at. She doesn't care because she's too good and doesn't need any of your help from a man.
Mm-hmm.
But scientifically, if this is what you have all the data on from the one other person who's ever experienced this, you should probably examine those data. Oh no, just throw them out.
Yeah, and I think we should also point out that, funny enough, like, people don't understand being strong hurts people. And you really realize a lot of women are very comfortable with hitting or pushing around people because they think they can't hurt people. She needs to learn how to control her shit. Because all she has to do is like slap somebody and then like poke and then like they just go flying and I'm like,
But, no, it's worse than just she slapped somebody and they go flying. She could Saitama the shit out of somebody like the Mosquito Queen. Just literally slap a man because she thinks that she's controlling herself, realizes she's in Hulk form, and that man is splattered on the wall like a fucking shadow of an atomic bomb.
It's if you look at the video that I did on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard stuff, I went over the research on the prevalence of intimate partner violence between men and women, and guess what? It's about 50-50. But the difference is that women commit different types of intimate partner violence. Women throw things, including knives, by the way. Women are way more likely. Men use their fists and their hands. Women use objects. That's just that is. It's not a difference in prevalence. Men and women are equally likely to commit violence upon their partner. It's just that they do it differently. Now, if She-Hulk throws a shoe at you, it's gonna go through your skull and cleave it in two. So, women don't do violence. Yes, they do. They do it the exact same rate that men do. They just use different types of violence. They slap. They scratch. Men punch. That's the difference. Doesn't mean, but if you're super fucking strong, and you've got a thing that's involved with your strength that is related to anger issues. If you scratch somebody, you're going to tear their body into a regular human. So yeah, you should be able to, again, scientifically and within the story itself, this is all patently absurd and sickening because she doesn't recognize, even though she's already seen it in the first episode, in the first couple minutes, how much damage she can do. It's just dismissing the harm she could cause others because women better than men.
And that's just assuming the physical violence. The emotional violence you just did to Bruce, and effectively to men in general, it's not the same, so shut up. That's exactly like when women will start throwing hands and touching you and pushing and fucking beating you around the room. And it's like, men usually are violent, yes, and if they do violence to women, that happens too. But usually, especially for men like myself, we turn our violence inwards at ourselves, either through violent or non-violent methods. Either we eat ourselves, we drink ourselves into stupor, we play video games, we take drugs, or we throw our violence at the surroundings of our bedroom and our home. We punch walls, we kick walls, we punch objects, we look for opportunities to use our strength as an opportunity to put an outlet of violence, like, oh, I need you to open this box for me. Okay. Did you really need to punch through the box? Yes. It made me feel better.
It's okay. There can be positive and negative expressions of violence, or let's say strength, which is something that she should probably learn, that there can be positive and negative outpourings of strength. But she's not willing to learn that. Like I said, women are as likely to commit any form of intimate partner violence as are men. So, and that violence in general, women can be extremely fucking violent. They just are violent in a different way. Scratching, slapping, throwing. That's how women are violent. And then men, violent through punching, kicking, suplexing.
And then, of course, I forgot to mention the last one that both men and women do, which is destroying their bodies at the gym. Yeah. Throwing themselves into a mental stupor that is unconducive to healthy bodybuilding, even if it is to tone and shape, and they destroy their bodies in such a way to either A, destroy the mental image of what they think of themselves physically, so that they look in the mirror and they say, I'm not the same person that got pushed around. Or for men, which is the most diabolical one, we physically destroy our bodies because of the fact that everything else hurts, so we turn inwards at ourselves to try and break ourselves the way our selves are mentally broken, which then is where you get the idea of the super expressive and down-to-earth gym bro, because they have gotten to the point where they understand, bro, I'm breaking my body for no reason. I need to actually focus on me. I need to focus on the reps, bro. I need to focus on that. That's why we call it the forbidden pre-workout. Because we don't want to use those emotions. Because you send a string bin in with some emotional damage, and you send out a buff muscle bound guy that now has an addiction to goth girls. It's not a healthy thing.
These are not neither. These are healthy ways for men or women to deal with their emotional problems. But and the issue with this show is that I think actually the things that it's espousing are really unhealthy for women in particular. This is not like, again, not that every show has to teach some moral lesson, although that tends to be what attracts people to them, by the way. But also that when you're basically, it's funny, like, oh, this is teaching toxic masculinity. This show is this movie is toxic masculinity. This is toxic masculinity. Okay, but this is toxic femininity. Okay.
And I would say people come for the plot, but they stay for the morals.
People we want to, as human beings, all of us want to see nice moral stories. It doesn't mean that things have to end happily, by the way. But we want to see moral stories played out because it's part of our conception of the world. And the reason we don't go crazy is to believe that good things happen to good people and bad things happen to bad people. And when bad things happen to good people, there's some way forward and whatever. And that there's always redemption. That there's ways for things to equal out. That's why we tell these stories, and that's why human beings have been telling stories for the last 40,000 years around bonfires. That's why it speaks to every single one of us at such a deep psychological level when you try to subvert it because my feminism doesn't speak to anyone. Because you're not talking to anybody's psychology. You're talking to aliens, all right?
Feminists are aliens, indeed. Agree.
He clearly is not just teaching her how to minimize damages, but also to become a superhero like she's stated she doesn't want. So she hulks out, de-hulks, just...
No, he's actually teaching her lessons that she can then apply to being a superhero. You don't really...
apply to her daily life that because she can't get rid of this.
Mm-hmm.
To prove that she has it all under control, which is what their lessons were for originally.
You stay here until you figure out how to control your Hulk self. Priorities to control when you turn.
So Bruce succeeded in helping her.
He has about grown.
No,
And he says he has no idea. He says he has no clue why the fuck that happened. It's new ground for him, and he's fucking confused.
Like, what he's trying to do is he's saying, okay, yes, you've done this, but now I need to document why. Yeah. How did you do it? So I can write it down in my book. My big green book.
Your binder, cuz. Love you, Bruce, but I'm going home.
AKA, the solution that worked for him and his life is not necessarily applicable to her.
No, it doesn't even matter what's applicable to her because she didn't read the fucking book. He's trying to take her step. Oh, fucking God. Oh, my God.
This is awful because, literally, she could just have a change of state and body, like a period. Like, we brought it up with the blood. She has a period and has mood swings, and then the problem is there. She needs to be here so we can document.
Right, at least let her spend a whole cycle there, if you know what I mean. Like, if she's still getting them. To see, like, to make sure that when that PMS hits, that she doesn't just fucking rage the fuck out. And be like, I demand ice cream and pizza! You know?
Yeah. Like, that would be a hilarious beat where that's a thing that they do for an episode. She just has to suffer
That'd be fun.
It'd be like 7 days transitioned over a fucking episode or two where she's going through the PMS phase and she's gotten changed into a less sophisticated Hulk.
Just letting you know, it's only about 2. But PMS is like 2 days. But yeah, like but that would be a fun thing, Carl. So they can't do that. That would be fun and would poke fun at women. That's something you could have done if you made this show in the 2000s or in the 90s. But in 2022, you can't even bring up because PMS. It's not even a real thing. Yes, it is. By the way, highly documented. Fuck off.
Which makes sense as they're different people. Nowhere in this statement does she say, I've had a more traumatic life than you. He said, you need to learn to
infinitely more.
It's because she would probably say she didn't use the word traumatic. Yeah, you're right. She doesn't use the exact word traumatic. She says she deals with anger and fear, highly indicating trauma, infinitely more than you. Yeah, she said that. She just didn't use the word trauma. So shut up.
But she demonstrates that she already has that skill set. She already does that in her daily life. And I don't see anyone commenting on the fact that this is just her equivalent of, that's my secret cap. I'm always angry. There's
that'd be bad. That'd be bad. That'd be horrible. Like, that's my secret. It's like, Jen, you need to be able to calm down. Well, see, that's the problem. I'm always calm.
Right. But it is not at all equivalent. The fact that making the equivalence to that's my secret cap, I'm always angry. No, that was Bruce showing that he was able to control his anger so that he could, when he needed it to become the Hulk, he could Hulk out and let the anger loose. It is not at all equivalent.
Also, this is a perfect frame. Behold, my library of bullshit.
My library of Funko Pops.
That she skipped the, like, need to learn how to regulate my emotions step that Bruce had to go through before he got to that point in the Avengers. Which I think is fair and has nothing to do with trauma. Anger,
I think so.
at your circumstances has nothing to do with the trauma that you've experienced in your life.
I'm pretty
no offense, but no offense to this lady, but I don't actually think she knows anything about who Polaris is as a character, just as a guess from everything else she says. So I kind of know I'm angry about the Polaris figure being next to the Scarlet Witch. Just a guess. I could be completely wrong. Maybe she's a really big Polaris fan. I've cosplayed Polaris. Fan of Polaris. Doubt. Sorry, continue.
Know Bruce's journey. We've seen what he's been through. He's definitely had his moments of being angry all the time, but that doesn't invalidate the fact that her life experiences have also contributed to her knowing how to control her anger. I do sometimes wish she didn't say the I do.
How though?
Oh, wait. This is the important. The operative part, actually.
Okay.
Because this is when you get her one small admittance over the course of this video, where she realizes that she's probably wrong, despite all her clip chimping beforehand. Where she realizes she admits maybe there's a problem with some of this script. Go ahead.
Do it infinitely more than you, just because I feel like that's what people are latching onto, and if she hadn't said that sentence, I'd be really curious to know if people were actually listening to her, or if they'd find something else to complain about. Because women...
Well, the problem is that if they were listening to her, they would still be listening to the overall tone of her speech.
Everything she's done before this, too.
Yeah, and everything else done before as well. And they would be referencing it in their videos. So then, what would happen? Yeah. Well, actually, no, this is
the same thing with her previous hypothesis or her previous hypothetical. Like, what if she just screamed at Bruce and said, well, lady... the reality is people are latching onto that because it's horrible.
It's a very interesting thought experiment. Something that probably Mahler could do. Because unless he or somebody else had the time to edit it all together and find all the channels that he wants to on a particular topic to use, it'd be difficult to do.
Well, we could do... we could do it. Okay. All right. I'm back in doc school days. Okay, here's what we could do. Here's what we could do. We find people who have not watched this stupid show, because I guarantee there's millions and millions and millions of them, because no one wants to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what we do, and I've done this before. I've specifically done this before, where I was using I was doing research on parasocial relationships, and I wanted to throw in a spanner variable that people would get confused about, which is about transgender identity, with the show Transparent from a couple of years ago, and what we could do is I could re-edit the show to cut out all the lines where she's incredibly fucking horribly obnoxious, all those specific lines, cut out the ones where she's just a total fucking bitch, and then show two different versions of the show, the full version versus the edited version, and we could do this in a total clinical scientific environment and figure out if people like the character more or less.
Yeah, I'm down the clown.
I could do it absolutely tomorrow. No, well, not tomorrow, I'm busy, but...
Probably later on in the week.
Well, I just finished a 14,000 word fucking script that I have to start working on, but to edit. But it would be a thing. We could do it. Yeah, we could do it with SurveyMonkey. We could set it up. It wouldn't be IRB approved, of course, because I don't have an institution anymore. But we could certainly do a survey. The problem is that I would need to. I need to throw it out there into Reddit, pretending to be a actual proper functioning university scientist and not a weirdo on the internet. I could do it though. Don't worry. I just make a Reddit account and be like, "Hello, I'm working for a university and doing this thing, and here's." I probably shouldn't lie because I get in legal trouble. Sorry, I'm spitballing. I'm spitballing and go continue before I go, because I'm getting too excited about this idea.
I mean, there's that was one of the ideas, and then my other idea would have been that we get somebody like Mahler or Jay to basically get people together to get multiple different reviews that were made about about these scenes in particular, because everybody's basically going to have an episode 1 through 6 breakdown, which is what we seem to be doing so far. I've seen it from him. I've seen it from Mahler. I just did mine with Jay. You have all these people do breakdowns, and you start looking for those consistent, equal moments where everybody has the same reaction, and you just listen to the dialogue of every single content creator. Nameplate, label, their dialogue on the screen, just layered one after another, and just start hearing the similar or different takes that they had from the same moments.
God, sometimes I wish I wasn't a content creator, because what I would instead do is I'd pull up the CC, the closed captioning data. I just pull them right out, drop them into a thematic analysis, use a computer program to identify multiple themes and see what shows up, and I can pop it right into statistical, pure quantitative data. I could hear qualitative data, turn pure quantitative, just numbers. I could do it in about 12 hours. But no, the whole process is probably taking about a week. And instead I make YouTube videos.
Yes, and the method that we're suggesting,
doing like interesting scientific analysis like that. But
and because we're content creators, the idea that we're coming up with will be much funnier and much more enjoyable.
No, I'd love just to look at the numbers and just look at the pure. You have to create a code book and stuff. You have to teach the AI. I'm so glad that we have this capacity now.
Yes,
teach the AI a little bit.
Yeah,
to look,
we're nerds.
See what it's looking
Fuck
for.
you want about it? Our dicks is big. Like my dick is big or juicy coochie. Fuck you want from us? That's what happens when you have good ideas.
Deserve to have a space to talk about their experiences, and once more, it feels like all of the reactions saying she's so foolish to even think that that's a big issue just feels like it's trivializing stuff that a lot of women go through. But I kind of wish
fuck them hoes.
Being catcalled.
Why they did, because it has to lead into
being able to make niggas into food niggas and get them to give you free food while they pay the way for you and your bestie. Ugh.
First saying
making him buy food for your other kids because you don't want just one kid to have McDonald's. Everybody gotta have McDonald's. Oh my god.
She goes through a lot. She has to twerk in the office. Okay.
With Megan the Stallion.
The Stallion. Do you pronounce the extra E?
No, it's just Megan the Stallion.
Why is there 2 E's in it?
Because stylization.
I hate it.
It's the same reason why Amy of Carmen, when she decided to leave the label, break her contract with L.A. Reid and rebrand as Queen Herbie, made the name Queen Herbie. Because if she named it with the normal spelling of Queen, she would get hit with copyright. But if she uses the one that she uses here, where she takes a V instead of the U, she gets to use it that way.
Oh, I like that though. Actually, I like using V's instead of U's.
Oh yes.
I like Witch House music, which used to do that a lot to make, and they intentionally, the old Witch House groups and artists would intentionally use V's instead of U's to make their music more difficult to find. That's how you know you're in a real fucked up genre of music that you're interested in. Like, we're trying to make our music more obscure.
I think you're projecting a lot of your own problems onto me, even though I'm a different person. Because she is a different person. And by saying that,
he's not projecting his problems. He's trying to tell you the problems that he's experienced that you will probably experience as well as a mentor.
This is the level of arrogance of like a child saying to a parent, yeah, I didn't have a child out of wedlock. I think I'll be fine. And then like 5 episodes later, Mom, I'm pregnant.
And by the way, I don't know what law school is like, but in doc school at least, and grad school, but particularly in doctoral schools. So again, a JD is a Juris Doctorate. I could ask for Kada, I guess, but I don't want to bother him. In doctoral school, you do form a weird, if not parental, then sibling-like relationship with your advisor of being like, please tell me what to do, sensei, because this is a really fucking difficult field. We're in this shit deep. We're in the trenches. And I need you to tell me how to manage something that's this difficult. Undergraduate is not. If anyone has any kind of belief that doctoral school is anything like undergraduate, abandon that belief right now, because it's a completely different thing. You are in a sensei kind of position with your advisor in doc school, and so that's a totally normal thing that happens every single goddamn day at thousands of universities all across the world. Hundreds of thousands, people who are training PhD students, tens of thousands at least. You are in a sensei-like relationship, and you have to at some point kind of submit to the person who has been through the experience that you're about to go through. Accept their wisdom. It's not going to be identical to yours, but accept their knowledge and wisdom. It might not be identical, but it's going to be probably helpful. God damn, so self-centered.
It's like if somebody paid me and people do to coach them in League of Legends. It's like, okay, I happen to right now be recording information for Yorick because I have 2 people, 3 people in my audience, potentially a 4th person who wants to buy some help from me to learn how to play the game. Do you need to learn how to play Yorick in order to become a better League of Legends player? No. But will the lessons that Yorick will teach you, which is zone of control, mastery of your zone of control, and never letting people into your zone or attack your maiden, make you better at understanding spatial awareness? Absolutely. Because you need to have spatial awareness. You can't walk up to people and walk all over them like Riven. You have to keep your distance and plan your moments. And then
when you should make a like an online Coursera course or whatever that's called, like where you do those, like that thing that Ninja did.
Yeah.
Where he like made an internet course. You should do that about teaching Yorick. But when you teach zone control, just have Kanye West saying, "Don't let me into my zone."
Yes, yes. Like I already have so much footage that I need to put together for like a fucking montage, and I intended on making my guides like that. I'm also in the middle of like leveling my rune crafting on RuneScape so I can make a Guardians of the Rift guide for the same concept. But even then, even in that concept, if it's for something like RuneScape, which has infinite guides for everything, for both soloing content and doing content in duos, trios, raids, groups, or for a raid group for any of the new raids that were new raid that was released, Tombs of Damascus, you're going to sit down and be like, yeah, I know everything, but it's like, no, you don't. There are guides. There are optimal guides that will teach you how to do it. It's like, well, I want to do it my way. It's like, okay, go play free-to-play. And then level the character from attack level 1 till attack level 30. It's going to take you like maybe 5 hours, right? I open up a new account. I put a bond on it. I go do Waterfall Quest. I'm now at the same point, and I did it in 5 minutes with the resources from the gold that I sold from my items when I started. And I am now a head start ahead of you. I did less work for more benefit. You're gonna get mad and say, well, I didn't know that? Well, you didn't want to know that. You kept running your mouth saying you knew more than I did. It's like, no, I'm a better player than you, Carl. I'm a better League of Legends player. It's like, okay, money match me. I don't want to do that. I don't have anything to... Oh, you don't have anything to prove, huh?
Oh, that sounds bitch-made to me.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like a whole ass bitch right now. And then if I win, it's like, well, now, thank you very much. I'll take your money. You want to know how I beat your ass? No? Oh, well, you're going to have to have some more money. I have a dumbass policy.
Join my masterclass.
Then if it's like, they come into the chat, and you say, well, I'm a better player than you. You play dog shit. And it's like, okay, let's pull up the VOD, shall we? Here's how I knew you were ganking me. Do you see this ward that you didn't check and sweep for? Yeah, you see how I'm seeing you? I'm physically looking at you on my screen? In fact, let's go back to the VOD of the channel. What did I say back then? Hey, look at this bitch. That nigga trying to gank me from behind. Oh, look at this. And nigga trying to gank me from behind. Damn. You got fucking snow walk. Damn. I dog watch it. Damn. That's part of the lesson. Because even in the concept of gaming, gamers want to teach. We like teaching. We like people playing our games. It's the reason. It's why more people started leaving and abandoned PSO2 as soon as the fucking woke schools took over the Western servers and made the game unfun because you didn't like the fact that we were buying 5 billion items in Meseta and they were all big titty goblin Lolita set pieces for our cast suits. Like the
reason I left playing real quick, the reason I stopped playing League and started playing Dota is because I had a friend who was like, I'll teach you how to play Dota, and was like being like, we'll go through everything, and we played Dota all the time. I had a teacher to, even though I was playing League, Dota's very different from League.
Even though
it's another MOBA, it's totally different skill set you kind of have to learn. And I had a teacher to show me how to play Dota, and I wanted to play with someone who was good and could teach me how to play it. People enjoy that. It's nice to also, when you're playing a game like that, to kind of have a helping hand. Do you know what I mean? Someone there to help, who's been doing it longer than you, to guide you so that you don't feel so alone when you're learning a new skill.
At the very least, you get to have somebody who's there, who's been through the experience, and will shortcut you through the problems.
And talk shit about you when you fuck up.
When you fuck up. And more importantly, give you a goal. Because then the goal is like, I gotta become better than him so I can show off the next time I play with him. Or
100%.
Or if you're just playing by yourself, and you're the one that's roasting you, as many coaches like myself do, you're going to be going over your own VODs and pushing your limitations so that you can become better. And then once you feel like you've mastered a champion, guess what? There's over 120 of them in the game. Spin the roll wheel and pick a character.
But that's the exact thing with She-Hulk, right? If she's like, it would have been cool to watch her just like even in the training montage. The fact is, they show us she's immediately better. That's what people call her a Mary Sue. If we see that, like, first she is because she's not comfortable with this, which is what you've told us about the character. She's explaining she's disgusted and hates this, and she just wants to be a lawyer. And so instead, have her be like, oh, I don't want to do this, and being frustrated, and then realize after training with Hulk that she does maybe have some better skills than him. Not that she's instantly better. That's how you introduce this character and make her interesting. She has to struggle. We have to see that. It can't be, and it could even be that she's like, accidentally better. But again, we're told she doesn't like the Hulk form, so she shouldn't be like gloating constantly. She should be maybe surprised if you do want to make her better instantly. If you do want to do that, then she should be surprised and freaked out by it, not gloating and smiling and dancing around. That's just, it makes no sense.
It irritates every person who sees it because that's what you think people behave as at all times, and that is probably one of the most insulting things to the female gender as a whole. Because I like women. I know that women are not all like that. But that kind of shit would make a guy say, you know what? It's not worth it. I'll stay gay forever.
What are we seeing? We're seeing increasingly more and more men are basically just checking out and saying, I don't want to deal with women. And I don't blame them at all. Look at the way that women are portrayed in media. They're all bitches. They're all super egotistical. They're all self-centered. They just want money and power, and they all hate men actively. Well, if I was a man, I would check the fuck out of women too. I've been involved with the men's rights activism, or I would not call it activism, advocacy community for 5 years for a reason, because this shit's terrible for men, and men should go their own fucking way in that way. And it's like, if women are going to choose to do that, then men should check the fuck out. You shouldn't have to deal with this bullshit.
It's really funny because in media, it's not just in these crappy shows, like even shows that are like very highly recommended. The men are bitches and all of the women are very like, I recently watched Ozark, and it's one of those things.
I've never seen it, but I've heard it's good.
It's good, but it's one of those things where I get upset because I'm like, man, the husband is such a bitch. And the wife is such a stuck-up asshole at times, because she's like, it's one of those like when people bitch about like with Breaking Bad about how Walt and everything, all this other stuff, shit. It's the full extent of that, but worse, because like she'll fuck shit up for them, knowing that they very much possibly could die, because it's shown kind of that she needs to prove herself and she's overconfident about something, and you're dealing with cartels and everything. So this is very much our family disappears if we fuck up here.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, this is awful. Why is nobody stopping this?
That requires people to actually take responsibility and do that.
I guess that, yeah, they have to take responsibility, and no one's willing to do it. And when people do speak out against it, guess what? You get silenced, you get shut the fuck down, you get your shit removed. You get called a racist bigot, anti-woman, whatever, and it's like...
It's bad.
And it doesn't matter, by the way. It doesn't matter what your own personal details are. It doesn't matter if you're gay, or woman, or you're black, or white, or Asian, or whatever, whoever you are, and you're calling this shit out, as long... And saying it's a problem. Oh no, you're always racist, sexist, bigot, anti-Semite, anti-feminist, anti-woman. Okay, those words don't mean anything now anymore. Great, thanks. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate that.
It's that the same mentality of what people bitched about. What was it? I'm not your shield type bullshit that happened a decade ago. Yeah, and the people bitched about those people because, oh, you're just being a shield for these people. I'm like, they're just like pointing out their. It's one of those things where you can't actually have an opinion because it's inconvenient for everybody, apparently.
No, it's only basically certain people. It's only if you have certain political beliefs that you're allowed to express or espouse any opinions whatsoever. And then it ends up becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy in that women like this cannot
you're watching her do mental gymnastics to try to explain the show. Clip chimping, chimping, or whatever I said, mixing it around. But clip chimping, fucking shit up, lying, trying to make excuses where there's no excuse, because it's part of her political ideology or worldview that it must be good because people she doesn't like don't like it. The world isn't that black and white. It can actually be that it's just bad.
It's like the moment where we all saw Patrick Williams get fucking angry and upset that the stupid ass "this was made for children to watch space wizards" blow up in his face.
Space wizards, yeah.
It was so great watching that moment come around. Did he take the concept of I wonder why this is happening to me? Nah, he didn't give a damn. It never occurred to him. He just decided, you know what? I'm just gonna say that you guys are Nazis. That's it. You guys are not doing correct film criticism.
No, that shit was hilarious because it's just a movie for space wizards and all that type of shit happened. Then the next movie came out, and then he had issues. You could tell he had issues with the movie, but it wasn't.
But he couldn't say anything.
He couldn't say anything. They backed themselves into a corner with their own bullshit.
Exactly. That's the thing. When you defend media based on a political belief rather than on its actual quality, then you always will end up backing yourself into a corner like this woman who has to clip stuff out of context, remove context from things, and then deletes the video because, of course, everyone's like, well, why did you clip stuff the way you did and remove context while complaining about removing context? Because you're not looking at the media as an objective thing, as an objective work of art. You're looking at it as what it espouses or it claims to espouse. And by the way, don't get this shit twisted, lady. Marvel does not give a shit about you or your feminist beliefs, okay? They are using them as a cudgel to sell crap.
Hey, we recognize that word. I wonder where we heard that statement from before. Weird.
What?
You said the magic word.
Cudgel?
Yes.
Oh, is it a magic word?
Yeah.
My bad.
Remember the clone? Yeah. Weird.
I forgot about Auntie Carl.
Yeah. It's weird how this happens. It's almost like they accuse us the shit that they do themselves.
Yep.
Weird.
Every fucking time.
It's weird. Very weird.
And just reestablishing the fact that she doesn't want the life that he has. I've seen a lot of comments saying it's cringy and unnecessary for her to talk about it, but she's literally using her experiences as evidence to say, that's my secret, Bruce. I'm always angry. There's also so much room here to.
But no, she said she wasn't.
To then go back, look internally.
You literally just said that's not her saying that, and then said that is her saying that.
So you've contradicted yourself within about 30 seconds.
Girl, you gotta make up your mind. Is she the shit or is she not the shit?
Women moment.
Figure things out. Just because one character says that she thinks this is what's happening in episode 1 doesn't necessarily mean that's what's going to be the end-all definitive reason why she can control her Hulk form later on.
Well, we haven't seen 6 episodes in, we haven't seen anything else.
Literally.
6 episodes in, we haven't seen any other explanation other than that she's just better at it. Now, I know she couldn't have known this, and to be fair, in her defense, she couldn't have known. She also is speculating here. But did you really think the fact that they didn't take any second to in any way humanize, to put her, bring her down to a lower level and have her build herself back up, that there was no depth in the hero's journey there? There was no low point that would ever come back. I mean, it could have, but it hasn't. 6 episodes in, and I think in a 12-episode series, it's very unlikely to. Maybe
I thought it was 9.
Is it 9?
Yeah.
That was 12. Oh, my bad. So you got 3 more episodes. Wait, no, yeah, you got 3 more episodes.
3 more episodes.
3 more episodes to figure it out, and maybe in the last episode they'll bring it back. But that is a hell of a lot of time. How many hours is that? You're asking the people to sit through 8 more hours, essentially 7.5 more hours of crap to maybe get some payoff where she learns some form of humility. No, she should learn the humility immediately, as every other hero does, okay? That's the problem.
It's like expecting streamers to understand and learn the concept of why things like having a relationship with a woman that's part of your streamer organization is going to be a massive conflict of interest.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not. It's not something that seems to computate to the brain. It takes a minute. Yep. It's got to wire its way through the coochie or through the penis, and then back to the brain, and then back down to the small brain. Then they get it. And you got to make sure that when you wire it back, it goes through their bank account. Then the connection's made clear.
Yeah,
crystal.
Then look at it.
Episode series. It's obviously not going to include everything in episode 1.
I did your dialectical behavior therapy.
The problem is that if it's not in episode 1, that's a very bad way to open a series.
I actually missed that line.
Pain.
That's not dialectical behavioral therapy. Dialectical behavioral therapy, by the way, is like one of the worst, in my opinion, forms of therapy. It is a form of cognitive behavioral therapy, but it kind of abandons the parts of cognitive behavioral therapy that are more useful. Dialectical behavioral therapy is used to treat pretty much exactly one disorder, as I've seen it most commonly used within the DSM-5. So to know what psychological disorder is dialectical behavioral therapy used to most commonly treat?
Is it BPD?
Oh my God! That dialectical behavioral therapy is used to treat borderline. Now.
That's
I was right! Fuck!
Yes.
No!
He got it. He got it in one. He got it in one. So
I would like to say again, because I said this to Jay the other night, why is it that a apolitical shitposter is better at hard reads than Hollywood script writers?
So these morons probably don't know this, but I'd like to, if you don't mind, read to you what... Okay, so she says that Bruce is trying to treat her with dialectical behavioral therapy. And dialectical behavioral therapy is, let's be clear, it's like how to cope with your emotional issues, regulate your emotions. That is true. It is dialectical behavioral therapy. He's not really doing it because he's more like telling her to meditate and shit, but that is kind of the point of dialectical behavioral therapy, is teaching people who have a severe personality disturbance how to calm the fuck down. Yes, but I'd like to just read off to you the symptoms of borderline personality disorder, because yes, that is what that therapy is used to treat. Here, in order to make the clinical diagnosis for borderline personality disorder, which is experienced almost like between 80 and 90% by females, it's an almost entirely female disorder.
Shocker.
All right. You must have 5 or more of the following 9 symptoms. 1, frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment. 2, a pattern of unstable or intense interpersonal relationships characterized by alternating between extremes of idealization and devaluation. How that tends to manifest in people who have borderline personality disorder. Sorry, I'll get a little psych here if you don't mind. Okay. Is that that's when you have a woman who's like, I love you, you're the devil. That's that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Within like a very short period of time. Trying to get through this quickly. Identity disturbance, markedly and persistently unstable self-image or sense of self. Impulsivity in at least 2 areas that are potentially self-damaging. For example, spending money, sex, substance abuse, reckless driving, or binge eating. Recurrent suicidal behavior, gestures or threats, or self-mutilating behavior. 6, affective instability due to a marked reactivity of mood. For example, intense episodic dysphoria, irritability, or anxiety, usually lasting a few hours, and rarely only more than a few days. Chronic feelings of emptiness, inappropriate intense anger or difficulty controlling anger, transient stress-related paranoid ideation, or severe dissociative symptoms. That last one's very rare, but you only need 5 out of the 9, and that's when you start to get into the potential crossover with schizophrenia. So, does she have borderline personality disorder? I don't know. But I would love to actually I should get to. Oh my god, this is what I should do. You know, I'm pals with a guy called Ken's Counseling Couch, who's sometimes been on Nick Arcada's show. He's a licensed therapist. We should go through and diagnose She-Hulk. Considering she says that she went through that Hulk's trying to put her through dialectical behavioral therapy. Does she have borderline person? If you also Carl, do you know anything about borderline in terms of like how it manifests?
Outside of white women yelling at me, no.
No, white women. Yeah, it's white women disorder. It's white women being insane disorder is the shorthand of what borderline is. It's white women being incomprehensibly nuts. So she's got white woman disorder, right?
Yes.
Great. Thanks for letting me know. Also, why does she know, as a lawyer, what dialectical behavioral therapy is if she hasn't been through it before because she fucking has borderline?
Oh, that makes this so much worse.
By the way, Amber Heard was diagnosed with borderline, just to give you an idea.
Oh, that shit was obvious as a goddamn bird shitting on your car.
Obvious.
I know, but right.
Bitch, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
I can change back and forth, and I'm happy to now get back to my life.
She literally acknowledges that Bruce helped. She says, I did what you...
That's not good acknowledgement. That's you giving a backhanded compliment. You horrible fucking woman. What is the relationship to your father?
Oh my god, what another good question.
She listened to him. She
said she also brings up the DBT.
Him, and now
you did your whoa.
Fucking Christ!
You did your DBT in 4 days? Any kind of behavioral therapy takes years. Months minimum. Behavioral therapy is the correction of a personality disorder. Personality disorder is baked into you. I don't know if this woman knows what DBT is then actually, or if she just like looked it up and was like, oh yeah, okay, whatever. But no, that's not how DBT works. And Hulk wasn't doing that. He's not a licensed clinical therapist. It's not DBT though. She probably does have borderline. She appears to have such in other episodes of the series. So, how curious though. I missed that part before. Now I've blocked it. So. I'll hone in on that autistically.
Based.
That she actually has the resources within her to control her Hulk form. She just did it a little bit quicker than 15 years. But Bruce wants her to stay. And I get it, because the poor man's alone on a beach.
I'm not you, and I'm not going to become...
Well, no, he's not. He said, this is where I went. He's not alone on a beach anymore. However, he was alone on a beach.
Yeah, he was alone here. He went through all this stuff himself. He didn't have a support system. How lucky are you to have a support system, someone who knows what you're going through that no one else on Earth could, and you're just telling him to fuck off? It's so...
It's so gross.
Gross and vile.
I don't need to join some secret government contractor squad and have my entire life...
He didn't have a choice.
...taken away from...
He literally didn't have a choice. Also, what a great frame.
What a great frame.
Oh, this is what happens when you... This is what happens when you're several mimosas deep, girls. And he starts hitting your shulky just right. We're disgusting human beings.
That's alright.
Clearly,
so they're the makers of the show. So whatever.
Been afraid of this whole time. She wants to live her life on her own terms. That's not a crime.
My life wasn't taken away.
Really?
And Bruce, I love you, buddy. We can see you've worked through it in therapy. We can see that you're content and at peace with yourself now. But come on, you know it, we know it, she knows it. You've been through a lot of trauma, and even though you've accepted your situation,
she
now,
completely denied his trauma. If those roles had been reversed, every fucking femoid on the internet would be screaming about not accepting trauma, not accepting her. She denying her trauma. No, it was fine for her to deny his trauma and say, "I do it way better than you. I'm just better at it." No, this is cope. Like, this is real cope at how shit this show is. Sick.
It's painful to watch.
It does.
There's been a lot of struggle to get to this point.
So you didn't wind up alone? Hiding away on some remote beach with no friends, no relationships, never seeing your family, and definitely not dealing with a decade's worth of trauma? Why would you want that for me, Bruce?
She knows that he's had a hard life. She doesn't want her life to be that hard. I think this part of
No.
Okay, there's a difference between going, why do you want that for me? And sending, it's the best option for you. Like, he's saving you a lot of pain.
He's also not saying that he wants her to... He's actually saying the opposite. He's saying, I'm trying to teach you so you don't go through decades of trauma. He's trying to save her from decades of trauma, lady. Wouldn't you as a feminist find that admirable?
Well, see, the problem is that the way that we're viewing this here is that her not being allowed to fuck up and fail is her being robbed of things. And because we know that these feminists have dry, they suffer from the feminist disease of dry coochie. They see that this is him robbing her of an opportunity to use the sexiness of being a wounded gazelle to get her pity dick. So literally,
but here's the opposite question though here, Carl. So when she does go get hurt, when she does go get fucked up, when she does go have more trauma, is it his fault?
Yes.
Of course it is. Yep. That's there you go. That is the correct answer. Him trying to prevent her from having more trauma. That he's fucked up and wrong, and that's wrong of him to do that. When she does end up having trauma because she didn't listen to him, that's still his fault. He should have fixed it for her. Fucking women moment. Oh my.
It's always gonna be the fault of a man. Why didn't a man save me? And then if a man attempted to save her, why didn't you save me perfectly? Why didn't you whisk me off into the sunset?
Yeah. Oh, he tried to save me. Well, he didn't try hard enough. Oh, he did, but he should have convinced me better.
It's frustrating for us too.
Throw myself off a fucking bridge, dude.
Particular is so clear that she's acknowledging that he's been through a lot more than her. To me,
no, she's not.
That she
knows
really
what he's
been through. She knows that it is devastating, hard stuff, and that she specifically doesn't want that life for herself. She seems quite content and eager to go back to the life of catcalling and mansplaining to avoid the trauma that Bruce has accumulated. She is literally in agreement with all of you saying her life is not as hard as Bruce's. That's the point. That's why she keeps saying she doesn't want to.
Nope.
Literally, no.
This woman, she is just. She's putting her own weird spin on things because this is what she wants it to mean. And it's like, that's cute and all. But what you are getting out of this is not what's on the screen. It's factually not. It is factually not what is happening on the screen. So she wants to go back to the catcalling, which okay, I'm trying to work through her logic. I think I got it. She's saying that catcalling is less bad than having to learn how to become She-Hulk. But then all the things that happen after this completely betray that is not correct, because then she's super happy being She-Hulk, getting a new job, and being able to twerk with Megan the Stallion and all that other kinds of stupid shit she does.
Mm-hmm.
So this doesn't end up paying out in the story. Maybe you could have been correct that she was happier being catcalled than being a superhero, but she decides to be the superhero in court. So you're wrong. Just fundamentally wrong.
It's very difficult to find a way how she's going to justify how that shit makes sense when it literally.
But it's only the first episode review, and she deleted this because it's terrible, obviously. So.
God, it's just so fucking bad.
Be a superhero. She has a life that she is used to, she is content with, and that is relatively non-traumatic for her compared to everything that Bruce has been through as an Avenger.
But and even before he was an Avenger. Wait. Now that she brought it up, no. She actually just said, "No, wait a minute," that her life as a regular woman was more traumatic than Bruce as the Hulk. So wouldn't actually she want to go become a superhero because she said that her life was infinitely more fucking difficult than his?
True.
Yep.
So excuse me, actually, then everything you said is wrong.
Because now she's saying that she wants to have a difficult life. I want to have a difficult, unfulfilling life as a
the
prosecutor / defense attorney.
Yeah, as a lawyer, but that's harder because you said it was infinitely harder than Bruce's life. So she chooses the infinitely harder life. You could have made that argument. She doesn't really make that argument. She chooses she says the mildly, the mildly awful life of being a woman versus the super awful life of being a woman as a superhero. No, according to her own logic, being a woman is infinitely worse than being a superhero.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, your logic doesn't hold up then.
This is one of those things that I like to call the feminist prestige. The trick is that we're supposed to say, oh man, you have it so hard. It's so hard for you to be a woman. Oh my god, it's just so difficult. But it's not difficult. It's actually extremely easy.
And it's empowering. And wow, it's great. I love being a woman. It's so wonderful. Yeah, it is. It's the feminist prestige. There you go.
And it's like...
Good way of saying that.
You get the advantage to say, oh, well, see, my life is so much harder than yours. See, I have to do all this stuff. I have to have feminine care products, and I have to deal with men leering over my body.
50 cents more for a razor that's colored pink when I could just buy a Bic that's colored blue, but then it wouldn't be feminine.
It's so hard to be a woman, but then it's so empowering having that difficulty.
At the same time.
I'm built different.
I'm a woman. Yeah, okay, great, whatever.
It's like, I'm smarter, I'm better, I smell like grapes! I smell like grapes!
If you smell like grapes, get a better scent. What? Use the Kool-Aid scent. How is there not fucking Kool-Aid perfume, by the way?
See, you say this, but I actually do have Kool-Aid gum. I actually have some. I will go get a stick of it right fucking now.
Dude, there's gotta be Kool-Aid perfume, or this gotta exist. If not, well, how is Kool-Aid missing the market on that?
You saw it here first, folks. Kool-Aid gum! Grape, cherry, fruit, and tropical punch.
Oh my god.
It's not even my favorite.
I literally saw it in the dollar store, and I said, no, I have to have it. It must be in my mouth.
It's probably delicious. Everybody, like... Okay.
Yeah, gum, the grape and the fruit punch, maybe. The cherry tastes like ass.
I wouldn't try the cherry. Yeah. I don't like cherry. Fake cherry flavor is often garbage. Sometimes it's good, but a lot of times it's trash. I think strawberry kiwi is my favorite Kool-Aid flavor.
I prefer Charcoalberry Fin. Also,
I haven't had that. What is that? Charcoalberry Fin?
It's like...
It's like coconut?
No, it's like raspberry.
Oh, I like anything with raspberry I like, yeah.
Also, nobody take that clip and say, I need that in my mouth. Please don't do that.
I need that in my mouth.
As a Hulk.
Why? Wouldn't you listen to someone who's been through all this before?
This is literally every comment section.
Because we're different people!
And this is literally the answer. This sums it up. They're different people with different life experiences, different life backstory.
But they have the same fucked up thing going on.
It's like literally not the same. Because it's actually worse considering the fact that you got infected from a cross-contamination of your blood. You actually have a much more direct form of gamma radiation that was going to cause you lifelong medical problems. Like, you might end up finding yourself, if this ever comes up for an episode, of needing to sue... Like, for needing to sue the medical facility that is responsible for the original Gamma incident that made him a Hulk, and the fact that they might be...
You're gonna get cancer.
Yeah! Like, you might have to sue them because you might need help because you form some kind of Hulk mesothelioma. You have no idea.
This happened in some comic at one point. It was in The Death and Return of Superman. where in DC, the distinguished competitor, where in the Death and Return of Superman, they had characters that were like a parody of the Fantastic Four, and instead of getting superpowers from the radiation, they like got cancer and like exploded and shit.
Cancer and explosions.
they got horrible disfiguring cancers.
And then they blew up.
Well, no, it was like different things happen to different ones of them.
No, I get it. I
get
it.
Becoming the thing and the Invisible Woman and stuff like that.
I just wanted to make the SpongeBob reference.
There you go. Like, okay, so be glad that you be glad you turned into SheHulk instead of just getting horrible fucking cancer from gamma radiation.
Yeah, like be happy that you turned into a tall, vivacious, good-looking green fuck puppet instead of getting turned into a female, the Thing, with horrible skin lesions.
Just getting cancer. Yeah,
we just need to treat it like gamma AIDS. Literally, y'all came up with the word gamma AIDS. We need to treat it like gamma AIDS. He's helping you with your experience with AIDS. Calm the fuck down.
More or less, yeah. Like, you got AIDS, but AIDS is a superpower in this. Or hepatitis. One or the other.
Hepatitis H.
Hepatitis H or hepatitis G for green, I'm not sure.
Their role in the world. And I still maintain that she did listen to him. The fact that she now knows what her triggers are, how to control them, and like is able to turn into
She has no idea. Her trigger is the danger room full of saws.
No,
That's not her triggers.
This is hilarious because she's like, she did listen to him and she's actually doing great. I'm like, I swear to God, if that's what listening looks like to you, I'm going to double down on my comment that your boyfriend listens to Andrew Tate. Like,
I'm sure. Either way, I'm sure her boyfriend, quote, listens to her all the time.
Or girlfriend. Don't be sexist.
Sure, come on, honey. Let me tell you.
Like
you tell me about my day at the law office. I'm listening. Just puts on an Andrew Tate podcast. Yes, I'm listening, honey. I'm here.
Starts going through the internet looking for old Elliot Rodger videos. There's still shit though.
At whim, whenever she wants to, is proof that she and Bruce succeeded.
So you know I'm literally the only other person in the world that understands what you're going through.
I know.
Call me anytime.
Thank you.
She is appreciative of his help.
No, she's not.
She's literally fucking not. If she's appreciative in this moment, it's because she's getting what she wants.
She's also waving him off. Sure. Whatever. Yeah, get away. I don't want to deal with you anymore. That's not appreciative. And again, that's a fucking self-report on you, honey. Like, that's what you think. Someone does something nice when you're like, yeah. That's appreciative? That's a self-report. That's a self-report.
These women do not deserve penis. I'm telling you. They don't.
Fucking, like, she gets Patreon subscribers or whatever. It'll be like, oh, here's like $500. I love you so much. She's like, yeah. Look how appreciative I am. Don't message me again.
Oh, it hurts so much.
We're basically describing a woke Valley Girl. It's hilarious.
That's because you know it's fucking true. That's like,
that's the secret. That's the secret. They're all woke Valley girls.
Thanks for your support. Don't DM me. Don't.
See, in the video where Signifier had the audacity to say, listen, we as black men, they just love our cocks, but we are so disarmed in how to defend against sexualization of our cocks. When he sat there and showed that example of somebody saying, hey, do you have a big dick? Is there a chance where you can put it on screen? And he puts the fucking Tom and Jerry, what the fuck, on screen? You get to have that. That would be the comparative to this. In that, I can say, maybe that's happened to him, because he's a bread tuber, and these niggas do not know the concept of space, or limits, or boundaries, but you're not about to look at me. You're not going to turn to me and say, listen, I understand what it's like to be a woman with these emotions around men, You clearly do not. Not the writers, not the character. They're not imaginary girlfriend here. It's painful. Because all I can imagine is, what is the relationship to your mother? What is the relationship to your father? What is the relationship to your brothers and sisters? What is the relationship to your exes? What is the current dynamic of your relationship to your significant other? If it is a woman, there is no way that she's not hearing this passive aggressiveness. If he is a man, leave her. There's no other answer I can give.
Oh, I know. There's no way she... Again, we don't know her relationship with Bruce before this. Like, again, I have... Well, my mom's... my grandparents, my mom's side, had 7 children. And all of them had a bunch of kids. So I have a ton of cousins. And I'm really close with some of my cousins. Like, some of them, like, if there's something serious that happens in my life, like, I know that at any point I could go to my cousins and be like, you know, hey, Jacob, like, I'm having a problem with this. And actually, I even messaged my cousin Jacob, because apparently his daughter just got in a car accident the other day. I have to, like, message him, oh my god. Whoa, okay. But there are people in your life that you can be very close to who are family members, but we don't have any real idea about what her relationship is with anybody else, which makes this all very hollow. Maybe she wasn't very close with Bruce before, so that's why she's so bitchy and doesn't act like a regular, normal human being around him. Maybe they've barely interacted. It's possible, I guess. Like, not all cousins. This is the thing. Not all cousins are close. In terms of, like, some families do not have close cousin relationships in terms of knowing each other and going to family events together and shit. But, like, I know at least my family, like, we're very close because, like, oh my god, my grandparents died. It was like everybody had to be, holy shit, just everyone hugging and crying and shit like that, you know? But not everybody's family's like that. So maybe she's never really known Bruce very well. But they give off mixed messages on that relationship as well.
It's very hit and miss. It's very all over the place, especially when it comes to the way that her dynamics is speaking to him is.
Yeah, is she close to Bruce or not? It's actually not very clear.
Because if she's close to Bruce, and it's like, okay, I understand where he's coming from. He's just worried for my safety. But he's sometimes can be overbearing. We have no context. You know what would be great? You know what would have been great to replace this shitty... Yes, a flashback would have been great. Yeah. And we know what would have been great to replace the shitty dialogue. Yeah, like, replace the shitty dialogue and shit that we get because of the fact that they come from a family that would have been scientific in origin, because that's how Bruce ended up getting into fucking science in the first goddamn place. You actually show some kind of variation of, like, the mob hit that should have happened, but it happened to them as kids. And, like, in the back of his head, they've always been worried as a family that this is something that would be an issue.
And he protects her, or she protect. You want to put the feminist shit in there? She protects him as a kid. How about that? Why not? You do a flashback and be like, where she protected Bruce as a kid. Flashbacks are kind of cheap, but still, you could have done something like that. They can be, very effective. Have a flashback where we show how these characters know each other, and we've shown that she's protected him in the past, where she's been the one with emotional control in the past. And even though I think she's a lot younger than him, it could still be like her as being like a little like 6-year-old, and he's a wimpy, because he's supposed to be a wimpy guy. He's like a wimpy 12-year-old or something, or whatever, or wimpy teen or young teen, and she sticks up for him in some way.
Imagine he comes to... imagine, like, he comes into their house and everything to stay safe, and, like, you notice he has, like, a slight bruise under his eye or something like that. That's a huge thing. That she was raised by her father, who's, if I'm not mistaken, like a police chief. Like, a lot of daughters who are raised by police chiefs are, like, tough as all fuck because their dads teach them to be tough as all fuck. And, like, she would probably defend him. Like,
she goes out and she beats up, or gets the bullies to leave him alone. Like that. Then we could see something about these characters' relationships. We could see something about how all of this would make a little bit more sense. Why she's, like, kind of taking the things he's saying as a little bit flippant, because she's like, no, I've always been the stronger one. Because when you're kids, sometimes that can be the case, particularly if he's a nerdy little wimp and she's a very strong young girl. Then she could have been like, no, fuck you, bully. Beat off, bullies. Don't leave my cousin alone. That kind of stuff. Like, you could do that, and then it's so simple. You could have done something like that so easily, and that wouldn't necessarily be like anti to the comics, but would make these characters make sense.
Because then you could characterize all of her showboatiness as the, remember, I used to take care of you, and it's like, yeah,
Right.
yeah, but I'm a
Even if
Hulk
she's
now.
younger. Even if she's younger, it'd be like, yeah, but when you were a kid, you were a wimp, and like she's still trying to do that same stuff with him as an adult because that's what she's used to their relationship being like. Again, look, what a simple way to fix this.
Heck, you don't even have to change much. Just be like, change a little bit of the conversation they have instead of like calling Steve a fucking virgin. Be like, like, I'm so sorry you had to go through all that because they were really close. Like, point that out, they were really close. But then when the government shit happened and the gamma radiation happened, he just went AWOL. Like, she didn't hear from him. She didn't see, like, everything. And then you realize, oh, there's the Hulk. And then you realize, wait, the Hulk's my cousin. People have been calling him a monster. Like, imagine what you would see if you're like, you saw that person, you know them, you know who they are eternally, and you realize you went through all of that, and you, like, they would really care because you saw them with their last point in life, and then years later, you see them progress, like, a lot. And then you're just reconnecting. That's a good story.
Yeah, it is. At least we would have a relationship between these characters, which they really wanted to make a big part of the show is her relationship with Bruce and her learning. And you could have, again, you could hire, I know child actors suck, but you could just hire some child actors to do a little flashback scene and you get your feminist shit where she stands up for him, but that would make sense within Bruce's character that he's getting beaten up or that he's getting bullied or something because he would have gotten bullied in the past. And that would have been totally fine to be like, you know, that she had that relationship with him where she was more protective. She was the dominant one. She had control of her emotions and he didn't necessarily. That would be okay. And in fact, not only would that be okay, that would add so much more. Just one flashback scene, which usually I'm not in favor of. But like one flashback scene, you add so much more context to this because otherwise it makes very little sense and it seems very weird.
I don't think they'd have the balls to commit to it because they would get way too indulgent in trying to overpower her in the past. And then comes the problem of then trying to give, like, tension of something very fucking stupid that has nothing to do with anything. Like, I remember you pulled my hair and flushed my dolly down the toilet. And it's like, this is very silly and I don't care.
With a hug. They're fine.
They are not fine.
Their relationship is fine.
And I'm sorry that I said a bunch of harsh but very true things.
AKA, I'm sorry.
No. I said some harsh but very true things. I'm right and you're just being a baby. You need to get over it. That's what you just said.
Yeah. Infuriating.
Women.
Toxic behavior.
Boyfriendless behavior, because daddy already abandoned her ass.
Your feelings, but your life has been traumatic as heck, and I would like to go back to my less traumatic one as a lawyer. Thanks. And you're forgetting the rest of her.
It's not going to be less traumatic.
No.
Also, when Jin comes back from the flashback, her line is, so basically, I was right and Bruce was wrong. This tells me anything you need to know about this boring, trite, smug character. This isn't a hero's origin story, it's a villain's origin story. She's obtuse, cocksure, entire and unlikable. The man hatred in the writer's room is palpable. No, he is correct. That is exactly what it would be. This would be the origin of a villain who says, well, I think this is how it goes, but whatever you say, we'll do what you want. That's exactly what you're doing. You're painting every single bit of these characters as something that's supposed to replace something else. That's very clearly standing in for the evil creature you want them to be, but that they are not. It is weird that you do that, because that's why the male lawyer in the prosecution office exists. He exists to be a font for you to spill your anger and anxiety from a man in your past to go to. He is supposed to stand in for that, and it's supposed to be fair and acceptable that that's normal. It's just supposed to be a thing that we do here. It is not a thing that we do here. It is weird. You're weird. Y'all are weird. And you deserve to be mocked for doing it. Because it's not something that just happened because you decided to do it and it's just convenient. You went out of your way to make sure that that golem for your emotions was a stand-in for those emotions. You specifically wanted that to be a thing. That is strange to write into a script. Because we don't know who that is. Is it supposed to be a stand-in for a person who was in an executive position? Because I looked at the fucking credits to the show just to see who was responsible for the editing. Not to say, is it all women? it wouldn't matter if it was. But all of the things that I noticed, the soundtrack controlled by a woman. So everything that's being used is effectively going to be through what will be the most likely lens for a woman to connect to in terms of how it would feel to her, because that's how they script things for the show every single time. All of these jokes, all of the punchlines, all the things that are supposed to be considered to the feelings, the fact that the unicorn number 1 and unicorn number 2 specifically are men that read feminist trite. And a man who's supposed to be so awkward about approaching women, but he's also not so much of a creep when he approaches a woman, that he has the ability to talk to her at least some level of smooth, that she's looking forward to conversations with him, who may or may also not be a member of Totally Not Anonymous, but she looked forward to talking and conversing with him. Yeah, that's literally a feminist pick-me man.
Yes.
Pick him! That's a pick him!
Yep.
You can't look at me and say that it's not! No! Stop it! You know what you're doing! Just accept it! Just say, yes, that's what we want men to be like. We would prefer them to be like this. Because what you're really saying is you want men, and you also want women who refuse to go along with you, to be useful idiots. You want them to be useful fools and buffoons that give you what you want, that are introspective and smart and intelligent, but also suave, debonaering, and in touch with their sensitive side. You want them to be something that they are not. And instead of treating them like they're human beings, you want to treat them like they are not human beings. And that is weird. It is weird for all the reasons it would already be weird, but it's even weirder when you do it like this. Because you're lying to us.
100%, yeah.
You're lying to us in place of yourself. And saying, this isn't what I want. This isn't what I need. This isn't what I do. This isn't anything that I'd go for. Like, you guys are just so off base. You guys are not normal. It's flabbergasting. And it makes me worry for your mental health. Because that is indicative of an extreme sense of not only depression, but also, specifically, of internal hatred. I don't want you to hate yourselves and to say, hey, the reason why it's like this is because it's just like that. It just be like that, bruh. It's not. It's not possible. No way. No fucking way. You cannot hate yourself that much. And if you do, you need more than just dick.
Line. The full context is...
Basically, I was right and Bruce was wrong. And I never have to be a Hulk.
AKA, again, she...
Okay, so you have to be dumb because the context of that line literally was a dramatic comedic beat to say, well, I was right, Bruce was wrong, I'm never gonna need this again! Surprise Indian! So the entire joke, the setup was, I'll never have to reveal my secret, and then you immediately have to reveal your secret. It puts the show into plot order, which means, yes, Bruce is right. And yes, Bruce is right not just in the context of your shit take, but he's right in the context of the show. Because the show is already written, you already knew what was happening, you wrote it that way to be a comedic joke. But then further down the line, if you felt that it wasn't necessary, or rather, if your friends, because it was your friends that went and got you your clothes and costumes, because he told you, you need to get the shit to wear. If your friends had not thought to go to an Avengers fake merch retailer to put you in touch with the guy that makes the superhero clothing, which ironically is the sassy gay male reporter from Dear Black People, because that show's about to go off the air. They have one more season and then they're fucking done. And I think they're supposed to actually start up within the next 2 days, if they haven't already. That's beside the point. When Totally Not Deontay makes your clothes for you, and you get excited at the end of the second episode by saying, hey, my clothes! So that you guys can tease the fact that Daredevil is getting a helmet made, because Daredevil Reborn. Thank God that they decided to go the route of making it a season 1 instead of saying, yeah, this is a continuance of Daredevil season 4. As much as...
The only, I think the best of the Netflix.
Oh, yes! The absolute best.
By far. I really enjoyed it. Now, I am biased, but I'm also biased in a way that if it was bad, I would be the most angry, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I liked the all 3 seasons of Netflix's Marvel's Daredevil, right?
Mm-hmm.
Disney is Marvel's Daredevil. But yeah, are they rebooting it then? Is what you said?
Yes, they are rebooting it. They chose not to do that because it'd be way too confusing, and I agree. It's also the thing that.
So what are they doing with Charlie Cox then? But isn't Charlie Cox
Yeah,
going to be?
yeah. He's in it. He's in it. He's in it. He's the lead. They're just rebooting the universe.
Okay.
They're starting all the way over, which is weird because you can't start all the way over because you already got fucking Kingpin.
And they've worked some of the stuff into even the films, haven't they?
Yeah.
So what the fuck?
Stupidity is
already worked in some of the stuff from the Netflix series into the films, and now you're going to reboot the Netflix series because with the
it's
same
weird.
actors?
It's weird.
That makes no sense to me. I'm completely confused. Yeah, I don't get it.
I think it's hubris. I think they think that people are just going to accept it, which is actually weird. Concerning things like Toku, this actually happened already in Japan concerning Kamen Rider Decade. It was a very serious flaw and a violation of network TV rights because you can't just create a character and then decide, yes, we're going to flesh out this character in the direct sequel movies. They sued over that for Toei. They had to pay money because that character basically, his series ended on a in-series cliffhanger. And then it's like, to be continued. And it's like, yeah, eventually they fleshed out his character later, but it's like, wouldn't it have been better if you just made the character better from Jump Street? Did you have to nickel and dime me on my story? And that's exactly what they're doing with the Disney Plus series in general, which is why I don't like it. Because why are you making me do homework? I don't need to do homework to find out about the character that's on the screen. You should be introducing them to me, and I should be learning about the character. This is very shitty.
Yeah, it is. It's... Ugh.
He just doesn't want to be a superhero.
But see, that's Disney. They get to have the ability to extend copyright. They get to have the ability to do very bad storytelling, and then get fucking claps and cheers for doing extremely bad business practice.
She thinks she can live her life without acknowledging the fact that she now has Hulk abilities that are clearly going to change her life. Bruce told her it would impact her life. She was saying, "You're wrong, it won't, I've got this under control." This is also situational irony, as in the next scene,
So yes, you understand that you're wrong, I get it. I agree, you're fucking stupid. Oh, god damn it. It's a bug that happens occasionally with fucking Movie Player.
Yeah? Oh.
You'll start playing it and it'll open and then it'll just randomly close.
That sucks.
Yeah, it happens a lot. I hate it. A lot.
Man.
You superhero.
I just feel like I did a lot of mental gymnastics watching that.
AKA, again, she just doesn't want to be a superhero. She thinks she can live her life without acknowledging the fact that she now has Hulk abilities that are clearly going to change her life. Bruce told her it would impact her life. She was saying, "You're wrong, it won't, I've got this under control." This is also situational irony, as in the next scene, we clearly see her having to turn into She-Hulk and save the day.
Do your thing. Right now in front of everybody? Come on, civic duty.
Everything that she was saying, "I don't want this to happen, I've got this under control." Yeah, it's happening. We know. We, the audience, know that it's gonna happen.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the character is excused from making such a stupid statement, especially while doing it in the third person at the fourth wall. Because that implies that we, the audience, are supposed to be clued into what she's thinking and feeling, and really what we're being told is what we are at in the story. Us being informed of where we are going in the story is not the same thing as us agreeing the direction that you're driving in. Or, better example, that means that we agree with the way that you are driving it. If the audience is reacting, what?
I was just saying, did you start streaming it again? Because I couldn't see in the green room.
Here.
Oh, hang on, yeah.
There you go. The way that you're driving the plot does not mean it's going to be congruent and liked by what everybody else is witnessing. Just because you say, well, I'm driving, like, what, you don't like the way that I drive? The immediate answer is, no, I don't like the way that you drive. You drive like a crazy woman. Stop it. Be normal. Stay within the lines, please. You can't say that it's not fair for people to ask that, because it's like, we're trusting you to drive the plot. I can't trust you to even hold a consistent thought and to not become hypocritical within the next 5 seconds of speaking. So, since I can't trust you to tell the truth, or at least understand where my perspective is coming from, I have to assume that you're doing it on purpose so that you can get away with some of the stupidest shit that I've ever fucking seen in the history of cinematic television. And it has to be that you're doing it specifically because you know that it's going to be looked at poorly. So now you need to find a way to reach around and say, well, actually, it's not that bad, guys. It's just a little fuck. It's just a little fucky wucky.
Not that bad.
Like, you're taking it out of context. Like, you're taking it out of context. Yeah. It's better this way.
Nah.
There's 9 episodes. There's no way she could just, hide the fact that she's the Hulk. But it's a comedy. They're putting in situational irony, and we know she's going to grow as a character and have to accept that part of herself.
This is the problem. We don't know that she's going to grow and accept that part of herself. We don't know what's going to happen with her character because we've never seen these writers do this kind of writing before. We've seen them do other kind of shit, and that they were brought in specifically because they were attached to other successful properties like Rick and Morty. We know that one of them was responsible for the Pickle Rick episode, and not the good parts of it. So, situational irony is not good, and also that's the other problem that goes along with trying to reference those things. That does not mean that you will then make a good product, because, guys, they were part of Rick and Morty. They know what they're doing. That's the reason why I said what I said earlier. The biggest problem that people had with BoJack Horseman watchers, Rick and Morty watchers, and, I don't know, fucking Star Trek Lower Decks watchers, because they're all part of the same fucking idea of Western animation that tries to be clever when it's really not. I would say Solar Opposites does not count because that's really just another Justin Roiland property. But the problem is that we do not know that you actually understand the words you're saying. You're saying words and you're demonstrating that you don't actually understand the depth of what those words mean and what they're supposed to represent. And ultimately, the consequence that befalls you, should you abuse what should be taken as a responsibility factor in that. You should not be looking at the audience and saying, well, come on, what's the worst thing that can happen? You guys are just overreacting. It can't be overreaction. It has to be, I am fearing for what you will do next. Because every single time you do this, you guys make us hate ourselves. You make us hate the character. You make us hate this and hate that. You make these things worse. And you don't take accountability when we tell you that. You say, we don't know what we're talking about. We're crazy. We're deluded. We are unsure of ourselves. This, that, and the third. You say these things, and you say you understand and that you get it and that you'll understand and do better, but then you don't do better. So clearly you do not care. That has to be the truth. You have to not care. Because if you understand what the problem is and you choose not to fix it, or you choose not to address it, that is willful decision-making. You are willfully telling me that my opinion doesn't matter, my mindset doesn't matter, everything doesn't matter. My opinions not only don't matter, but they're not even a factor. They aren't even registered. And that's more insulting than anything else you could possibly imagine. To be told that not only... What?
I just gotta say, Carl, welcome to be a woman.
I already know what it's like to be a woman. I'm a black man.
Also kind of funny because cocksure and unlikable is two words that I would maybe describe at the beginning of a certain fan favorite character that I'm not going to name. And to see people straight up...
Who's the fan favorite character that we're not going to name?
Right.
Because, like, we can run through the mill of them. Are you saying that Robert Downey Jr. is the fan favorite character? Maybe he's a fan favorite because he had a literal mythos arc that ties directly into his movie career. He went from being a fucking drug addict to becoming a fucking man on top of the world.
An actual real world arc about this. Yeah.
Is it Scarlett Johansson? Because that would actually be a backwards arc. She went from being a woman who understood what her position and role is and taking on the roles that would accompany that. You know, her, Don Juan, and a bunch of other shit, where she is very much a talented character actress, just like people like Billie Piper or Jodie Comer, the white woman that they got to be like the stand-in mother for Daisy Ridley's character in Star Wars. She's a good character actress, but then she gets the breast reduction because she says she doesn't like the way that she's being looked at as a sex figure, which is weird. Because, like, why would you reduce your breast size other than because you don't like how it fits your feminine form and your agent told you to? Like, that's a bit backwards.
That is weird, yeah.
Like, there's a bunch of men that were crying outside of that mastectomy room. Did I see her air horn? Am I hallucinating shit? I hope not. Oh, somebody sent me a message on Facebook. That was not what the air horn sound was. I'm very confused about that. But is it Mark Ruffalo himself? Because bro, I don't like Mark Ruffalo. I don't like male feminists for a good reason. Like, on principle, I don't like male feminists because they co-sign shit to speak narratives. Because they would rather talk about a narrative than actually talk about reality. Reality serves better when you're able to agree that 2 + 2 = 4. When you start saying the only reason you like this character is because he says 2 + 2 = 4, and you're of the belief that 2 + 2 = torture, yes, I'm going to agree with the man and the character that says the based shit based in reality, and not the crazy shit based in emotions. I can't speak to people with out-of-whack emotions when they refuse to be responsible. That's not a thing I can do. I don't think anybody should do that. In fact, it should be normalized that men should start responding to women when they do shit like this by saying, I cannot speak to you when you are this emotional, and I would like to hope that you will be able to address this in the future, and that we can reconvene and discuss when you are not this controlled by your emotion. We learn start saying shit like that, it's a wrap for women. Because something I've learned is that, especially women who behave like this, they are not able to actually deal with and respond to men who are emotionally mature. They have gotten the power crutch of being able to run circles around emotionally immature and sexually undisciplined men that they thought that they can control them through sex. This is not an Andrew take, by the way. It's just basic human anatomy. This is women knowing their place and role. Women are able to emotionally manipulate men, as the black people would say, when they are not in their power. It is easy for a man to do it. It is easy for a woman to do it. That is why almost every single sexual encounter that a young man has with a woman, especially in the black diaspora, is always an older woman predilecting herself on a younger man. There's a reason why it happens. It's because she wants to try and make a better man than what exists in the field around her purview. Is it a good thing that she did that? No. That's predatory. But can I understand why she did it? Yes, but it's still fucking predatory, and she deserves to burn for that. The eponymous woman that I'm describing. Happens every single day. But you're not going to hear women call it out except when they have to call out their girlfriends for it.
Yep.
Because they know that they're guilty of it.
100%.
Know how we know that we're guilty of it? Because all those fast-ass girls our age when we were young that were fucking around with gangsters, they wanted to be ride or die, hanging their head out the car, being as fucking Al Capone shit. Those girls were the people who thought that they were good. They thought that they were going to be the ride or dies, that they were going to be the ones sitting next to fucking all of the goddamn rappers and getting money from them. They thought that was going to be them, but it was not them. It couldn't be them. It was never going to be you. And you knew that it was never going to be you. But you thought anyways, if I prayed really hard and I sucked his dick really hard and I had his first 5 kids, that he'd pick me. And he did not pick you. He left you. He left you there, stranded. And then you turned around and you blamed the next motherfucker who was behind him for the trauma that you should have healed from. And then had the audacity to use those exact words to him. And because he was not emotionally mature, he didn't know how to react. But now that we're in this age, we're in my generation's age, and we do know how to act, we finna show out. We finna turn up. It's City Boy Weekend. Every weekend. And you don't get to say it's not justified. Who taught them how to do that? You did! The women that raised us, our mothers did. What do you think happens when you take aggression out and stick sassy in? You get Lil Nas X! You get Carl! You have to live with it.
Calling it feminist propaganda.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Understand some of her language. I think maybe it's like just an affectation, but it's kind of weird.
It is. It is. But here's my problem. Okay. Have you noticed that this entire fucking video, she has made sure to hide the names of people who are replying?
Uh-huh.
She specifically leaves this one up. So I have to assume either she agrees with this person, or she's about to just use her platform as a big creator to call out a random fucking person. Whether their opinion is acceptable or not.
Yeah, most likely the latter, just a guess, but I don't know.
I'm a huge Hulk fan and have been desperate for more MCU Hulk content, so I went into this high expectation, and it's kind of a perfect first episode. We really started getting to know Jenna, but at the same time we got a character study of Bruce, and neither one took away from the other? Question mark? Notice that this is a subscriber to the channel.
Also, again, yes, as you said, the only comment she hasn't blurred up the name of. So yeah. Very curious.
Very curious. Now, it's literally sexist, feminist propaganda dressed up like a TV show. All you have to do is swap the characters. Yes, and that's actually true. If a man ever talked to a woman like this in a show, he would be a villain. It wouldn't happen. The mere fact that she assumes her life is harder than Bruce Banner's because she is a woman is ludicrous and frankly pretty narcissistic. There was no character growth. She was just infinitely better at being a Hulk than Bruce, simply because she's a woman. And every male in the episode was made out to be a jerk, a rapist, or a simpleton. Is that cool in your book?
Yep.
I can't get my head around how anyone could possibly miss how blatantly sexist that is. We're not impossible to please. We just want a character who has to earn being a hero, not just magically be one because of their gender, lol. See, you forgot. You said words to a woman on the internet on Twitter. You have to now be ratioed. Please stand by.
That is so hilarious because she is molding. This is molding behavior. That is such a...
I thought you don't like wasting your time. Why are you wasting the time to show me the opinion of other people? They're extremely valid and extremely correct take. Why are you so pressed?
And why are you wasting your time? Why are you wasting your weekend?
Why do you care? What are we even here for? What are you doing?
My god. I can't even. Frankly, like, okay, here, let me, excuse me, if you don't mind, can I speak? No, it's literally sexist. Feminist propaganda dressed like a tea. Oh, wait, this is actually fine. Like, that. Should I read it that way still? It'd be funny.
Yes. Use your power.
Totally sexist. Feminist propaganda dressed up like a TV show. We'll reverse the coding, right?
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is swap the characters. If a man ever talked to a woman like this in a show, he'd be the villain. It wouldn't happen. The mere fact that she assumes her life has been harder than Bruce Banner just because she's a woman is ludicrous and frankly pretty narcissistic. There was absolutely no character growth. She just magically was infinitely better at being a Hulk than Bruce simply because she's a woman. Also, every male in the episode was made out to be a jerk, potential rapist, or simpleton. That cool in your book? I can't get my head around how anyone could possibly miss how blatantly sexist that is. We're not impossible to please. We just want a character who has to earn being a hero, not just magically be one because of their gender. LOL. Is it now not sexist?
Yes.
I think that comment is now not sexist.
Like, remember what I said when I just be an asshole. Just be the most stereotypical asshole.
I mean, I completely agree with that fucking comment. I completely agree with that comment. But just if I just say it in that voice, is it better then?
It's still like
by the transitive property, it has to be.
Yeah,
gotta be better because a woman said it, and I said it in a voice that made it sound extra female. So now it's double plus good.
I swear to God, I am not going to be fully responsible when we get canceled. You have to take some responsibility here.
Like, it's double plus good. I read that in a book. I think I didn't read it because I don't know how to read, but you know.
Like, we have to get rid of her. She read that shit way too in character. Get rid of her.
It's so funny.
And take that fucking octoroon with her.
You mean it's a show made by women, featuring some things that some women might find relatable? Also, can we break this down? First, they're
No, hang on a minute. Hang on. Please pause. I have to already pause. Some things some women might find relatable. No, bitch. You said at the beginning of this video, all women find this relatable. At which point, Jay and I both said, Nah. So, you're not saying most women, or did you say all women? She said all women here. No, all women do not find this relatable. You and other people who are weird find other women who are weird find this relatable. Miss me with that shit. Goddamn.
It's weird because now I have to ask you, what kind of women are we talking about? Like
she says all women, which I guess Jay and I are not part of.
You're actually funny. You can't be one of those women.
I guess I also haven't had a genetics. I haven't had a genetics test done. I haven't had a genetic test done to see like if I have like a random floating Y chromosome somewhere. So really, I'm non-binary. That's probably it. Must be why I don't agree with you, because all women agree. So if I don't, I must have some genetic abnormality going on. All right.
There's also the idea of being a pick-me-sha because you have a man, and we have to assume that the writers don't, or they do have men, but they don't have the correct men.
The pick-me shit, so fucking stupid. About critiques of media or anything. Aiden just said that because she's a pick-me. I'm married, motherfucker. Like, I don't need you to pick me. I have no desire for this. So, like, that stuff also drives me fucking up the wall. Because, no, I don't need you to pick me. I've already been picked, bitch.
Yes, the correct response to you're a pick-me is, yes, bitch. Cope and seethe. I have someone to cuddle with at night. Do you?
Do you? I've been picked.
With your non-matching snuggy ass.
I can't wait to have a snuggles. He'll probably hear me. He's downstairs. I'm sure he's like cringing and seething.
It'd be funnier if you ran at full speed and just flew into the room.
Don't put that past him. He might.
I was summoned. But yeah, what kind of women are the ones that would enjoy this? I wonder. You're gonna tell us?
Angry, lonely women. Angry, lonely women will appreciate this because it validates their angry loneliness. And they identify with a character like SheHulk because they're angry and lonely. And it's normal to be angry at men for literally nothing. And blame them for everything in my life.
I love the woke bae trend of like having feminist men be icons for some reason because they say bullshit.
But let's be real. Hang on, let's be real about that for 1 second. Women like this will never, in a million years, date a feminist man. Now they might date you. Hang on, they'll date you, but you're not having sex. You get to pay for her dinners. You get to escort her around. You get to have hugs, maybe, but not too close, right? Because she doesn't feel comfortable with that. You can work up to that. This woman is emotionally and financially abused. Not her specifically. I'm saying women like this. I'm not trying to put this on her. Sorry. Women like this emotionally and financially abused men while they look for big Chad dick to dick down.
Yes.
Just saying.
This is the typical. This is the prototypical hot wife that I used to be paid to fucking bull for.
It's hashtag not all. I want to be clear. Like, there are nerdy women. This is the thing that women like this have kind of ruined in society. Is that, guess what? There actually are nerdy women who enjoy nerdy hobbies. Whatever it is, there's a girl out there. She's probably not gonna dress like, actually, almost assuredly not gonna dress like Paris Hilton. She's gonna wear probably very normal clothing. She might cosplay. It's gonna be a normal fucking woman who's not going to be very outgoing on average. It's not all, again, this is a stereotype, but it's a stereotype because it's largely true. But she exists out there who is a quiet type girl who is interested in these hobbies and would want to hook up with a guy who's interested in her, probably severely not, she's not interested in like hookup culture stuff, but like it's been for years co-opted by women who are like, oh, I'm a nerd too. Can I get all the attention from the boys? And it's like, dude, can you get the fuck out of my hobbies, please? Because it's really fucking frustrating. You are ruining everything for all of us.
It goes back to the old cycle, the life cycle of the fuckboy and the creative cycle of the e-girl, where you'll have those girls come across and effectively try to pilfer and steal the men that would be of your type. It's like the inverse of the 80-20 rule. If all of the Stacys and Bracy's are going to be taking all of the Chads by 80-20, then you have the inverse 20-80, where you have the top 20% of women trying to take the remaining 80% of guys.
These are like the under 80. These are like the 70 to 40 women who are trying to,
in the lowest
or 70 to 50.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's nerd women of all percentiles, by the way. But this is like women who don't actually have like a lot of interest or whatever, but they're trying to game the system because they're not Stacys. Like, oh shit, what do? I know. I'll go infiltrate the nerd sphere. And it's like, and my whole life, since I'm 32. So my whole life growing up with this shit is that like just me, usually like me, maybe one other girl, but usually me and like 4 guys playing D&D or playing Magic the Gathering or whatever it is, and like me and a group of guys. That's simply the way it's worked. And then over the years, the guys have found more girls. It's usually again like 2. It's an uneven male to female split though for nerdy hobbies. We just kind of want to play our fucking nerdy hobbies or do our fucking nerdy shit. And these women essentially found out that like, oh, the women who are not really, they are the pick-me's, who are not like the true Stacys of the world, and they're like, oh well, I can just pretend that I care about this shit because I'm reasonably attractive. I can pretend that I care about it and then get men to simp for me. And it's like, can you fucking leave? I'm so frustrated. Like, by the way, like you claim, all of them claim to be feminists. All of them are feminists, of course. And it's like, but you're ruining all of the strides that we've made of making it okay for women to be active in men's hobbies over the last like 30 years. You're ruining all of it. Because now every single man, and it's been happening for the last at least 15 years, I've noticed, when I was actively noticing this, is that before that, it was kind of okay. I was like, oh wow, a girl wants to play Dungeons and Dragons with us. A girl wants to play Magic with us. It's so cool. Like, yeah, okay, I just want to play a game because I want to.
But Aiden, all those hobbies were sexist. all of them, not a one.
Look, I know, but they just, well, of course, that's what they would say. They just really wanted to hang out, and it was like, oh, cool, a girl wants to play with us. That makes us like kind of less lame, right? And I think that's how most of those guys saw it back in the day. It was like, oh, it makes us like, oh, cool, a girl wants to hang out. And these girls came in and were like, oh, look, we can just kind of hang out here. Not really. They don't want to play the games. They don't want to get interested in the hobbies. They don't want to actually invest any time because they don't care. They don't give a shit about any of those. They just want to pretend to care about it and then get like what they perceive of the rewards of social attention from males being. And it's like, the social attention from males was because they were unused to having women in their hobbies, and they were excited that some women were interested in their hobbies genuinely. Men don't like also when you pretend to be interested in their hobbies to try and take advantage of them. And it's taken a while, but I think finally a lot of men are waking up and realizing people like this, they don't care about your hobbies. They're in here to gain favoritism. And that's why they, of course, always espouse the feminist bullshit along with it. Oh, don't hit on me, silly boys. And I've seen the worst side of the fandom. And I'll tell you the worst, most sexist thing that I could describe as sexist, and it's barely sexist, that ever happened to me, is one time I was in my LCS, local comic shop, which I used to go to every single week on Wednesday, and I was sitting there, we were playing Magic. I was picking up my weeklies, back when I used to pick up weeklies and shit, right? Goddamn, a long time ago. I don't not fund the comic book industry anymore because it's garbage. Sorry, I guess dragging my cigarette. But like, yeah, there was a guy there who was severely autistic, you could tell, and he was like, you could tell he was upset, and he was like, who's your favorite inker? Or he was like, who's your favorite comic book author, writer? I'm like, and I gave him a whole bunch of names because I was like, well, I don't know, where do you start? Like, for what genre? And then it's like, well, who's your favorite artist? I gave him a bunch of artists. And I was like, well, it depends on, what kind of artist for what, Mike Allred I love, but I wouldn't put Mike Allred on everything, for example. There's all kinds of artists I could bring up. And then it was like, but who's your favorite inker? And I'm like, dude, the inkers can be anybody. And then it was like, you're just trying to like weird purity test me? That shit was really fucking weird. It's only happened to me once in my entire life of being a big fucking turbo nerd at comic book shops. It's happened to me once. And the owner of the LCS told him he was being weird and told him to kick it. Like, knock it off. Because he was being really fucking weird, and I was trying to play Magic, and he kept asking me weird questions. And he was like, and he wasn't playing Magic with us, and told him, like, dude, why are you here? You're being weird. So, and that was back in, like, 2010? Right? So, fucking 12 years ago was when that happened. Of one guy being weird is the only experience I've ever had. I've been cosplaying since I was 11 years old. Now, there were some weirdos when I was really young, but you know what I mean? The only experience in my entire life, in 20 years of being a big old turbo nerd, of having somebody purity test me on my nerd cred, was one weirdo who was asked to leave. So this shit's all made up. It's bullshit. It's fake. It's a fucking fantasy that's created in the imagination of feminists who want that to be the case, when in the reality, and from, again, 20 years of being a woman in nerd hobbies, most of these guys just want to have, like, the ability to talk to a woman like a normal human being. You know what I mean? Because a lot of them don't have experience talking to women, and they want to, it's like, oh, a woman who's into the same hobby as me, and genuinely into the same hobby. But now, in the last 10 years in particular, there's been this bizarre thing that's been created where men can't trust that women who are interested in their hobbies are genuinely interested, or if they're not just there to, like, thirst trap them, essentially.
Well, it's not essentially. It is literally thirst trap them.
Yeah. And go like, oh, I got you now. Now I'm going to go write a blog about how you raped me because through words or some shit. It's absolutely sickening. It makes me fucking furious.
Considering the fact
it's also
that she went from.
I'm about to say it's awful, especially because when you realize that a lot of these fan bases, they act like men don't vehemently, especially simpy men or like mate guarding men, like not even those men in general, vehemently defend women if they can, especially if they're mama's boys or everything like that. You're not going to get a lot of men who are just going to allow abuse on women.
No, men want women involved in their hobbies. I've seen it everywhere. Men want women involved in their hobbies, but they want them involved genuinely. They don't want women to do what this kind of shit is, which is to come in and be like, oh, well, that's cute, but could you make it all about me, please? That shit doesn't fly.
Especially since most of these guys are like, this is the first time I've ever been this close to a woman. I can't miss my shot.
Yeah, but again, men, in my entire 20 years of experience with it, men are very happy to have women involved with their hobbies. They want women involved with their hobbies. They don't want women to come in and take over their hobby, kind of like fuck around with it, and then abandon it, which is what keeps fucking happening. They're like, I'm bored with this now. Bye. I've destroyed it, and now it's ruined. Bye, I'm tired. That's what they don't like, because it's awful. And that includes, by the way, female fans as well, who like this stuff, who would like you to not do that crap. It's infuriating.
Especially if they're like Piper, and that's literally their livelihood, and they write them and make them for a living. What you girls end up doing is you end up ruining it for everybody, but then people that are not responsible for it get blamed, because a lot of these guys and girls, they are physically traumatized.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's like a lot of this is the thing that people like this. I'm extenuating some stuff on her that might not apply to her, but people in her kind of line of stuff don't quite understand is that they also do traumatize young girls and keep them from getting out of nerdy hobbies, because then they make them feel like they can't because they have to act a certain way, and that's also really fucked.
They don't like that thing called responsibility and consequence. That's weird. It's so cringe. Why would you make them have to suffer the consequences and think about their actions? Would you want them to be responsible?
From not being able to control her Hulk form, or when she turned, to being able to control when she turns at whim, thanks to Bruce's help and guidance, and a training montage. And even if there wasn't growth, it's episode 1 of a 9-episode series. I'm sure it would happen at some point. I also disagree with the fact that every dude in the show was written as a jerk or a simpleton. Bruce's entire existence disproves that. He was not...
No, him being a male feminist is because Mark Ruffalo was a male feminist. There's a little bit of living in the skin of the actor going on here.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark Ruffalo's a male. Mark Ruffalo's an insufferable male feminist in that way. He's very, very political. So,
like, if we had to rate on the scale between Brie Larson and Jeremy Jahns, how insufferable he is, he leans more towards the Gouda cheese. But
he leans more towards the cheese.
Yes. It's ironic enough because people like Jeremy Scott are so much of a fucking male feminist that he was throwing a tantrum about the characterization she had in the film Kong Skull Island more than Brie Larson herself was throwing. Which is how you know she knew that was a good role for her. Or maybe it was because her fucking spirit animal, emotional director and teacher, Samuel L. Jackson, was there to help her through it. I'd like to go with that interpretation. It sounds funnier in my head.
Yeah, the good old magical Negro.
Yeah, good old magical Negro. Magical Negro, here to help a white woman through her problems. Magical Negro, helping her grow and learn while giving her the peck she deserves. Magical Negro. It's like an obscure amount of 80s action book / comic book character. Now coming to you from Walden Media, Magical Negro. Anyways.
Written like that at all. Actually, I think he was written as a really emotionally intelligent, emotionally in tune guy who has done a lot of internal work and healing.
Yes, male feminist, that's what we said.
To find peace within himself. I personally think this episode wrote him as brilliant, both in terms of physical intelligence and emotional intelligence. And I'm genuinely getting more and more convinced that some of the people complaining didn't even watch the episode. So she...
We ain't even gonna read this one, you're just lying! Oh my god!
Oh my god! Hang on, I had to walk away for a second. What has inspired? This,
okay, so she just
in you?
So the comment that she just put on the screen. Also, you just missed my Magical Negro skit. You're gonna have to watch it back.
Oh no, I will.
She just lied and said, I feel like people who are leaving these comments didn't even watch the episode. And literally this man is pointing out the fact, okay, so she's conscious in her Hulk form. So she was literally about to murder 3 guys for talking to her and being persistent. How is she better at controlling her anger exactly? Clearly, catcalling is apparently worse than all the kind of traumatic assault that could happen to a woman. So that's weird how that's worse than all the shit she's been through. And she could be murdered for being a woman? That's interesting considering that men are 4 times likely to be murdered and attacked than women. It's typical feminist logic, though. Minor inconveniences for men equal the worst problem ever for women. Also, having your feelings hurt or made to feel uncomfortable justifies violence? What?
I mean, that's what she's saying. That's what SheHulk is saying. So if she's justifying it, that's what she's saying. Like, yes, all the stuff that happened to Bruce is fucking nothing. It's nothing. She's been through infinitely more than him. Your hurt feelings are more than any kind of physical or any kind of other violence. And I will post my favorite comment of all time. Hang on 1 second to find it. This song. And if you've ever seen this comment, but it is the best comment ever made on YouTube ever. And I agree with it 100%. I think about it every day.
Yes. 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 I think
this song goes very hard. Love from Kazakhstan. I hate women so much, it's unreal. I love that. I love that comment. It's like a fucking haiku. It's not, but it's close to one, and I. The song goes very hard. Love from Kazakhstan. I hate women so much, it's unreal.
She's conscious
every time I read it.
Her Hulk form, but she's ready to murder 3 guys for talking to her? Let's break that scene down. She sees them coming out of the door. She steps down from the platform and turns her back to avoid them. That is not a woman looking for a fight or for violence.
Yes, it looks like a woman who's just standing there. So here's the thing. If she's waiting for Bruce to come get her, assuming that she used the cell phones offered to her by all the women, which, damn, all them bitches use AT&T.
She should probably have been like, well, I don't really need to use that, because, to be honest, I'm a woman, and I don't have to do that. I could do my own shit. I'm sorry, just that Batwoman thing was so funny.
Mm-hmm. And now it's canceled.
Oh, another character of mine absolutely fucking R-worded by
Hollywood.
Horrible Hollywood and horrible adaptations. I loved Kate Kane. Thanks for destroying that for me. I loved that character.
Ruby Rose says you're welcome.
I loved that character, Warner Brothers. Thank you.
I loved the part where they physically had to write her out of the Arrowverse because the actress left the project after one season.
I know, and then they remade her into just a black woman because
black queer woman. She licks coochie.
Dude, like that. Oh my god! If you read the J.H. Williams run on Batwoman, the original one, it's so good. It's a great, one of the most. I always forget the author on that because J.H. Williams' art is so amazing that I normally you say the author first. It was Greg Rucka. Greg Rucka, who's always generally speaking a pretty good writer. But I always remember J.H. Williams because his art on the original Batwoman run from 2010 is some of the most amazing art I've ever seen in a comic book. The whole comic is fantastic. And I was so excited when I was like, oh, they're going to adapt this? Great. And then I was like, oh, it's WBTV. Please stop.
And then your
Please
heart
stop my suffering.
And then your heart sank.
I don't even know what's left. I'm so empty now. You've ruined everything I love and care about Marvel and DC. I'm a lifelong serious comic book collector. And by serious, I mean I buy the expensive ones, right? I have many autographed copies of a whole bunch of comic books. My comic book collection, I had it when I originally had it appraised at I can't really, should I say?
How quickly do you think your house will be broken into? That's going to dictate the answer to that question.
Oh no, it's in a store. It's in a high security storage unit.
Okay.
Okay.
My comic book collection that was given to me from my dad, and that I also massively contributed to in my early 20s by getting basically everything signed by every artist and writer who was still alive, to sign the stuff that was of value, and then to buy my own comic books that I was interested in, and then have them signed. I went to comic book, conferences, conventions. I've been going to academic stuff too much for too long. It was a conference. No, academic conventions, or comic book conventions for, I went, 6 years, maybe 8 years. But to every single one around me, I had every book that I ever wanted signed at that time. And I stopped going in about 2018. I had the collection appraised of mine and my dad's stuff back in 2014, and I think it was $250,000. So, which, I mean, it's not like an insane amount of money, but it's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, it's a lot. Where's the storage unit again?
but here's the thing, I would never, unless like I fell on like horrible hard times, nobody's fucking touching my comic book collection. It's my dad's and my granddad's and mine. It's a 3-generation comic book collection of stuff that I have also worked on having signed by everybody who was still alive when they could to sign it. So I worked for about, again, like 8 years to have it all signed. That which could be signed that was worth any money. I sold the shit that wasn't really worth anything, that I didn't care about. Like I had a bunch of like Sergeant Fury comics, which is not Nick Fury. Those are like, they were like World Vietnam era comics. I sold those. They weren't worth anything. But for everything else, I mean, like I have a nearly mint condition Daredevil 1 through 7. I also have Daredevil's first appearance. I can't sell those. That's worth. That's no. You would have to steal them from me. I will never ever sell my Daredevil comics because It's super important because I read those as a kid. I also have all the original like important X-Men comics. I have the original Infinity War stuff. I have all the original Civil War stuff. All of it's in there. So
it's all there.
It's a massive collection of comic books that when I had it appraised by and the appraiser, when I showed up, he like flipped through them. He didn't do a full examination. He said, I'd give it, and this was back in, it would have been appraised in 2012. I don't want to know what it's worth now, 10 years later. So I would imagine that some of those comics that are all being kept in a airtight storage facility are just gathering wealth. But you can't buy them from me because I won't sell them because they mean things to me personally. Now, if I ever fell into horrible times, I suppose I could sell some of them. But I'm not selling those comics. Any of them. I have. It's a collection. It's a 3-generation long collection of comic books. And nope, fuck off.
Yeah,
4 generation if they look.
But that's what comic books mean to me. Comic books mean a whole lot to me. And the J.H. Williams Batman, for example, I bought all of those. I had them all signed, the original run on the J.H. Williams, Greg Rucka. And I have a ton of like modern comics that are also signed by everybody involved on it. So it's not just classic comics. It's all the way up until stuff that was printed up in like 2016 when I stopped collecting. So it's everything from 1946 to 2016. That's the comic book collection I have. And nobody gonna fucking touch that shit. Fuck off. And again, unless I'm destitute on the street, and even then it would be like bread or comic book. It would be a fucking question. I have Spider-Man's first encounter with Green Goblin. You know, like I have every fucking like important comic book. I have Spider-Man's first introduction, which is in horrible condition. I would say that comic is in terrible condition, which is probably not sellable. Because that comic, was it Amazing Fantasy, is sometimes valued as much as like $1 million, but it's in garbage condition. It's got literally children's drawings on it because it was my granddad who bought it. So it's got like my dad colored on it. You know, that's not in any condition to be sold. It's fairly in tatters. But there's tons of this. Like my family has always been comic book collectors, I guess. But back in the day, they didn't think that comic book collecting was a thing because it was like a newspaper, right? So they just colored on them and did all kinds of other shit. So like, I think there's an Amazing Fantasy too, which is the Spider-Man introduction. I believe so, but it's in garbage condition to the point of being near trash. It's not sellable.
What a wonderful piece of detail. And nobody break into her home or I'll break your ankles.
It's in a storage facility somewhere.
It doesn't matter. If they break into your home, you just dial 999, come beat some ass, and I will be there.
Yeah, even the Amazing Fantasy one, like even the cover is fucked. It's not usable. But the other ones, like the first appearance of Daredevil, those are in near mint condition. Those ones are fine.
Yeah. Like, and I get you, Aiden, because funny enough, I'm not really into baseball cards like that, but I inherited a few from my grandfather.
Yeah.
And these are like Hall of Fame cards, rookie cards for very important players. And I'm like, I would never sell them. And I know they're worth a lot. They're mint condition.
I know, and that's the thing, but like my dad even told me, like when I was going to college, he's like, go sell this shit. He just gave it to me, he's like, sell it for your college fees. And I was like, Dad, I can't sell it. And he's like, it's like your comic books, and it's your dad's comic books. I'm not gonna and I care about them and I want to read them, and I don't want them to be fucked with. So I mean, there's a storage facility with all of Aiden's priceless comic books, except for the ones that my dad colored all over, which there's a whole bunch because people didn't care back then. Do you know what I mean? Like, because no one could have had any clue, in the 60s, how much shit that stuff would have been worth. You know what I mean? In 60 years.
Yeah,
it's for little kids.
Because I know. Because I have a coworker too. He has like all of the Conan the Barbarian ones, like the OG ones. And I'm like, dude, like not even those. He has G.I. Joe and some other. I took a picture of him once on my Twitter before it got deleted. Like this was a couple of previous ones, and I showed you all those classic comics. I think Carl replied to it, and the thing is, like, still has that collection. He doesn't plan on selling them. He doesn't have kids or anything. I hope to God he's willing to give them to me. I'm staying in contact with him just to get those comics. But like,
apparently, that Amazing Fantasy comic, if it's in decent condition, is worth $3 million.
Holy shit!
It's not the one that I have. Not in a billion fucking years, because it's torn up. Like it's tatters.
No, I get that, but the price tag, I just hit that literally.
You got to remember that 3.6 million that they're asking for that. Because when I first got into, because my dad did tell me to sell some of the comics, and I sold some of the ones that I didn't care about, like again the Sergeant Fury ones, and which is like a Vietnam era military comic series, and when you got to have these checked by an inspector, and particularly for something like that, and that 3.6 million is a record sale for one comic that was in near perfect condition. There are a ton of Amazing Fantasies. I thought it was 2. It's 15. There's a ton of Amazing Fantasy 15s that exist out there in the world that are in garbage condition that are worth basically nothing. That's the thing you gotta get. You gotta get through your head about, or through anybody's head about the. I wasn't saying you guys in particular. I'm just like when people hear that, like how much money this shit's worth. Like, hang on. No, a bunch of people have Amazing Fantasy 15s sitting in a garage somewhere that are in trash condition that have children's markers all over them that aren't worth anything. Because they're only worth any money if they're in basically mint condition. So. Sorry, there was a total aside on this dumb bent.
Oh, that's okay.
She gives the most non-committal answer ever.
What's up? How you doing?
Fine, thank you.
And looks away again. Very disengaged.
What's your name?
Congratulations to this actor, because honestly, the stare he gives, that is scary. That is bone chilling.
I think my boyfriend's just...
She gives the,
the way that normal men look at women that they're talking to in the street when the name is Dwayne, and they have like $50 to their name and want to see if they can have a good time and get high.
That's the Dwayne look.
Bone chilling. Absolutely.
Is it really bone chilling too?
Apparently.
Well, if you're not proud of black people.
Oh, do you think she would have said this shit if the guys who approached her were black?
Well, one of them's black, and the one that was leading the charge is black.
The one lead. Oh, I thought it was the main one. She was upset. The bone chilling one was the white guy.
Nah.
Oh, it's because he's white. He's bone chilling because he's bone white. I guess, right?
I would hope the joke. I would hope that'd be the joke. Because if it's not the joke, she just did a racism. She just said
if it was first, not like it would ever happen, but if it was all black or Latino guys, she would be like, "Wow, this is racist." I guarantee it.
Like the music would start swaying in, and it's like, "Oh yeah, taco time." It's like turned down for what? But it's set to D12's like the parody track that was supposed to be at the end called My Salsa. Oh, that'd be terrifying. And I'd pay money to see that happen. Who bet it would not go through the way that we would hope it would. It'd be terrifying for everybody. But that's what makes it good. The fact that they do that. Oh god, it's so bad. It's just so bad. It's just so bad. Really, really bad. I need to go see what it is that my mother is asking for, because if it's about the thing I'm about to tell her about, I'm going to be annoyed. I know. I'm streaming. Stop asking. Shush! Shush! Alright.
Boyfriends here, which is, in case you didn't know, just about the #1 signal for please do not talk to me.
No, the #1 signal for please do not talk to me is please do not talk to me. When you give guys runaround answers for conversation and you are not direct, what we're going to hear, and this is not all men, this is men that are talking to you. What we are going to hear is, I would like you to make me interested in this conversation. That's what they hear. It's a fucked up thing, but that's what they hear. Why is it that they hear that? I wonder. Could it possibly be that if I were to stop talking to you and then a guy that's better looking comes up behind me and starts talking to you, you'd immediately get interested in him and give him your number? It's very likely that it could happen. I've had it happen, to me at least, personally. About 4 times. It's very common. Does that mean that I should go on an incel rampage? No, it does not. Because I know...
It also doesn't mean that she doesn't have a boyfriend, or she doesn't want to get away from anything. It's just the reality is that women use the boyfriend thing as a...
It's way too much.
Ugly.
Too much. Literally, it's like, instead of saying, I don't want to talk to you, it's, I have a boyfriend. It's like, okay, I'm gonna keep your wallet then. Wait, nah, bitch, nah! You get your boyfriend here to come get it from me. You don't do that. Don't do that, women.
Women do that to be non-confrontational, to be fair.
Yes. It's understandable. And the problem is that the women who understand that they're just trying to be non-confrontational and want to be nice about it, the way to say it is to not immediately snap and say, I have a boyfriend! I have a boyfriend! I have a boyfriend! It's, I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. Because that's what we as men say when we say, I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend. Because it's not very often
it's the same, it is a weird difference, right? Because like women will snap and be like, guy will be like, oh, you know, here, can I buy you a drink? Excuse me, I have a boyfriend. Like, when you're rude about it, just don't be rude. Just, that's all it is. Just don't be rude. And people won't think you're a bitch. That's all it is. Be like, oh, thank you, but I have a boyfriend. It's the same thing where it's like, if I would, not like it would happen, but if a woman was talking, you know, trying to hit on a guy, which does happen sometimes, and he was like, no, sorry, I appreciate it, but I'm in a relationship, then that's just what you do. Just, the snapping is what makes it come off as rude.
Yes, because if a gay man, and this is the most common kind of thing, were to come across and say, ew, I have a man, you would feel some type of way. It's like, damn, I just got curbed by the Fae. Damn, how'd that happen? How did I get here? That's why women will constantly reach for, the reason he don't want to talk to me is because he's gay. Gay. This got a little bit of this has some sugar in it. It's very annoying when we get those comments. Not because you're questioning my manhood. It's not just that. It's that the reason he's not interested in me is there's something wrong with him. Doesn't he see that I am a catch? Are you blind?
Yeah, that's it. Right. Yeah, what, are you gay? Are you blind? Why don't you realize what a great catch I am when I'm interested in you?
Then the
total fucking double standards.
Like, then it's the passive aggressive, you don't even know what you fucking got. You wouldn't handle this. And then the fucking drawing of the outline contour of the body while constantly hissing the S. It's like, yes, I don't want to handle this because you are a snake. It's the quickest way to turn a guy off immediately. And it's not always going to be that woman's fault. Maybe they are a newly hot woman and they thought, they were told by their girlfriends, this is supposed to be easy. Like, he looks at me, his cock gets hard, and then we just go from there. Especially if they are heavyset women. We talked about the heavyset women, but women in general. And this happens with women in general.
Heavyset women get talked up all the time.
Yes, we talked about
all their girlfriends.
Yes.
Yeah.
We talked about that, and there's like 2 kinds of heavyset women who do that. There's the heavyset woman we talked about when we were talking about Signifier's video, but then the other kind of heavyset woman is the heavyset friend whose job is to basically cock block every single guy. That woman is very annoying. She's very annoying because she also believes that she is a better looking woman than all the other women that she associates with.
I knew that girl. Yeah.
We hate that girl. Because that girl is usually going to be the source of all the trauma of all the other women in the friend group. And nobody wants to tell her that she's responsible for somebody's eating disorder. But she's responsible for somebody's eating disorder. She definitely fucking is. And the accountability factor of realizing that she is the problem in the situation is not something that comes up in common parlance. Because to hold that girl accountable means holding every single woman who told her that she was good looking accountable. And only then are we even going to get close to addressing the problem as a whole. It's not very easy to do. Or often than not, is going to be the most difficult thing to do. Because it means she has to actually shut the fuck up and listen. And those girls don't like shutting up or listening. On principle and because they are accustomed to being able to say, no, I get to talk. You need to listen to what I say. And that's because the girls enabled them. You know, there's a lot of enabling that goes around when it starts with girls like this, and I don't blame them for that. If you were newly hot and you had to deal with it, or you were made hot by one of your girlfriends after a night out in the town with $300 of Sephora, you'd want to feel good about yourself. You can feel good about yourself, but you're not going to feel good around yourself while at the same time demonstrating why you don't have a man, or why your man broke up with you. You can't do it. It's not possible. Even the ugliest, most dusty, most acne-ridden nerd is going to look at you and say, no thanks. I'd rather talk to Stephanie. She just got her retainer removed. No matter what kind of fucking loser you think that you're better than, these losers are going to be better than you in that context. They beat. They will literally beat every time. And there's no reply you can give that's going to make it better for yourself. You just have to accept that they are above your level, and your level is ground floor bedrock. Doesn't mean that you can't become not bedrock, but you have to work on yourself. But you're telling a woman to work on herself. That we already hit a dilemma.
I don't want to be in this conversation right now, and I think you'll respect another man more than you'll respect me clearly saying no and walking away. At this point, they follow her into the parking lot. Her breathing rate picks up. She is nervous. To me,
here's the problem. Her back is to them. They have no idea what the fuck is about to happen until she hulks out. Literally, they start screaming, and they are trying to start running to turn away from her before she was about to lunge at them, before the Hulk tackles them. If he hadn't tackled them, the front guy, he would have been yeeted into the fucking trucks. Guaranteed.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody else behind them, maybe they get to live to tell their story on daytime news, saying that they were attacked by a wild wildebeest. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? But I do know they're not getting away from her. They're way too fucking close. There's no way they're gonna run fast enough. And because we know that it's the Hulk, we know what she's capable of when she's angry. So, if she's cognizant and aware of what she's doing, and she was about to turn around and, like, grab him and shake him violently, you've already fucked up. You already fucked up. Because now you're saying you have control over your strength. And you don't. If you do, you're not trying it. So, either you're going to be extremely abusive to him, because you can, or you're going to not be extremely abusive to them, and you didn't know what you were doing, and you're actually just finding your way back to a circle to say, well, I was justified. Look at them. They're bothering me. Doesn't matter either way. You're horrible.
this does not even read as a woman who's angry. This reads as a woman who is scared. And then she loses it. She hulks out. And then immediately gets...
Okay, did you not just say she was perfectly in control and had full mastery?
And anger. Control over fear and anger. Well, because she does it every day, infinitely more than you. And yet she can't control it. Wow.
I find it weird that she's saying that she gets catcalled every day and she's always in fear of her life. That part, that's a little bit more worrisome to me. As a character, it's a bit worrisome to me that Jennifer Walters as a character said, I get catcalled every day and it makes me scared for my life. I am petrified of penis. I don't want these men around me. I am scared. My cheeks do not clap. And I am terrified.
Okay, wait. We have to ask this question. What city does she live in again?
Los Angeles.
Okay, depending on where she lives, I can understand that sentiment.
Oh, true, right?
Like, my butt does not, like, my pussy does not pop. My ass does not clap. I do not know what to do with it. No, I can't even handle my own ass. I don't want any man to handle my ass. I am scared. And someone come pick me up. I can take a meme answer of that. That'd be funny. But that's not an excuse for a bad character. I'm so sorry. That's so bad. That's so horrible.
Tackled to the ground by Bruce.
Also, please note that these men are hugging each other. Please tell me it's not about to crash. It's probably about to crash. It's crashing. Oh no. No, please. This is gonna take a second to fix. Hold on.
Oof.
Fucking oof, man. Let's see here. 1954. And open.
The next guy talking in case you had this feet in the field, and then immediately gets tackled to the angry. This.
And stream. And open. And done. And back again.
This reads as a woman who is scared, and then she loses it. She hulks out. And
Men
then immediately
screaming.
gets
Okay, so these three men, you can clearly see they are hugging each other in terror of the Hulk in front of them.
Yeah.
So these men went from being scary, imposing, goosebump causing terrors to literally screaming for their fucking lives. Something not, the math ain't mathin', Mathis. The math ain't mathin'. How? How did they go from terrifying and scary to literally the butt of the joke? How did we do that? How did we get here? Can you show your work? Can you explain? Explain it to me like I'm retarded, please? Please? Can you do that, please? Please? I'd like to know, please. No? No answer?
I do not have the answer.
Okay.
tackled to the ground by Bruce.
I don't think anyone does.
Rest assured, the men got home safely. A little scared, but safe. Maybe in the future they'll reconsider following women down into dark.
Yes, they'll reconsider following women in the pure daylight of a dive bar and consider, if I ask this woman what the time is she gonna turn around and beat my skull in with my femur? Is that likely to happen? Because I would say, if that's something you think is supposed to be a joke, what you actually just said is...
What was the joke from Miss Marvel? She stole some guy's jacket, didn't she?
Yes, she stole a man. No, that's worse. She twisted a man's hand and used her ability to hold a man hostage and take his bike and his clothes.
Right.
No. It's so much worse because you can imply that they're being the guys in She-Hulk are being creepy or whatever. You can imply that. All right, fair. In Captain Marvel, you can't. He's maybe a little bit of an ass, but he's being generally kind. Just a little, maybe like non-woke in like in modern settings, not okay. But like he's being charismatic. He's not like being like lewd or anything. He's being kind.
Well, I don't know. When he said his name was the Dawn, I think that was a little bit suggestive. Like, I'm the Dom of you. Take off your clothes. It was implied. Come on.
So maybe they had to walk it back to have like a more not realistic, but a more egregious circumstance to pretend like, oh look how bad men actually are, because that Captain Marvel thing didn't go over very well because people thought it was just her beating up a nice guy.
Mm-hmm. Let's say Brie Larson would never do that.
You have to remember also they can't actually show anything that would actually be harmful towards women, because then women would get triggered and they'd complain.
True.
So they can't do anything. They can only put like the most mundane and nothing burger shit in this, because otherwise women would cry and claim that they're having a PTSD fucking moment.
Dark parking lots. But everything in her body language and her speech was a woman trying to avoid a situation with them. And Bruce specifically says that fear is a trigger. To me, this scene doesn't even read necessarily like anger was the trigger, like she got mad at them. To me, this 100% reads as like she was truly afraid. And her Hulk form was like, hey, I'm here to protect you.
Yes, clearly, her Hulk form. The form that can't be a split personality, because that is her. She transformed and was about to say, leave me alone, hulking man thing. Yes, I believe you. I totally believe you. I don't believe her!
That's what it reads like to me. Not that it matters which trigger it was, because the point still stands. she was trying to disengage and not have an interaction with them. She was not, as you seem to think, thinking, oh yeah, I have these new powers.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm gonna murder men. No, that's...
Why did you choose to become Bayonetta to say that? Why did you become a British woman when you said that, love? Darling, can you explain?
Her accent switching is so weird.
Pudding, I do believe you might be enjoying.
Anyone else who does that? I've never seen anyone else on YouTube who doesn't do that without some kind of like other reason for why they're doing it.
Not even amongst BreadTube. That's how bad it is.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I mean, like, just I don't get the accent switching.
Man, she's the quirkiest of the quirked up white girls.
Nah, that girl's not quirked up with the sauce. That girl is infected with a disease. It's like blue cheese, but it's not healthy. It's not. It's coming out. It's coming out runny. It's coming out runny like a liquid. It's giving squirts. Not good. Bad. Bad. It's only gonna get worse.
Literally not what happened. I do not think you watched the episode. If people are villainizing her for this scene, that is a mad stretch. Especially considering...
Nah, bitch, we reached first. Nah.
The fact that she didn't yet know the triggers for the Hulk form.
No. Bullshit. Bullfuckery. There is no excuse for that. And it's not even well, she didn't know the triggers yet. If you don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, and you are around people who don't know you're a danger, you're going to get help, get cleaned up, which is what she did. Then you're going to go somewhere where you can be found. You're going to run, not walk, run away from the men for their own protection. Save these dusty, thirsty men. They know not who they attempt to wooed. That is what would happen. It would not be, I would just get mad and angry at them and treat them like they are just legitimate men. I'm just gonna allow this to happen. No. That's not how that works. Because if that's how that works here, I have questions and you don't have answers for them. Starting with, who is your father and how is your relationship with him?
Okay, this just points something out. Because remember, she blacked out in the beginning of the episode?
Yes!
I just realized. The fact is, like, everything we've ever talked about is, like, a greater point now. She blacked out. Like, she very much doesn't have control. And when she does have control, she's still very shit at a person. She's willing to attack people and everything.
Like, the entire reason she snuck into that bathroom is because she came in the back door of the bar. If you didn't want to be talked to, why didn't you wait at the back door of the bar? You went out the front door, and instead of going back inside and going towards one of the good men, which in this case would be the bouncer, which was clearly talking to a woman who's doing his job, bouncing people from the door, why didn't you have the bouncer do his job and bounce the unwanted men from your environment?
The sexism. We couldn't girl boss hard enough, bro. Like, you understand.
We couldn't girl boss hard enough, bro. We had to make sure that we did it this way. That way, it was clear that these men were part of the problem. You gotta understand.
Like, those men were aiming to clap cheeks non-consensually.
I hate feminist writers. Or just feminists in general. I don't have to specify.
Because she doesn't find that out until another scene later on in the episode. And she hadn't gone through the training montage yet to the point where she could then learn that she could control the Hulk. And like this, do you want her to break the fourth wall every time she's complaining and then...
No, she shouldn't be breaking the fourth wall at all, except when she is She-Hulk. Because the character breaking the fourth wall in a universe that very clearly has rules and establishment to reality is you playing fast and loose with Deadpool rules. Which is why I hate that people kept saying, she's like Deadpool. She's not like Deadpool. She is not.
The comic book that they're drawing from, though, is older than the Daniel Way Deadpool, which is the fourth wall breaking. But even then, it should only be. Most of them originally were just on the comic book covers. There were some within the panels themselves. So you can do it from time to time, but it should only be She-Hulk breaking it when it's particularly. You know what you should. The unfortunate thing is that it's a fucking goddamn Disney Plus show, so you don't have commercial breaks. Because you know what would be the best time for her to do it? Be like, all right, guys, and now time for a commercial break. Like that kind of stuff. That would be like an in character for like the late 80s, early 90s thing, where for SheHulk did like turn the camera and be like, wow, this sure is a pickle, and then and turn to the camera and do something like that. That would be the way that I would imagine that show happening in a way that would be aligned with She-Hulk's character from the 90s comic, right?
Yes. It's like a basic Hanna-Barbera fade to black.
Yes. Yeah, not constant quips at the audience. That's very Daniel Way Deadpool. That's not and there's no real way I think for them to do it very properly because they don't have like commercial breaks and stuff like that. And there are other ways they could do it, but it'd have to be that kind of being like
it has to be
a big scene.
It needs to be what they were. Yeah, it needs to be what they were doing in episode 3, 4, and 5, where they were making a very distinct point of elaborating and pulling out the. Yeah, Jen doesn't have the best dating personality. Her sitting there, basically like gawking through the screen at the cell phone notifications of it, and then turning to the camera and saying, "Well, this is a hit on the ego of Jen." It's like, yes, well, that's great.
That's good, yeah. That one's fine. Yeah, like, just that kind of stuff is fine. You just have to, like, why didn't they just not read the comic book and figure out what people liked about that particular fourth wall breaking?
Because they don't know how to read comics. That's hard. Reading the source material you're hired to write for, that requires
to read a comic book.
That requires doing hard things like enunciating vowels and reading concurrently and paying attention. Niggas ain't got time for that shit.
Carl, this all sounds like you're saying white men do it better.
I mean, do they? Do they know how to read and listen and shut up and never speak unless spoken to, like women want? Yes, that's because that's what women want. Now, who's the women who told them to do it? Was it the mother? Was it the mothers? Was it the mother? Yes, it was. And now you call that girl with the chain around her neck. You said, "Boss me, yeah, I see you, my friend. I see you. And I am ashamed for you. But I am proud of you. But I am ashamed of you."
Just be like, "Hey, not all men, though." And then wink. Actually, now that I've said.
See, well, that would be funny.
That would be funny.
Okay, see, here's the thing. When she gets assaulted by the guys that try to attack her, and she's like, she hulks up and she turns the camera and she's like, "Remember, girls, not all men." That would be funny.
That would be great. That would be great. Then you could fight all your critics. Be like, "Remember, ladies, not all men," and then punches the shit out of them. I would have loved it. I'd be like, "That's great." It's not hard. Like, here's the thing. Like, why can't they hire anybody who has any idea what people want to see or would find funny? Like, I think feminists would also find that funny because they would read their own tie into it of being like, "Oh, it's haha," because it is all men from their perspective, right? But it's like, haha. But then anyone not crazy would read into that the prime of like the face value, which is that it's not all men and these guys are just scumbags, so I'm gonna punch them because they're being cocksuckers. Fine. They're just that alone. Wow, Carl fucking improved the show by like 1,000% with one goddamn line. And that's how bad it is that one line could improve the show that much.
At this point, I'm halfway thinking that I need to just make a concurrent series called A Shit Poster Improves, where I just take really bad plots from shows and I just start thinking of shit while also potentially stuffing my face and high on weed. But not weed.
Do that. Do it.
It physically hurts my brain. How is it that I think of funny shit that should be easily capable of you all coming together and like putting two brain cells in your head to figure out, you know what, that's actually a really great idea. Let's steal that from that guy.
The other, so like I was saying this, I posted a big thread on Twitter, is that Bill and I have been thinking about an idea for a superhero character, a comic character, for like a year.
And it's a really dumb idea. But if you just get, like, two people together to think about stuff, you can come up with really fucking cool ideas that would actually be interesting and I think funny and amusing, and not just. It's not even the old Marvel and DC shit where they just have to retread the same stories over and over again, essentially, because they don't want to give creative writers any actual ability, because then they write things that are good, and then they have to change the whole comic book lore kind of around it. Now it's just we have to fucking put everything around stupid social justice crap, which we know sucks. They know sucks, and they know doesn't sell.
It's very sad because it's like you're so terrified of accidentally making a new Christopher Priest that you keep trying to give credence to the New Age Kelly Sue DeConnics, and you know they don't make you money.
Oh my god! Well, let's not talk about Kelly Sue DeConnick, because after Christopher Priest, you get Hoodlin, right? Hoodlin, some okay stuff, but for the most part, Hoodlin was the one who started the fucking bullshit with Black Panther of it being like, let's really focus on race in it all the time and make him perfect. And that's why there's some stuff about Hoodlin's run that I like, but there's so much about it that I hate.
But don't even get me fucking started with the Takeshi Coates. Please do not get me started on the Coates run. I will fucking murder someone.
After Hoodlin, then you get to Ta-Nehisi Coates, a complete hack who I think hates the character of Black Panther in the long run, considering how much he fucking tried to destroy that character's legacy.
Nation under our... When people write something like Nation Under Our Feet, they deserve to be sued in court for damage to your copyright.
For real, Ta-Nehisi Coates, it's bizarre now, like, because I even looked it up, and I was like, what do people think are, like, the best, Black Panther comics now? And I looked it up, and it's like Ta-Nehisi Coates, Hoodlin, is his name Christoph? What's his name? Rudolph. I think Rudolph Hoodlin. I think is his name, something like that. And then Christopher Priest. Is his name like Rudolph or something? He's got a Hoodlin, Hudlin, and I didn't like Hoodlin's run because he also put like a weird racial thing into it. Like in the first fucking issue, T'Challa has a phone call, a teleconference call with Nelson Mandela, and it's clearly like political from second one. I don't know if you've seen it. It's not a terrible run. It could be way worse, but it's very political and it's very politicized of Wakanda forever kind of stuff, which is I think where they based some of their crap from before Ta-Nehisi Coates. Oh my god, my stand is getting really shitty and falling apart. But I think that they based their stuff before Ta-Nehisi Coates on Hoodlin's run, which is shit. And they didn't base any of it on Christopher Priest. Christopher Priest, who did all of the work, I would say, on developing the character of T'Challa and the entire world of Wakanda. And they don't base anything on his fucking work. That to me says something.
Couldn't, because it was consistent thematically, I would say, because it would be like, okay, if you have a black ethno state that's the most advanced place in the world, what would it be? It would be this. We can't have that. We can't have the Negroes being very, very nationalistic and almost Republican in thought.
And instead, because in Hoodlin's run, it's still that like it's in Hoodlin's run, it's a okay, Wakanda is the most advanced place on Earth, but white people are still fucking with them all the time, and it's like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. This contradicts everything else in all the previous runs of Black Panther and everything else we know about Black Panther. But now it's like, colonization and shit, and that's why Hoodlin's run, which I think starts in like 2007 or about that. Christopher Priest is writing in the 90s, and I think Hoodlin maybe 2007, 2012, that kind of area. And then you get Ta-Nehisi Coates start writing in like 2014, and Ta-Nehisi Coates is just a full-on just ideologue who doesn't give a shit about the character of Black Panther or T'Challa at all. All he cares about is shilling his fucking politics and his belief system, and shitting on the character. Doesn't care about the character. He only cares about is saying his political message, and that's what's so awful.
It's like when Storm married Black Panther, and then Luke Cage at the wedding.
Oh, I know. Well, so there was a mini series where about Storm as a child that was written, I think, in the early 2000s or late 90s, where she did meet T'Challa as a kid, and it was kind of cute. I liked that
that part of the series that they knew each other, but the fact that Aurora would marry T'Challa doesn't make any sense. In terms of the broader Marvel, they did get married for forever. They've been married for like 10 years at some point now, I think. I didn't think that really worked. I feel like that just happened because it was like, oh, look, two popular black characters from Africa.
Yes.
Let's make them get married. I'm like, that seems, they don't know each other that well.
It's one of those things where it's like, this is the king of Wakanda, and he literally told her, bitch, I will break up with you in a second. In fact, I'm gonna do it right now. Now watch me go make shadow physics happen.
Exactly. And it was, I personally, there was a mini series, or a mini, it was a one shot where, because Storm at one point did become, she got Thor's powers, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Which she already kind of had, but she became the goddess of thunder. And there was a really cute mini where Storm and Thor were hanging out and just like describing their electricity powers together. It's like, oh, okay, I'm down with that ship. If you're gonna ship something, I'm cool with that one. That's kind of cute. She has as much in common with Thor as she does with T'Challa. So if you're gonna ship Storm with somebody outside of the X-Men universe from the rest of Marvel, why not be Thor? It's only T'Challa because they're both black and African, and I find that to be a little bit racist, to be honest.
It's annoying as fuck, because if you're going to go that angle, the other angle to go would be political twists, where it's like, yes, we're going to pair him with Black Panther, but that's because Aurora Monroe is an Omega level mutant, and why wouldn't he want to have such a powerful weapon as both a lover and a wife? Which would be the most African thing you can do.
Yeah, and that's a very like power move of being like, yeah, you'll be the queen of Wakanda because of your inherent power, right? Not because necessarily it's a very royal monarchistic move of being like, yeah, we're not going to get married because of race or because of anything else, but because you're a very powerful person who would bring greater power to Wakanda by us being married. That would be okay, but
I think it also messes with everything though, because like, Black Panther is one of those characters who's really noble of a person. Like even when they give him no faults, when I think it's an issue, but like,
which is Hoodland's run is he's completely perfect, and that's a problem. And Ta-Nehisi Coates even worse on that. Christopher Priest's run makes him a very understandable, relatable human being. You know.
He's not the most perfect human being, but because of panels like One Heart, it's like, okay, he understands his role, and it also is not an egocentral thing to him. He could care less about being Black Panther. He is a royal member.
He's the king of Wakanda first and foremost. That's his main, and that's why he gives over the role of Black Panther to Daredevil at one point, for example. And has given over that. I mean, like, can you take this over for me? Like, because I know that there's a role that this character plays in America, but I got shit I have to take care of. I'm a fucking king, okay? You know, I got stuff I got to deal with.
Yeah. You know what's hilarious about that? Like, it's one of those days where they like, Wakanda is one of those places where it's transcended the view of race. That they need to understand that there's a reason why they wrote in the character that Black Panther's like adopted brother who's white. There's a reason why they wrote him in, because like, they don't have the same opinion you do or have on race, especially when you realize they can tell that they are racially distinct enough from everybody else because they literally can live on Wakandan land. Fun fact about Wakanda is the fact that Wakanda, since it's a huge deposit of vibranium, has the same poisoning that was killing fucking Wolverine in it inherently. So they can literally live there because they're genetically adapted to it.
Because the vibranium meteorite that landed in Wakanda caused some genetic mutation in all Wakandans to make them more resilient to radiation, because they're literally living around a big fucking radioactive rock. So they all of them are a little bit different, and that's one reason why they're the only nation on Earth that has access to vibranium easily. Or ready access to vibranium, but also, and that's allowed them to advance technologically around comparatively to everyone else around them, and why they segregated themselves off from the rest of other nations who were trying to get in on their shit. And all of that is okay, in my opinion. It's their, I mean, it did fall from the sky, but still, this was their, this is their fucking country, and they wanted to keep other people out of it who wanted to try and conquer them and steal their natural resources. And I thought that was supposed to be cool, and a thing that would be, okay about Wakanda, but now like that's been rewritten. Of it can't just be something that's a part of Wakanda's history. It has been part of colonialism, which does play a role in that, obviously. Mm-hmm. But they also hid themselves off from the rest of the world because they were more advanced and wanted to do the kind of Star Trek sort of first contact thing of like, we've got way more advanced technology than the rest of the world that would potentially cause a lot of harm and damage if the rest of the world had access to it.
Honestly, I think that's what we need, a comic about the first Black Panther, because any nation that gets a technological advance usually tries to expand. Hell, one of the longest lasting empires we have on Earth, several of them, were constantly expansionists. So when you realize that they had to think about that, like, how the fuck do we survive and keep ourselves like internally okay?
Instead, what they did, rather than expand, is they hid themselves away and went, let's just kind of try to see if we can make our empire disappear so no one tries to get access to our technology and access to vibranium. Now we'll do some deals with some nations that are willing to work with us in a certain capacity, but everyone knows that Wakanda is not to be fucked with. It's the same as Latveria. You don't fuck with Latveria, you don't fuck with Wakanda.
See, it's one of those terrifying things where if we were to look at it from the perspective of Doctor Doom, he sees himself on the same level as Black Panther. But people don't respect him in that concept because they would see him as a scientific mind who's been warped because of his interactions with cosmic gamma radiation. Also,
yeah, but you can make that argument that being exposed to that amount of vibranium and the mixture of chemicals that they give to the royal family to make them give them powers of Black Panther is also potentially really dangerous and potent, right?
Well, like, you have to understand that if you have to live in the Marvel universe, the only people who are like only places you really want to live is Latveria or Wakanda, because
pretty much. Yeah, you're safe anywhere. Those are like the two safest places on Earth to live.
Dr. Doom doesn't get respect, but Dr. Doom walks around his country and it interacts with his people.
I know, and they love him, and people of Latveria love Dr. Doom because he takes care of his people, he takes care of his country, he cares about his tiny micronation. It's the same thing with the relationship between Black Panther and his country, and I think both are fucking cool. The way that they rewrote Wakanda in the films is
it's something. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's something.
It's something. There you go. It's something.
It's fucky wucky. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a real fucky wucky. Like, and that you could have made this so much cooler, and because they introduced the character in a really, I think, a great way when he was originally introduced into the Marvel films.
Oh yeah, his first introduction was good.
Yeah, and we don't know anything about Wakanda, and we really probably shouldn't. If they wanted to make a Black Panther film, they should have. But it also, because again, you got to go with the Christopher Priest run, and not by they went on what they based it off of was Hoodlin and Ta-Nehisi Coates, which is
well, Aiden, to help you out, a great modern representation of this is Static Shock.
Oh, I know. What? And that's oh my god, too. A thing that I am terrified that Milestone Comics will fall into this, and they will make live action. They did do some live. They did do it with the CW, didn't they? Make a live action Static and Icon.
Black Lightning, I think.
They just did Black Lightning.
No, they did Black Lightning. I don't think Static was in that.
I know, but I think that it can't be far behind that they want to do live action Static, and because DC owns Milestone Comics. Milestone Comics, who of course was originally a black owned, all African American owned imprint that was independent comics that made Icon, Rocket, Static Shock, with Static, obviously Static Shock being the name of the cartoon, but Static, and I can't help but see that those characters get fucking abused too. I really don't want to see what they would do with Icon.
Icon is not getting created, or unless if they create him, they're going to create him to like challenge his ideals because he can't be black and conservative.
I know. That's the thing. They couldn't make. That's what I'm saying. Like, what would they do if they were trying to make fucking Icon? He's black and conservative.
Like, if you even put a page of Icon into script form, I'm pretty sure Kwanzaa Oshaefa was going to try and tap the Kishi coach to say, nah, you need to get in there, bruh. I gotta get mine in there. I can't let this happen. Because
Or are they gonna do the fucking? There was an HIV storyline, right? In the 90s with Rocket, I believe. And they're not gonna adapt that shit either because that's fucking wrong now, of course. So because you can't have any of these characters have any actual real fucking problems. I do not want to see what they would do to. Can you imagine what they would do to Static if they try to adapt him today?
What they would do to Static. Remember, he got his powers in a BLM.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I mean, like, that would be... well, no, it couldn't be a riot. It would be a glorious people's protest, and I don't...
That had 6 bodies and several work buildings.
Yeah, they can't take those, and I hope that somewhere there's some like clause in with when DC bought Milestone that's like you can't do weird political shit with our characters. Probably not, but I wish there was.
They should have had that clause with Marvel.
Yeah.
Well, it was that way for a long time because the reason why they couldn't do shit with Static Shock because Milestone was still around.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't doing anything, but they were just holding on to the rights.
Well, no, okay, so Milestone was actually bought by DC like 20 years ago, 30 years ago. But they were bought as an imprint, which means that they could kind of still operate independently to a certain degree. It's still owned ultimately by DC and has been for like 30 years, but they were operating as an independent imprint of DC. Yes. Same thing with Vertigo, people who own like Watchmen. So it's technically owned by DC, but they maintain some independent creator rights. So we have to, as people die off, who are running or have any responsibility over at Milestone, and I'm not familiar with how that structure is working, but I would imagine we'll also see that start to fall off, and you'll start to see more. Static Shock, Icon, Rocket. I mean, they'd have to do an Icon and Rocket show, I think, together, because those two characters work together so well and so frequently. But I can't imagine they wouldn't. I can't see any way that they would do those characters justice. And it's something that really pisses me off, because I mean, I grew up with Static Shock. Everyone did. Fucking everybody in our generation, sort of whatever generations we're in, I don't know, but like everyone over the age of like 25 grew up with Static Shock.
Well, I am 25. I grew up with Static Shock.
Yeah, there you go. So everyone at 20, yeah, about that age, and grew up with Static Shock and loved those characters. And I'd hate to see what the fuck they would do to them now, because you know it would be woke, and you know it would have like a extreme stupid emphasis on race and gender and stuff like that. Which why can't the character just be static and not have to involve politics? They can't do that though anymore, and it's infuriating.
It requires talent, and we know they have none. Simple as.
Like, there can be some elements of, because it was brought up in the show a couple times in the cartoon, you know. So there were racial issues that were brought up in the cartoon, but they happened naturally, and they weren't the primary focus of the show, you know. And that's how I think that's the shit that pisses me off so much.
And they did just demonize white people because it was his best friend. His dad was racist. Best
friend's a white guy.
He was just, and he's like, yeah, my dad's, dad. My bad, bro.
All right, no, we gotta continue. We gotta keep going.
Yeah, sorry.
That was really funny. Quick pause. When I filmed this, episode 2 hadn't aired yet, but now it has, and I'm still seeing comments saying the show depicts all men poorly, so let's break this character roster down real fast. On the left, we have really don't seem that great of guys. Gonna put the dudes from the bar here, and her ex-coworker whose last name is apparently Bukowski. That's hilarious.
That's also irrelevant.
Why?
So we're gonna put male character designed to be the punching bag, and literally characters that are written off for a scenario. Cool.
Why is Bukowski hilarious though? I don't understand that.
It's a stupid name. Is that?
It's she hates Slavs.
I guess.
Okay, I see. She just hates Slavic people. It's hilarious that he's a Slavic guy. I get it.
Word flex, but she can have it.
On the right side, we're gonna put literally every other normal dude, including Bruce, her dad.
Okay, so Bruce isn't normal. He's a gamma freak. Her dad is her father. He is literally meant to be a loving person to her.
Hopefully, yeah.
And not that kind of loving.
Her cousin Ched.
Ched is literally an airhead, but he's also means well. This is what we mean by characters who mean well. We mean Ched. We mean Ched Banner, Ched, or fucking, Ched Walters, just being a normal guy that has some weird quirks about himself. He's a bit goofy. He would probably be a Gamzee if he was to be a fan of Homestuck, but he means well. Yeah.
Thanks for translating for me.
Like Morty.
Carl.
Yeah. Morty made me read Homestuck because I had to understand why she was attracted to this shit as catnip, and now I understand everything.
Pug, the two.
Okay, so male feminist friend number one, who literally
feminist friend is a total cuck, from my understanding. He just exists there to like prop her up.
It's weird.
Constantly be like, "You go, girl! Yay!"
Like, I talked to Jay about this when we were recording it, and it's weird that you would have a hand-prepared basket of toiletries and female products, including Lindt 70% cocoa chocolate, milk chocolate, not dark chocolate.
It's super weird.
You would have toiletries, and then a map to the quietest toilets in the building so they can poop in peace. And then making a point...
Incredibly weird.
And then making a point of both women to be like, "Oh my god!" to everything else. But when he hands them the map saying, "Oh my god, thank you." And then staring at them like you just, "Thank you, this is the secret of Nirvana."
Don't you think that's... I would find that... okay, if I came back from a sabbatical and to my workplace that I've already been working at, and a male employee came up to me, and it was over health reasons, let's just say. I had something happen to me, my physical health had a thing, and he's like, "Oh, hey girl, hey, hashtag hey," and fucking walked up to me with a bunch of feminine hygiene products, chocolate, and a route to the bathroom. I would think he's a rapist.
It's like there's no other way to interpret it. It's like, "No, thank you for this map specifically to like the quietest bathroom possible." It's not like, "Here's a map to all of the bathrooms and here's where we hide the keys. Like don't use the one on the second floor. That's where Gladys likes to eat after Taco Tuesday." Like,
you could have made it funny. You could have made it funny like that, yeah. Of being like, "Oh, there's a super duper secret private bathroom," because I feel like there's something like that, that exact joke in some other sitcom where it's like, this is the.
There probably is.
I know there is. I'm trying to remember what sitcom it is where it's not the exact same thing, but it's very similar to in 30 Rock. There's Liz Lemon knows about how the Teamsters who go get shit for the 30 Rock office know this one specific sandwich place. It would be like, "Oh, here's a specific sandwich. I will give you the address of the sandwich place because I know you're having a rough time." It would be like that, like, "Oh, okay, we're not supposed to do this, but here's the location of the sandwich place. You get the best sandwich in town in New York, right? Here's the best sandwich place. I know we're not supposed, the Teamsters know it." But it would be like that kind of joke. It's like that kind of joke, but instead it's a bathroom, which is a super fucking private, weird thing. And why does the guy know?
And more specifically, women, you do realize that what you just said was a real piece of female data, and you just gave away free game. So now when you guys do this, even as a joke, and it's like, who told you that? It's like, you bitch, fuck, what you want?
Is he supposed to be gay, or is he just
No,
simping?
He's supposed to be a proper modern man who has his own shit, but for some reason, they decide to make, they try to make a point of him being, like, non-offensive by saying, "Yeah, I collect shoes. I'm a sneakerhead." And it's just this thing that they do in every single episode where they have some opening, close credit sequences hand-drawn, which I said, if you're gonna do shit like this, and you're gonna have her do voice acting, because I'm not gonna say that she's a bad Jennifer Walters in her voice, but she doesn't give off the physical confidence that she should in her body. If you wanted to have this, but it be animated, and then basically when we get to see her, we actually just see Jennifer Walters as She-Hulk when Tatiana Maslany is on screen, and you have done all of this backstory shit, just as an easy way to like fast forward and say, no, she's a real character in the MCU, and she has a human counterpart, but for the purposes of good dynamic fluid motion in art, we're going to go with animation. Because animated gets across her personality quirks better, and we like it that way.
Yeah.
That would have been a better idea.
Apparently, yeah.
They make a point of making jokes about him being a sneakerhead. They make point of mentioning that this is supposed to be the nirvana that he gives them.
That sounds like a racial slur, but I don't...
True, because it is, and you know the way, and you know why it feels like it is. And then they also make a point of when they end up taking case, because he ends up representing Bud. When he gets sued, when he is suing a Asgardian light elf, a shapeshifter.
Oh, right.
For turning into Megan Thee Stallion, they make a point of it being an idea for him to call in Jennifer as a witness so that she can make fun of him and say, no, you've never been cool, you've never been smart, and yes, I do believe you're stupid enough to think you're dating Megan Thee Stallion.
So, he asked to be insulted on the stand?
It was basically more like the guy did not have a choice in the matter because somehow the light elf was gonna try and claim diplomatic immunity.
Even after him being nice to her?
No, not him being humiliated to her. He's taking the case for the guy that she doesn't like. He's taking the case for Dennis Bukowski, and he does not like him. The same way that later on in another episode, the friend paralegal.
So a lawyer took. So he's a defense attorney who took a client who he didn't like and then intentionally sabotaged his case?
No, he didn't sabotage. He's won. Okay. He brought in Jennifer to be a witness to say, do you think that he is so... he brought her in so that she could mock Dennis and him basically say, yeah, I saved your bacon. And all you had to do was just tolerate being told what you really look like, act like. That's what they did.
Okay, that's
it's so bad because I'm like, this guy is getting manipulated. Like, as much as he is a douche, but like, we shouldn't be like celebrating that because he did get abused and manipulated. That's not cool. Because for a feminist show, I would assume y'all wouldn't be okay with that.
But you see, it's different.
It's fine to abuse and manipulate people as long as they're men.
Yeah, it's fine. He's an asshole. He deserves it. But the other guy doesn't, even though he is weird and collects shoes as a hobby. Because that's weird. Why would you spend money on shoes for you when you could spend money on shoes for us? It makes perfect sense!
Real fucking women moment, bruh.
Women be shopping! Women be shopping! Women be shopping!
Prison guards. The two guys who...
Also, that's weird. They're doing their jobs. Prison guards are literally doing their jobs, and these are the prison guards that are defending.
Literally picking up fucking background characters.
Like these are literally guys. Like that security guard is a security guard in the high maximum security prison that's keeping the abomination. He's doing his job. He's ensuring. Oh my god, no.
Unnamed random background characters. Look, there's so many good presentations of men. I wouldn't call, by the way, Hulk's representation very good. He just seems like fucking brain dead. Yeah. He's just there to say yes to everything Jen says. And be like, okay, well, I'm sorry for... Even though, really, Hulk's a good guy? Because I thought you said he wasn't a good guy because he's mansplaining to her, essentially. Well,
he's understanding. He's trying to get it. He makes the attempt, and that's what makes him non-toxic.
Named her She-Hulk on the news, and probably her two bosses, even though one fired...
Okay, so one, the guy literally said, my hands are tied, I don't know what to do. This is unprecedented situations. I feel shitty about this, but I had to tell you. He did the bare minimum of telling her to her face. And the other guy literally gave her the new job that is empowering her to do all of this shit. And all he asks her to do is to come into work and be She-Hulk.
And be She-Hulk, yeah.
You could say, well...
How insulting, by the way? Because let me put out what that really says. You spent 7 years working on a law degree. You passed the bar. You did all this work. And now all that really fucking matters, and that she's apparently fine with in the long run, is your physical appearance. Your immutable characteristics that you can't help. It doesn't matter that you passed the bar and that you're supposedly a good lawyer. The reason you're hired for this firm, and that she apparently is okay with, is her immutable characteristics, aka either race, sex, gender, in this case her Hulk.
She's a mutate.
A person.
Yeah,
she's a pig, a pig, a person, or no, a pog, a person of gamma.
Well, but that's what they're saying. That the only thing, and she's all right with it. The only thing that they care about is that she's a pog, and that it doesn't. Nothing else matters. God damn it! It's so insulting. It's so freaking insulting.
Oh dear God, that's perfect.
Not poggers at all.
Well, you know, white women be pogging.
Her still seem decent. Hell, even Blonsky seems fine so far.
So, literally a guy who had time. Years! How long ago was the Hulk? Put that in terms of real time. Years! In solitary, high maximum prison confinement. He had time. He had time to think about his actions. He had time to write Bruce and say, "Dear Banner, I wrote you, but you still ain't hulking." He had the time! He had time! He made peace with his demons! He did #the work! He earned it! He earned it! How are you going to shit on him and say, look, even he seems like a nice guy? Yeah! He was able to be attractive to at least 7 women. Maybe they're kooky for wanting to fuck the Abomination, but he is literally able to pull women! At the very least, he's getting coochie! Is that not enough for you? Clearly it's not. You selfish woman. You horrible individual. How dare you judge people for these qualities? How do you know they're truly good men? Have they donated to your feminist causes?
To me, more guys than not have been written like decent people. And judging just by the comments on my commentary video for episode 1 alone, I know there are guys who enjoyed this episode. They didn't.
Okay, but can you name them? Are they willing to go on to tape and record and defend you? No? Not at all? Not even a little? Damn. Wild. Wonder why that is. Wonder if it has something to do with your personality and attitude. I'm just guessing.
Feel called out by the fact that she mentions that catcallers, stalkers, mansplainers exist. Quite possibly because they know that they're not one. To say like Marvel is supposed to be for everyone, aka you don't think that men would watch this episode just because she mentions that there are some annoying guys that exist. Kind of a weird take, in my opinion.
Oh, how would you, could you imagine? Could you imagine? Could you even, I know, like, could you imagine if the thing, the opposite? Yeah, but actually, could you imagine if a character took their time out of their day to talk about how women are so bitchy and annoying and all they do is nag?
Like a specific, like, 15-minute segment dedicated to women be talking. Women be talking. Women be talking.
Yeah. They are so shrill, dear God.
God, I can't stand women. They're so shrill. All they do is nag, 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 and ask for money. But do you think that would be okay in 2022? Would you be cool with a show where that happened? Oh, no, you wouldn't? Oh, what a surprise.
The exact first moment that you saw a scene that was like, all normal modern women do is talk shit about men, masturbate, ride bad dragons, and lie. You would fucking lose your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Just spent the last 10 years watching a trio of superpowered white men lead the MCU. And the rest of us just had to...
Yes, it was a trio of white men. All of the men that were there were white. All of them, including Nick Fury and Black Widow and Scarlett Johansson's interpretation of Black Widow with confidence and chewing gum. It's very specific that I say that, because you see, Natasha is a character that doesn't actually get to do a lot of shit, and when she does, it's great. And this is part of that, but you know, she was clearly a white man, and Elizabeth Olsen, she was also a man. Jarvis, he wasn't necessarily even a white man. He was a robot, now put into the vibranium body with a red face, known as the Vision. Ant-Man, white man. The Wasp, white man. Hank Pym, white man. His wife, white man. Terrence Howard, white man. Don Cheadle, white man. The most alabaster. True, so true.
See ourselves represented through them anyways. I think we've covered the first point of this comment, but it's actually the third paragraph I want to talk about, because in the most respectful way possible, I think you're missing her point. She didn't say women have a monopoly on rage and fear. She said those are the baseline of any woman's existence.
That is literally the same fucking thing. If it's the baseline of every woman's existence, then they have a monopoly on understanding anger and fear. If I say that I am the sex god, penis and vagina is the baseline of every Carl's existence, this means that every Carl is a sex god. If they are a delusional god or not, that doesn't matter. But what he said was, my dick is dicking, and yours isn't dicking enough. How do you then meet on the level at which a person's power level is I dick ferociously, I dick lasciviously, I dig trenches with my balls? Like, this is one of those shonen anime moments where where you see the shadow of his penis coming from the air with his final attack, and all of a sudden, all you hear is you say run in the background, the sky parts, and so all of a sudden, the man lifts his crotch to the air, and out of nowhere, his quirk activates, grower, not shower. You can see the muscles contracting in his vast efferents as the semen begins to spurt from his dick. And he's blown away with a fountain of semen. And all the women stare and gawk and start blushing.
Blushing uncontrollably. Ew.
Oh god. This is what you're talking about, okay? In her mind, if you were to play this out like a JoJo scene, okay, and you had Bruce being voiced by Dio's voice actor, and for the sake of this joke, we had Aiden fill in for her. She would be using the Ojo voice. She would be mocking him by saying that her rage and anger is the baseline of her skill. She would then be cackling before then executing her finishing move. Okay?
Bruh.
No, if you could please give the audience an example of what I mean while I go prepare my mother's dinner.
But
please!
The exact executing my finishing move. I actually wasn't sure they would be talking about it. Do you want me to just go ara? But I don't know exactly I don't know the exact moment in JoJo he was referencing for me to mimic.
Me neither. But I
don't know what he was referencing for me to do. I'm not familiar with the reference exactly. I would be, but I'm confused as to what I'm supposed to do. I feel like I was given a task and I don't know how to complete it. So now I'm just confused. Also, I ate a cheeseburger earlier and now I don't feel good.
Oh.
Cheeseburgers.
You can't eat cheeseburgers.
Oh, Jay is back. Hey.
Hello.
Jay.
It's Fernette.
Oh,
yeah,
my God, my bad.
Hello.
All black women sound alike.
Wowee. Actually, I never eat that much food. I ate a whole cheeseburger and I felt like shit for the last hour since I ate it.
That sucks.
And I've been having this problem where I can't eat food every once in a while for like a couple weeks. All I can do is drink liquor.
I couldn't seem to really pinpoint where people were going to be in the voice chat because I saw you were streaming. I thought That
Oh yeah, pop in. I don't know what Carl wanted me to do. He ran away, and then
why are you
right? Yeah, he absconded. He'll be back, I assume, soon, and explain to me what he wanted me to say.
I'm back. Oh, I just wanted you to start riffing in Japanese. That's all.
どうしよう日本語でにラントもういいだできましたか Why didn't you tell me to do that? でも
It was dealer's choice. I wanted you to have your own freedom to make your own jokes.
Maybe what she said didn't resonate with you. But it resonated with me, and I'm sure it resonated with a bunch of other people as well.
Self-report, 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 self-report.
So, like, if you don't want to hear any personal anecdotes, you know, skip ahead.
No!
I personally have a lot of stories to back up what Jen was talking about. And
Self-report!
I'm gonna go use the bathroom now. I'll be right back, because I couldn't care less. But I'll be right back. Oh no, play this shit. I don't want to hear what she has to say. Hang on, I'll be right back.
I'm positive there are other people.
This is the first time I've had a guest say, like, you better play this goddamn shit. I wanted to see here when I get back. I have self-respect. I'm way too big for that shit.
Who can share their stories in the comments too, because it's not some like crazy thing that she pulled out of nowhere. She was sharing her experiences, and she's written by women who are also sharing their experiences.
So, women who are self-reporting, who are making a character for other women to self-report through. Yes, I see.
And they're all valid experiences to talk about, even if you don't want to hear them. Just on this channel, I've been called a stupid bitch. I've gotten death threats for saying I didn't
I've been called a nigger.
like how the earlier Iron Man films wrote women at one point.
I was threatened with a gun by a now ex-friend who was also stealing money from me and everyone else who was under her employ and personally trusted her to make, effectively, it was supposed to be a Nichibian copy that she didn't even pay her editor for, and was in fact trying to hold that artist in blackmail so she could be able to take advantage of him. And when I gave him money of my own free will while I was still struggling in year 2 for Carl, he said, no, I just can't take this money from you. And I said, okay, cool. Just draw something that you think I'd like. Draw me fucking the mascot. And then he did. I was called a negroid for that. I was threatened with that gun. People continue for years. Yeah, it's wild. Carl lore goes deep. I continue to be antagonized by random fucking hanger-ons of this person while she is now under a new identity as a VTuber, claiming that I'm her A-log and that I have nothing interesting to me whatsoever while they not watch my content.
You're a very A-logging person.
I mean, true, but it's because, but it's
you're
like
fucking not. I'm fucking joking around because you're like, like Jesus Christ.
I know I'm autistic.
Bro, no, I have a legit A-log. I almost have 2. One, I have to like basically say shit every once in a while and get like, please stop, and then he calms down. But no, you're the opposite of an A-log, dude. For most, wait, not an opposite, but A-logs are a particular brand of autists who are
they're Ethan Ralph. They are Ethan Ralph.
No, the person who's my A-log again is a 400-pound fucking, now I think he's 21 years old, Alaskan guy who thought that we would get married, and he's been obsessed with me for the last 4 or 5 years. And that's who an A-log is, who just sits around and all they do all day, every day, is try to find something that you've done on the internet, and by that I mean like normal posts, and then repost it to Kiwi Farms and reframe it as how it's cringe, and then even other people on Kiwi Farms go, no, it's not. That's a fucking A-log, dude. Nah, I do not see that in Carl at all. You don't have an A-log bone in your body in that sense, my man.
I couldn't. They all went to my fucking bone. Ironically enough, that is not a reference to my penis. That is a reference to your pelvis. Remember, ladies, that's pure muscle. He needs to know how to move his legs. If he does not have the ability to be a belly dancer, you need to find one. I had an advantage. I lived in Hawaii for a while.
I already talked about my ability to put my legs behind my head, unfortunately, on this stream, so it can't get worse.
We can only have so much sexual bait. Don't make my audience come too hard, okay?
Please, ladies, control your orgasms.
Please, homies, contain your balls.
Wanted to rip my throat out if I didn't get rid of my vocal fry. The last time I made...
Okay, I'm gonna need some evidence for that, but also, while you're there, I was called a porch monkey in Riot Games' game for several times by a person, and then when I directly threw the evidence, the log, the proof of it happening in the game, in my Discord, in my chat on Twitch, to the Riot Freak David Turley, he said, quote, to me, I don't care if he ran it down in your games, ... Show me in our blog post where I said that all chat is literally the worst thing after they published a blog about removing all chat features from the game, while right now, at this point in time, this week, the game is continuing to be dog shit because streamers like myself get stalked, antagonized, sniped in our lobbies, and as far as it goes for fucking Tyler 1, is getting win traded actively on stake betting websites. He has contacted you as a member of the LPP and you have ignored it because you're more focused about people typing in the team chat or an all chat, which still hasn't been removed, by the way.
Like, okay, with online games, I just expect racial slurs and just horror, like the worst things you can imagine in chats on online games.
True.
I feel like that's part of the thing.
It is.
But at the same time, if somebody's being like they're actually constantly harassing you, then it's a different fucking thing, you know?
That's a legitimate crime at that point.
Yeah, it's a legitimate problem, because if it's every single time I stream, and it's every single time I play the game, I just have a normal interaction. All I do is I play the game, and I put twitch.tv/SinglePlayerCarl in the chat, and they come in and they start typing the most insidious shit without prompt of anger. That's a fucking issue. And if it's every time I stream, those people are following my stream, they're watching when I go live, and they're doing it consistently.
And they're stream sniping, and it's fucked. And that's bullshit. Like, that part's not okay. You know, normal... Like, I remember, like, 2008 Xbox Live chat. That was just
the rite of passage.
N-word,
the rite of passage. The best time to be a gamer. The best time to be a gamer.
Yeah, but it was kind of... You did it, like, kind of... First of all, as a woman, too, you pop on fucking voice chat, and it would be like, are you a girl? And then just furious masturbation noises. Like, oh. Like, that kind of shit. You fucking would get that.
It's like,
my internet girlfriend, like that shit. Or are you 12? It's either one. It's like either people think that you're a child, or they think you're a girl. And if they think you're a girl, then it just becomes like, oh my god. Oh. Or again, like just I mean, every racial slur you can imagine, I have heard on Xbox Live.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how it was. But it was, at least it was an equal playing field. Everyone was getting fucking racial slurred or attacked.
Mm-hmm. I once told a grown-ass man to gargle my balls because he couldn't fight me on Hardline.
At least that was true equality. That I guess that was true peak equality reached. 2008 Xbox Live.
Oh yeah, man, fucking sending me voice messages in the middle of the match, hoping they can sneak up on me, and I just send them a voice message saying "gargle my balls," and then drop shot this motherfucker with an L9.
Well, I know that was it. That was the best we got. That was the best humanity ever was.
It was great.
It's been all downhill since there.
Never again can we go on a quest for hate mail, because then I'll be called a Nazi. With this complexion. Oh, that too. I was called a Nazi while being black and was doxxed by a Republican's daughter, and she insisted on sending someone to my house and almost had me massacred. Yeah.
What the fuck?
I've told you that story before.
Oh yeah, you did tell me that.
a video like this, I literally ended up on one of those like really weird.
I've also been called a Nazi, but for different reasons.
That's because they wanted a piece of your SS Negro Waffen.
Oh. That does sound like kind of like.
Well, it's more like
it kind of sounds like a delicious chocolate waffle, and I don't mean like a blue waffle, but like a waffle with like chocolate chips in it or something.
It's like to expect to hear at like a ghetto German bratwurst fusion restaurant like called the Bavaria Hut or the Bavaria House or the Bavaria Crib, and you're
Bavaria Crib. Oh my
yes,
god,
yeah, that's it. The Bavaria Crib. It's always Oktoberfest beers and Hennessy is always 50% off on the weekends and double if you come on with some honeys for your henny. The dance floor is always popping with the best Jersey remixes, and the Negro Waffen SS is the premier breakfast plate meal with extra sausage, with extra chicken on the side, with hot sauce, Louisiana hot sauce brand, and having the option to slossify your hash browns with beef, chicken, and your choice of teriyaki or Korean barbecue injection teriyaki sauce.
Louisiana hot sauce. Oh, do you prefer Louisiana or Crystal? I don't know. With that really name with hot sauce. I love Tabasco.
Super hot sauce person.
Tabasco is okay, but only with waffles, with breakfast foods. Tapatio is also a choice. But
Valencia is shittier than Tapatio. That's got a similar kind of flavor. But I like Crystal is the shit. If you're from the South,
Crystal's acceptable. There's a bunch of different kind of wing sauces that get floated around here.
None of them take Red Hot.
Like none of them are coming to head, but I'd take Red Hot a bunch of all of them. But if I had to go with a classic one, if it's not like cafeteria grade Texas Pete, it has to be Louisiana brand hot sauce.
I like Texas Pete though.
And that right there lets you know that if I was to run a restaurant, it would be a successful fucking restaurant. There's no way. And the other thing is every single thing on the bill will always equal up to being under $20 for an entire table of people.
Wowie. Not a successful business. Not a successful business you're running there.
Just for each one, just for one fucking person. Like the amount of food to feed yourself, like a buffet.
Some guy looking like Big Smoke is gonna roll up and be like, "I'll have 2 number 9."
See, that's when we pull out this. That's when we pull out the big boy menu, where everything is extra 50% meat, but it's now 75% more expensive.
But it's under $20 per table. Some Big Smoke looking motherfucker will roll up in there and be like, "All right, I know because one of my godfathers, there was a this is in the 70s, way before I was born. There was a buffet place at the university town they all lived in, and he basically made it his life goal to drive them out of business because it was like $5 in the 70s. All day, all you can eat. And he would just go there at like 9 in the morning and sit there. And he was a big fat guy, by the way. Like he was a large lad. And he would just sit there and just eat everything and order constant pots of coffee all day long. And I swear to God, he drove that place single-handedly out of business.
Lord hell of mercy.
Don't make agreements you can't, actually maintain to under $20 bill. I don't think so. Again, some big boy will show up and be like, I consider this to be a challenge.
See, I would say that would be the secret.
What you gonna do when I come through?
See, that's the secret. We have different menus that we give to different customers based on how big their gut is. So if it's some little petite thing that's terrified of putting on weight, yeah, it'll come up to like $12.95 because she only ordered like 2 things and like cups of water. But if it's a big motherfucker, we give him the big boy menu.
I'll have a fruit cup and a turkey bacon and a 1/2 of a pancake, please.
All right, $13. This motherfucker rolls up, but then you still have to charge. All right, then you're gonna charge him more than $20.
You would get fucked over because there's too many small girls who eat so much and gain no weight.
Oh no, we will start taking pictures at that point. Like we'll have a competition where they will come in.
You're doing like the heart attack.
Yeah. gonna have the Heart Attack Grill Challenge where we have weight classes for each of them, but we take a lot of pictures and we wrote them into the database. So and we start training people on the first day.
It should be a membership card, but like whether or not you get your next thing stamped is how much weight you've gained since the last time.
Yes!
Like you only get your card stamped if you've gained 20 pounds is the last time you've been in here. Oh, that sounds terrible.
But it would be perfect. It's what they deserve.
You're here for a fun time, not a long time.
The Heart Attack Grill guy, you know, he hates fat people. The guy who owns that restaurant.
Oh yeah.
He actively despises fat people, and he's like, that's why he started the restaurant. He's like, because I want fat people to kill themselves. That's basically what he said his reason in starting the restaurant was, is he wanted them to die faster. And he said, wow, that's insane.
But they keep coming.
King. Okay,
you know
go. Like
I respect it. He made it a reality.
Go off, I guess. Like, yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta work harder and smarter.
That's how you solve the obesity problem.
He killed those fat fucks.
If it worked for Colombia! I'm going to hell.
You didn't know that? That's why he does that? Like, why you have to weigh over 400 pounds to eat there for free? You weigh over 400 pounds, you eat for free because he wants you to die. And like, by his own words, he's a nutritionist, the guy who owns that restaurant. And he's just like, yes, I hate fat people. Fuck, okay.
Based. Super based.
I don't know, it's kind of like
fucked up.
It's severely evil, but it's so it's so dedicated to the bit. I have to respect it.
That's true. You do have to respect him for his dedication, but also oof.
Stream channels where they like play your video to a live stream audience and like pause.
Oh no!
Every few seconds.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
No! Oh no! What's happened here?
Is it getting hot under your collar here? What? I just got really toasty all of a sudden.
I don't know what she could. I have no idea. Actually, I have no clue what she could talk about. Like I've tried to analyze that quote back and forth using scientific data, and I really don't understand who she's referring to. I mean, it's just eluding me.
Kind of like some man who lives in the shadows with like.
I don't know if you want to unpause this. It's not like we've been going for 4 hours, but.
I don't know. It feels right stopping and starting and, discussing ideas and points to try and figure out whether or not the points are fair or accurate or realistic to life. Applying skills, media literacy, and just simple understandings about socialization to figure out whether or not this thing actually sounds like it's based in reality or it might just be a little bit of some projection. I don't know. It makes me feel long. And bad. Yeah. And I am a man.
That's true.
Is it bad that I'm a long man bad?
I think you are perhaps a bad long man.
But I am also a dark man.
I think today that we all are bad long. Well, I wouldn't want to use man, to be gender neutral. Bad long people.
Bad long people.
We are people of mischievous opinions. Of unknown length. Yes. You cannot fathom the width of our personhood.
We only know about the long, we do not know about the width.
Yes. Yes. Maybe sometimes height. But not if he's over 6 feet. You don't want no manlets out here. Yeah.
To sort of like deconstruct and talk about how terrible your point is, except you haven't actually made your point yet because
I think we've made several points.
We're 20 minutes into her video, 25 minutes into her video, so you've made your points.
Like I'm making points. I'm making more points too. I would think of some more shit to say. She ain't probably gonna like that either.
No, lady, I didn't only cited like philosophers. I also fucking cited actual scientific data, and I didn't even have to think about it because I'm not really trying. If you would like me to try, I could actually activate my research part of my brain, I ate a weed gummy before we started this, and then I ate a cheeseburger. So, like, if you would like me to actually be activated fully, give me enough time, and I'll deactivate my weed.
She has to deactivate the weed protocol and then activate the cigarette protocol.
I have been smoking the whole time too, so I've been drinking, smoking, and eating weed gummies, just as a normal person does.
Yeah, it's what normal-based people do. She wouldn't know what that is. She's not based. She's also not pH balanced.
Oh, I have to actually go balance. I have to go outside and balance the pH in my fucking hot tub.
They paused in the middle of your sentence. All the while, their live stream.
No, you did. You paused in the middle of her sentence.
It's every frame a pause, not every sentence a pause. Come on! Didn't Jenny Nicholson teach you better than this? You're not damseling hard enough.
Do you want to know who sent me a very lovely email the other day that I didn't notice until like just today because I don't check my emails that frequently?
Who?
Iron Liz.
Oh.
Who said something very nice to me, and I was like, oh, and I actually felt like kind of like, oh my god, I don't know how to respond to this. I was so incredibly pleasantly surprised by her email, which was extremely complimentary and friendly. And I was like, oh my god, I like Iron Liz, and I was just like, oh, all right, wow, okay. But in terms of people who might get angry for every frame of pause kind of stuff, I was like, oh, it's Iron Liz, the great Iron Liz. Have you ever seen that fucking animation from Oni Plays? The great Iron Liz. Take his jacket. Don't give him his jacket. That's alright. It's okay.
Oh, please don't tell me you're frozen.
That was awesome, though. I'm really, really pleased by that. That's all. That's all.
Same.
Like, why would anyone listen to this ugly bucktooth bitch?
Okay, we did not say that you're bucktooth.
No one said that about you.
That's weird.
Now she's being being self-disparaging is a method of. Now, hang on. Can be a real thing that people are doing to be self-disparaging. Be like, hey, I'm just one of y'all. Okay, I'm not. I'm acknowledging I perceive it as a flaw. I don't think she's. She bucktooth?
No, we can actually see her teeth.
Yeah, buck tooth is like when you have like a gap in your tooth, isn't it?
Yeah, it's when you have giant buck teeth that are highly noticeable. When you look like Timmy Turner, that's what buck tooth is.
She does have
teeth, but
large teeth, but I wouldn't call her buck tooth. I feel like probably someone did say that to her at some point, but we saw the negative comments because she showed them to us, which I'm assuming are like her top picks of the worst things she could find, and it's whenever earlier it's like, girl, if that's the worst.
Because, like, if this is comments that somebody said to you, you realize that by showing comments earlier, you need to show comments now. Otherwise, you're fucking lying!
Well, also just, as I said when we started this, everybody gets really negative comments on YouTube, okay? Everybody does. It's a part of the nature of being a public figure, so kind of, that's gonna happen. People are gonna... But the comments she showed, like almost, not a single one of them actually made comments about her physical appearance. One called her a bitch. That was the worst one. One called her a bitch. That was the worst one. Not a single one made one said something about her glasses, but it only said something about her glasses in terms of being like the glasses are intended to make her look smarter in that kind of context. But no one said anything negative about her physical appearance. It seems like a little bit of projection of what you want people to say.
Yeah.
So that you can play victim on it. I don't know. I'm sure, by the way, I'm sure, lady, that people have said nasty things about you, your appearance.
Yeah, she's a pretty nasty person.
Because people say nasty things about everybody's appearance on the internet, but you didn't show evidence of it, so I'm guessing now.
It's one of those things that I see people commonly do, is that they say all this stuff about me, and then they don't show any like proof or frame of reference that they get insulted daily. I imagine it's not nearly as bad as they make it out to be. Sometimes it's just like regular criticism.
It's like if you're gonna tell me that I'm doing horrible things or someone's said horrible things to you, you have to do you have to do a little more. That was my mother telling a story to her friends on a cell phone. You have to do a little bit more than just, they said mean things and it made me feel bad.
Show me.
It's like, you gotta show me what it is.
I guess she showed it early, which was the comments that again had nothing to do with her physical appearance, and all the comments that she showed were about how she was wrong. They weren't about.
True.
There was one comment called her a bitch.
Like,
me
just
out of fucking curiosity, like I don't get. Okay, you might find a video. I guarantee I can find a video where I've been called every fucking word under the goddamn sun.
See, me, I'm more concerned with like those things that aren't typical insults. Like, I want to see an example of someone saying that you should kill yourself if you don't lose your vocal fry. I want to see that one. Oh, let me see the merit on that one, because I can substantiate every example I just gave, because that's the kind of content creator I am. I'm not going to make a claim about something that, well, I wouldn't say ridiculous, extraordinary, without the extraordinary evidence. And I don't. So, evidence, please? Examples, evidence? No?
And it always makes it super doubtful, because these are people who are willing to dox people. Like,
oh, I know.
Yeah.
Like, you did have evidence for people, like, you're willing to, like, call everybody out, but not these people? Come on now.
A little bit sus.
You don't believe it, kid.
It's like a little bit weird. Why is it that you want to show the name of fans that are subbed to you instead of actually showing the handle of the people who are criticizing you? Wouldn't you want them to be exposed? Because what you actually said was, hey guys, you see this man? He's one of my fans and he agrees with me. And that is basically signal boosting to them the name of somebody who they can personally harass. You want to take accountability there, sweetheart? You wanna be responsible for being the person who made his day bad because he's getting attacked for shit that he shouldn't get attacked for? Because you basically made him persona grata #1 and public enemy target #2? Because you're #1, because, you know, you literally have it worse. I'm pretty sure there was a dude or a male pronoun in his name, so I'm pretty sure it's a guy. So a guy's gonna get harassed because of you, instead of you just simply being the content creator and taking it on yourself, on your shoulders. You know, the responsible thing to do, but what the fuck would I know? I'm just some nigga. Interesting.
And I'd like to drop her into a third world country and have her get shot up.
Evidence. I want evidence. Who said it? Who said it?
That's just funny. That's
like,
funny. That's
it is funny, but evidence, because if they said that, you know you could have that account reported and you could have them removed from YouTube.
Yes, exactly.
Like, please? Evidence? Evidence. Just a little bit of evidence. Because that's a pretty egregious claim. That's a death threat, right? That's exigent circumstances. I'll make an example for that. Give me the name. Give me the name, and I'll report them myself. I will become an SJW for literally 5 seconds to throw a tantrum about it. Give me the name. Give me the name. Give me the name. You can't give me the name. Why even mention it? Huh? What was the point? What are we doing here?
What are you supposed to do with that information? So,
The same thing I do. I eat something, I drink something, I sleep, I play video games, jerk off, or nothing at all, and don't worry about it.
If you're watching from one of those channels, you do not actually have my permission to use this content in your video.
Too bad. That's not how copyright works. That's not how fair use works. You don't get to say, I don't get to use it. You get to say, I remove it from the internet and no longer allow use from my channel. And, look what that brought you back to me.
Aren't these people aware that once you put something out on the internet, it's like, you know, everybody can see it. It's not private.
It's forever. But you see, I said I don't want it there. So like my porn tapes, snappy, get rid of the Mr. Happy.
That's the part that, I don't know if it's, how do people not know this? I mean, she's not like a Zoomer. She's like a millennial, probably, right?
Well, she's also a feminist. You gotta remember, she's also a feminist.
Also just realized, my girl, your fucking foundation does not match your skin tone. Oh, I just noticed it. Oh shit, no, I can't unsee it.
Yeah,
I noticed that a while ago. I didn't want to say nothing because if I said it as a man, I would be a horrible person. This is why I made mention. I was trying to hint into this.
Shit! I didn't. It wasn't. The light didn't always hit her neck so much that I couldn't see it before. But oh my god, it's actually really bad. Whoa! Wow.
See, this is why I said she looked like the third Olsen sister. But the problem is that she looks like the third Olsen sister now.
Just take a screenshot. Go and color select the skin tone on her face and color select the skin tone on her neck, and you'll see what I mean. Oh my god.
Oh yes, I love this game. I love this game. I love this game. Okay.
It's a. I didn't realize how. I don't like to judge people's like makeup, but I didn't notice it until literally 30 fucking minutes in. I didn't notice how bad it was.
We're doing it live.
It's this frame that where I noticed how bad it was. And again, remember, the neck should be darker, but it might be because of her lighting, because she's got purple lights on.
Mm-hmm.
But she's got so much foundation on. Oh my god. It looks that way at least. It's a lot. I
also kind of look like she has a mustache, but not really.
That might be someone else, but I think it's. I don't like to talk to you about people's appearance again, but I would say, in my most kind, you can hear your mom, Carl. In my most kind suggestion.
Hold on, I need to take the transparency off so it can be much more clear.
Just get a foundation that a little bit more matches your skin tone, because it's a bit yellow.
Look at it! Look at it! It's like 2 tones darker!
Where'd you post it? Wait, Carl, where'd you post this?
Jesus Christ.
Carl, where'd you post the thingy? No, I found
Carl. Hey, King Voodoo.
He died?
I don't know.
Rip.
Yeah, Voodoo, you haven't said anything this whole time.
Oh, I'm busy.
Joy's chat. You haven't said anything. I'm busy.
Understandable.
I do that all the time.
Carl, I don't know where you showed off the fucking thing though. Do you see her? Let me just do real quick myself then. Do.
Do.
Alright, so we got.
You're hungry.
Alright. We got. Whoops. And this one.
Okay, the madre has been fed. But she's still gonna be loud as shit because she's loud as shit when she talks to her friends. Oh, boy! Now that we're on the makeup question.
I was looking for the evidence of your findings here.
I have them being posted to the stream. Hold on, I'll send you a picture of of the paint of the paint document. So, I just took a color swatch from her forehead and from her neck. That is 2 tones darker than it should be. I am gonna DM them to you right now.
Yeah, it's just all it is that she's wearing concealer, and the concealer is just very heavy. And in this particular frame, in this particular light, makes her face looks much more yellow than the natural pink white color of her skin.
Like, she's very obviously not using a ring light because we don't see a ring light reflection in her iris. Your hair color makes your face look much more yellow. Somebody can just put the boom sound effect behind each one of these. Because your glasses are so unflamely and are still somehow fucking uneven, and you can tell, because now you can see how the frame... Hold on. We'll use this in paint. You can see, as I line this box up in the frame and match it to where it is, that literally her fucking glasses are still fucking crooked. Because of that, I can see that your eyeshadow... I can see that your eyeshadow... Color picker, please. I can see that your eyeshadow, if I take this color and I just go ahead and make another box over here, If I take a box and I just draw a shape with it, and I color it, your eyeshadow makes it even worse, the comparison between the color of the rest of your skin, because that's almost getting close to purple. This does not look like a flattering color on you. This is tragic. Your eyeliner matches closer to your hair color. Your lip color is drawing the contrast away from this. Wearing black and white makes it very obvious how bad that is, because now we have something to compare it to. I want to say that it's maybe whatever you're using for those pink backlights there. It's not quite bisexual lighting. I think it's sapphic lighting. Let's go with that being the lighting. It's sapphic lighting. The gaby lighting. Because the gaby lighting is reflecting in such a way that it's making your skin look like this, I can also see your pores. And yes, it looks like you have a fucking 6 o'clock mustache. It looks like you have a goatee that goes all the way into your nose. And you have a man's chin.
It looks like you contoured on a beard. Mm-hmm. No.
Yeah. Oh, and the roots. Your roots right here. Your roots all the way here at the top of your head. Right here. Where your forehead meets your fucking headband. You have graying hair that you did not color in from your roots. Why is that? Why are you covering up your silver? Men like that shit. They don't care about none of them shits. I don't care about none of them shits.
She might just have... Some people start to get white hair, so it might just be a blonde strand. I don't know. I've been bleaching my hair pure white for the last 4 years. Right? No, 5 years, because why the fuck not? It's gonna go white anyway. Might as well get over it now. Tell me I'm 26. Who cares?
I'll send you a screen cap of what I'm honing in on. I don't think that's because of, like, a blonde hair. That is her roots.
No. Maybe. Again, personally, I was just like, whatever.
Yeah,
I'm 26. I'm gonna just bleach my shit.
Yeah. But now that I fully have demonstrated that I'm an evil, misogynistic nerd weirdo that can't get pussy at any time,
Hey,
that's why
hang on.
Yeah?
I'm the one who brought it up.
Yes!
A woman's the one who brought it up. So I take full responsibility for this. I'm the one who brought up the skin tone difference, and that it looked like a very heavy application of makeup.
Okay,
and all you do, you gotta put it down your neck. You gotta put it down your neck, girl. You gotta put it down your neck when you're gonna do that. Just down the neck. It'll be right.
But Aiden, you gotta understand. Even though you started it, men took control like champs.
You did, right?
And he's big, he's black, he chooses to affectionate his voice into a higher register to sound like a court jester. He's using the streamer's indulgence. He's using the court jester indulgence. This man is clearly a fucking monster. He's Carl.
Oh.
I literally had someone come within 2 inches of my face to say, hey, I think you're pretty. Can you take your mask down so I can see your smile? And when I take a step back as a response, because he's in my personal bubble.
Yes, because it clearly has to be a man. It couldn't be a woman who does shit like that.
And it is.
I don't know. It's fucking weird.
That's not nice.
I've had many. This is the thing that, I've had lots of guys. I was talking about this earlier, Saffron, before you got in here. But I've had guys when I've had guys tell me to smile, they're usually like, "Hey, you look sad, smile," and they just walk past. You know? They usually don't.
That's not really misogynistic. That's just trying to cheer somebody up.
That's how I always saw it.
You can say that it's off-putting.
If someone did get within 2 inches of her face, that person's being a creep. But in my life experience, it's usually somebody being like, hey, pretty girl, smile. Don't look like you're sitting there thinking about calculating pi, you know?
See, because this
I don't know
girl
what your experience is, though.
My experience, I've had older women literally sit on my lap and say, oh, you shouldn't be so sad. You're too pretty to be sad. I've had grown men sit next to me and just ask me how my day is because of the way that I choose to dress and speak, because usually I'll be very cordial and it seems like I'm older than I look. I had one of my coworkers who's about to get replaced as a manager say, I didn't know how old you were. It's like, how old are you? And I look at her and I say, oh, I'm 28. Or going on to 20, I'm 27 going on 28, and she opens her mouth. You know the thing white women do when they hear shocking information? Open mouth, cover mouth, eyes open like she's trying to try out to be the new cover for the next Scream movie. That face. Because she thought I was 18. I've had women who heard my age and found out that I was legal say, well, alright, you want to come home with me, big boy? I've gotten every single bit of it and more, not just from women, but also from straight men, gay men, bisexual, bi-curious men, sapphics, lipstick lesbians, chapstick lesbians. I once had a chapstick lesbian when I was wearing my black newsy hat walk up behind me in a grocery store and grab my ass.
Oh my god.
Then she was horrified when she realized that I was not a masculine presenting queer woman that was hiding my hair because I didn't feel like doing my hair that day. I was a man. But the thing that she did afterwards made it okay in my book. She went ahead and said like, "Oh, my bad, bro," and gave me a good nut tap and squeeze. And me and the guy that watched this happen, we were just like, you know what? I respect that.
Bro, I have to. Damn it! I have a literal something I need to show you, but I'm playing a game right now. It's literally about how some lesbians are.
I mean, we all know how lesbians be. Lesbians are out and about today. Like the L's don't want to be with the G, B, and T's no more because the T's making everybody look bad. That's what happens.
I do fucking actually. The T's, and it's not the regular T's. It's like a small subsection of
it's the activistic T's. It's the activistic T's.
Fucking insane and are going to cause serious harm for the rest of the T's and push all their rights into the fucking toilet because like any progress that's been made of people being accepting towards transgender people. Because they're such a small subsection of the population, this other micro subsection of that population who's just like, thank you for all of the rights and consideration and caring. I'm not going to abuse all of it to be a psychopath. Those people, and it's been happening now for like 5 years. With the
T's and creepos pretending to be T's.
Yeah, it's mostly I think it's mostly just people who are actually crazy. Just freaks who want power and are sexual deviants and know that they can use a
combination of that.
And know they can use people who are like actually struggling and basically like just prop themselves up off of other people's fucking struggle, which is sickening to me.
It's like that teacher that had the giant inflatable breasts that was in the news. Stone Toss finally came around to making a comic about that. But it's like that. It's like when we told you that Jessica Yaniv, now Jessica Simpson, to try and get away from the Yaniv last name, was going to be an example of that. You guys said no, that would totally never happen. That's totally not a thing. And then when we said, well, see, it's happening right now, you said, no, you're just using those people to attack us. When we told you that a superpowered evil bad guy of the internet was going to come along and demonstrate how we needed to actually have accountability become a normal part of the conversation when it came to content and platforming. Even if it was just as simple as, look, I don't like them, but at the same time, don't you see it's a little bit weird that they think that they're immune to everything? And you said, no, you just hate trans people. And then out of the ether
now the way that I feel that it's left is that it's like people like me who is like a conservative monarchist having to be like, get thee behind me, fucking real ass trans people. Seriously, I'll defend you. And I don't have much fucking power, but I'll try because these crazy people, they're trying to hurt you too. And these like, I'm transgender, let me look at your children's genitals. Whoa, what? Like, stop, like that stuff. These people who are creepy pedophiles. Crime. I know, or who are trying to be like, I'm a trans woman, so that means I deserve sex from women. Like, no, you don't. And fuck off with all this. These creepy fucking freaks. Either they're pedophiles or they're would-be rapists, and they're using the transgender identity to basically like protect their own disgusting, sickening behavior and get away with it. And it's like no. And there won't be. So yeah, I'm being like no. I'm gonna stand here and be like, hang on. I will, with whatever platform I have, stand here and be like, no, it's not. We have to protect actual transgender people who are going to be potentially demonized by being lumped in with these psychopaths, right? So that's all I can.
Like my experiences that I've had with like the self-identifying trans people on the internet. They just think like, oh, it's just the feeling that I have. I'm trans.
No.
And a lot of times they aren't.
No.
Like I can tell that they're mentally ill, but they use the trans label to like get away with certain things, like a lot of like just mistreatment of like people in general.
It's very annoying when that happens too.
Intersex people.
I agree with that 100%.
And I tried to be nice to people like that and tried to be considerate, but once they started like getting on my case for like using my brain and saying, hey, I don't think lying about rape is okay.
I know, and then they'll freak out, and then, oh, you're cis, so you can't have an opinion.
Well, and one of them called me a stalker because I was like trying to contact them and check in on them, and they're like,
God,
you're stalking me, you're harassing me, you're
just by trying to you're trying to look into them, and that's.
Don't even get us started on people like fucking Keffels. Oh god.
No, I can't. Dude, that person has made themselves the enemy of the entire fucking internet, and they've got so much support right now because of the transgender identity. I don't think that's gonna last.
There is some
there are people who are already turning on them. Destiny's already working on putting together a small little manifesto. It's not going to be like the end of all things, but it's definitely going to be.
Destiny might be suing them.
Oh, he should.
Really?
He should.
But this Destiny said he was looking for a lawyer in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
Like, it has to fucking happen. There needs to be repercussions for this kind of egregious levels of harm and risk that they're spreading by making false narratives.
Right now, YouTube is just giving them anything that they want. Guess what happened to me? Is I got a fucking channel strike over it. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know if I told you this. Actually, we've talked since this happened to me, Carl. Like I got a channel strike for a 5-year-old video that was about people trying to cancel PewDiePie, calling him a Nazi, again from 5 years ago that I made. That video got a strike for hate speech, probably because I showed the video that PewDiePie got in trouble with, but I was showing it in the context of education, which you're allowed to do on YouTube, by the way. I'm guessing that's why I actually got the strike, though. Even though I blurred out the thing that said "Death to all Jews." I blurred it out. It didn't matter. I'm guessing, and it's because it happened within 6 hours of me having Nick Ricada on my podcast channel.
Yep. It's some shit.
That's not on accident. That's
seem to like not like Nick either. Like
no. I can tell you exactly what the problem is. I can tell you exactly what the problem is, and it's the exact reason why Keffels went in on attacking Kiwi Farms. She does not want, and people like her do not want, a resource like Kiwi Farms to exist in a place on the ClearNet where it is easy and accessible to get to. They do not want people to have a resource that if they're willing to take the time and read the fucking board to understand and know what it is that people even have a problem with. Why? If it is... Yes, because if I'm able to... Okay, so let's put example...
What's wrong with getting rid of a stalking site?
It's not... Okay, no. Look, it's not a stalking site.
It is a stalking site. They've stalked me. They've threatened to swap me, so...
King Voodoo,
No.
This is a weird aside. King Voodoo, I know probably a way that I will be able to change your opinion on this, but I have like 100-page long thread on Kiwi Farms, and if I would hope that I could maybe try to give you my perspective at least, right? People on Kiwi Farms hate me. They dox me. I have not been swatted on Kiwi Farms. It's against their rules. It's extremely against their rules. People there, though, they don't stalk. Do they stalk? Yeah, maybe you could say that, in that they are going to collect information on you.
Oh yeah, they definitely do.
But they do not touch the shit. They
do touch the shit.
They touch the shit in the context that they are going to provoke you and see what you do, which then creates the lolcows gambit. How much attention? How are you going to?
Everything they're doing is illegal.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No, it's absolutely everything they're doing is legal.
100% stalking.
No, it's
it is 100% legal.
It's 100% stalking. It's 100% harassment.
It's absolutely illegal what they're doing. They are collecting information the same way that is in a phone book.
Like, you can't say it's illegal
You
and
do realize
still have
that
like
intent matters more than what they're doing, right?
yes.
Like if you take
and the
that
problem,
to a judge,
yes,
and you
but
show
here's
a
the
judge
problem.
intent,
Here's the problem.
A judge 100% will agree that it's stalking and harassment.
Here's the problem. If you say to that judge and they did it because they were looking at my Twitter page, the judge is going to throw it out because now he has to consider the factor of information that you posted yourself.
Yes.
Now, when it comes to the
Everything on
point,
Kiwi Farms is self-posted.
when you come to the point where it's, okay, the only way they have this documentation is that they had to get somebody who was inside of a court case that could get into a legal department where this file was stored inside of a federal house, and you have to prove what agent signed it out, what federal worker did it. That is where it gets murky, and you have to have an airtight case. This is why...
And that's not what we're talking about, though, in the case of Kiwi Farms. You will find, the way that people on Kiwi Farms find your information is because it was public, or because you posted it yourself. And it happened in my case, and it's happened in many other people's cases. The case in mine is that
not necessarily true.
It is, because what happened in the case of me being doxxed by Lauren Tiffany Atencio Cooper...
You don't have to post your information for them to find it.
You actually do. You actually
public
do.
information. Yeah.
Like, they can use... Yes, they can. They can use the Spokio fucking ad service. Yes.
They found my information through an arrest record, an arrest I wasn't even, like, convicted
Which is
for,
public information.
That's public information.
It's still stalking.
Okay, but it's public information. It's the same way that we were able to... It's the same way we were able to look up the...
Hold on. If you go looking for somebody's information you have no business looking for, that is stalking.
That's not how that works.
That's not how that works.
It's a public record. That is not stalking.
That is how it works, Saf, and I'm losing brain cells listening to this.
You don't have to listen if you don't want to. But the thing is that it's fine. It's okay if you left. It's okay if you left. But here's the thing. That's not how that works. That is like saying that when you use a website that you don't give them permission to have personalized ads for you. You do. That is how most of them find their shit. I know because they fucking asked me when they were trying to look into fucking Lauren. When they were looking into Elizabeth.
That stuff.
When they were
and
looking...
that's the thing too. We have all, like, on purpose or on accident, left giant fucking media slug trails on social media. Even those of us who've been careful about it, because social media has been around from the time when a lot of us didn't think about it. You know.
And it's fucked up.
Of our personal information.
And it's fucked up because I can understand from the layman's position of being a normal person on the internet. You literally, the Abba and Preach position of the, well, bro, how do you feel that people do this? And it being like, bro, I'm gonna be fine. I'm like a little nobody. So if they gotta come after me, you remember, were you there to see that tape from that guy when it came to like a person that was being attacked? When they were talking about the optics of people who listen to Fresh and Fit, listening to Myron and their takes, and it's like, how would you feel if people were to come after you? And the point of the question was, do you understand the context of your scene doing this? It's literally the, how would you feel if your mother found out that you're listening to this kind of shit that they claim about Andrew Tate right fucking now? It'd be a case of, okay, well, I'm nobody, so I wouldn't know why they would want to focus on that. If that's what they want to do, that's a waste of their time. But when you become a public figure, to the point that you have an accessible YouTube account, you have an accessible Twitter account, you have an accessible Odyssey account, or whatever amount of pieces of social media you have, it becomes a problem because now you cannot say, well, see, they're stalking and they're doxing me and they're stalking and harassing me. If they can find out where you live and they physically go to your house and you can prove that they have physically gone to your residence, now you got yourself a case, baby! You got yourself time, we got precedent, we have example.
Yeah, them, and even just like even a phone call. That's a fucking problem. Them just posting that shit on Kiwi Farms, not a fucking problem. I mean, it's weird, okay? I admit.
Here's the problem I also have. People were like, just because Kiwi Farms is temporarily down as it is, it doesn't mean
won't be gone for long.
It's not gone for long. In fact, they're already talking right now on Post, because that's basically a secondary board. They would have been talking on Tor, and I'm pretty sure they still are. The only difference...
They've been on Tor the whole time, yeah.
Or and like Telegram and stuff.
But this is the whole thing.
I know Voodoo, and Voodoo had an interest in coming here because he wanted to talk to you, Aiden, about.
Oh no! Now I feel really shitty. Because I mean, like, takes him off my immediate hardcore free speech take on Kiwi Farms.
Listen, he's not gonna understand because I told him that, you know, did he deserve to get on Kiwi Farms? No, but at the same time, he was antagonizing other people.
Okay, see, now that changes the entire context. You put a label on your back. You put a target on your back and said, you can't... You did what Keffels did! Holy shit! No! Wait, no!
I don't know. I don't know the background of this, but, like, again, like, I have a guy, again, who's been stalking me for 4 or 5 years at this point. I used to be, like, a huge fan. And half the people on my Kiwi Farms thread have said, like, not half,
But there's been like a significant number of people who have said something to the degree of like, we should just change this thread to this guy because he's fucking crazy.
Yes.
And that's the thing, is that when you have a really crazy person on your thread, sometimes it can be like, wait a minute, they're actually the crazy person who's the one trying to
it's happened in a few threads I've seen in the past.
It has, yes.
Yeah.
Like, the thing that made this interesting is that exact dynamic is what they tried to do with Smug Roko after we were done destroying the platform that she thought she had through us, through people like me. They were like, all right, so now let's attack Carl and Amy. It's like, bitch, that's not what I'm here for.
That you wanted to come in here and talk to me and immediately chased him off because of my Kiwi Farms and
Well, he wants Kiwi Farms to be off the internet because his information is on there.
Okay, here's the thing though. Here's the thing about that. I'm going to ask you a serious question. The next time I have the chance to see you on my broadcast, and if he just never comes to my broadcast again, okay, whatever. Oh well. If it's like, I'm gonna check right now and look and see if he has left the server.
Well, I don't have anything. I've never met the guy.
No,
before.
he's left the server. He's already left the server, so it doesn't even fucking matter. So he can sit there.
Okay, I've never met the guy
back
before.
if he wants to. He has the invite.
Yeah, he has the ability to do it. It's open.
I don't know anything about this.
It's okay.
It's
okay. It's okay. It's not your
again,
fault.
like I don't know what his information is on Kiwi Farms, but I highly doubt it's more than it's more than the information. About me.
I doubt it's more than what both of us know collectively.
And again, the thread about me, it's 100 pages, mostly people just talking shit, because that's what people do on Kiwi Farms.
Mm-hmm.
There's like it's a little bit of information, sometimes a lot of information, depending on who it is, and then the rest of it's just speculation, because it's a gossip website. It is a gossip website, but you're allowed to do that. It's no different from TMZ. Why is TMZ on the clear web and Kiwi Farms is not allowed to be?
Like, why is
the same shit?
Like, why is TMZ on the clear web? Why is Something Awful on the clear web? Why is Reddit on the clear web? Why is Twitter on the clear web? Everything that is happening.
4chan,
excuse me. Hi, Bill.
All that stuff.
Everything that is happening on Kiwi Farms is happening on the ClearNet right now on another kind of website. It is more veracious, and it is exceptionally more streamlined because of the fact that you just have to make a Twitter account. In order for you to be on Kiwi Farms, you have to first know that the website exists, because it's not a normie website that you'd regularly be in conversation about unless you're watching somebody who is concurrent with that information, if you are attached to that in some way.
You have to know what the website is. You have to go to it. You have to then make an account to be able to see a whole bunch of shit. You also, if you've heard about the website, you have to know it has the worst reputation on the internet of being a evil, vile, worst website ever.
Evil Kiwi Farmer.
And it's like, so you have to. There's no way you just like nobody.
You don't stumble. You don't stumble.
Farms.
You do not stumble.
You don't stumble across Kiwi Farms. And now it's not on the clear web at all. It's only on Tor. So I mean, like, and if that would make people happier that it's only on Tor, I don't think that's actually okay.
It's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be enough. And this is what I was trying to say when he was still here. It's not enough. It's never going to be enough. Keffels does not want to stop with Kiwi Farms. You can have the position and say...
she's already said that she's going to go after 4chan and Encyclopedia America. And every website is going to come down next. And it's like, first of all, you can't take 4chan down. 4chan down is a FBI honeypot. If you think you can take down 4chan,
honestly, don't mess with 4chan.
I mean, already messing with KF, which means messing with... Even though a lot of people on 4chan can't stand KF. So, because... Look, Kiwi Farms, also the other thing is that because it's a gossip website, I'd say their user base is like 80% female, to be completely honest.
And that's not accounting for Beauty Parlor. That's not accounting for Beauty Parlor.
No, I'm saying if you count for the entire website's user base, I'd say it's 70 to 80%
I was saying
female.
that as a joke, of course.
Yeah. No, I think the website is largely female because it's mostly women talking shit about other women. Because women like to do that.
On the, what was it?
Beauty Parlor, yeah.
Beauty Parlor, yeah, but I don't really use Beauty Parlor. I don't.
So ultimately, somebody's getting crunk. So ultimately, the problem isn't that, oh man, it's the worst place in the website. It deserves to be gone. Okay, yes, that's a great position. Now I'm going to ask you this. When somebody, like, this is his position that I'm assuming.
Okay, we'll take that position. Let's take the position that it deserves to be gone.
Let's take the position that it deserves to be gone.
People say bad things. They post information that's available in the phone book on there. All right, that's bad.
So, if it deserves to be gone, does Twitter deserve to be gone? They outsource the ability to share child porn on this website. They continue to allow child files to be on this website.
There's no pornography allowed on KF whatsoever, actually, by the way.
True.
Yeah.
Not even lolly or shit like that, because...
No, nothing.
No, they hate lollies because they consider it to be a next step from trans, and we already know how they feel about trans individuals because they call them trones.
Wait, no. The whole thing about this is that he actually pointed out on Nick's show that the reason why he doesn't like lolly is because he thinks all the people who are defending lolly a lot of the time are pedophiles.
Yeah. So there's it's not just no lolly. There's no pornography that's allowed on KF whatsoever. It is I think there are.
They do allow it.
There's like
they allow it, but you have to like put it
censor
in,
it
like
spoilers. Yeah. So but there's definitely no lolly and no shota that's allowed whatsoever. So nothing that would be considered gray area stuff.
You remember
that's not
like
allowed.
the whole spat I got into like Josh with that, you know.
It's a layer that goes really deep down. Because at the end of the day, it's like, okay, so they should not be there, they should not exist. That's great. But all the things that you're describing are already streamlined and encouraged on Twitter. They encourage it on Twitter amongst the fucking accounts of checkmarks and journalists. They weaponize it. They use it to make sure that they can get extra clout, extra money, extra time, extra farm. Yeah. They jump in on things that they know nothing about, and they say whatever they think the public consensus opinion should be so they can look good. Because, guys, you don't want to be a part of the doxing website. That word is such a dangerous word. And we know why we love using this word. It's a great way.
Remember, doxing is fine as long as you have a good target.
Yes.
It's fine if Key Falls does that to somebody, right? That's fine if they dox somebody, because as long as you have a good target, then it's all right. This is why I find all of this to be fucking extremely hypocritical. Look, I don't like having been doxed. I lost my job. I was a professor, dude. You think I'm happy about that? No, but at some point you have to accept that reality is what it is. And in fact, it oriented me more, being like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be working in academia if this is the way the shit's going to be. If this is the way that the university is going to be, then I shouldn't be fucking working there. It took a long time for me to recognize that. But if that's how they're going to treat someone who's working for them, then, well, maybe I should be working for them.
Like, when I got doxed by Renfamous, I was working at a Waffle House. Do I deserve to be doxed because I made fun of a woman who said, I know more about comic book facts than you do? And I just started listing off the things that I knew about all of those people that at this point in time are now out of jobs, not just pencil down orders, not just they can't sell their fucking books because they don't know how to write, not just Magnus Fazio complaining and crying about trans tears, but using their status as a trans woman to get people to donate money because they can't pay their fucking bills because they spend their time on Twitter ranting and raving at people who could be buying the books they could be selling. No. I deserved it because you made fun of a Republican's daughter, a far left-wing Republican troll who has only one thing to her name, and it's that she has a husband that pays her way so she can rant on the internet for free, and that she cosplays. That's what I deserved for. And what makes it weirder is that if that's the limit it goes to, then why do random people like Target Tory deserve to have that kind of slander put on their name? Because a male feminist likes the abuse factor that he gets to have when he gets to DM directly to companies and say, I was at your Knoxville, Tennessee location, and I didn't like how Meredith acted. And you see this fucking poor-ass worker covering their face that don't want to be fucking filmed because they did exactly what they did. Because this guy wanted to get a birthday shake on his fucking birthday, but he didn't have the proper fucking receiptage. Or worse, the Target Tory situation, where you try to buy a display toothbrush for a penny because you don't want to pay $60 while you have more than over $100,000 to your name. You're so cheap that you can't pay the money for your goddamn toothbrush, but you're going to make a big enough issue about it, you're going to take it on the goddamn Twitter. There's no world where you can make that make sense to me. That is weird. That makes you look weird that you're hyper-focusing on it. By saying, well, I was victimized. Yes, you were actively a victim. They did horrible shit to you. I am sorry. They did the same shit to us. Did you die? No, I could have. I almost died because of somebody saying that I was a white supremacist because I didn't put my face out there yet. I have right to say that. If I'm not saying it, what makes you special? Nothing other than your feelings. You're validated to have them.
Yeah. This is shit that's so fucking... Because I'm not Jewish, but half the internet thinks I'm Jewish, and the other half... Many of the people who think I'm Jewish also think I'm a Holocaust denier.
It's
the
nose.
So which one is it?
It's the nose.
Actually, okay, no, do I have a big nose? Do I have a big nose?
From the right angle. From the right angle, yes.
Tell me the fucking
just said as a Nick Ricade.
I posted a picture. I posted a recent picture where I was just like, dicking around on Twitter. So I have a recent photo.
Like, you have to take a picture of your side profile and then one of your silhouette. then we'll really know.
Oh, really? I didn't know about this.
Your side profile?
No, I mean, I didn't know that I had a big nose. But let me find the photo.
Today I learned with Aiden. I learned I have a giant schnoz.
No, this is the most recent photo I have. I posted on podcast chat. I took that picture the other day. It's just kind of hard to tell because it's from the front and it's like really washed out. So, but like, I guess I do have kind of a big nose.
Where are you posting it? Inside of the chat of the green room?
I posted it non-podcast chat.
Okay.
Don't let people make fun of your big nose. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
It's not. The thing is it's not even that bad. It's not even something that would be noticeable unless you were to like stare at someone's face for a while and they started making beak puns.
Well, my husband calls me a bird all the time, so I guess that's probably correct. He constantly calls me a bird. So I suppose look, I didn't think it was that big, but apparently it's a thing people think. I don't see it, but I don't know. Maybe it's because I can't see it because of my
European thing.
I can't see it because of the size of my giant bird beak that I can't see actually.
It's one of those. It's like when people said that I had giant elephant ears, and I'm like, bro, I don't have giant elephant ears. Will Smith has giant elephant ears. I have a giant. I got these giant fucking baboon nostrils. That's what I have.
Bruh.
I need them so I can voice act better. Those are my Negro nasals. They help me with my intake.
I was going to say that, like, Voodoo's problem with Kiwi Farm stemmed from him, like, directly antagonizing other Kiwi Farms.
Yes, and that's the thing that I was about to say.
Idea.
That was the thing I was about to say. Wait. That's where I was about to say, wait a minute. Whoa, hold on there, Keffels. That's how we even got here. Josh showed up on a podcast where they happened to offhandedly mention shit. And Keffels said, they'll never fuck with me like that. And Kiwi Farmers heard that and said, oh, bet! And within a month, you hit 1,000 pages.
Yeah, why would you do that? What a dumb fucking move.
Well, the thing is,
they
like,
won't find
we
me.
used to be. I met him through the Kiwi Farms like Discord server. We had an official one, and Josh was in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Josh was there. He didn't talk to me that much. I don't think he really cared about who I was, but Voodoo made a name for himself. Like he would often do drugs and like. You know, not be really thinking about what he's saying, like saying and doing a lot of things on
this
impulse.
This is some sus shit.
Yeah. But,
sounds like a bad idea of something to do in front of Kiwi farmers. Just
yeah. You gotta take some responsibility there, my guy. I'm sorry that we have to be the one to say it.
We both got doxxed because, like, well, I got doxxed because of guilt by association. That people were telling me I was enabling him, and I told him, like, no, I don't. I don't like the fact that he drinks all the time, and and I even told him this. I got doxxed, but it never went anywhere. I didn't get a thread. I was on the site already, and I ended up befriending other people from Kiwi Farms, and they were like, "Oh, you're cool. You don't really have any bad things that we can see on your accounts."
It's the same shit that they fucking said to me, and I was there for the beginning of the Weeb Wars. I was the one that put together the first fucking thread. Are you about to sit here and tell me that transcribing tweets in real time and archiving them is stalking? Because it's not.
I guess so. Yeah.
It's like okay. Let's work off the logic that let's say yes, Carl, that's definitely illegal. Damn! How did Beard, Herrick, Rules, and Hughes get at least a giant docket of information to serve to fucking Monica Jane Real and her boyfriend Ron Toya III? Where did that information come from? Were they stalking them?
No.
Tweets are admissible in court as evidence, especially if the evidence is torturous interference with contracts and you effectively trying to push a man to suicide. You don't get to say that shit. It's the same thing as what's happening right now with Mizkif. You don't get to send people to someone's house and say, no, there's no conflict of interest at all. And then also say, listen, you're a woman. You understand what power you have. Just go in there, smooth some things over, figure out what's going on, Mitch, shut up, sit in the back, don't say anything. Just do your job. You do good, Bobby, you do good. You don't get to say that shit in this time period, in this kind of crisis, and say you don't understand what the problem is. in this time of year, during this polar vortex, while niggas are outside with these dick prints in autumn, you can't do shit like this. That means your finger is not on the pulse. You do not understand what it is you're getting involved in. You never understood, and that's why they were targeting you. You don't, you're self-awareness. Self-awareness. You have to have some self-awareness. I'm not saying this to bully you. You literally came in my server and left. I don't fucking know. But from what I'm literally figuring out right now, what you should know about SinglePlayerCarl, because I've talked openly about this shit. We've done this shit live. You watched me. If you guys were there at the beginning during FloorCarl arc, when I baited Cornfuck to come in, well, rather to invite me to his server so I could then demonstrate how they try to do false flag operations and attack and stalk and antagonize people from their Discord by organizing their troll campaigns. When I did that on air to get him to admit with then Hugo, now Hannah, to expose how they act and how they behave on a regular basis. Big Papa and the fam. It's still on the channel. It will never go down. It is probably going to be one of the most quoted sources that I will have when I put together my birthday video about Clone Carl. When I went through that situation, was there a piece of me that was probably a bit annoyed by what was happening? Yes. But it wasn't because, oh man, I can't believe they're talking about me. I cannot believe that this is the kind of content creator on this platform and that you ever think you're anything else but a bully. That is what went through my fucking mind. And it goes through my mind every single time I interact and encounter one of these people. I thought it when it happened then, which would technically be the third time I was harassed. It happened to me when it was the second time I got harassed, which was by Natalie Casanova saying, you're an irrelevant streamer because you're jealous of my tits. I was not jealous of her tits. My titties are now bigger than hers. It happened to me the first time when I was doxxed by fucking Lauren Tiffany Atencio Cooper. I keep saying her name because that's her name. And I can say her name not because I was stalking her, but because I'm a federal agent and I know how to look at people's information. And she is in a newspaper as a member of the Tea Party way back when. Yeah. So she was really the far right before she became the far left. And I wouldn't even consider the far left or far right, but she was literally on PerezHilton.com, something we know, something everybody knows now because I spit it, where she was saying, turn the fire hose on those gays. How do you go from yes, look it up, please. Somebody has the cap of this. Somebody has the cap of this. She went from turn the fire hose on those gays, her daddy knew what she was doing, to get me my Twitter scalps. I want the scalps of chuds. You can't go from one to the other and say, no, these people are innocent. They didn't do anything at all.
What psycho shit? What the
yeah.
That's wild to me! That is wild to me! There's no way! There's no way! And that is as crazy as this girl saying, someone told me that I needed to shut my mouth because of my big buck teeth. It's like, listen, you can be an annoying person.
Sorry, we should get back to this.
Yes, we should. You can be an annoying, oh my god, now her glasses are kind of on straight, but now her lip looks like it's curving to the side. Oh, I can't see it. I can't unsee it! Everything's uneven! Her face is a fucking MC Escher picture! It's all expressionism! I don't mean that. Oh, no. I don't mean that. I'm sorry. I don't mean that. But you can't say things like this and go unsubstantiated. We're gonna challenge you on it. And realistically,
go on the internet and tell lies?
Yes.
You really think someone would do that?
I got one of these days, if I ever meet Steven Crowder, I'm gonna try and get him to say internet memes in Buster's voice. Or not Buster, the voice of the character that he voice acted when he was a child. I'm just gonna get him to say it in that voice. Like, I'm gonna get him to say that in that octave. This is just gonna be alert memes for my channel. But you can't say this shit unsubstantiated and then say, well, I was a victim, because that's what Keffels is doing. That's why Keffels wants the websites gone. She wants every single web post that has been considered an untouchable to be touchable. She wants to be able to be the person who can say, I can touch you. And that should terrify you. It should terrify you that they can crucify somebody, like, even if you consider him to be misogynistic or homophobic or misandrist. Somebody like Andrew Tate can be unpersoned overnight, the same way they unpersoned Alex Jones, and you say, yes, this is acceptable.
Oh my
this is
God,
fine.
Are you watching that trial?
Yes, my God.
It's hilarious.
I can't.
And it's only hilarious in that it's hilarious what a fucking clown show it is.
It's so fucking dumb.
It's terrifying in that. Can you imagine if that happened to anybody? Because now that can happen to anybody else, pretty much. Someone just walk in and be like,
capitalize off this. Nobody else can survive that.
I agree with you 100%.
The reason why he's not going to be disappeared, he knew this was going to happen. So he was like, okay, sign that Rumble deal then. Immediately got bank, and then it's getting bigger. The whole thing about this is people don't understand how terrifying a kangaroo court is when you have innocent people. Like, imagine if Kyle Rittenhouse didn't get the public trial he got that got eyes on it, but got the kangaroo court of that and everything.
That kid would be rotting in jail. They'd be rotting in jail, and they would be saying, I cannot wait. I can tell you right now, fucking I Am Griffineer now posting under One Rad Cheetah, or just One Rad Cheat, after sending me fucking stupid stalker emails, which, by the way, that is stalking. Somebody trying to say to me, you'll never figure out what my real name is, and then I do a little bit of Fed work, and it's like, here's your name, here's your address, here's where you live, please leave me alone and never contact my business email again. And he says, well, I knew that you'd look into it, you can't leave it alone. I'm like, motherfucker, if I have to tell people your geolocation, just so I can have somebody go to your place and say, listen, Carl said leave him alone. You're being very cringe. Stop it. If that's what I gotta do to make you shut the fuck up, I can do that. You can sit there and say, well, SinglePlayerCarl knows too much about me. Yeah, and what happened? What was the context that brought me to do that? To look over and say, oh, really? Interesting. What was the context? You asked for attention, and then you got it. And then you said, no, you shouldn't be giving me attention. You should be ignoring me. I'm a literal nobody. Then be a nobody and rant on the internet to yourself in your quiet place, in your random part of the corner, next to Tony Goldmark, while he loses his mind that I was able to get one of his trans friends banned on Twitter completely because they had the idea to call me a fucking orangutan octoroon. Like, take your lumps. You gotta pick one, bruh. Take your lumps. Do you want to be based or do you want to be safe? Which one is it? Pick one.
Good question, huh?
Because being based comes with risks. Being a legend comes with risks. Being a wallflower, you can be safe. You can be in a nice, safe, and empty space by yourself and be completely unharmed. But you do not get to say, why are all these people focusing on them? Why are they considered to be interesting? Why do people even listen to them? You cannot do both. Or you can, but then we'll call you cringe, and then you'll end up in a fucking stream by Chud Logic. I don't think you would add.
I hope I don't interrupt and like derail, but
not really. Not really. This is an interesting thing to talk about. Now it gets back to this shit. We're almost got 11 minutes left, and then I can work on the rest of the shit. The stream next week, technically week before next, because this week's my birthday, and I don't know if I have any more days scheduled for me on my schedule.
Grateful that someone thinks I'm pretty, and then I still don't say anything, so he calls me a bitch again and leaves. And I just have to pretend I'm not shaking. I was literally just waiting outside a public bathroom for my sister to come out. We were on a walk.
Fucking literally.
Like, you should be able to exist and go on walks without, like, the threat of someone coming up to you, calling you a bitch, because you didn't give them
every day.
the proper attention that they wanted from you.
What the fuck?
Just a little odd. Freshman year.
First of all, no one does that.
Friend got off a
okay, nobody
later,
just walks up and calls you a bitch on the street.
Longer distance home, just so she didn't have to walk past
pretty
the
fucking
hotel where grown adult men would sit on plastic chairs.
Which is like,
and yell
yeah. And if that happens, you just smile and wave.
Look, I've lived 30-something years as a fucking woman, and never happened to me. What are you doing that's so bitchy that they called you a bitch? You were probably acting like a bitch.
I'm giving her the pass. Because I swear to God, it's because she lives in LA and she lives in a shithole with enough crazies in it that she has to deal with that.
No, I grew up in Baltimore and DC, and no one ever called me a bitch there. So, like, I mean, you know, which is it's not as bad as New York, but I've been in New York plenty of times. So, like, I don't know what the fuck. Like, I guess maybe you know who's calling her a bitch in LA? Probably homeless people. Fucking crazy homeless people, and they're like, bitch, Mothman, like that's probably what's happening though, you know.
That's just funny. At that point, you just gotta laugh.
It's not directed at you, lady. Like he's seen things, okay?
Like, if we were to explain,
knows what
like,
you are.
like just yesterday, with somebody randomly pulling up beside me and saying, "Hey, yo, man, I'm gonna take you back to your place. You shouldn't be out here walking like this at the middle of the night with no lights on." Like that motherfucker with the pterodactyl hand, because he was missing his middle finger. I don't know what happened to it. I never asked. I didn't want to ask. I figured he would have been sensitive about it. He was just like, "Hey, yo, bro, like, I just started at the fucking Rivertown Forward. I'm just getting out of a new job as a technician. Like, I just want to fucking pay shit back." And I was like, "Oh yeah, bro, you need some money for some shit? Yeah, I can use some money for some gas." And like, "Here you go, $3. Thanks for the ride." I could have been killed. I wasn't terrified. I knew where the fuck I was. You're not gonna fucking strand me fucking 10 miles away from my shit. You're gonna have to go drive a little bit farther than that. And even then, it's like, if I get into this vehicle and something bad happens to me, this now gives me something to talk about later on Twitter. I could get into this vehicle, or I could continue walking home. I'm gonna get into this vehicle, and I'm gonna see what happens. That's a risk that you could say, well, that's your male privilege, Carl. You get to do shit like that. And it's like, yes, I'm a man. I'm built for the outside world. That's my dimorphic trait. If you wish to do that, all you have to do is grow a penis. Go ahead. Just take on 20 years of antagonization, mockery, insult, and get the character development to arrive at the position of Carl. And then you too can go out in public and not be terrified of people because you know that you are the danger. Or you can stay inside and be where it's safe with your Funko Pops.
Freshman year of high school.
I wonder what
so
are
she
her
was
Funko
14,
Pops?
15 years old. Eventually, she got in trouble.
Which, like, franchise they're supposed to be.
I'm gonna guess that the ones on the bottom are from the left. I don't know. I'm gonna take a guess and say something to do with the MCU. On the bottoms there, I'm gonna say it's probably X-Men. You can see at the top there, you have a bunch of ones that are probably... That's Moon Knight, definitely. The second from the left there on the top shelf. And the next one next to it, I can't exactly tell which one it is. I want to say it's Red Scarab. I want to say it's the love interest from Moon Knight. And then, of course, you have...
Probably like next to each other, yeah.
Yeah, then you probably have the Scarlett Johansson there. Like, the first phase Scarlett Johansson, not Black Widow Scarlett Johansson. No. Big titty Scarlett. Big titty Scarlett.
Then there's Scarlet Witch.
And Scarlet Witch
behind her.
Yeah.
There's Sokka at the bottom left. I think that's supposed to be Sokka, isn't it? From Avatar.
I feel like it is. Unless that's unless that one at the bottom left. Unless that's one of the Eternals. Then I'd want to say it's like Makai.
Oh, it looks like I don't. This is the fucking problem with Funko Pops. It's impossible to tell much of them apart, like, unless it literally tells you what they're supposed to be, or you can see them close up. So whatever.
Or they have a very distinct color palette.
Yeah.
Or a very distinct hair color and outfit.
For getting off at the wrong stop. She just never took the bus again. In college, one of my roommate's boyfriends literally ripped the TV off of her wall while they were in the middle of an argument. Why? Who knows?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a question. Would you have rather ripped her throat out?
Good question.
No, I have to point this out because I had a friend, because she talked about the train or bus or whatever. I had a friend who got harassed by this guy who wanted to date her because she wouldn't pay attention to him. So she got like mad and got called a bitch. And she doesn't do any of this whining about it. She is not that much of a victim. And she's tiny. She's like 90 pounds soaking wet. It's like small, like a white woman. She can't fight back.
She got that princess coochie.
Dear God.
If a woman no, not really, no. If a woman is under 90 pounds soaking wet, or is at 90 pounds soaking wet, that you can pick her up, we call that princess coochie.
Oh God!
Because this is because of women like Tiana Trump saying that no, I want a big man, a big boy who can pick me up and fuck me. They like that's something that women have in their head for some fucking reason. They like the idea. They like the. Well, see, we know that you do, Saffronet. We've had this discussion.
Did you guys fucking see this, by the way?
Oh, what are we looking at?
This tweet. Oh, a tweet from the person whose name you can't say on YouTube.
Oh.
Just saw it.
So,
oh my!
Just gonna be honest, I got suspended on Twitter.
Oh my God! Do you see this shit?
My Lord! What a fucking crybaby!
Make it about me.
How can it be about me?
We're just gonna temporarily look this really fast.
Holy shit.
Look at this shit, chat. Hold on. I am in the wrong frame. This one.
Being polite on part of that one, my dude, but alright.
Let me copy this. And other one.
Oh my god.
Look at this shit, chat.
Oh,
look at this shit.
God.
Look at this shit. Look at this virtue signal. Look at this shit. Oh, why don't you just call me an N-word? Why don't you just call me a Negro?
Yeah. Oh, you know she's thinking it in her fucking head. You know she's fucking thinking it. Like Jesus Christ, what fucking crazy ass shit is this?
Speaking of crazy ass shit, this is a horrible frame for me to pause it on.
Yeah, I know that the frame is so good, but I saw that when we were fucking talking about it. I was like, oh my god. So speaking of some crazy ass shit, it never fucking ends now, does it? It never fucking ends.
White women faces, guys, never even
welcome
once.
To clown. Yes, welcome to it, and the clown world never ends, bro.
Make a point. Was just that angry? Who knows? At one point during a completely different fight, she knocked on my door and asked me to come into the kitchen to mediate their argument. I was like, do you want me to bring my pepper spray out? She's like, no, I just want you to stand in front of the knives so he doesn't grab them while we're talking.
What? Huh?
I did bring the pepper
Who knows?
spray in my pocket though, because Natasha Romanoff did not raise an idiot.
So, listen, if you were smart, then Natasha Romanoff would have told you, get a gun, they have more stopping power.
Yeah, have a gun, or first of all, like take a bunch of classes from the time that you're a child and be indoctrinated, so that you become a perfect super soldier. Oh wait, don't do that. Never mind.
Don't forget to get the hysterectomy so you don't have kids, so you can be a monster like the Hulk. Death and destruction.
When that shit came out, it made me so upset. Like, 'cause I was like, "Oh, you're going here, are you?"
I mean, yeah, you know, that's what they nicknamed. That's what they gave her the name for, Death and Destruction. Ironically enough, that's also what they nicknamed her throat game.
Oh wow, you.
Thousands upon thousands of Russian children destroyed and swallowed, never to return again.
It's an actual Holocaust, my guy. The number of children who've died in Natasha Romanoff's mouth.
Man, it's just a fucking Holodomor. Yes, I do know that these are horrible jokes, and I am allowed to make them. I'm African American.
You are allowed. You know, actually, congratulations. Just clap. We should clap for Carl.
Yes, give it up for the niggas. Give it up for the niggas.
Oh, it's so brave of you.
Like you just have to admire
this clown world, my dude. I hate this fucking clown.
You just have to admire the way that he slurs his word when he calls himself an Achroom. when I can't even say his fucking name. I'm laughing too hard. When Richard Spencer says it, he says it with such hate. But when Carl says it, it sounds like he's describing a new flavor of ice cream from Klondike.
That's a Pokemon, isn't it? Pretty sure it was.
It's like, oh no, Trader Carl's pulling out his Alolan Octoroon! Octoroon! Use Mega Beam!
Civil rights beam.
I was pretty sure that was a Pokemon. Maybe I forgot. I don't know.
And the fucking joke about it is it's just gonna be a really racist stereotype of a Hitmonlee. with big
Jinx, come on.
No, it has to be a Hitmonlee. It has to be a Hitmonlee. And the way that it fights is that it does beam attacks with its feet by fucking breakdancing.
I just figured it was the devolved form of Jinx, and that way you would.
See if that that's the Z evolution. You Z evolve and it turns to a big black man that looks like Mr. Poe.
Oh, is this Mr. It should be Mr. Popo. Where is Jinx's other side of that?
I don't know, but
the Japanese obviously don't care. Like that's why they, or at least they didn't use to care about. They were going to put the most racist ass shit in our video game. Shit.
It's kind of like the situation that happened with the Porygon episode. It's just something that just happened because of Western sensibilities, and also some kids had seizures. For me,
well, I mean, like I first of all, I like Jinx as a Pokemon. It's a really useful one. But I know now that people are like, well, they've totally recolored it, obviously.
Yeah, she's purple now.
Purple. She's purple. Because I still occasionally play Pokemon Go.
I never saw Jinx as racist. You know,
it's because they thought that it was supposed to be a stereotype of big black women.
Yeah. It might have been. I don't know. Who knows what the Japanese were thinking when they were fucking doing that
No,
shit.
it was like a black activist woman that made a huge deal about it.
Oh, yeah?
You know what's funny about this? About these black activists about all this stuff? Like, they get so uptight about it. I'm like, okay, like, for one of the most obvious cases you could probably go is Soul Eater. But then you really can't say anything because they actually have like the black stereotypes in there because it's more of a reference to American stuff.
Oh, yeah, there is some shit in Soul Eater, but still.
But Soul Eater has black characters that are awesome and cool.
Yeah, exactly.
So even at your best chance at it, you're like, you can't really say anything.
I mean, like, let's not fuck around. The Japanese are really fucking racist. They're just not all Japanese people, but the Japanese culture is extremely homophobic. It's xenophobic.
They are very xenophobic.
Xenophobic against anybody who's not Japanese, and that includes anybody who they make caricatures of everybody of all races who are not Japanese.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah,
I swear, if we were somehow able to find the ability to pull a 1945 National Socialist German and compare them to like a 1950s Japanese man and then a current year Japanese woman, every single person that would be at that contest, including that Nazi and that older 1950s era Japanese man, would look over and be like, what the fuck is wrong with this woman?
Oh, are you joking? Have you spoken to a modern era Japanese woman?
Nowadays, I think they care more about the fact that we're interesting.
Okay. So,
give us lay down.
Japanese have a term that's a phrase is essentially that Japanese people will smile at your face while they laugh and talk shit behind your back. It's
not gaijin, is it?
Common thing. It's not just with gaijin; it's with anybody. It's part of the politeness of Japanese society. I remember my sensei told me that when I was in college, and then she just smiled at our whole class right after she said it. Just like they'll smile on your face while they talk shit behind your back, and then she just smiled at all of us. I'm like, oh shit, okay. Japanese people are extremely homogenous. I find that there can be some of the nicest people, but also some of the most racist. Like and not just racist, but bigoted people you've ever met in your entire life. Particularly like native Japanese who've never left Japan. They have very negative perceptions of gaijin.
Oh yes,
of any kind of gaijin. They do not like foreigners at all of any type. Doesn't matter, even if you're, including if you are Japanese diaspora, they don't like you. You're still gaijin.
They're like competitive racists. They're number one competitive racists.
That's why Jared Taylor likes them so much. No joke. That's why he moved to Japan. That is legit. Jared Taylor is unironically a white. Well, he wouldn't maybe call himself a white supremacist, but he's a white nationalist, and he is a fluent Japanese speaker, and he's lived in Japan for something like 15 years now. And he talks about how much he likes the Japanese because of how racist they are.
It's like
so.
See, even saying that, it's like, why did PewDiePie go to Japan, guys?
Oh, there we go. No, I think Pewds is just a giant weeb, but that's all.
He's just like Gaijin Goomba and his wife Aki. Like they what? Do we not like Gaijin Goomba? Do we not like the white man?
No.
Wait, guys. Wait. You said his wife Aki. I'm like, who?
Yes, his wife Aki Dearest. His wife and him.
That's
his
the
wife.
anime.
Well, his wife isn't Asian. Like, no, I'm not talking about PewDiePie.
Oh, you're not talking about Marzia.
No, I'm talking about a different YouTuber.
Marzia seems like the sweetest person.
Yeah.
She seems like such a sweetheart.
Like, Aki Dearest and Gaijin Goomba are probably one of the two.
Is married to the anime man. That's what he was trying to say.
I'm thinking of the other person. His wife's nickname on the internet is Aki. That's what I'm thinking of. But Gaijin Goomba and his wife are like the traditional. I was a white English teacher that moved to Japan to teach kids Japanese, and they accepted me because I became part of the culture. Like Galaxy Pandas, the woman that people refer to. Who,
not that unusual. If you can, the thing about Japanese people is that, if you can adapt. I was actually listening to a interview recently with a girl who is half Japanese, and I think her mother was Japanese and her father was African American.
Is it Galaxy Pandas?
Japan. It might be. I don't know the name, but I remember listening to an interview with her, or like talk with her, where she talked about she grew up in Japan from the time she was a little kid, so she went through school in Japan.
Did she become did she become an idol singer?
No.
Okay, different girl.
She was just like a regular ass person who lives in Japan, who's half black.
I think I've seen that interview.
Yeah, it was a really interesting one because she said that people they asked her questions about what you would expect about they want to touch the hair and stuff like that, which you always kind of get, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Especially for black people.
Yeah, it's really for black people, and it's not just white people who want to do this. Everyone's because the hair is different, you know.
Your hair's so soft. Oh my god, I just want to touch it.
I want to touch that. No, I think it's a common thing for people who are non-black because African descendant people's hair is different, right?
Yes.
Which is Asian people's hair is. Yeah, Asian people's hair is different too, but it's a different consistency. It's a different, stuff like this. People want to touch it, I guess, which I never really understood either. Growing up around black people in Baltimore, I couldn't get that because there were people around me too who'd want to touch my friend's hair. I'm like, what the fuck is that about? I didn't get that either.
I had people
to be fair,
like, oh my god, your hair is so pretty, it's so long. Oh
to be funny and real about it, black people do the same thing to white people. It's just that it's become so common for us because black men have so many relationships with white women that it's something that some women are jealous about. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, I don't really go out of my way to touch people's hair unless.
Yeah, that's a weird thing.
Yeah.
For little kids, I think is one thing where kids want to, particularly in a country where that's super unusual. But I remember my best friend when I was growing up was black, and she'd come hang out with me all the time, and so she did want to it wasn't touching our hair. It was she just wanted to fuck with our makeup products, and I'd fuck with her makeup products. I'm like, oh, try shit out, however, I think if I put on her foundation, it would have probably been a problem. But even then, you know what I mean?
True.
It would have maybe been an issue. But I'm just when you're a kid, when you're 11 or 12 or whatever, and you're just exploring stuff, that it's one thing. But I do think it's probably mostly a thing in Asia of people who've never seen a black person ever before. Do you know what I mean? Well, it must be something magical or weird about you or something. You know what I mean?
It's like,
but
it's like being in the age of the original Gingy's Channel movies and watching The Color of Friendship and getting to that scene where they say nigger. It's so weird. Because when you understand why somebody would be upset about, you called my child a Bantu? It's like, okay, yes. Basically, he did indeed use the word for ogre because they were inquisitive and they were just having a conversation. And a child bringing that up in conversation around adults is like, your daughter said this to my child? I can't believe. And it's like, oh, wait, no. She was actually just explaining shit about culture.
Oh,
damn.
She was explaining stuff, okay.
It's like, fuck.
I've never seen that.
It's like, fuck, no, I'm a racist.
I did find out, because I was doing my research on this stuff about when the Queen died. There was a professor at Carnegie Mellon who tweeted out some of the most vile fucking shit imaginable about the Queen. And look, I don't really, even though I'm a monarchist, I don't really care, but the shit she said was, she said, and I quote, "I heard that the chief monarch of a thieving, raping, genocidal empire is dying. May her pain be excruciating. If anyone expects me to express anything but disdain for the monarch who supervised a government that sponsored the genocide and massacred and displaced half my family and consequences of which those who are alive today are still trying to overcome, you can keep wishing upon a star. That wretched woman and her bloodthirsty throne have fucked generations of my ancestors on both sides of the family. She supervised a government that sponsored the genocide of my parents and siblings survived. May she die in agony." So Queen Elizabeth did none of that, actually. She, in fact, pretty much tried to end all of that.
Like, perfect, honest military career, went into the military herself, did her service, did her job, did her role, did something that most people that...
And then dismantled
then dismantled
British
slavery.
Empire.
Like,
dismantled the empire.
Have
all
you...
that shit.
That reminds me. Have you seen the film Triple R?
Also, the British were the first to end slavery of all of the European countries.
But
that being said, what I found interesting is that there was a petition that had 1,700 signatures to have her removed from her job at her university.
Mm-hmm.
And I assumed it was over that tweet or that series of tweets.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was because she was calling people randomly on Twitter a kata, and I didn't know what that meant. It turns out it's a West African term for African Americans that essentially means cotton picker.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So she's going around calling people that shit all over Twitter and
on Elon's Twitter? At the same time, Hassan is trying to bullshit around with Gusano on Wikipedia. No.
I mean, like, it doesn't mean that literally. It's just it's like a super aggressive slur for African Americans from African people of being like, you are lesser than. So I think that some people said it meant like cat piss or some shit like that, like in terms of the literal definition. It's a fucking slur no matter what. But it's like, all right, this bitch can go around saying this shit all over Twitter and just get away with it.
And now,
what the fuck?
And as we say this, I would then ask the question, would we call that doxing and stalking and harassing, or would it be like the black therapist that went out of her job and violated her own contract by talking shit about her clients, then getting pulled aside by her work, and then being removed from her job because she was literally shitting on her black male clients?
I mean, that's the thing. Like, this stuff. It never fucking ends. By the way, like that's the thing with this. All this garbage. It never fucking ends. Like, I would say either none of it's okay or all of it's okay, and we kind of have to figure out where the kind of line is, because if we're constantly drawing these lines of that's not okay, and I agree that some shit's not okay, but if it's on social media, I think kind of you should just be able. It should be a fucking free for all. And people should decide by how they respond to you as an individual rather than removing you from the platform. Individual people should decide, you know what, I don't want to work with that person anymore because they're a scumbag because of what they say, right? Rather than the platform removing you. I think it should more be like people go, oh, I don't appreciate that person uses disgusting language. That's how I think it should work. But
see, when it comes to us content creators, we effectively have to have some level of immunity and protection as far as we cannot be held accountable for the actions of people who happen to be our supporters. But when we cannot be held accountable, however, when it gets to the point of, here's a crazy person who's saying, I said that they should do this, and it's like, I obviously did not. I don't know who this person is. I don't know why they say such a thing. I did not do it. I did not. I swear, I didn't. No. But at the end of the day, to wrap it up so we can try to get to the end of this, because we're starting to push towards 10 hours. Accountability on the internet is a very simple thing. Don't start none, won't be none. Talk shit, get hit. And if somebody is doing something to the point where it's like you feel that you need to have someone speak on behalf of you, like, oh, I don't know, somebody speaks on your personal character and says that you're a woman-abusing beater who wants to use internet circumstances and drama.
If they start to say, like, actually, like, fucking accusations about
if they say
things
accusations like that, you need to call them on the shit. And then if they can't substantiate it, block them. If you block them and if they keep talking, at that point, then you will have to make some kind of reply. And at that point, if you're an entertainer on the internet and you need to talk about how people are trying to put dirt on your name, you should know how to handle that. And if you don't want to handle it, okay, get somebody else to handle it for you. But you gotta learn how to handle it.
Random example.
Don't show up in a shitposter's chat and then say, no, we're not going to talk about this. I'm not going to hear it. When you bring up your protestments to challenge what they're saying. Let's start there. Let's start there.
Off the top of my head, and like the stuff that I just detailed isn't even the worst of it. There's so many people going through so much worse. That's why I think it's completely valid for Jen to be like, rage and fear are the baseline of any woman existing. If not the baseline of existence, there are at least emotions that are there alongside everything else.
Okay, so it can't be all women's baseline, but it's yours. Self-report, 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 self-report!
Be having a good time with your friends, and you're still like, oh my god, is that guy following me down the street? Like, you're still aware that there could...
You're supposed to be aware of your surroundings, dumbass.
You gotta be aware of your surroundings, and also, if you're constantly aware of that stuff, then you need to see a therapist.
Or get a gun.
Or go to a separate area.
Or get a gun.
Or move. Or get a... Thank you, Carl. Carl has the actually correct answer. Get a gun.
It is the great equalizer for a reason, sweetheart.
That's
get yourself
what
a
it's there for.
get yourself a midnight
Derringer,
special.
It can fit in your purse and it'll be real cute. You can have it painted pink.
And if you want to be real base, get a deagle. Paint it brown. Like the shit they're gonna be pissing out of themselves.
Be danger. These little moments, they all build up to how women carry themselves in public. They build up to the constant situational awareness you have to have. They build up to knowing every single item that you have in your bag at any moment's notice. Because who knows, you might need to use that hydro flask in your bag in self-defense. Builds up to that mental calculation you're making, you know, every time you're walking, you're like, where's the next building? Calculating the distance between like where you are and the next building, and like
I don't know, like
that distance.
I have to be honest. This has never happened to me.
Nope, never happened to me. And I was involved.
Well, Carl, you're a man.
Yes, that doesn't mean that I can't be scared.
It doesn't actually. I mean, she doesn't bring into consideration here at all that men can be scared too. But yeah.
You think my butthole doesn't pucker when a man says, "Come on, jump on the car, man. I'm gonna take you anywhere you want." I don't know if I'm gonna have to suck his dick. I don't know if I'm gonna have to allow him to suck my dick. You think? Yeah, true. You think I potentially want to have a stranger's teeth anywhere near my testicles?
I think back to some of the crazy shit I did when I was in high school. Or my communist friend would be like, "Oh, hey, I kind of know this guy. Let's jump in his car." We do that shit. I mean, like, okay, do weird shit all the time, but like that was super unsafe. That being said, though, like. You have to be able to defend yourself. I've never felt this way though. I grew up in Baltimore. I went to high school in downtown Baltimore City. Okay, like I was kind of in the better part of downtown Baltimore City, but not really, because there's no good parts of Baltimore City. So and there's better or worse parts is the reality. But like you have to learn just basic strategies of self-defense, but I never had the thoughts that she's thinking of how far can I get to the next block. So I don't know what the fuck she's talking about, and to be completely honest, I don't believe her. Because I don't think that LA, I know LA is a real shithole now, but I don't think LA is as much of a shithole as Baltimore was when I was growing up in the 2000s. Just saying.
Like, if we're talking about...
But now you don't want to go to LA.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, because now it's California. But if we're talking about, like, normal LA, like... filming MMP, like filming MMPR on Sunset and Rodeo. No, bitch. You were not terrified of 90s LA. You were not terrified of 90s California. Everybody wanted to be in California. It was the boom of gangster rap. Tupac was just starting to hit his grind. He had just fucked Jada. This was the good years, okay?
Just fucked Jada. Oh, no.
From my alma mater. She's all meeting together in the middle now.
If someone came to try to grab you from the back, would you make it? Getting in your car, immediately locking the door, changing out of the skirt, even though it's a really cute outfit, because you know your class isn't going to end until 8 p.m. and at that point you're walking home in the dark. You don't.
9 minutes and 21 seconds. We're about to fucking address that, because I heard walking alone in the dark. Why are you walking alone in the dark, dumbass?
And also, the skirt's not going to stop a rapist.
Yeah, exactly. Like that. No, that's just first. Yeah, that's just gonna start. Okay, why are you walking in the dark in a short skirt alone? You shouldn't do that anywhere. And it's not because you're a woman. You shouldn't be a man walking alone in the dark in a bad part of town where you think you might get in trouble. Okay, I know that's not fair. It was not fair, but it's reality. So,
but the skirt was cute.
You have to protect yourself though from basic shit.
But I look hot. I look hot.
Okay, the fucked up thing about this is I actually know about a situation kind of similar, but the chick should have taken this advice because she got assaulted by some homeless dude in an abandoned house. and like the fucked up thing about it is because this is a college town, and I'm like, yeah, no, you should be able to put two and two together to not be around certain areas at night with these skirts on. Because I've seen it all the time, like, it's cold, it's out, and you're near a ghetto. Please, why do this?
It's like It's like you went outside and you wanted to be cute and shit. Now you got yourself a baby by Petey the crackhead. It's not funny, but it's funny. But not funny, haha. Funny, bitch, what the fuck is wrong with you?
What are you... I don't understand. Look.
Like,
what are you doing?
Because she got assaulted and robbed. It was like a 2 for 2.
Oh my god!
Two women were walking down the street, and one of them, excuse me, I forgot, I fucked up my joke.
Okay.
2 peanuts were walking down the street, and one of them was assaulted.
That's a horrible dad joke. I approve.
I stole it from Monty Python.
Based.
Hydro flask in your bag.
It was that's the
up to that mental
if you ever heard the skit where it's about like the German joke that's the weaponized joke.
Mm-hmm.
Never seen this, where like you can't listen to more than like 2 words of it, and if you hear it, you die of laughter. It's a weaponized German joke. So the British attempt to make a weaponized joke that would kill the Germans instantly on contact was 2 peanuts were walking down the street and one of them was assaulted. It didn't work, to say the least.
No,
I'm shocked you've never seen that.
Where's the next bill?
I've seen it, but it's one of those things where, like, unless I'm physically staring at it, my brain locks the jokes away, because my problem is that I have the kind of laughter that once I start laughing, I can't stop laughing, to the point it becomes painful. So, like, the best way to neutralize me
I'd
as
love to show you, but there's no way you could play it on the stream without it getting
no way. Like, but it's like, if somebody wanted to, like, execute me, the best way to do it is to just start slowly drip feeding sound from every single Cat Williams special ever through a speaker in a room. And all of a sudden, my body's just gonna start convulsing in pain. My abdomen will tighten up. I'll start having muscle spasms in my legs, trying to stand up to run away from the sound. I won't be able to breathe.
Yeah, I don't know if Cat Williams is the one who'd best do that for me, but there's some comedians.
It's like probably, maybe Dave Chappelle or like certain YouTube poops, maybe.
Yeah, YouTube poops. YouTube poops drives me like absolutely fucking hilarious. Stand-up comedians. I loved Tom Segura. Yeah, Dave Chappelle, Hannibal Buress, also funny as fuck. Oh, who did I listen to on the day that I graduated? It was Hannibal Buress, I think, wasn't it? No, I can't remember who it was. I listened to somebody. Oh my! I gotta remember, because there was some comedian I listened to on my graduation day from college, from undergrad, and I was sitting there like getting all ready. And I was like, I have to like listen to this to like calm myself down because I'm so nervous. It might have been Chappelle, but I don't remember who it was. I'm like, I gotta listen to like some comedy to calm myself the fuck down, to feel chill about it. It might have been Chappelle, actually. Now I think about it.
Based.
Building.
Well, no, like comedy is it's a great unifier, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Calculating the distance between like where you are and the next building, and like, would you be able to make that distance?
It might have been Burris though. Actually,
grab you from the back. Would you make it?
We'll figure it out.
I don't remember who the fuck it was.
Changing out of the scope.
There's so many comedians who I love. Frankie Boyle, who I've really started to enjoy recently. A Scottish comedian, funny as fuck. I don't think. No. Let me know when you got the thingy back up. I used to love Eddie Izzard.
Yes.
He kind of went crazy, but that's all right.
Okay, there we go.
Really cute outfit, because you know your class isn't going to end until 8 p.m. and at that point you're walking home in the dark. You don't want to be walking home in a skirt in the dark. Girls have literally been killed for saying no to wanting to go out with someone. And you think that doesn't affect the way that we...
In extreme circumstances, people have been killed for anything. That's kind of why that's a ridiculous... People have been killed over... Crackheads will kill you because you say the wrong word, and they're like, and you go, what? And you get killed for saying what? So I mean, like, that's... People have been killed over saying the word what? So, not a great comparison, lady.
Yeah, like you get killed for being a black man in another black man's neighborhood. Like that's
yeah, for sure. Shot for fucking anything.
Plus, my brain. I don't know why my brain did that, but my brain shorts.
Where are you going to college at? I guess. Is
True.
Question.
Going to community college? There's some shit in a party school.
Well, no, but community colleges are like, are oftentimes like out in the middle of nowhere. Like all these colleges are on like specialized campuses where they're separated away from everything else. In fact, my undergraduate university was in the middle of a city, and I didn't have to deal with any of this shit. So I don't know what no, it was Cincinnati, which not like well known for its. Well, actually, that's not true. Cincinnati did have there was a whole area of Cincinnati that was at one point there was a like. I'm not joking. Like a 250-foot block of Cincinnati, Ohio, that was the most dangerous area in America by footage at one point. So they literally bulldozed it.
Wow, that's wild.
And just put new shit in. But it was an over the Rhine or OTR. But it was not near where I was. But I was in the middle of the city at Xavier University. So I wasn't in a city. At a university, I never once feared for my life on that college, or even had a thought about it. It was I don't know. Where'd you go to college, lady? I don't get it. Where'd you go to school? I don't get it.
Now, if she was to tell us that information and we started doing research about it, would that be considered stalking and or doxing?
I guess it would be. I just like to know the answer. I'd like to know the answer.
Interact in public. We constantly.
Why are your glasses still on crooked?
One of
the nose guard is so that it fits normally on your face.
Her nose is crooked. That's why.
Oh no, Aiden's becoming based.
I'm not joking. It's a real thing. Like,
I know.
Her nose is probably fucking a little crooked. That's why are those plastic lenses? Or I don't know. Okay.
They might be a matte finish.
We could be in danger no matter what we say. So we're constantly editing what
also,
we
I think
say,
one of the frames
is frustrating.
You're not editing. You're constantly editing what you say.
She's mentally
might have wanted to edit some of this.
True.
Valid experience to talk about, even if parts of the audience don't want to hear it. Which is why I've been getting slightly frustrated at comments like these.
Annoyingly already misogynist on Twitter are invalidating this, taking completely out of context, to calling it feminist nonsense and woke. It's so tiring, it's feel they haven't actually watched, they just want something to be enraged about. No, it's pretty fucking crazy what is in the show and what is supposed to be normal.
No, and so the comment she's upset about is it's just cringy how hard it panders to mundane issues like getting catcalled when Bruce has had a much harder life than you.
Mm-hmm.
True. I'd honestly much rather endure catcalling and mansplaining than experience any of the pain and suffering that the Hulk has had to endure. True. This show is so dumb. Once again, they disrespected Hulk/Bruce. Her talking about women's issues is worse than what Bruce has gone through? ? I enjoyed it somewhat. So this person says they liked it okay. Bruce has been through trauma and stuff infinitely more than she can see in her wildest dreams. But sure, catcalling is much worse than that. Why not? These are the worst comments you could find.
Oh,
this is
she's an insulated community, and they are calling out bullshit.
She's in some weird. She probably has mods who delete most shit. I'm guessing either that or she's in the most insulated part of YouTube I've ever experienced.
I wouldn't be surprised. Throw a stone far enough, she'll probably hit Khadijah Babawe. And then she'll have to apologize, because stone throwing is something that historically part of the Oyo tribe could have been seen as traditionally racist towards women, because what you're saying is that they're so ugly that you would rather...
towards women?
Yes, because you're saying that they're so ugly that you'd rather pelt them to death with a stone than potentially be near them.
Actually,
or some shit like that.
Did you hear about the woman king stuff a little bit?
Oh, I not only saw it and heard about it, I fucking watched and we recorded shit about it last night. Content coming soon! Oh my god! First off, let me start off by saying, French number one, we made you a prostitute, suck my wiggly dick, bitch, or Oscar sends his regards!
So, I haven't seen it, but I do know that the reality of the history of that story is like...
Whitewash the fuck.
Why would you make a movie about this if you're trying to make it like pro-black when it's like, do you know what these people did?
But see.
Like, nah.
But see.
My cousin wants to watch it, but hilarious enough, last night Flashcast talked about it. So he was like, imagine somebody be like, oh yeah, they weren't fond of it. But then they were like, they looked at the history.
Look at it like, oh, it's all everything that's in that movie is fake. And then look at the real history. It's like, oh shit.
When I say such statements as my ancestors helped sell with their ancestors, y'all's ancestors into slavery, I am not not joking. Lord Oscar, through actions with Ottoman traders and other African tribes, including the Dahomey, we are directly responsible. The Dahomey themselves, 1/20th. Us, 4/20th. The Ottomans, maybe 10.
A base number, blaze
just like the base number of people collectively. You could say over 16 out of 20 slaves that were sold from the African continent were sold because of the Myrmidons that traveled between Jenne, Gao, and Timbuktu and traded with all of the Ottomans collectively to help slavers get their slaves. And that the French proselytes that then conquered the Dahomey were responsible for giving those fucking heathens some goddamn respect of the crown!
I mean, kind of based, but I mean, like, if you want to, like, something this is, I guess, only slightly related, but like this movie being like, oh, this is the greatest movie for. That's how I'm trying to phrase it, like, Black Power or whatever. I'm like, are you sure about that?
I would not scream Black Power. I swear.
John Cena coming there. Are you sure about that? Like, really, this one? This is what you want to go with? You know what I would go with is, well, it's not like a great movie of really Black Power. If you want an emotional fucking movie, watch The fucking Color Purple. Are you fucking with me? Like, holy shit!
Purple that much.
Oh my! That's my mom when I watch it. We're gonna hold each other and cry. Like that's my mom and I's movie, which is such a weird thing for two white women.
I don't like the movie all that much.
I'm just thinking of how would this be worded if a white person on the internet that wanted to be socially correct would need to say it. It's like, don't watch that film that whitewashed the history of black people selling other black people. Instead, watch this film, The Color Purple, which was probably made by descendants of those very slaves they sold into slavery.
Well, it was, but it's actually a good fucking movie.
True.
Like,
true.
if you want to sit around and get upset about slavery, which is obviously a thing to be upset about, you want to feel emotional about some shit, watch The Color Purple from 40 years ago, 35 years ago, for fuck's sake. Go watch that movie. It's really good. It's got Whoopi Goldberg in it, and it's great. Go watch that one.
Eventually,
and Oprah, you watch that movie. What are you doing?
Eventually, they're going to remake that, and I don't know who they're going to pick to be.
I think they did remake it, or write something about it. I think there is some Color Purple something.
I think this is it's a great mother-daughter film, because I grew up watching it with my mom, like as being like a mother-daughter film.
It's awkward to watch my mom because
yeah, the rape scenes, but not when I was a young kid, but when I was like a young teen is when it was like, well, we're watching that as a rite of passage thing of like, let's watch this and accept shit that's fucked up, which this woman is like, look, she wants to talk about fucked up shit, rape and things. Okay, yeah, there are movies like that, by the way. Guess what? They're not fun to watch, and they're not Disney television shows. If you want to go watch a movie or a television show about people getting raped in an emotional way, you have to go prepare yourself for that shit. I would say, generally speaking, and not something you want to put on Disney Plus. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Especially comments like this one.
Honestly, she seems ignorant, just especially in the scene where she's venting about how hard her life is, and I just wanted her to push his finger at her lips. And how many times have you almost died? Have you tried to kill yourself yet? But of course, you are just perfect.
You say you want Bruce to shush her because she hasn't tried to kill herself. Well, first of all, that is so...
No, don't zoom away from that. No. Accident, turned into Gamma Monster, hunted by government, agony was getting to him, wanted the pain to end. Tried to kill himself. Big guy didn't let him. Hid in India, was given purpose and reason by helping other people as a doctor and medicine healer. Found by S.H.I.E.L.D., brought in to come help, became an Avenger. That is the timeline. If she does not have it worse than that, she does not get to bitch and moan. And you do not get to then use...
And still, even at that point, has not figured out how to completely control his rage. He has mostly, but not entirely, figured out how to control the Hulk.
At the very least...
By S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, at the very least, as he tells her, all I could do was figure out how I could get him to calm down.
Yeah.
You gotta...
This is... What an insanely different path. She's immediately accepted, takes her... It's over the course of, again, 2 weeks for the whole debacle. You kidding me? It's not analogous.
Also, this is just a
Absurd.
very unfortunate frame for her mouth.
Well, maybe unfortunate for some people, but
man,
you wouldn't want to put a cucumber near there, or else you'd end up in a nasty act man situation.
So out of character for Bruce to do, it's not even funny.
My original wound.
No, it is not out of character for him to do. That's why he instead looked at her like she was saying, "Bitch, are you for real?"
1983. All right. I'm 14 years old. I still have a nanny.
Basically, this is the exact same thing he did. He just was not doing this in that way with her because this is Tony Stark, and I'm pretty sure
who's a billionaire who Bruce is like, oh my god, yes, you have trauma, Tony, but he doesn't have the fucking care in this point of time to deal with this particular shit.
And the worst part is that this is directly after Iron Man 3. He just was able to overcome crippling trauma that was directly responsible for his past actions that led to Extremis being a thing with AIM.
Yes. That led to all of that shit.
So at the very least, he's gonna be indentured to be like, okay, I gotta listen to him talk about fucking thing over here.
He has to sit there and listen to his childhood, but it's a very, okay, also, Tony talking about his childhood.
That's a step.
When we know he's a billionaire, it's like, you're gonna kind of be like, okay.
Like the fact that he's talking about his childhood in period.
Talk about more recent stuff, Tony. We can talk about that, as a therapeutic kind of thing. First of all, Bruce Banner is not a therapist. I don't know why everyone's treating him like a fucking therapist. He's a chemist.
He's a male feminist, and therefore male femininity equals tenderness equals he has understanding about emotions.
But he's not. He's a scientist. He's a fucking chemist.
You know these motherfuckers don't care about that.
I know.
This man didn't even interrupt Natasha while she was talking.
Because this is two people who consider themselves to be monsters bonding. Are you fucking heartless?
You cannot compare these two scenes.
To tell her, hey.
These are two scenes.
And also, he understands that he can't say anything to, well, I can't have kids. Like, what does he pull out there? It's like, I tried to shoot myself in the mouth.
He actually probably can't either, by the way. Which is another thing that they're probably both going to have to deal with, and he's trying... It's half
the reason why there was interest between them.
Yeah, it's one situation where Tony Stark, a fucking billionaire, sitting there being like, "Hi, it all began when I was a child," and you're like, "Oh my god, I don't care." Like that's and that's why that's funny. It's why it's funny that he's reacting the way he's reacting in that scene, versus now in this very personal scene where he and Natasha, who have had a relationship that's been building for several years, is now telling him a very extremely personal part of her life. And they are friends who know each other. She's someone who's been able to get the Hulk to calm down. These are characters who have some relationship to each other that's way outside of just working together, right? So it's not that he's too stunned to speak. He might be. But I think it's that he fucking cares. Whereas like when Tony Stark is telling him about how like, oh, it all began in my rich billionaire boyhood, which nobody gives a shit about. This is different. He cares about Natasha. He's cared about Natasha for years beforehand. We've shown repeatedly that she can get through to the Hulk. So that's why this matters.
Yes.
Like, they got a whole scene where she was like, "Come back, big guy," and he just flies off into space to never be seen again. Like, it's meant to be super emotional.
Not a monster.
You still think you're the only monster on the team?
What's he supposed to say? No, because he's literally thinking there about the thing she said to him is way different from what happened to him. I'm not trying to make these movies more complicated than they are. I'm just trying to explain basic character fucking behavior. Okay, his thing is that he was exposed to gamma radiation, right? It turned him into the Hulk. He's had to deal with his emotional shit. She's been indoctrinated into a weird, spy program since she was a fucking child. A little bit different. They are in a kind of pseudo relationship. It's getting a little bit romantic at this point.
But it's a totally different thing. And I have to say, as somebody who has also a genetic fucking reproductive disease, I identified a lot with Natasha during that conversation. And it's not something, that is easy to talk to somebody else about, by the way. But it's also not something that, like, I don't think that he's just sitting there being confused because he doesn't know, because he's a dumb man. It's because he's trying to figure out how to relate himself to her. It's not because he's stupid or some shit, the dumb stuff you're going to say about Bruce. I think it's because he's trying to understand. Not because he's stupid, not because he's a dumb guy, because he's trying to comprehend her position from something that he can personally never actually fully experience. From having being an infertile woman is not something you can ever understand as a man, right? Not fully. So fuck off with this shit.
Yeah, I think it's also kind of. I was about to say, I think it's also kind of like very, very awful to bring this up when like these movies aren't that deep. But like, let's point this out. She calls herself a monster. She's a trained killer that's killed so many people, and she can't even create life. That's a very one-to-one way of looking at it. She can't do the one thing she probably wants to, but the only thing she's really good at is killing.
Yeah.
Or Jen.
And it's an interesting story, but what do you want him? What would you like him to say? Of course he can't.
First of all, you don't know if he's fertile or not, by the way, because nobody's looked into that one, have they?
To express her frustration,
again?
knowing that he will listen
God
to
damn it,
her,
it broke
that
again.
says a lot about Bruce, and it also.
The last thing I heard was it says a lot about Bruce.
Yeah, sorry. Go back a little bit if you don't mind.
Hold on, it broke again. I clicked to try and start it again, and then it broke again.
You're all cool.
And we're here. All right, there. Boop, 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 boop.
They just feel very similar to sentiments that I think end up causing more harm than good. To see people specifically say they want her to stop talking because she hasn't tried to commit suicide, that just reads as awful.
Talking.
You see
we're back at She-Hulk. Sorry.
Yes.
We're into Black Widow. My bad.
No, this was before that section. I just noticed that fucking that non-vocal J-cut shit that they like to do when they're like trying to enthusiastically like stamp a point with her eyes.
I want her to stop talking because she hasn't tried to commit suicide. That just reads.
That right there. That right there would get you slapped. Not by me, but by women. That would get you slapped by women.
I don't quite. What are you talking about exactly? I don't quite get it.
Okay, look at what she does with her eyes.
I want her to stop talking because she hasn't tried to commit suicide. That just reads as.
You see it?
I see what you're talking about, but I'm not sure. What do you think that she's meaning by that?
Okay, so this is a particular kind of viewpoint that a person says, you know, when they start putting question marks behind every sentence, so you can understand.
It's called vocal fry. She said that she got in trouble for it before.
Like
it's called vocal fry.
She's
putting. When you do this, when you go up to the question at the end of every sentence.
She's putting a visual vocal fry in her sentence where it's like, are you literally telling me I can't talk about shit unless I had to kill myself? Who do you think you are telling me as a woman that I don't get to have an opinion because I haven't killed myself yet? She is basically
asking the questions at every single asking the question at the end of every single sentence is a sign of wanting validation from the audience. I didn't mean to get into the psychological evaluations and stuff, but
I didn't.
Communication.
You didn't have to.
This is not psych eval. This is not psych eval. This is a calm eval. This is I am first and foremost a communication scholar, and this is a pure calm eval of that. So I didn't know what you were talking about at first there. In terms of the
best way that I can the best way that I can describe this is that she's ulting right now.
Maybe mostly when you're asking a question at the end of every sentence, it's showing that you're asking for people you're talking to for validation. So I don't know, Carl. When I'm talking to you, if I were to go up at the end of every sentence, it would mean that I would be asking you for validation. Do you agree with what I'm saying?
I'd probably just say, is there something in your butt? Because usually when people do that, it's like, oh, I got something in my crotch, but I don't want to like signal them.
It's that she doesn't actually feel confident in what she's saying. Probably.
Oh yeah, she fucking doesn't.
From the audience.
Fuck yeah.
No,
like
it's why. Like, look, when I say some shit, I say some fucking shit. I don't go up in my sentences because I'm not looking for validation. Because I don't say things without. When I am looking for validation in a sentence, I might go up in my pitch, but that's unusual. That is that's a sign of someone who is insecure.
Yeah, that's white woman's ulting. Now she's just missing the tears.
Off to me. To me, the mentality in some of these comments really perpetuates this culture where people don't talk about their experiences, don't get help for things that are affecting their daily life, and don't even make efforts to try to find a community that will support them.
They're very interesting. Are you haunted?
The community's going to support them. Maybe they don't agree with your politics.
Very weird.
Gonna be weird
that's very interesting and weird observation. Would you say that you feel that because you don't want people who are gentlemen of the shadow, gentlewomen,
you don't want people. You don't want anybody. And first of all, like, she said that people like judged her video, and I think that I actually don't. I think Mahler said that they didn't even actually go over her video.
Mm-hmm.
So Mahler said, at least I think in the stream he did with Adam and Stitch covering this video, that they did not even cover the video she had deleted that she said was being covered by misogynists or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know who covered it. But it wasn't them. It was EFAB.
I feel like this is multiple degrees of Jenny Nicholson again.
There was another video before this though that she deleted.
Mm-hmm.
That she said was being brigaded by people and being covered by everybody.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that one. I just heard about this one.
No, she did it in this video. In the beginning, she talked about how she made a video and people were pausing it every second. But Mahler said it was not them, so he didn't know who it was, but it wasn't them.
Yep. See, that's what happens when you just decide to vague post and say that you should get sympathy. When you don't say who the culprit is, the people who you would normally be fingering can't say, oh, well, let's look into what that person says.
When you say someone's pausing at every frame, it's kind of indicative of who you're fingering on that.
Mm-hmm.
But Mahler, again, from what I heard, said that they had not covered her previous video that is totally deleted and I think removed from history. Because again, I think she made a video before this that she also deleted. And that she was angry about.
See, that's just a case of having really good branding. Because now anytime anybody ever talks about pausing frames and film criticism, they're always going to think of every frame of pause.
Very good marketing there, I suppose.
Also, look at this, man, check out this side profile. Look at this, isn't this such a great side profile?
Oh, she's cute though. That's the thing. Like, she's cute. I think she's cute, but she's got problem glasses, and she doesn't have a nice. I mean, I don't know. I can't judge her personality from a YouTube video. Maybe she's a very wonderful person, but I don't like her personality from the videos of hers I've seen. So I don't know. But maybe she's a very wonderful person.
Now I have to say, from this angle, now that we can actually see the contour shape of her lip, I can see why somebody might have said that she had buck teeth. She has that lip shape where the teeth makes it more noticeable.
I think she's a quite pretty lady, to be honest.
Yeah, all she gotta do is work on that fucking attitude of hers. She'll be fine.
Ask people in the comments.
She should smile more.
There you go. Work on your smile more. Or how about just work on your attitude? Stop lying about a show that is prima facie obviously fucking terrible. Just because it espouses your beliefs.
Oh, god damn it, broke again. Every time I accidentally double click on it, it just happens to fucking break.
Look what you did now.
Carl,
it's all your.
Even border making sure that even bordering that ain't an audience for everyone to like it. Just watch, right? Obviously, and I'm getting the help that they might need. Just because other people have it worse does not mean you don't also deserve a space to talk about what you're going through and your experiences. And I think this is a fair point, right? Obviously, not everyone wants to watch Western women, but this is my thought, right? If you know you don't like to watch Western women, why watch a show about a woman living in the West talking about her life experiences?
Because it is an MCU property that is attached to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and you are doing things that people in Japan have tried to do with tokusatsu and have been sued to the limit of millions of dollars, but you get away with it because you're Disney.
And how about this? It's a massive, it's part of a mega massive. It's not just a show about a woman, right? It's connected to a massive mega media conglomerate, and it is running part of its, trying to operate its success off of characters that people like Daredevil, and I'm sorry, and what's his name from, from Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange?
The character who's in it from Doctor Strange that she
just Wong
represents. Wong, yeah.
Yes.
Not Justin Wang, but yeah.
No, that's what they keep calling. That's what they keep calling him as a joke. Just Wong.
Oh, really?
Because he didn't give a last name.
Oh. So Wang, who is oh my god, I said it again. Wong. Now, because I'm thinking about Justin Wang. Now I'm fucked in the head. So Wong, who's like one of people's like a fan favorite character from the entirety of the MCU over the last 10 years, a fan favorite character, who is in this show, and Daredevil's going to be in this show, and you can't understand why people would give a shit.
It's like, why are you watching this show with all your fan favorites and people teasing things and cameos?
Yeah, and Hulk is in a whole bunch of the obviously opening episodes,
and it's like,
you're like, well, why do you care?
And then it's like the building storyline, the narratives, the characters, the fact that they're making a show about She-Hulk, and we want to see what She-Hulk looks like. Any other reasons?
It would be one thing, like, if you were making an independent show about a woman who is a superhero and a lawyer who is not part of the MCU, then maybe you could make that argument, but you can't because she's a part of the MCU. You can't make that argument. Sorry.
It's like what she's trying to make an argument of is that instead of it being She-Hulk that the show's following, it's actually following the super paralegal friend of She-Hulk, and that it's actually going through her life and time and daily activities. But it's not showing the absolute histrionic everyday actions of Jennifer, and instead focusing on that paralegal friend and the antics that she gets up to while dealing with the superpowered law division. It's like they featured a show about that character as the lead, and She-Hulk is just somebody who exists in the show that is dynamically working through her shit, but because we are watching Jen, we're seeing her do the fuck-ups. So imagine, for example, instead of the first episode basically being Jen explaining to us what's happening, that instead it is the friend listening to Jen give her shit, and then she's secondhand telling the audience what's going on as a fourth wall break in those flashback segments, and then in flash forward segments where we're learning shit as she's learning it, but not as She-Hulk is gaining it as an internal reveal. That we're seeing the antics that are happening within the episodes, but we're also seeing the day-to-day behavior that Jennifer is not doing because the paralegal does the majority of the fucking paperwork. It's like we're seeing those events from her point of view. So, because she goes out with the black woman in the 6th episode and is helping her with a case with a guy who's immortal, and he's trying to divorce all of his wives, and they decide to then put him over the barrel and give them really good deals and basically make him do things like, you need to give her 20 seconds of eye contact and a sincere apology. It would be funny because, haha, funny B-plot. And then all of a sudden, here comes She-Hulk with the action-packed A-plot. Like, they're not doing that. That's not what was sold. That was not what we were promised. We were promised She-Hulk. And instead, what we're getting is not even a genre-focused show. Every single episode shifts what kind of genre it wants to be, while still claiming that it's a legal drama and that it's a comedy. But the problem is that it's not funny. You guys aren't funny. And you're not interesting either. You're not finding a way to make it interesting. Where you have really good ideas that would have been great on execution, you're fucking them up and you're pissing people off with it. You're wasting character potential that you could have had to have moments to have proper fucking character relation and character development, and even add in more fleshed out details that you would have been able to discover. I would have loved for there to be an interactive QR code book that lets me scan it, and then I can read everything that's inside of the Big Green Hulk's 15-year journey. I'd love to have that backstory and learn that shit from the mind of Mark Ruffalo, like, fleshing out his character. Imagine if that actually was a on-screen prop where, like, oh, Mark Ruffalo, what is this binder? Oh no, this is literally the banner Kevin Feige made me write about the character. Like, he made me sit down and write this 500-page document about how Bruce would have gone through figuring out where he mentally was, and, like, he gets to rewatch the films. And it's like commentary tracks with other writers in the room, and he starts taking those tidbits and pieces that could have been used to create that document, and then we get a QR code like show up on screen where he's like trying to flick through the files of the shit he needs. Like, you start getting references to shit that would have only been made clear. Like, you get references that moonlight the idea that the X-Men are coming. Like, randomly in the back corner, there's just a guy with the classic fucking Wolverine haircut smoking a cigar in a very low lit back room. You see him going on fucking trips with Tony in Africa, like during the time period of the blip, trying to cheer himself up with his family. And in the background, you see the outline of a woman that looks like Storm conjuring up shit in the Serengeti. You see them going about the rebuilt places in New York City, trying out all the foods, and then like revisiting the celebrity wall at the shawarma place they ate after the Battle of New York. And then, like, really quick, for, like, a section, you see, like, a compromising picture that he took with Natasha and himself where they were being goofy before they had some really crazy Pound Town sex, and he's like, oh, shit, you weren't supposed to see that. And on the screen is a QR code, and people read it, and then it's like, it's the book, and then you can see all of those pictures that are, like, goofy, out-of-moment shit taken with the actors that just happened to be on set that day, and were passing by the fucking trailer lot. This is great shit, but we didn't get that, did we? Nah, I did not! I got SheHulk looking at the camera saying, listen, I know, I hate the fact that I'm using my body right now to get myself sex, but I need dick!
Nippiness.
Sometimes it just gets a little bit much. You get tired of hearing white women about things.
Yeah. Very true.
You don't have to watch everything.
Like my man said, no more white women, get them out.
Smaller.
I'll show myself
No, you're based. You're not like these other ones.
Oh, thank you. I will have to leave eventually. Actually, no, let's get through this.
Yeah, I'm trying to power through the last 6 minutes because I'm getting hungry. Yeah. I haven't eaten since noon, guys. I'm getting hungry.
I'm probably never gonna watch the podcast.
Oh no, I ate a hamburger. I forgot to eat the hamburger. I hate cheeseburger.
You know, there is a pretty big chance you're not gonna like it. Just don't ruin your day by watching it.
Don't like it? Don't watch it.
Yeah, if you were gonna make a video, if you're gonna make a video and you're gonna have comment section on, turn the comment section off so you don't have to read the comments.
Turn the comments off? Yeah, exactly. And if you don't like it, don't watch it shit is like, okay, well then, what's the point of the fucking show? If it's only for certain people, I mean,
I think it's more like they want to dissuade people from criticizing it, and like, no, this was made for you. You're supposed to like it.
It's like either.
I mean, like, who's it supposed to be made for? Shouldn't it be supposed to be okay? Shouldn't this show? I'm a 32-year-old professional woman with a master's degree, half of a PhD that I gave up on because I'm a loser to go do YouTube. and shouldn't this show be like made for me?
Mm-hmm.
Like, shouldn't this show be directly made for someone like me who's like a woman with a career, you know, who's like, I got a strong. Now I'm also married. I think that's the problem, right? Like,
you get a regular dose of vitamin D. It's not the same.
Well, no, it's not. I have a healthy relationship with a man. That problem, right? Oh no.
You actually have a proper relationship with your father and your mother.
I have a wonderful relationship with my parents. I'm also happily married, and I think, but my age range, this show is like made for my age range, right? Like 32-year-old white women,
30-something women with a hope and a dream and some kids running down her leg.
No children, not absolutely not but this show is made for, again, like there's reasons I don't have kids. Most of them are not by choice.
Well, it's not that you
but, like,
have kids, it's the idea that you can just have free cream pies and it doesn't matter.
No, it's not that simple. But still, the point is, this I keep saying this television show, if it's made for anybody, is made for my demographic, right? 32-year-old career white women, right? Who else is this fucking TV show made for? She keeps saying, it's not made for you, it's not made for you, it's not made for you. Okay, well, it's made for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it sucks.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate everything it represents. I hate what it does to a comic book character who is actually a character that I really love. And I'd prefer that if you fucked off. I'd prefer if you wanted to touch this character, that you wouldn't do such a terrible job handling her. I feel like everything I'm saying here could be misconstrued as a sexual connotation, but still, I don't appreciate what you've done to a character that I actually care about. I don't like the show from what I've seen of it. I will not actually watch it because I've seen enough to know I won't like it. And no, so your whole it's not made for you. Don't watch it if you don't like it. Don't do it. It's not made for you. It's made literally for me. The wine mom or the wine aunt, and yet I don't want to watch this shit.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I was drinking wine right now while saying this. I have wine in the other room. I'm gonna go grab some.
I wish I didn't run out of spritzers.
Make my point.
But I drank all of them so that I could be inebriated for the Woman King.
Sorry.
You know what? Funny thing is, Voodoo, he's talked to me about SheHulk. He's like, no, it's actually good. It's like, stop lying to me, dude. You know the show is fucking whack.
And in the meantime, you've
Oh my god, it broke again?
Always going to be the target.
Jesus fucking Christ! It's like it doesn't want me to finish it.
Well, it feels like that thing. Remember that thing when you would play solitaire on the computer, back in Windows 95, and you beat it, and then it made a bunch of.
I think anyone's been online.
Oh, too many white women. Too many white women. Too many white women. I clicked way too many times.
Incredibly hard to
I clicked way too many times.
Too many white women.
Trash. A lot of seemingly
too much white.
Out of character has acing their daily has it worse from getting the help.
I mean, listen. As a white woman, I have to state my true facts here.
Okay.
We need to be stopped. I'm not joking. We need to be fucking stopped because it's getting ridiculous.
Don't worry.
All over, not just here, but all over the fucking place. White women everywhere are being sickening and doing dumb fucking shit that are ruining everyone else's lives. So, if we would like to start, and I'll start it. The Stop White Women Committee. I will be the founding member of the Stop White Women Club or committee or whatever, because I am really fucking tired of this bullshit. I feel like we'll get further if I start it.
True.
But
and you be the big spokeswoman.
I'll have to ask for permission on behalf of the Niggelation and the Niggelet if we can be able to, the Negro delegation and Negro association. If we can be able to.
I just think white women need to be fucking. White women just need to fucking stop with the bullshit. Should be this White Women Stop the Bullshit Foundation. Is that better?
It's possible.
I'm just trying to come up with a name for this.
Whatever we choose as the acronym has to be a word that says white woman.
They just gotta stop with this fucking crap. It's infuriating.
Mm-hmm.
Of we need to put the diversity in the thing. Shut
just shut.
Shut. I just want you to stop.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired of it. It's like
it makes my teeth itch.
Yes, it makes me too. It's white women who demand this shit, and then it's garbage. And that's the thing that again makes me so fucking pissed off. Because when you talk about comic books, for example, we were talking about good comic books. For example, the Milestone comics that got bought by DC. For example, Christopher Priest comic books that are not being taken into consideration when it comes to Black Panther. All this shit's not being taken into consideration because you know who's running this shit? White fucking women who are like, actually, I have a better idea. Stop. Why don't you stop?
You don't open your mouth for black cock if you can't open it for black comics.
Oh my god, it would be great if we could get that fucking going. But then they just do that. They would fucking, they're so fucking weird.
Yes.
They'd be like,
I'll open my mouth. I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry. I should have listened to you.
well, but you know what? At least there'd be some payback for that, I guess, you know?
There will be
Get something out of it.
There will be some black men that will be like, "Thank you, Carl," when they start making a no round of "I love you, black men" posts.
They're gonna destroy some more fucking black made comic book characters, but at least they kept their mouths open for it.
There's gonna be some fucking guy that's gonna be like, "I love this. This is the best thing ever. I wanted She-Hulk to crush my thighs. I love when women devalue my opinion." And he'll slowly start seeing a tear run down his eye. He'll have the fucking Arthur fist.
A show about a woman living in the West.
Oh my god, there's a good
experiences. You don't have to watch
Netflix
everything
series?
Marvel puts out. I'm probably never going to watch The Punisher. If you know there is a pretty big chance you're not going to like it, just
fucking
don't
bizarre.
ruin your day by watching
Don't know how to feel. I think it's Japanese, and that might
is
make
such
it
an
okay.
easy solution. And in the meantime, you've got to just accept that you're not always going to be the target audience for every piece of media.
It's hard to maybe... Japan has something called, like, character... Hard to describe this. Just characters that are popular, that aren't necessarily a part of anything. They're just characters that exist in the ether. And Gudetama is just it's a hatched egg who is sad. It's an egg yolk.
It's a lazy egg. It's part of Sanrio. That's why it's popular.
Yeah, it's Sanrio. Yeah, which Sanrio does characters just like Sanrio, and
they have a whole theme park about it.
They have Gudetama, and my favorite one is what is the name of it? Onamae wa nan desu ka ne? What's the name of the thing that was my favorite? I can't remember any of their names. Rilakuma is the one that's really popular from the... Sonex. Sonex is my favorite Japanese character company. Not Sanrio, but Sonex. Sonex has my favorite... Oh, are we sure that Gudetama is not... Is it Sanrio or Sonex?
I'm almost fairly certain.
It is Sanrio, yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
Sanrio.
Tare Panda, though, is San X. Have you seen the Lazy Panda, which is very similar?
Yeah.
That's San X. But San X... Oh, let me see. Shopkawaii.com. Oh no, is the website down? Okay. San X character. Oh! Their website's not going great. I actually, not much anymore, but I used to be a massive collector of San X characters, of character products. I don't do it so much anymore, but I used to do... really, I have some very rare Sonics. Wait, Nyan Nyan Nyanko was the series that I collected the most of. Nyan Nyan Nyanko was a series of... It was cats, but they were also food products. So it was like a cat, but it was inside of a burger, or it was inside of a like thing of fries. There's so many of them. I love Nyan Nyan Nyanko. I have one that's like a crepe. I have a whole bunch of Nyan Nyan Nyanko. That's my favorite series. But that one and what's it called? Neko. No. Nay. What's it called? The Sun X. Oh, what's his name?
While you work that out, I'm gonna try and continue.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this while
For
we're...
example, I don't actually feel like I'm the target audience for everything in this episode. I personally really did not like the Steve Rogers sex life joke.
Do you see that ass? Like, that ass did not deserve to die a virgin.
That is literally bordering, not even bordering, that is what people tell people who are on the asexual or aromantic spectrum. If you don't have this certain relationship, yeah, you're a waste. Also, just the fact that is what Foggy decided was so important. Calling up the Russo brothers and saying, hey, my favorite one, I can't remember the name of now. Natasha, one of the only women Avengers we've had for years. How about we put a little bouquet of flowers together, send them down the river next to Tony's during the funeral. 2 seconds. Little scene. Just something, sweet. For me, because I think that would be important. No. that is not important. Making sure the audience knows Steve
I like this one. I like this. I like this character as well. What's his name, though?
This is a very weird thing for this woman to transfix herself on.
I'm just looking at plushies.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying.
You think it's a weird thing for me to transfix?
No, not you. Her argument of transfixing on the asexual position of how it must have felt for people in the audience to see a very untimely joke about how a man should not have died a virgin.
Oh, well, yeah. That's fucking lame. Yeah, they have Ewok and
virgins? What?
He knew how to fondue.
The other funny thing about that is, like, I recently got
really shows you where the priorities
into
lie.
it
What
with some
timeline
incels,
am I living
like,
in?
you know, actual incel, not the I don't know, the easily thrown around version of that.
Yeah.
But like they were telling me, like, you should have like stayed a virgin until you were married. And,
how dare you?
Like, you should have gotten married, and you're 30. You should be having kids before, like, by now. And it's like, I can't right now. I mean,
if you want to be literal, you should be having children before 30, because that's when your viability of your eggs begin to falter, and your peak fertility is in your early 20s. But
yeah,
we're supposed to have.
We're both probably fucked on that, but like, whatever.
Like, we're supposed to have learned that in life sciences, guys. Why do we keep going for the you should be getting pregnant and having kids at 30 shit? No. Tell them to start early.
Like, they told me I should have waited until marriage, but I told them that,
that's also silly.
People are getting married when they're older now. It's not like everybody's, like, getting married in their 20s. Like, and sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's still just like, well, like, for me, there was... I have a fucking disease. So, it didn't necessarily really matter for me so much because it's probably not going to happen no matter what. But,
I think some people can't fathom that there are some women who can't have kids due to, like, health problems that they have. And it's like, I probably can't have any.
And then there's, of course, the women that are like, pregnancy in this socioeconomic climate? No, sir. I'm going to do what God intended, because you know what can't get pregnant? Feet.
What?
It is a popular TikTok sound that I'm trying to parse my brain around, because it's like, if you wanted it to be like God intended and go inside of a hole, then why not do anal? But then again, it's like, it's because you are anal. Anyways.
That's the question. So yeah, even if it's
like, I don't know. There's problems like that are every single individual human being and couple has to deal with that kind of stuff of being like, when's the right time? Can we do it? That kind of stuff when it comes to having children. I like to have children with my husband. I feel bad if it couldn't happen, actually. Like, we have not been actively trying, but we probably need to, like, in like the next year, which is scary. That part's scary of being like, okay, you have to like give shit over to God and be like, all right, let's just go for it, right? See, I did what I could do for my fertility, which was fucked because of a disease I have, but you gotta do what you can and try your best. It fucks me up when you see people who are just like, oh God, they're so happy that, or excuse me, they're so miserable that they got pregnant or something. They're so miserable that they're fertile. I'm like, there's the other side of things too. Not that I'm trying to like talk shit, really, because people don't choose this shit, right? But still,
it always hits different once you're like in the driver's seat, and it's like, most women would be like happy to be like, okay, honey, it's time to fuck a baby into me. Are you ready? And the guy's just like, I am so ready. But then it's like, in this situation, it's like, say a prayer, take the prenatals, and it's like, okay, legs in the air, baby me.
And I have to stop drinking, which is the big problem, but and smoking.
Yeah, drink protein shake.
I know, but I have a. Well, I think I'd be fine. I have a because I have so much.
You have so much
shit.
You have so much cereal. It's gonna be so great to help you flush out the.
I do have so much cereal, but it'd be more like I'll have to. I think like those minor CBD gummies that don't actually have proper THC in them to be fine. But like, yeah, other than that. Although I do take those and they kind of get me fucked. So I don't know.
The approved joke to me.
It's a good thing to do. Pull it back up, Carl, because I'm gonna have to sleep soon.
Shit.
I'm not trying to rush it or anything.
I know. I forgot because it's still stuck on the frozen screen, so it's just showing like the solitaire mouse effects all over it. There we go.
Oh my god, adorable fat chipmunk. Sorry, I got. Now, see, you've distracted me now. I looked at cute chipmunks.
Gal told me TV Line said that Roger's virginity has been a discussion for years, also letting people know that this information can basically be taken as gospel, considering it came from Macho's head Archer himself.
Here he is.
I will say the answer we give in the show comes straight from Kevin Feige himself, so it's absolutely canny. But you've shown him have sex with Sharon Carter. So even then...
I found the character I was trying to find.
Good.
Here he is. I'll just post a picture of him.
So it's like, you can't even say that he's a virgin in the context of, oh, he went to the alternate timeline that he now has to live in as he lives through time with Peggy as a virgin. Like, technically, no. In a roundabout cosmic sense, he's not a virgin. But even then, it's like, emotionally, he wasn't a virgin. Sexually, because he fucked Sharon Carter, he's not a virgin. And then, of course, there's always those off-scene opportunities where it's like, we didn't see them fuck, but there totally was, like, an Avenger orgy. Sponsored by fucking... by fucking Tony and Tab. And, like, kept over and watched over by Jarvis and then the Vision. And then, like, kept under wraps by fucking Happy and whatever assistant would have been assisting with Nick Fury. I'm forgetting her name. Maria Hill. And, like, secretly kept under wraps with Mockingbird. The wife of Hawkeye. Like, there's so many ways, guys, that you could do shit like this, but you gotta stop with the word finally came from Kevin Feige, so it's considered canon. Technically, he gets to have the final say.
It's in fucking the comics as well, so whatever.
Like, he gets to have the final say on what probably would be considered as canon, but, you motherfuckers like sticking in literally anything and everything from Muslim writings of Arabic text directly from Wahhabi-quoted Muslimism to just simply, you decided to have something there because you thought it looked cool and would look fun, which is basically what fucking Miss Marvel is.
Yeah, more or less, right?
So, like, I don't care what you claim is canon or is not canon. It's what makes sense in the film and what actually should be considered plausible.
Worth more than if he's had sex or not. I'm also getting slightly more put off by Marvel's insistence that sex is the end-all be-all of relationships. This feeling has been there for a while. It really picked up some steam when Eternals came out, and I read that interview that Chloe gave about why she wanted to include the sex scene, where she specifically said that she wanted to, like, humanize that.
I love that you mentioned the canyon scenes.
Where is she getting this? This is nonsensical.
I don't know. I thought
that
it was
Marvel, a series for children, requires sex scenes.
I'm trying to figure out what the fuck she's.
This is complete nonsense and code. Makes no sense.
You mentioned the canyon scenes. I thought it was really interesting to include an intimate scene when we have two larger-than-life heroes in a sexual relationship, which is pretty rare. No, it's not pretty rare. It's pretty standard if the fucking people are heroes, because why wouldn't they be fucking? Why was it important for you to keep it, and why did you meet any resistance when it came to including that in the film? Those elements were in the treatment that I read and made into the script that everyone at Marvel and Disney had read. We were telling a love story that would define the fate of the planet, so to show that they don't just love each other emotionally, intellectually, but also physically in the most gentle and loving, giving way was very important. Yes, because that's what everybody wants to see on screen. They want to see tender lovemaking.
What? But it didn't really happen in that way. Like, okay, do people want to see relationships, romance? And do you know who wants to see it more than anyone else? Do you know what segment of the population wants to see romance in their Marvel superhero movies more than any other demographic?
Incels.
It's women. Yeah, no, women. It was incels. No, it's women. Women want to see this shit. Women love to see, because they ship the stuff. They desperately love to see this stuff.
I fucking ship it. I need my hip cannons confirmed.
Right. Well, that's some of that, but it's just like there's so many women who and they're like, oh my god, and they love it. They love seeing the love story play out. It is a part of it for a lot of women. Not maybe for all of us, but for a lot of women, it's part of it of wanting to see a love story play out on screen. That's fucking goddamn Twilight. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Women like love stories. This has been a thing for fucking 80 years in cinema of, oh, we're gonna have a fucking action movie. You throw in a brief love story scene to make a woman want to go see it with her boyfriend, right?
Yeah.
It's been happening for 80 years. So that's holy shit.
Aspect of the relationship, as if the emotional and intellectual part of the relationship isn't the human part to me. That's the human part to me, man.
Somehow it just got worse because I went to find a screenshot of Feige approving the joke, and I found this article which states that Jen is obsessed with Captain America's virginity because it's the human side of him, the real side. This man literally jumped on a grenade in boot camp.
She likes this?
Sacrificed.
Wait, listen, because does she like this part of it? Because she mocks the fact that he's a virgin, even though he's not, by the way. She calls Captain America a virgin, even though he's not, by the time she's saying that.
Have to be virgins.
Yes. Oh, by the way, let's talk about that for one quick second. I know we gotta get to bed, but it's like, holy shit, so what you're saying is that the only value that you have as a woman is your capacity to offer sex to men? And if men haven't had sex with women, then they are then they are lacking some values. What you're telling me, right? That's what you're telling me when you say that a man is pathetic or he's valueless because he hasn't had sex with a woman. It tells you, at least tells me, that the way that you perceive the value of a man is whether or not he's had sex, which means that you perceive the value of women is as only a whole. And I don't particularly find that particularly appealing as a woman myself, and I hate that shit. If you define the value of men as only whether or not they've been able to stick it in a woman's hole, that means that you see women's value only as a whole, in my opinion, and I think that's disgusting. And no, thank you.
I've kind of thing I had to deal with growing up, and I don't mean to go off on a tangent, but I'll keep it as brief as I can.
I'm on all kinds of shit. Please go off.
I grew up in a very conservative religious household, but not in a way that was positive in any of the sense of the word. And as I got older, I got a lot of unnecessary pressure to stay a virgin, and it kind of culminated when I was 16, because this was during a time where people were worried about teenagers getting pregnant, and it's an epidemic, guys. Teenagers getting pregnant, and and not looking to why teenagers were getting pregnant, because a lot of cases were unfortunately abuse in a sense. And my mom, I could understand where she was coming from, but I was at an age where I understood the consequences of having a protected sex and getting pregnant at a young age. And my mindset was, okay, I'm not gonna do anything sexual until I'm an adult. Now she clearly didn't agree with that. She's like, no, you should wait until you're married. And I'm like,
oh, okay.
It's like, are you not satisfied with the fact that your daughter just said, I will not end up giving you children as a teenager? It's like, okay, that's fair. I can't control you after that point. Fuck whoever you want there, then, sweetie.
You still end up trying to do that, even after I got a boyfriend.
Mom, hang on. Moms sometimes try to do that with... Moms are protective of daughters, Carl. Like, because moms have been there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A little bit.
They were
So
once,
moms are gonna...
yeah, they were once whores. They don't want their daughters to copy them.
Oh, fuck off. But the moms are protective, but my mom was the same way, by the way. So I know where you're coming from.
I mean, shit. My godfather and my mother have been very... Well, no. Let me rephrase that sentence, because that sentence is wrong if I said it like that. My godfather has never been judgmental of who I choose to involve myself with. He would always ask me, am I sure about them? And in some relationships, he did so to make sure that I wasn't pushing myself through the relationship for the sake of the other person. And he wanted me to be concerned with my own emotions and my emotional satisfaction.
Which you should be. Everybody should be in any relationship that they're in. Everybody should be concerned with their own emotional state. Make sure it's actually making them happy.
When it came
yeah.
When it came to my mother, her issue was, is she black? Is she black? Is he black? Are they black? And that made me annoyed, because as my mother gets older, she becomes more Jewish, where it's less of, is she a strong black woman? Am I gonna have black grandbabies too?
Oh, who is it that you're going out with? When are you gonna be back? I'm making dinner. You should have them come over. I'd like to meet your friends. I never get to meet your friends.
I mean, and then
that's so interesting. My mom never asked me. Like, my mom's white. I think that's like a white people thing. Is it like white people don't ask those questions? Asian people do, by the way. You know, what ethnicity is he? What type of Asian is he?
They didn't bother me about his ethnicity because he's Mexican. He's also a minority, but it's more like they got very invasive to the point where after we went out every time they kept asking me if we had sex.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And come on, I was an adult by that point, so I don't it got very
awkward. And then when it comes to like my father never asked me a single sex question ever. Not once.
My dad. Well, it's different with. I'm super close to my dad. Like I'm a total daddy's girl, I guess, in that way, and that like I'm really, really close to him. And he had never asked me a sex question. Like anytime anything like that's come up, and I've had to talk to him about like my disease, because technically my disease is reproductive oriented. Well, not like it is. And he's like, I don't want to hear about that. I'm like, all right, Dad, that's okay. Like, even though it's a super big part of my life, he doesn't want to hear about it because it's weird for him, I guess.
Well, for my father, it was more of the he doesn't give a damn kind of thing, and it was very clear because it's like, here I am being shuttled between two households because my father wanted to have visitation rights, and here I am, like, if I wanted to have a lifestyle where I would be given the ability to do whatever the fuck I want, be around whoever the fuck I want, I could have clearly lived with my father, but I said no. I want to have structure in my life, and I care about the direction my life goes in. And if you don't even care enough to even ask me, who is this girl I'm seeing that you clearly have seen me with my mouth over her mouth, then I have questions about whether or not I want to even meet you. And it was annoying, not because you didn't ask your son about his sexual escapades. It's more like, if my father cared, he would take some level of interest even in my smallest hobbies, and he never did. Not about any of my streaming, never about what I did in school, never about what I wanted to do for college, never about what I wanted to do for my life. It was just more of a, I don't want to lose this connection to my son. And because he didn't show interest, he lost it anyways.
You talk to your dad at all? No?
No, not anymore. Not unless I happen to end up running into him at the Goodwill that he works at.
To protect everyone else, and we are running with the fact that his sex life is his human side of him. Anyways, back to the video while I erase this article from my brain.
And I recognize that my opinions are not shared by everyone in the Marvel fandom. That is why the internet's new favorite end credit scene has probably become one of my least favorites. But just because I don't like that scene doesn't mean I'm gonna start sending hate comments to everyone who liked it. I'm gonna say, okay, they thought it was funny. It must have been for them, not for me. That's fine.
Yeah, and yet what you did there when people started giving their opinions, or whoever it is that you're referencing there gave opinions, you felt the need to like signal boost out and make a YouTube video and put a specific section in saying, I do not give you permission to use my content, and then you deleted it from the internet.
Yeah, and also, like, okay, when you make a YouTube video, you are putting it out there for people to comment on. That's kind of part of the point of a YouTube video.
You don't. You can't
unless you want to turn off comments. So as I said in the beginning of this, lady, turn off comments. If you don't want people, if you want to see comments, then turn them off. You just want to put your shit out there as your blog or vlog, excuse me. Then put it out there. But I think you don't want to do that because you know that comments increase the algorithmic, exposure that your video gets. Yes. So, just a thought.
It's that easy. I'm not gonna go around throwing personal insults right and left just because someone has a different brain than me and likes different things and thinks differently. That would be ridiculous. Like, at some stage of the game, you've gotta just respect that people relate to and like different pieces of media differently.
Then let people not enjoy things.
That's fine. And yes, by the way, it's fine. Then also means you have to let people not enjoy things. And the other thing that means is that you can like something, but the reality is that media is objectively or unobjectively good. There's some media that is objectively good. There's some media that's unobjectively good. I follow the EFAP paradigm on this. It's some things are just not good. The SheHulk show is not good from what I've seen of it. Now, I have not watched it, but everything I've seen about it, same with Rings of Power, do not illustrate to me the evidence of having an objectively good piece of programming. So,
kind of an aside, but if you have a very distinctive last name, here's just some friendly advice. Maybe don't use that account to comment things like you don't think women can drive, because someone could very easily Google search your name and find out that you
she did
things
then.
like fat.
Then you did. And also,
she looked up the guy. She looked up this guy.
Is that considered doxing?
Yes, it is doxing. She looked this guy up. She looked this guy up based on his YouTube channel's name, looked him up, and doxed him. Yep. So there it is.
Oh boy.
But
also,
he
this
left
is
out his last name.
Also, isn't this just a gallery of comments about a particular frame, and he's making a joke about this position Venom has over Spider-Man? That's a very weird thing for you to be like, yeah, you should probably not, you shouldn't post things on the internet. People might expose it. Oh, bet!
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be anything like pornographic.
Or nice rack.
It will get weird.
Wow.
So now,
guys.
now I have to pray that this is not him in the photo. But the problem is that if it is,
it probably is.
You nasty woman! Oh!
Doxed him. You doxed him.
It's okay.
Don't post in my comments with your real name or I'll fucking dox you.
Man, wouldn't it have been great if we got to this
by
point?
the way, like, don't do that shit. Don't use your real name on YouTube comments because look, there's people like this.
It would have been great if Voodoo had came in at this exact moment.
I know.
This is why we do it, folks.
There it is.
I think I tell him is that people do this all the time on like Twitter and even YouTube to an extent, and he doesn't listen to me because, from what I understand, he's starting to hang around this Keffels person.
Oh god, we lost him. We've lost him. We've lost him.
Oh, they're good people. They're taking down Kiwi Farms, and I told him, like, I think I was talking to somebody else, and I was
Keffels people try to take my YouTube channel down. So like,
I told him that like he shouldn't associate with people like that because they're not gonna like somebody like him.
I can tell,
and they will come after him at some point, no matter what.
turn on him.
What
and I'm worried that he'll get doxxed by them, and they'll
almost assuredly.
Oh yes,
really try
and
to ruin
then they'll really go in because it's like you want to be on their side because they're fighting the people I don't like, but you see, the enemy of your enemy here is not your fucking friend. They're already backstabbing all the people that helped them do this so that she can take credit for herself.
I told him stuff like this before regarding the furry fandom because his thing was like he wants his art to like get noticed and like get more commissions.
Oh,
and I told him
that's not gonna help.
I told him don't associate with like popular furries; they're not gonna help you.
And do not fucking associate with the Caffles type because if you think like, oh well, I can get in here and it'll be fine. The Caffles fandom, guess what? They're gonna turn on you at any second.
Well, I know what's gonna happen. He's gonna get drunk, or he's gonna like say something that they're not gonna like, and they're gonna kick him out, and then
and they'll mostly dox him because they've doxed all kinds of people. So like, if you think that you're gonna be safe around the Caffle, these people dox more people than Kiwi fucking farms.
Like, and they do it all on Twitter. And Discord.
And they do it all publicly on Twitter, not on the deep web now since Kiwi Farms is off the clear web. No, they do that publicly on Twitter. They post your fucking shit, and you're not gonna have any fucking ability to fight back against it. Because if you do, guess what? Now you're a transphobe. That's what they did to fucking me. I had Nick Ricada on my fucking stream on a different goddamn channel. They had a 5-year-old video of mine struck and got my channel a fucking goddamn strike.
And also, while we're here at that topic, please don't try to associate yourself with fandoms to try and make your work more popular. I understand. You want your shit to be seen. You have to put yourself out there. That's the first step. The second step is do not try to pander to a group. Just simply put your shit there and just let people know, yeah, I draw furry porn.
I just told him just to post whatever art he wants to make and people will like it.
It's ironic. If you were to post the porn in my fucking lewd Coomer hell, I would be more than happy to retweet it if I saw it on the platform. Like, you fucked... Like, this is what I'm saying, bro! You're fucking yourself! Because of disagreements!
Well, here's the thing, like his whole beef with Kiwi Farms is because somebody tried to make a thread on him. The thread itself didn't go very far because at that time there wasn't enough information on him to really go and make a full thread. So it got put into the Spurgatory. Yep. Now, he started to complain when he found out that even though his thread was put in Spurgatory, it could be searched by people on Google. And he apparently thinks that because of this, it was hard for him to get a job, which I don't even...
Not likely.
He said, like, some boomers in his town, like, probably saw his Kiwi Farms thread because his real name was attached.
Boomers? Hell no. Hell no. Yeah. Hell no. Like, I have people who are part of the media group of the employer that I work for.
Even people don't know. I haven't even gotten that shit when I was reapplying to stuff in academia. Because, like, I was, well, I can't go into too much detail, but when I was trying to get back into academia, which I might still try to do, people were kind of just like, yeah, come back. And I was like, oh, there's people on the internet who hate me, and they're like, we don't care. Okay, well, like, and boomers in a small town at what kind of job? Like a...
Is that a gas station or something?
Like Mississippi, like, and he's like saying like he's getting like refused from jobs because of like the stuff that was posted about him.
Kiwi Farms,
but what kind of jobs?
It's not impossible. Yeah, I mean, is he working like in retail or some shit? Because in that case, I don't.
Like it was like he said he was working for a delivery service, and
but that's
then they wouldn't fucking care then, unless it's like something like
people care.
Ashley fucking
unless he
home
did
furniture.
Something and he didn't tell me, or I don't know. The thing is, like, I don't believe the fact that Kiwi Farms is like keeping him from getting a job.
Like,
I don't believe
that's
that.
not possible. Like, it's either coincidence or there's
really
something he's leaving out.
That, yeah.
Like, that's my final verdict. It's coincidence or there's something being left out here.
Yeah. An episode where a woman calls out catcallers is woke garbage. Also, of course, like, I'm sure
she did it again.
You would be able to drive perfectly if a spaceship landed in front of you. Like, I'm positive you would handle it so well. We all know it.
We have all, well, technically, I haven't. I still don't have my driver's license because I choose not to get it.
She's like hating doxing and doxing.
I don't understand why women like this who think like catcalling is the worst thing that ever happened to you. It's like, no, it's not.
It's really if catcalling is the worst thing that's ever happened to you. Actually, I'm very happy for you in that way. I'm glad that's the worst thing that's ever happened to you. I'm actually very happy that that's the worst thing that's ever happened to you because you're very privileged. How about that?
Also, I think the reason she took this down is because she basically, if she had to leave this up, she would have to deal with the fact that for the rest of her career, hey, remember what you did to Kevin? Kevin sends his regards. Actually, I think I'm gonna put that in the description.
Nowhere. Can you imagine though, like if
Kevin sends his regards,
the Happy Hogan ogling Natasha scene in Iron Man 2, and we're just like, oh, this is why men can't drive, can't take their eyes off a woman.
Watch the road.
I got it.
No, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, it'd be ridiculous because the joke is, nigga, are you trying to kill me? You trying to look at my tits? Watch the fucking road.
Men can. Would you like me to bring up statistics? Would you like me to bring up statistics about how many accidents are caused by women? Because we could bring them up. Women cause way more car accidents than men do. Now, it depends on a whole bunch of different situations. The type of car, the situation in which the car is being driven. But in terms of general low-level car accidents, like back endings, parking accidents, it's like 99. It's mostly women. Okay, I don't have the statistics off the top of my head. Men cause more accidents in high-speed instances, but women cause more accidents in lower level, like
I've had minor
day-to-day stuff
before, and I got on my mom saying I need a car that has rear view camera because that'll help me severely.
It is nice. It's weird to have a car now that has the
rear view cameras,
where it has the cameras and it makes the noises and stuff when like you get near things.
I like the ones that like have the rear view cameras, but it also shows you when you start turning your tires the trajectory that your car will move in.
Yeah.
Those are nice.
Yeah, that's very helpful. I like that.
Again, it would be ridiculous. Also, it's just so funny to me because it's like, do these people think that Feige did not approve this episode? He made a point to say that he approved the Virgin Steve joke. He definitely approved the rest of this episode too. Like, he definitely approved Jen talking about her experiences to Bruce. So, I don't know what some of y'all want to do with that information, but
it's called, I can say, hey, Kevin Feige, your decision is stupid. Your writers should be sent back to the writer's room, and you should also stop giving them carte blanche. Make them stick to a script that you approve of, that will hit the notes, that will give a good performance out of your actors, and a good story from your writers, that will then congeal into a good product to your customers. Because you're selling me product, and this is bad product.
hopefully it's not continue to send hate comments to people. And here's the
And it's not okay to dox people on the internet.
thing, right?
Yeah, it's not okay
sure
to like
there
say,
are a lot of
I
people
hope
out
he
there
don't do
who are
this.
commenting this and are, like decently upset that Bruce's backstory has not been explored and that Bruce's trauma hasn't been given much weight. And I
What backstory? What trauma? There has been multiple pieces of fucking Hulk media. It is very clear that they have canonized that his backstory is the backstory from the Hulk show.
Mm-hmm.
Like Lou Ferrigno's Hulk performance. That is his backstory. That they canonized it.
I don't think she's actually aware of it though.
That would require her doing her
She just
job.
seems to be referencing it, offhand.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That
Doesn't
requires
really
her.
know what is it though? You're not describing it in any detail.
Basically,
we've described it here over the last 5 hours, but.
Basically, if for people who don't know, the Lou Ferrigno version of the Hulk is basically Bruce Banner is out traveling the world, trying to avoid capture, and occasionally getting into antics here and there. And it's got that really famous sad walking away music. So there's that. That's basically Hulk's behavior and adventures from when he gets infected to when at the end of the film he fucks off to where he fucks off to. And then back again. That's the whole canonization with his fucking famed purple and green outfits and shit. It's not a very hard story. It's not like you're gonna see specific beats come up here and there from said story beat. That's not really necessary. It's just necessary that we know Lou Ferrigno guest starred in one of the films. I don't think it was the Eric Bana Hulk. It was just specifically the Edward Norton Hulk.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Because the Eric Bana Hulk has a lot more comic book shit in there, like the Absorbing Man. And, like, a better story about emotionally how the trauma of Bruce's childhood is manifesting itself in the form of a nuclear explosion of rage, and the Absorbing Man, his dad, uses his newfound absorbing ability to basically take in that gamma radiation that would cause World Breaker Hulk energy, and then it explodes at the end of the film in the final fight as a nuclear bomb of emotion that he tells him to take in all of, in a very big, emotional, like, cinematographic CGI extravaganza.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't happen here, I don't think. I don't think they want to get into that. If they were to, I guess if they were to canonize that, that would be a thing, but I don't think they consider Eric Bana's version of the Hulk to be canon. It's a completely different version.
Yeah, probably not.
And I don't even think
I don't think they do consider it to be canon.
It would be a very wild thing if they did, but it's within their purview to do. Because I don't think they're going to do that for the old Wesley Snipes Blade. And then, that's not even mentioning that they're going to have Blade himself have a spin-off story where he's basically handing off his mantle when in his first fucking film to a new generation him. It sounds like a fucking meme. Like, you're now all of these characters, and even characters that are now being introduced into your MCU, you're going to fucking have them ship off into the sunset and get replaced already? That's weird.
I think that's fair.
It is a bit odd, huh?
Like a lot of the reactions and the comments that I've been seeing have been a lot more about people jumping on the bandwagon and getting incredibly excited to show women that they truly do not want to hear them talk about their experience. Like,
I don't want to hear you talk about your experiences. You're doxing people on your website. Fuck you.
Yep, we're fucking done with it. We've listened to it for too goddamn fucking long already.
What's 1 minute? What's one more minute in 3 seconds?
One more minute.
they really want to tell you how mundane and foolish it is to talk about catcallers. And the insistence
'Cause it is mundane and foolish.
A man-hating scene
and dumb.
or a man-hating show just feels off to me too, because never once did she say all men
shut
suck.
up. Yeah,
Bruce is literally...
Oh my god. Oh, whoa, stop. Hang on. I have to stop that. I'm sorry. She says all men suck. Okay. Well, that's because maybe that comment that you got really upset about how you have a husband and you're all alone, that hit a little bit too close to home, girl. That one hurt a little bit too much. Because guess what men don't want to involve themselves with? Men haters.
It's like it. Well, no, it's not. It's not like it is. The women who say they hate men, but then they keep saying men's options are shit. Men are so below the bar that it's in the fucking crust of the Earth's magma. If you hate men so much, why aren't you all lesbians? Why aren't you sapphics? Why aren't you in the forest doing forest nymph shit? Why aren't you eating girls out regular every day like you're eating coochie like you eat waffles with extra syrup? It's because you still like men. You still like penis.
You're just you are a political misandrist. You're not you still want men to pay attention. You want men's attention. You want men's money, but you don't want. But you still want to be able to say shit like this on the internet. You are a political misandrist, and sorry,
only men that will put up with her are like weird, like other male feminists.
Yeah.
And then you have this weird self-report you have saying, "Listen, I don't like the way that we're focusing on the virginity, like sex is the whole thing." Okay, that's some hope for you, but I don't think that's the reason why you said that. Again, where is your man? Where's your woman? Are you asexual? Are you demisexual? Is that the reason why you put that there? Girl, you have a lot more issues.
I guarantee. What's her name again? One more time.
Fictional Darling.
Fictional Darling. Let's find her on Twitter. Do you want to see if she has pronouns in the bio?
I have money on they, them.
Oh, I didn't see that. Hang on. Let's find her on YouTube first then, because I see Fictional Darling.
Let's see here. She has a lifestyle and fashion vids channel. She has a Twitch. She has a Twitter. She has an Instagram. She has a Letterboxd. Of course you do. And she has a fan vid.
I kind of feel bad. She's a very small channel, actually. Really kind of feel bad.
2K followers.
She'd have her.
I'm looking at it.
She does not have. Oh, Yep, she's
Writer,
so
ace,
she's
human.
asexual.
Oh no. Oh
That's
no,
pain.
is she a political asexual? Is that what
I don't know. It just says she's ace.
That's
I'm
not.
ace.
That's
You know
not
what it
great.
is? It's a code word for it. I'm not like all those other girls. I'm not a whore.
Ace is the current.
Mm-hmm.
I think not like those other girl things.
On
and I get called that shit all the goddamn fucking time. It's like, oh, I don't agree with feminism. I don't agree with. Oh, I'm kind of a misogynist. I'm not a misogynist. I just don't agree with feminism. And it's like, oh, so you're not. So you just want men's attention? No.
So
I don't really get. Look, again, I'm more than happy. I'm happily married, but I can still sit here. I will still shit here and shit on women from my shit throne. Okay. It doesn't mean that I want men's attention and that's why I'm doing it. No, it's because that's just how I feel. But the ace thing of being like, that is, I'm not like other girls.
Yes.
That is 100%. I'm not like other girls.
On
I'm
Instagram,
asexual.
she is going by she/her. On Letterboxd, she has a quote saying, "Before we get started, does anybody want to get out?" I'm pretty sure that's a quote. Films that she's rated as favorite films: Little Women, All About Eve, Clueless, Black Widow, Do Revenge, Never Let Me Go, Captain Marvel, Scenes from a Marriage. Thor Ragnarok, Saving Face, Miss Marvel, Thor Love and Thunder, Thor Ragnarok, Thor Dark World. She is. That's all. That's all I'm gonna leave that at. Soviet Spy. 1 sub under 400. Fan vids and the like about, I guess, a bunch of shit. She has a Zemo dancing to the Deke Squad and Madripoor cut. Long story short, we survived Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes. Is Stucky. Dream of the Epiphany. Daisy Johnson and Taylor Swift from... I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't watch these shows. These are white women shows. Steve Rogers, Captain America, Anna Akana Intervention, something. Natasha Romanoff, The Archer. I don't know what that is, but it's stuff that exists. And these are edits that come from her personal channel. So there's edits from here, and then there's edits from Fictional Darling. And that's it.
I don't care. Fuck. I don't have any more shits.
And on Twitch, she has Fictional Darling locked down with 438 followers, but she has not streamed once, because if it was, it would be showing up in her video profile, and there are no videos found. So she literally has a Twitch just to have a Twitch.
Well, I also have a Twitch just to have a Twitch, so to be fair.
But basically that means she doesn't play video games, and if she does not do it around other people. So she's one of those girls.
You play video games on Twitch? Oh, Twitch is about sitting in your hot... I do have a hot tub outside. I could turn my hot tub on and then go... I feel like... Oh my god, I feel like that's what I should do. I've never used my Twitch. I feel like I should turn it on just one time. Just to be sitting in my fucking hot tub and being like, hello, is it me you're looking for?
you know what?
And then just turn it off and say nothing else. Refuse to elaborate. You know.
You know what else you could use your Twitch for?
I don't have any followers on it. I just have a Twitch account.
You could use it to be able to support your single player Carl.
That's what you could do.
It is what you could do. You can spread the money around. Help the black man get some money.
Actually, you know what? I should have done that while I was in YouTube jail, because I was in YouTube jail last week. I should have, like, as soon as YouTube jail went up, should have been like, all right, well, I'm into the hot tub now. Because I have a hot tub. I mean, I literally have one. I should have been like, oh, into my hot tub. I go.
Oh god!
I said I would have just done like what I always do, which is just sit in my hot tub and fucking listen to like funk music and actually usually I listen to other YouTubers talk about politics.
Listen to Nightcore and funk while you listen to fucking JXC and Stitch and Adam.
I'll have JXC and Single Player Carl and fucking Mauler, and I'll have them all playing at the same time with funk on at the same time. I only have 2 speakers though, so it'd be kind of difficult to do. I have a water-based speaker that goes in the hot tub, and it flashes RGB lights.
Nice.
Yo, look, I am on the fucking grind of being cheap and only spending like $300. Like I spent like $200 on my fucking hot tub because I got it literally like 90% off. Because you know why it was that cheap? Oh, because energy costs are off the fucking chart this year. So I got the goddamn hot tub. Really, now it's not an in-ground hot tub, but that's why. Like, but I in the near future, if Bill and I get like, we're probably gonna even think about maybe building an extension onto the house at some point.
Okay.
If we do that, I'm gonna fucking build a straight up I'm putting an in-ground hot tub in so that every day, all year, every day of the year, I can go sit in my hot tub and just sit there and just hate everything. Except for instead, what I do is I have a really nice time. I love sitting in my hot tub. It's the best thing ever. I did kind of realize that I could just kind of sit in my bathtub and get the same experience. It's not quite the same experience.
True. I haven't had a bath in so long, but that's something to think
Guys,
about
a
tomorrow.
bath, my dude. Baths are the best thing ever. Same thing. It's like that's why I like the hot tub because I sit there. You can sit in there. I turn on my stupid RGB fucking light thing that sits in my stupid hot tub and it plays. It's like fucking listen there to Nerdrotic or whatever. Gary's voice is blasting out of my fucking hot tub or whomever, but and then they got the little bubbles at the bottom and I just put my feet on those, which is that's the best part. So you get the bubbles out of the hot tub. That's the best part. Put your feet on there. That's the best part. And it's just nice and it's warm. It's like a nice hot bath, but it's got bubbles. That's the best part. And it's the greatest thing. And it was worth way more than $200. Just saying that.
True.
I
need to get a fucking pool for my backyard. It's big enough to fit one. I just have to.
Those are a couple. That's like $8,000 starting cost, my dude.
If I get it above ground, how much can I save on it?
Above ground, you can probably get one for like $500. But again, like then you're just basically doing what I'm doing. You're just sitting in a inflatable tub, which is fine if you're okay with it. But like again, what I need to do the hot tubs. Okay, so I'll put it this way. The hot tubs, a 4-person in-ground hot tub, the smallest one, right? The smallest one that is an in-ground hot tub that's built in starts at 4,000 pounds, which is about $5,000.
Fucking wicked.
So I'm just saying, like, if you're talking about a giant pool, which we do have a pool next door, if you're talking about a pool, it's going to start at least $8,000, at least, to be in-ground. And you do want in-ground, I would say, if you want to have a long-term pool.
True.
You want to fuck around with that shit. And that's why, like, I wanted to get the kind of temporary, like, $200 hot tub to make sure it's something I wanted. And it's like, oh, yeah, I want that. Yeah, I want that. And so eventually we will, we'll expand the house out here probably. Most likely is what we'll end up doing is expanding the house. And then I will put in an in-ground fucking hot tub because I got RGB lights all out the garden. I got little fairy lights out there also. I have again external speakers so I can listen to shitty YouTube videos. I got the whole. I got a fucking goddamn tablet set up to be able to so I can watch shit from it. It's all set up for the absolute maximum gay.
Maximum gay.
Just the maximum of. This is the height of luxury at the least cost. You know what I mean? It's like ghetto sophisticate, right? I want to sit out in my garden in my shitty cheap hot tub and watch YouTube videos on a tablet computer with RGB lights flashing everywhere. It's great. It's everything I've ever wanted. I love it. It's wonderful.
All right.
I hope you the same luck, Carl, but it is 4 a.m. I gotta head out.
No problem. I'm gonna fucking finish this shit up.
Proof that We all know Andrew
bits of this
Garfield
left.
exists.
Sorry.
That's a joke. Don't put celebrities on pedestals. But also, Andrew Garfield, you know? She's basically just talking about direct experiences in her life, and just because there are worse hardships in the world does not mean you can't talk about what you're going through. And just because a piece of media is not relatable to everyone doesn't mean it shouldn't exist. And that about sums it up. Hopefully now that the first episode has aired, the people who hate it will stop watching it and stop clicking in to tell us how much they dislike it and us. That would be great.
No. Those two things are not the same. They can hate the. I felt that this was over. That's why I went on my hot tub thing.
Yeah.
That's why I started talking about it. But like, no, those two things are separate, lady. Hating the show has nothing to do with hating other people. The fact that you're conflating these two things is indicative of your mindset, not theirs.
Mm-hmm. You'd know what their mindset was if you actually talked to them and asked questions, but no.
Of course not.
I feel like if you were to talk to them for more than 5 minutes, you'd try to figure out, can I dox him?
Guys, thanks for sitting here as I rant about this yet again. We've got another In Defense Of video, but yeah, thanks for watching, guys. See ya.
What an awkward way to end your video.
I don't wish bad on this lady, but just what a terrible video.
Horrible. Terrible.
That person, she's gonna dox a guy from.
Yeah, she literally just like I guess you know what? Fuck you. You doxed a fucking commenter, so like I don't have any sympathy anymore. Never mind. Fuck you.
Yeah.
That's some real ass shit. Like who else did that? It was the one guy who does like oh shoot, what's his name? On YouTube, there's a guy who does he makes like robots and stuff, and oh, what's his name? Oh my gosh,
I'm drawing a blank.
Not Michael Reeves, but he's not Michael Reeves. Because Michael Reeves is cool, but he has like a cat thing that he does. A cat avatar. His name gonna come up if I look him up.
Oh no.
So there's a he bought a robot dog recently. Oh no, it was Michael Reeves. It wasn't Michael Reeves, though. It was another guy. It wasn't I Did a Thing. They both bought a robot dog recently. Fuck. So it wasn't either one of them. His house burned down.
Oh, that's sad.
I know a lot about this guy, William Osmond. Okay, there we go, found him. So William Osmond, he's got 2.76 million subs on YouTube, and he has done a whole bunch of like YouTube videos about it's like science stuff, right? Oh god, why did I get mad? Why was I talking about this in the first place? Oh, but the doxing stuff. Here's why. Okay, I recalled my. All right, I recalled what I'm doing. If you look through his YouTube, you'll find like there's a whole bunch of videos now. Actually, he's deleted some of them because like every 6 months for like the last 2 years, he's uploaded a video called "I'm Done," where he's quitting YouTube, and then he doesn't quit YouTube. He's one of those guys.
I'm quitting YouTube. You can't fucking say shit about me.
Well, the last time that he said he was gonna quit YouTube, it's because he built an X-ray machine. I'll send you here's the original video, okay? All right, so here's the original video. There's all 3 of them. I'm shocked he hasn't deleted them. So he's got his video where he actually built it, but that's not what actually matters. Is that this is what actually matters. That video is cool, but then he made a whole video about how people told him why it was really stupid to fucking buy an X-ray machine and try to use it. And he cried about how people were commenting on why him making the X-ray machine was extremely dangerous and could have not just killed him or caused permanent damage to him, but caused permanent damage to all of his neighbors. And he's just like, I don't care, essentially. Now, by the way, like, what he was doing really couldn't have. So the people who were commenting were fucking retarded, okay? Like, they didn't really understand. And then immediately after that, it's, I'm done with YouTube. I'm so sad. People are mean to me. And then he goes on to fucking Mr. Beast Squid Game thing, and now he's just back to doing regular shit. I know. I fucking know. He's like, I'm quitting YouTube because people were mean to me in the comments. And then he goes on Mr. Beast's Squid Game shit, and now he's right back to posting regular ass crap.
I was
Fuck
sad.
you, dude.
People made me feel bad about
People were being mean to me. People being mean to me. And again, I like this guy, but he keeps doing shit that makes you want to hate him. And it's just the second time he's done this, by the way. He's like, oh, people were mean to me, I'm quitting YouTube. It's the second time he's done it.
It's just like you're sitting there, it's like, I want you to do good things, but you won't. Please stop it.
People are being mean to me in the comments people in the comments are telling me to maybe not play around with a fucking hot nuclear device. Oh. Oh,
that's
no.
fucking that's just fucking egregious. My God.
Maybe they're telling you because they're afraid that you would cause damage not to yourself because they don't necessarily care about you so much, dude, but the fact that you could cause permanent damage to everyone in a vicinity. Not like you're going to cause like a like nuclear explosions. That's not how these it's not how these kind of devices work.
Mm-hmm.
But a radioactive device that's used for X-rays, which he got from an old X-ray machine, have been known to cause extreme, severe radioactive damage to people in, I don't know, like 50 countries.
Mm-hmm.
What the object that he had, the core of this device, has been in the past, this exact type of device, has in the past caused severe radioactive damage to people all over the world.
Wild.
Cancers, it's caused skin to fall off, it's caused limbs to fall off as a result of that. And they kind of told him maybe he shouldn't be fucking around with that shit. And he got upset when people told him that he shouldn't be fucking around with that shit, that he didn't quite understand. And then cried, and now he's on with Mr. Beast, so whatever, you know. Now he's friends with Mr. Beast.
That's just how the cookie fucking crumbles. You don't see what I'm doing, but I'm fucking dancing like a maniac.
Just crying. This I hate this crying and screaming. And like he's like every other YouTuber. Every YouTuber knows this guy. By the way, William Osmond.
Mm-hmm.
He's constantly on other YouTubers' channels, on big YouTubers' channels. He's constantly on all their channels. He's a big fucking guy. He just got in a little bit of fucking trouble because you could have fucking caused extreme radiological damage to potentially hundreds of people because you live in a highly populated area.
See, if he was just in a rural area, no one would give a fuck. It'd be like daring him to turn it on.
It wouldn't really fucking matter. Still, I mean, yeah, if he lived in the desert, no one would have probably given a shit. He just would have irradiated himself. The problem is that this exact kind of radiological device has killed people, and they were like, and by the way, the video is completely monetized by YouTube.
That's wild.
And I think it's cool as fuck that he did it, but it's still like,
it's like that's cool. Never turn it on.
Well, he did turn it on, and it's still functional.
Wow. And he wasn't rated by the FBI for domestic terrorism? Wow. What a lucker dog.
You have to understand.
What an absolute lucker dog.
No. You know how it is that if you got 2 million subs, you're just an entertainer. You can do whatever the fuck you want in a populated area of LA.
That's fucking wild.
Honestly, it's LA. I don't really mind if he turns on a highly radiological device.
True. Oh,
probably doing them all a favor. Just sterilizing all of them.
Now, at the end point,
I played out Carl and Aiden and
yes.
All y'all see it.
Like, I'm not sure if everybody can. I'm not sure if Aiden can hear it now that I'm streaming it to the server, but I am literally playing the exit music.
Oh yeah, I'm smoking a cigarette as we.
We've been here for almost 12 hours, ladies and gentlemen. I did not plan for it to just go for this long, but we did. We did it.
It took us 12 hours to get through 36 minutes. Good job.
This is what happens when you fucking watch white women, everybody.
Look, I finished my script today, so it was kind of like fuck my shit up. And in fact, I was supposed to go on with Kami Mark wanted to do something and stream something tonight, so I figured at some point I'd have to leave to go hang out with Kami Mark and stream whatever he wanted to stream. But then he told me he took a nap and forgot about it, so...
Interesting.
Kami Mark's a good pal, so...
I know how to feel. Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, I have been your host, SinglePlayerCarl. What is the music? It's called Party Girl. PRTYGRIL. You will find it on my channel underneath OC joke posting, along with the other bit of my music, including this theme song. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming to us tonight and staying throughout the entire 12 hours. We are hitting Sitch and Adam numbers. I didn't expect you to do that.
Here.
If you wish to support the channel and also see my stupid ass goofy dancing on a regular basis, please consider leaving a sub at twitch.tv/SinglePlayerCarl, Kofi.com/SinglePlayerCarl.
Please support Carl.
And subscribestar.com. That's SinglePlayerCarl.
For example, because Carl's far more interesting than I am.
These are lies. I will entertain them equally.
No, you're far more entertaining than I am. Holy shit, man.
And all donations and pledges that are sent in will all get the tag for United Negroid Cringe Founder, because a Carl is a terrible thing to waste. And all $20 plus pledges will get video submissions and video sub potential for content that can be covered on the main channel, as well as when eventually I will have to start making this shit exclusive in the future, because we'll be so fucking popular, etc., etc. Your ability to sit in and come and join me in the chat.
It's a limited time deal.
Limited time offer deal. You'll be able to come and join me in the chat with our guests on every, or at least on the relevant versus chats. Oh my god, my fucking ankles, man. Oh lord, this woman is out of this goddamn world.
Are you dancing right now?
I was dancing.
Were you hitting the dab or something? Like, what's hurting your ankles?
Hitting the dab.
Did you go real low on it?
Yes, I did. I was holding it.
There you go.
But yeah, thanks for coming and watching, everyone. I will see you same bat time, same Carl channel. Say goodbye to Aiden, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Aiden.
Goodbye, everybody. I love you very dearly, but only on Tuesdays. Goodbye.